Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Kleba looking in for Irving. Irving for the win! Oh my! A southpaw finish from Kyrie Irving! Just absurd!
And with that, we start the Monday edition live after some really, really stale snacks. Here on Sean and RJ, it's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We have RJ Choppy back. We have Peyton Russell back. Rai has us up live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube for the Monday edition. Welcome back to the program.
Well, it's good to be back. It is. I felt like I was gone forever.
Yeah.
It really did. It really felt like I was like, wow, this is a long, because with the weekend it was 4 days. Like, this is a long 4 days. But now you have it. Because you're sucking on a Ricola.
You gave me something. I need.
I don't know what I gave you. It was allergy. Yeah, no, but somebody gave you something.
Yeah, it's just never ending. Never ending. I think it's like third or fourth time having something throughout this cycle. And then this morning, you said the guys have the heat on in the back because it's freezing outside.
I mean, they do. It's chilly, it's 40 degrees out, right? It's chilly. I don't know. It's worth what they have in there. They have it in there like they're in a cabin in the woods that's got one room and a burner, just a burner stove. That's all they've got.
You guys usually keep the heat up on max back there?
I've never touched this thing back here, so I just leave it. Ryan's closest, so I just let him deal with that. I leave the lights off. I don't like the lights on.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, Ryan, you take care of the AC. I guess he likes it hot.
Are you uncomfortable or are you fine?
I'm fine right now. Now I just turn the lights on.
Ryan just blasted the lights back there.
Yeah, I mean, the heat will get to me here in an hour, but I mean, I'm so focused on the show, it doesn't bother me right now.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, look at you.
How was your time off?
It was good. I made it very productive after the WinStar trip on Thursday. Went shopping a little bit. We're antique shopping at the house.
Oh, of course.
We love antiques. There's a store in downtown Rockwell that's 50% off right now. Cleaned up.
You both love antiques.
We do. Yep.
So what did you get?
Oh man, some like dishes, glasses, and then some clocks. Got like an old 1930 clock.
How about this?
Good for
the
you.
Guy who knows nothing about history,
nothing,
cannot reference anything as of 4 years ago.
Can't do it.
Loves antiques.
Loves antiques.
Love it.
Who would have thought, man? I don't think I ever would have guessed that.
Was there anyone else in the store, number one? And number two, was there anyone else in the store within 24 years of either of you?
I think they were all retired. Everyone who was in the store retired. Yeah. But there were, when they put a 50% off sale, sign outside, it cleans up. There were about 40 to 50 people inside. This is a big place.
Okay.
But it's going out of business, so we're just, peeking our heads in here, there, and then cleaning up as we can.
And how big is this clock?
It fits on the fireplace. It's the dimensions. I mean, it's 3 feet tall, maybe.
Oh,
No, well, 2 feet. 2 feet tall.
Okay.
Maybe 2 feet.
Antique shopping.
Yeah.
Gonna have to see the
broken clock though. Got to learn how to fix it, but it's right twice a day, Chop.
It's right twice. We have a broken clock over our fireplace. We have no idea how to fix it. Haven't even tried though, so not even really attempting to fix that thing. But it looks good. It's more decoration.
ChartRec.com text line is open. Let us know what you got into this weekend at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I was trying to think of, in the history of the National Basketball Association, intentional game-winning shots more impressive than Kyrie's lefty hook. Follow along with me. I'm not talking about as big of moments.
Right.
I'm not talking about like Michael Jordan pulling up to the left against Utah, the fist pump, or the final shot, 98 foul. Not as big a shot, as impressive as an intentional shot has been in the history of the NBA. Kobe against Phoenix, Kyrie, more impressive. I'm trying to think of some all-time classic LeBron winners. You may actually come up short in terms of your mind of the game winners. Kawhi, that was a baseline jumper. That was impressive, but it was still a baseline jumper that kind of dinked and dunked around and went in.
Philly in Game 7 or whatever, yeah.
Well, give me another one that you could think, not BS luck. That was intentional. That was something, as Dame Lillard pointed out, that was all skill, all repetition, all work. And I'm having a hard time coming up with one because a jumper is a jumper.
So,
you know what I mean?
Coop posted this Twitter poll yesterday, and he said, crazier shot, the Kyrie lefty hook or the Luka three-pointer hook against Brooklyn.
The Luka three-pointer hook?
And I don't remember that one. I
think I do. It wasn't a game winner, though. I think he was just talking about, like, trick shots. But a game winner in the history of the National Basketball Association, can y'all come up with any of them? Please, on Twitch, YouTube. I've been trying to rack my brain, and I can't, but that was crazy yesterday over the Joker to beat Denver.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to find one. That was really cool. Like, that was really something to see. And I don't think you're going to find one that we've seen that we could come to mind that was better than that one. That is one of the most improbable shots you'll see at the end of a game to win one. You'll see one at the end of shot clocks, whatever. What was it?
And you can tell that he worked on it, like, because he uses his left all the time.
He does.
It wasn't just a heave. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was a shot.
Was it J.R. Ryder who was going out of bounds and saved it in, and it wound up going in, a three-pointer? I couldn't remember if it was J.R. Ryder. I thought it was. And that's one of those, right? Or you get these half-court heaves. This wasn't that. This was a designed play.
Yeah.
Now, maybe it wasn't exactly designed like that. Like, I doubt when they let Brook the huddle, they were like, hey, we're going to do this lefty hook shot from 17 feet.
Right.
You know, like, I don't think that's what they designed it for. But, like, he performs the extraordinary, and that's why people continue to give him chances after he wore out his welcome in Boston and Brooklyn. And the Mavs were like, yeah, we'll take him because you got nothing to lose. And this dude's been nothing but tremendous.
The Dame Time game winner, right, where he went on the floor, stared into the camera.
Yeah.
Game Time, Jordan double clutch across the lane against Cleveland. That makes the list because it's a double clutch. I'm trying to think of. Magic's wasn't at the buzzer, but that hook against Boston, that was incredible. What else from the Tolo? Steph has to be on here somewhere.
Yeah, both the 469-817 say Vince Carter game-winning three in the playoffs for San Antonio when he was a member of the Mavericks, because I think he double clutched too on that one as well.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think if that was an actual double clutch that took place, but that was fantastic. And Jason Kidd said, yep, it wasn't just fantastic. That was a reminder.
Kai is one of the best finishers in the league, or probably is going to go down as one of the best finishers ever. And just his float game with the right, left, is just natural, and he delivered. I thought Luka put us in a position by tying it, and then Kai being able to read the situation and get the ball. I thought Maxey, I don't know if he gets credit for 2 assists, but be able to get the ball in was big. So I thought the team stayed together. Denver, the champs, they've seen everything. They came back, but we got stops when we had to, and then we executed late game.
And Luka hits the huge three to tie. That was an absolute bomb. And look, the most encouraging thing to take out of this game, Denver, to me, wasn't just missing wide open shots. Like, I was like, okay, what's going on here with the Nuggets offense, the Mavs defense? Like, the Mavericks defensively looked very competent, especially in the second half of this game. 107, 105, and this is why Magic Johnson sending out another obvious tweet. Nobody, he goes, the Dallas Mavericks coached by Jason Kidd.
Yes, of course.
With the has someone figured out if this is a bit or not? Has someone figured out if Magic's account is a bit? The Dallas Mavericks coached by Jason Kidd remain a team that nobody wants to see or face.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a bit or not. I don't know if Magic knows about bits or not, but he's turned into one, whether he likes it or not. He has. And the best part of that is that we get to use it as much as we want, whether or not he means it and intends for it to be a bit.
Any other shots coming in here?
The Leitner play had to be perfect. That was not NBA, but they said Leitner.
Yep.
LeBron's running fade against the Raptors.
Okay.
The Max Strus shot against us. People said that one.
Oh.
That was...
Yes. Too soon.
Yes, too soon.
Too close, too soon. All right, we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hopefully you had a fantastic weekend. RJ is going to tell you whether they got it right with the madness He has already printed out the NCAA brackets, and did the Stars get it right with the Madonna statue? Monday edition got the entire squad this morning, as Bobby will join us in about 20 minutes. Thanks for waking up with us. Just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Tigers are SEC tournament champions. Auburn 86, Florida 67. For the third time, Auburn will celebrate an SEC tournament championship.
And we have our NCAA secret weapon, RJ Choppy, back. I'm Sean Sharif. Roberto will join us momentarily. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Were you a pig in slop yesterday?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. You know, it was a great day. It was a great day of channel surfing, from starting off with the Auburn game against Florida in the SEC Championship, and watching a little Players Championship in golf, and then Mavs Nuggets. Just keep flipping back and forth, and trying to remember which channel it's on which, because you can't do a 3-channel previous, you can't do that.
What about picture-in-picture?
Don't have it. Do you have picture-in-picture?
I thought it was a feature.
Thought it was like 20 years ago that we've gone back in time, I guess.
I can never figure it out.
I guess you got to get YouTube TV, I think, for that. And then finally with the selection show at 5 o'clock, What a day. What a day. But
what are the storylines? Who are the number one seeds? What are the storylines?
Number one seeds are UConn in the East, Houston in the South, Purdue in the Midwest, and then Carolina out West. UConn is they're the best team. They are. They've also got a pretty tough draw for most one seeds. I do think they're overrating how tough their draw is. They love lamenting this on the broadcast. Well, they've got the SEC champ and the Mountain West champ and the Big 12 champ in terms of one of their conference tournaments. Well, yeah, they didn't win the regular seasons though. They got hot for like a weekend. So like, yes, they did, but they also didn't. So like, UConn's got a tough draw. I think the other big story that everybody's kind of pointing to, and in large part because college basketball is such a regional sport just based in the Northeast, everyone's like, well, the Big East only got 3 teams in, and the Mountain West gets 6. The Mountain West got 6 teams in the tournament. That is big. The Big 12 got 8. The SEC got 8. 2 of the Mountain West teams, though, are in that play-in game in Dayton, which is kind of crazy. You don't usually see 2 teams in the same conference. It turns out usually it's the Arizona State Invitational because they've been there 2 of the last 4 years. But that's the kind of storylines, the 2 initial that pop is UConn is the best. They also got a tough draw, and that the Mountain West got 6 teams in.
Is Carolina being questioned as a 1?
No, not really. I mean, they're really good. I mean, they were at the end of the year, and the committee, I think another storyline here is that the committee showed they don't care about conference tournaments. Because a few of the projections that analysts put Iowa State there after Iowa State ran the table in the Big 12. Iowa State was never in the running for a 1 seed at all this year. At no point did anyone put them on the 1 line. Not Bracket Matrix, not any of the bracketologists, not any of the net, not Ken, but none of them. The entire year put them anywhere near the 1. I mean, they were talked about maybe being a 3 a week and a half ago. But so to say that they just jumped all the way to the 1, I was like, nah, the committee's smarter than that. They're smarter than us. They value the regular season more. And apparently, according to them, because the way they rank them, they'll rank teams 1 through 68. It came down. Iowa State wasn't even close. It was between Carolina and Tennessee for that final 1 spot. And Carolina beat them head-to-head, and there you go.
The reason I ask is because I got the Vegas odds to win the whole thing from Bet Online, and Carolina is not among the top 6 favorites.
Okay. Who are the top 6?
All right, so in order, you're previously undefeated, right? Was that the old clip Bobby made fun of? UConn Huskies?
UConn, yes.
UConn is 1. Would you like to guess in order?
Yeah, let's go Purdue 2.
Purdue's 3.
Houston.
Houston is 2. Purdue is 3 at 7-1.
So you said Carolina's not 4?
No.
And they're not 5 either?
No.
Okay, so I would assume it's Tennessee or Iowa State.
Tennessee and Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Are both 15-1. Then Auburn, that's why we played the clip from Auburn Radio, comes in at 17-1. So they have a 4 seed in Vegas with better odds to win.
Wow.
The reason I'm telling you this, if you're like me and you didn't watch any college basketball and you just rely on Choppy or the BetQL Network or PayPay, who loves it as well, be careful, Carolina. That's what I'm taking from this. Be very careful, Carolina. If I have an upset, like I'm going to have the Tar Heels going out early because Vegas has a couple of 2 seeds. Auburn is a 4. And then they have Carolina tied with Creighton, Iowa State, and Marquette all at 20-1.
Wow, okay.
That's what jumped out to me.
Yeah, that does jump out. Now, Carolina's draw is not treacherous. Treacherous. Is there an H on that word? Hey, can we get a dictionary?
It's the CI that makes the
yeah,
sound.
can we get a dictionary out here? See if we can start that thing.
That's good.
It's kind of treacherous. It's not, but it is. It's treacherous. There you go. That's how I should have saved it. They're going to play Arizona if they make it to the Elite 8. They're going to play Arizona in LA. That's what the game would be. That's not a home game for Arizona, but it's it's obviously much more manageable for their fan base to get there. Baylor's a tough team. Clemson is a team that has been hot and cold. Alabama could score with anybody. They can't stop you though. And then you might face Tom Izzo in the second round with Michigan State. So there's that. They don't have the easiest draw in the world, but I don't know that I would have them behind Auburn. And Auburn's a good team, but I think Carolina's a little bit better.
Let's talk about the unveiling that happened at the AAC on Saturday, along with this.
And the Stars neatly play it ahead to center. Johnson over the line in the middle. Johnson shoots and scores. On the rush, the Stars make it 3-0.
Wyatt Johnston scores on Kings TV, and they dispatched Los Angeles 4-1 on the same day and night where they unveil the Mike Modano statue. Now, there was a little bit of concern. Chris Strong, we already have a hamster who doesn't watch hockey, but we have a hockey hawk. Chris Strong, we need to come up with a nickname for him because he was showing up the hockey knowledge sitting in for Pepe late last week, and he got the early word that it was not going to be Modano raising the cup. So there was a little bit of disappointment, but man, it looks like and feels like they actually did get the statue right. That thing is sick.
Yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, because the other one that you could have thought of was the flowing jersey.
And they have the back of his jersey. I'm sure Ryan will get it here. There it is. Ryan got it on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The back of the jersey is like going up because of the wind and the speed. Trademark.
And they're just baggy jerseys, especially back then. So yeah, I think they nailed it. That's one that I think that they had to have. This was very well done. Dirks was very well done as well.
I love the green and everything, the different colors. It looks faded.
Yeah.
All that stuff. And Madonna was very, very emotional while talking to all of the hockey fans out there for the ceremony.
30 years ago, we got on a plane in 1993 to come here and not knowing what to expect. And we feel like 5 years later, we gave you a Stanley Cup in 1999. We went from one rink in Valley Ranch to about over 20 now in the Metroplex, and we feel we've turned Dallas into a hockey town. So thank you guys.
They pop up everywhere, man. It's like there's rinks all over town. Stars centers. The Stars done a great job kind of getting hockey going.
Either of your
DFW.
kids get on the ice?
They did. They both did. They didn't last. They didn't last more than a couple years, largely because I was like, all right, guys, we got to figure out it's expensive. You got to. I mean, the hockey gear is very expensive, and like they grow out of it so quick.
Yeah,
it's like, all right, boys, we got to pick a sport here. We get a baseball bat every year. We got to do hockey gear every year. Like one of the two. And,
how much are skates?
When they're kids, like little kids, they're not that expensive. I mean, you can get them used, and you can rent them a lot too. You get all the stuff used as well, and the Stars do a good job of like allowing the players to get used gear. They'll buy your stuff back. But it's, elbow pads, shoulder pads. You got the pants, you got cups, you've got shin guards. We got pads everywhere, the helmets. It's expensive. I mean, you want to outfit a youth hockey player? It's at least $300.
You look like you could have been a youth hockey guy.
No, I was always baseball and then football. That's what my dad was a big football nerd. So it was like, you could play baseball, but then football was a secondary sport. But I never tried hockey, never tried basketball or hockey.
And speaking of green, St. Patty's Day celebrations. I know Bobby was out and about.
Saw that
all over social media, which we'll get to momentarily. Anyone else wearing green, going out, drinking green beer?
Wore green, but went to the grandparents' house.
The antique store or the grandparents'
house, man.
Yeah,
we're going back in time here.
Yes, you are. Wow. Did you go visit? You visited them, huh?
I did.
I like that. Yeah.
Did they celebrate it?
Yeah, because
making sauerkraut.
My family history is Irish. We're like 0.005% Irish, so they had the Irish music, and they go visit Ireland once a year as well for the family heritage. But no, it was a nice big party.
Tyron is gone. Michael Gallup is visiting, and we got a new quarterback in the NFC East in Filthy. Inside the Star with everything that happened over the weekend. Next on Sean and RJ.
Always a welcome sign for on The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And of course, you can rename it to Leaving the Star because nobody walks in. Good morning, Metroplex. Got the entire morning squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell.
I walked in here ready to apologize to you this morning for being late. I'd heard Choppy had been doing some weed whacking over the weekend. I didn't know that he was going to be able to show up. So.
I did not do any over the weekend, and that's why I'm here. But bear in mind, I will. I'm looking for headgear, not masks. I never wear a mask, Sean. Okay, I'll never do that again. But I'm looking for headgear of some kind. That's
good. You just do the bandana over the face, and then say you're a Tech 9 fan, and you there are different ways you can work around that.
How many landscaping jokes did you tell yourself you were going to make this morning?
None. That one just came to me.
Oh,
just now.
Okay.
No, the fan techs take care of it. Well done, guys.
Yes, Movid.
Yeah. No. Even this morning, they're taking care of it. It's well done.
It was good.
I do have Movid. I like that. I'm gonna use that one.
Tyron Smith to the New York Jets, $6.5 million base with incentives that can push it up to $20 million. Tyron is in New York.
I don't think I've ever seen a $13.5 million incentive plan on an offensive lineman. I don't know that I've ever seen that. And if that's the case, then he obviously played a lot. The Jets probably won a lot too. But yeah, knowing that thinking it's $20 million, I'm like, okay, I get the Cowboys not doing that. 6.5?
Yeah, 6.5.
That's a completely different animal.
Yeah.
That is a free left tackle.
Yeah, the $20 million is to throw it out there to make the agent and Tyron look better.
Yeah.
It's not $20 million.
No, the $20 million is like, all right, look, if we win the championship on the third day of the new year, we will get the extra $20 million.
Aaron Rodgers throws a Kyrie lefty touchdown to win it.
Right.
There's another $3 million.
And you catch the pass. And you are an eligible receiver, and you catch the pass.
Yes.
We'll get you $20 million.
Yeah.
It's a very strange, that the Cowboys would not match or exceed the 6.5 base.
Man.
Dude, just go to 10 for crying out loud.
6.5, Bobby?
Yeah, I'm looking at this. So if it's 13.5, I'm guessing what you've got here is he's probably getting some massive per game incentives. So it's like probably $750,000 per game. Because if you have that times 17 games, that's 12.75 right there. And then the rest of it is probably some other workout bonuses or something like that. But I am surprised that the Cowboys wouldn't have been more in on this. Now, is this a function of their base salary must have been when they couldn't come to an agreement? Because it turned out it was an incentive-laden thing. Does that mean their base salary was way under 6.5? Were they trying to do we'll give you $1 million, we'll give you veteran minimum, and then we'll give you massive bonuses for every game you play or something like that? That's what it feels like. Or the only other option here is either the Cowboys were being massively cheap or Tyron was ready to get out of here.
Or they weren't willing to match the incentives. That they could have gone with the base salary and they weren't willing to get the incentives to make $13 more million.
That's true. But they did do $500,000 a game incentives last year. They were willing to put $10 million in incentives on the line for it last year.
Or they were just ready to be done with the inconsistency of counting on him. Yeah. Or he was ready to get up out of here.
Reliability could be, it just could be that the Cowboys were we're not willing to even do the incentivized stuff. This just needs to be what you're at. We can't count on it. We're going to have to do a practice schedule that's staggered. It makes total sense, though. The Cowboys, when Stephen Jones is out there basically insinuating, good luck finding somebody who will let you sit out practices on Wednesday, he should have remembered, oh, yeah, the Jets are in this league, and they let Aaron Rodgers do whatever. And so, of course, the Jets would allow him to do that. This is an old football team now in New York. Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith are your starting tackles to protect Aaron Rodgers.
Dude, that is going to be a Rochambeau, him and Rodgers, for who gets to have more time off. They're just going to keep battling back and forth for who gets to have more days of veteran respite.
Tyron to Josina Anderson on why he picked the Jets. I would have loved to stayed home in Dallas, but as we all know, it's a business. I feel like the Jets have an opportunity to win it, and anything I can do, blah, blah, blah. He has not spoken yet with Aaron Rodgers, but he said it's going to be amazing. Of course, me being with Dallas, he's kicked our butts twice in the playoffs, So I know what he's capable of. Honestly, I'm just excited about the opportunity.
When he says win it, does he mean like week 1?
Or the first 5 plays before he goes down with another injury.
Now we're taking cheap shots.
I'm taking cheap shots at Aaron Rodgers is what I'm taking cheap shots at. But I mean, could you think of two polar opposites in terms of wanting all the attention and wanting absolutely no coverage at all than Tyron and Aaron Rodgers?
No. So would y'all have done this deal? Chartcrack.com text line. $6.5 million, the incentives to get up to 20, or just rip out the page, start anew, and move on to a new left tackle. Well, apparently it's not going to be Tyler Smith, or that could be the second thing that the Cowboys try to backtrack on this offseason. After all in, they're like, no, well, the Tyler Smith thing we said, but we still thought that Tyron was in the mix. So we don't have a left tackle right now.
There's no left tackle. There's no option. You can't run Awesome Richards out there. You're not going to re-sign Chuma Edoga again and have him start out there for you. So, yeah, your options are either you move Tyler Smith out there and you have your contingency plans at center and left guard, or your next option is just you keep Tyler Smith where he is and you have to go draft a tackle, which, picking where you are, you're looking at somebody who either probably has some warts, or maybe, they only played right tackle in college, so you don't know if they can play the left side. This does put them in a bit of a tough situation.
And the Cowboys simultaneously released both Michael Gallup and Leighton Vander Esch. Vander Esch expected to retire. Mm-hmm. The Michael Gallup experiment after the new contract is over.
It is over.
Rest in peace in that clip.
Boy, can we even say that now at all? The
Dallas Cowboys?
The Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Still, we have to, right? We have to be able to still say that.
Sure.
Just because he's gone. But look, this was they took a risk when they signed him, coming off the injury, giving him that extended contract, and he just never performed.
Did they sign him to that coming off the injury?
Yes.
Just like Dak, right? It was just like the same situation as Dak.
Yep, he got that contract coming off of the injury. That's part of why they felt like, we're going to be able to get a little bit of a discount here, is because he's coming off the ACL. Little did they know he was like, I don't know. I mean, the Mike McCarthy organization really does run like 1992. It takes you 2 years to get over an ACL. So,
no, you're going to go ahead and blame that a lot on Michael upstairs, to be fair.
100%. Look, the Cowboys... People internally at the Cowboys will tell you they just think he lost his confidence completely between the years. That when that injury happened, he was no longer the same player from a mental approach. He lost a lot of confidence, and it rattled him. And I think that completely impacted the type of player that they had over the last 2 seasons.
And the Panthers are bringing him in, according to Ian Rappaport, for a visit.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're the Panthers and you do silly things like trade DJ Moore so you can hold on to Brian Burns and then lose him for no first-round pick the following year, you got to do anything to then cobble together a receiving core. You sign Adam Thielen afterwards. You work out guys like Michael Gallup. But look, I really do wish nothing but good things for Gallup's career moving forward, because he is one of the nicer players that they've had come through there. He's a good dude. He's going to be a good fit in any locker. It's just you got to hope that he gets those mentals right in terms of his approach to the game.
That's it. Like he's got to get those right, and I'm sure, like, if his speed is still there, then he could still be a threat. But if his head is not in a good spot, he's got no chance. And let's be fair, he's probably got no chance in Carolina either.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, gets the first interview with new linebacker Eric Kendricks. Why did you choose the Cowboys over San Francisco?
I feel like it was a really hard decision. It's an excellent organization and a wonderful program they have there. And ultimately, I wanted the opportunity to play Mike and bet on myself. And especially at this point in my career, I have a lot left to prove. I feel great, moving great. So to be able to play Mike with this defense and the guys that we have on this defense, it was an opportunity I couldn't pass. And I'm very happy with the decision.
So there's Eric Kendricks talking with Nick Eatman, telling us he's going to be playing middle linebacker.
Why is it that, I mean, this is just where they're at in terms of their free agency acquisitions, is that you have to pull at the heartstrings in order to get somebody to come play here, because they're not going to pay competitive value or whatever else. It's going to be look, you got the chance to come back, play with Zim, you can do these sort of things. Like, that's the way that they have to lean into everything, because they're just not going to be financially competitive And it's incredibly frustrating. Like even when they get one like this, it's just another frustrating example of how they approach things.
Yeah, this has gotten like beyond laughable now. Like it's gotten ridiculously bad in terms of being cheap. We're acting like
Didn't need anybody, Sean. Didn't need anybody, right? Didn't need anybody.
Well, I
12
mean,
wins 3 years in a row, baby.
That's right. And then Dan Quinn and the Commanders continue to swipe former Cowboys.
Yeah, this one, Chop, you want to take the name here? Noah Igbinoghene.
Igbinoghene, that's right.
Noah Igbinoghene has signed with the Washington Commanders, which out of every player and coach that the Commanders have swiped from the Cowboys, which this is now 4 players and 4 coaches in one offseason. They've taken 8 members of the Dallas Cowboys this offseason. Out of everybody they've taken, this is the most insignificant, inconsequential one. This is somebody who, gosh, what his highlight reel play was the very first drive of week 1 when they get the blocked field goal and he returned it. That was it. But this is somebody who, with all the injuries that they had at corner,
this
when
is
they
the
made
Calvin
the
Joseph swap.
Yes, this is the Calvin Joseph swap.
This guy's been a total bust. Second round pick.
Igbinoghene first.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
He was back into the first, and he had every opportunity to get out there and play this year. There were going to be opportunities for him to step on the field, become a rotational guy, and he never could. This is somebody who, this has to be just a special teams move for them.
But you're totally down with those kind of moves, though. In general, the philosophy of that, trading somebody for a former first-round pick.
Yeah,
take a shot, man. Like,
sure,
right?
especially if it's Kelvin Joseph. Like I'll swat. Like I will take a bag of Doritos for Kelvin Joseph.
Let's try to put Aaron Donald's career in context. He announced his retirement on Friday after 10 seasons. In those 10 years, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, an 8-time first-team All-Pro, 10-time Pro Bowler, 2014 Defensive Rookie of the Year. Finished his career with 111 sacks, the second most among primary defensive tackles in a career behind John Randall, since sacks became an official stat in 1982. One of 3 players to win the Defensive Player of the Year award 3 times, along with Lawrence Taylor and J.J. Watt. One of 2 defensive players since the merger to earn a Pro Bowl selection in each of their first 10 seasons, joining Lawrence Taylor and Aaron Donald, age 32, along with Barry Sanders, the only players in NFL history to play 10 seasons and get selected to the Pro Bowl in each one. And then this may be my favorite stat. Over the past 5 years, Choppy, pass rush win rate, the NFL average win rate against a single pass blocker was 17%. Aaron Donald posted an 18% pass rush win rate against double teams.
Wow.
Making him better against 2 pass blockers than the average pass rusher was against 1 over the past 5 seasons. How do you want to put him into context, whatever your list?
I mean, 7 years in a row finishing top 5 in Defensive Player of the Year is wild. The fact that he made a Pro Bowl every single year of his career, getting 20 and a half sacks from the interior in one season is absurd. The example I was using that same year was 2018. I remember we're in the locker room in 2018, and they were handing out those NFL top 100 sheets to the guys, and they were filling them out. And the entire thing just turned into everybody in the locker room talking to each other about, like, Aaron Donald's so good. Like, that's all it was. Everybody's putting Aaron Donald number 1 and was talking about how just insane it is that what he did from the interior. And Chop, we know you're not a big fan of the defensive tackle compared to the edge rusher as a value, but like Aaron Donald was somebody who superseded that value in just he is one of the more unique players. He was undersized. A lot of people looked at him and said, no way you could have somebody at that length be able to contribute at the level that he did, but just an absolute freak.
He is he's a unicorn. He's somebody that you never should use to say he's just like Mahomes. Like, don't use Mahomes like as a comparison because you just can't. It's hard not to, though, because you want to aspire to be that dude. But it also shows like how difficult it is for an individual defensive player to impact the game, or the overall team. I just went and looked. Aaron Donald led defenses finished in the top half of yards per game allowed just 3 times. Top half of the league. And top half of the league in points per game allowed just 4 times in his entire career. And like he was by far the best player on the field.
Yeah.
Offense or defense, he was probably the most talented player on the field in just about every game he ever played.
His retirement this weekend on social media caused a lot of people to just share the decade-old clips of, it was the one-on-ones at Senior Bowl in 2014 where Zach Martin versus Aaron Donald. And people were just like, it was scouts to this day will talk about those one-on-one reps. Is like, that's some of the best reps we've ever seen between two guys at the Senior Bowl.
Let's talk about the quarterback moves that rocked the NFL. Kenny Pickett is coming to the NFC East. Why? Because Justin Fields for a 6. The blockbuster moves that took place, what can we learn from it? Next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby 105.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation and by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
We're going to get back to the greatness of the Kyrie shot at 6:40. Mike Modano montage that will give you chills, I believe, here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Man, y'all been bringing it strong. And really, the undercover MVPs have been all of you on Twitch and YouTube. My goodness.
I never would have thought that the three of us would have gotten more people watching and seeing our faces than listening, but whatever.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
It is
my
right?
face, yeah.
I think we need to thank Ryan.
It is Ryan. It is Ryan. Ryan is a whiz.
Did you make sure to unblock everyone Carter did? I want everyone unblocked on Twitch and YouTube. I'm not even playing around.
Our numbers might double.
I'm instituting a new policy. No one is to ever be blocked again on Twitch or YouTube with what y'all are doing for the ratings and the program.
Yeah, I mean, short of threats of violence or something like that. Yeah. But even still, I mean, we can work with some threats, maybe.
Yeah, that's right. So thank y'all. You are appreciated.
So you wanted to laugh at Carter's storm warnings on the fan cam. Look at what a difference they made.
Ryan's storm warning.
Yeah, Ryan's storm warnings. You wanted to
Carter.
Oh, Carter. Sorry, Ryan's. That's offensive.
Your head,
I know.
Bobby.
I'm sorry.
He's got nightmares of Carter, I guarantee you.
Oh man, and I do too now. After last week, I found out the truth.
We hugged it out on Friday. We're good.
You and Carter did?
Legitimate. We hugged. Yeah, it was good.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you in the break. Listen to them.
Hear Ryan in the back.
I know. Ryan walked by me the other day downstairs. I had to talk. I had to console with Ryan for a good 5 minutes. I needed someone to talk to. It's good.
Okay, I can't wait.
Good.
I can't wait to hear this.
877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line. How about the news that broke out amongst the quarterbacks in the NFL as Justin Fields got traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers for a 6th-round pick?
We called it, Chop.
Yeah.
We said he'd go for a 6.
We said we'd go for a 6th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean kept going Sean kept going, first round pick, Justin Fields, you see the way he's mobile and he moves. That's a first round player right there.
But you know what? This would get the Chicago Bears a lot more players because they did Justin Fields a favor. They wanted to make sure he was in the right fit. This is a 6th-round pick in 2025 that converts to a 4th if Fields plays 51% of the snaps. So the Pittsburgh Steelers took a bunch of this garbage, and I have laying over here a Claritin pack, a Ricola, and a snotty napkin, and turned it into Russell Wilson and Justin Fields by throwing in an extra $1 million.
See, and we all thought Tomlin and the Steelers, maybe they were a little washed. They're out here geniuses. This is buy low and potentially this is a genuine lotto ticket. You bring Russell Wilson in like this and Justin Fields like this. You turn Pickett, Trubisky, and Mason Rudolph into this quarterback room with essentially giving up no draft capital. You gave up a pick for Fields, but that's after you got picks for Pickett, and then you pay essentially minimum salary to Russell Wilson. This is a brilliant offseason from the Steelers.
Well, they still aren't. I mean, you could still argue in the RJ Choppy school of team building, they're still on the Cuban treadmill. Like, they didn't really do what they should do. Although, I guess the Fields thing, if you think Fields has a chance, that's your flyer. That's your lottery ticket. Otherwise, if you believe that Fields is never going to be anything great, which obviously the rest of the league believes, what did you really do? You should draft someone.
Right. Yeah, look, Pittsburgh is in a situation where they're clinging. They are hanging on. They're like Indianapolis was. They started getting, hey, let's get Phillip Rivers this year. Oh, let's get Carson Wentz this year. Let's just keep trying to, we got a decent team. It's a winnable division.
Yeah. But
this is not a winnable division. That's a very difficult division. They're doing exactly what you should not do. But again, I guess you could say that Fields is there.
Both quarterbacks they acquired are better than anything they threw out there last year, and they did it for cheaper. And they're trying. They tried to do the RJ Choppy method. They drafted Pickett. They tried to make it work. It just Pickett was bad, and he's been bad.
Yeah, the moves on a micro level are incredible. Macro level, it's like, okay, what are the Pittsburgh Steelers? They're better than last year, but maybe a first-round playoff team. We'll see. This is Mel Kiper Jr. back in January listening to RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt.
You have no second-round pick, so some maneuvering could take place there. And if you trade Justin Fields to Atlanta, you could get the 8th pick overall. So you could have 1, 8, and 9 field and be able to recoup a second-round pick by trading down with one of those 2 picks, either 8 or 9. So a lot of maneuverability for the Bears either way, Field. But if it's me, I'm taking Caleb Williams #1 and trading Justin Fields.
You're not happy with the Bears from a team building perspective?
Well, no. I mean, listen, like the Bears had an opportunity to do 3 things here. They could have traded him right away at the end of the year, right? The moment they knew that they had the #1 pick, they had the #1 pick, they could have traded him away right then and there. The value for him probably would have been much higher than it is today. And especially there was no other quarterbacks in the market for them to get, right? So a team could have got the jump on him. They could have hung on to him beyond the draft, into training camp, into the regular season, even if they wanted to, and then waited for some team to fall apart, have an injury, and say, oh, dude, it's week 3. Like, perfect example, like last year with the Jets. If Aaron Rodgers goes down, hey, look, let's just trade for Justin Fields. Or they chose option 3, which is just get rid of him and get whatever they possibly could have for him. Now, the reports say that they had 4 other offers that were better, and Fields rejected all of them. That's the rap.
The Steelers were the Bears were doing right by him. They were trading where he wanted to go. That's a stand-up organization.
Yeah, because like Rappaport said that he rejected 4 different deals and said, I would rather go to Pittsburgh, and they said okay.
Because Justin Fields has a no trade, I'm sure.
It probably is not
contract.
But they got him literally for a bag of baseballs. They got nothing for him. So, like, this was from just a strict team building standpoint, this was the worst that they could have done. They should have either trade him right away or hang on to him, and that's really crummy to do to the kid. You're completely stunting his development.
They've done it for 3 years. Why stop now?
Why stop now? But, like, that's from a team building standpoint, that's probably what they should have done.
Yeah, they should have held on because you're getting a 6th round pick in August, too, probably. Like, I mean, there's nothing, like, I don't think you're getting anything worse than what you did. And somebody over the court, we're going to hear in OTA, somebody planted wrong and tore their knee or something like that. You're going to have some sort of story like this. And then that team would go, ooh, we'll at least give you a 4th for Justin Fields. Like, you would have gotten something better than.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the Steelers told you, or the league told you, Mac Jones and Justin Fields are the same player. That they're worth the same value. They're both worth a 6th round pick.
Wow.
And the league told you a year ago, Trey Lance was worth more.
We'll get to that a little bit later on. The Steelers have already come out and said it's Russell Wilson's job. How about that? It's Russell Wilson's job. Justin Fields is the backup.
Makes sense. You don't want him hitting incentives and having to give up a 4th instead of a 6th round pick. Let him sit for a year.
Yeah. What did Russ tweet last week that already had you rolling your eyes? Was like, good day to be a Steeler.
Yeah, and he's already doing this.
Wasn't it that?
Yeah, it was. It was
Mr.
Steeler
Unlimited.
It's a great morning to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. He's just such a loser.
Meanwhile, Kenny, you got something else?
No, I was just thinking about Russell, how the stories about Russell are always, they seem so unrealistic. And I remember last year when we heard about the high knees, you were like, that's a lie. There's no way this is a Onion article,
on the
right?
plane?
Yeah, like you thought it was a joke at first. You thought somebody like one of these ball sack sports or something like that.
He is a walking Babylon Bee Onion article fake thing.
Yeah.
He is that.
Now, why did a lot of this happen, or what did it lead to? It led to Kenny Pickett going to the Philadelphia Eagles. The morning show group chat was litty over the weekend, and Bobby Belt was laughing at Philadelphia making this move. They're going to get Kenny Pickett and a 4th. The Steelers are going to get a 3rd round comp pick plus 2 7ths. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. How did this go sideways? Mike Tomlin had promised Kenny Pickett he would get a chance to compete. Pickett learned about the Russ signing on social media Sunday night. When they spoke the next morning, Tomlin told Pickett Russell was in pole position and would get the first reps, so Pickett asked for a trade. Now he is an Eagle.
Yeah, and now he will have 0 chance to compete unless,
Well, that was my ... Yeah. That was my ... Not that he's not going to beat out Jalen Hurts, but is this any type of insurance or just, hey, this is great value. Let's go ahead and get a great backup, or not a great backup. Let's get a good backup with some upside still.
Yeah, I mean, what? It's like 10 career touchdown passes and like 30 starts for Kenny Pickett, whatever he has. This I don't understand what the Eagles have done this offseason at all. Like just their entire team building philosophy has been whack on me. Like, let's go give up like actual like let's give up a day 2 pick for Kenny Pickett to back up Jalen Hurts or whatever. And then you've got the approach of paying running backs $13 million. Not just paying running backs $13 million, tampering to pay a running back $13 million. And everything else that they've had going on, keeping Sirianni. This has been, to me, if you're a Cowboys fan, it's a great offseason from the Philadelphia
Man,
Eagles.
I mean, a lot of people love what they've done because they've got so many players. Like, they've got a lot of players. But I agree, it's been a confusing offseason. Real quick on the compensation for Pickett.
Yeah,
that the Eagles gave up.
Because didn't Pickett get more? He got traded for a better package than Fields.
Well, here you go. If you
essentially, it's pick swaps though. You're kind of swapping, so you're getting a round up, is what you're getting.
If you use,
we're talking about 3rd and 4th rounders.
Yeah, you're doing So if you use, so this is from Bill Barnwell. If you use the draft value chart that is from Chase Stewart, that's one that most teams, it's evidence based. That's what a lot of organizations used. Now it equates to a mid-6. If you use Jimmy Johnson's one, the traditional one, it equates to a late 4 for Pickett.
How many Super Bowls has Chase Stewart won?
That's a great question. I have no idea.
Damn right. Jimmy Johnson's the one we're going to go with.
So the Eagles basically gave up a 3rd, but they did get back a 4th. They get Pickett and a 4th. They give up a 3rd-round pick for hopefully a backup quarterback.
And then what it was, they give up the 3rd-round position, and then what? They gave up, wasn't it like a 6th or whatever?
So Pittsburgh gets 98,
2 7ths,
and a 7th rounder, and Philly gets Pickett and pick 120.
So that's improvement.
That's improvement for Pittsburgh and what they've done. And that's the thing is that they took essentially the capital they got from that. In fact, they've still retained some. They come out net positive in draft picks, even going and getting Justin Fields. That's really good movement.
Who's
for
their
Pittsburgh.
GM?
I don't even remember who the GM in Pittsburgh is. I know Tomlin functions as it, but
does he?
Yeah, essentially, he makes a lot of the personnel
Omar
moves.
Khan.
Oh, makes sense. Great name. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. We'll play the Will Chambers audio a little bit later on. Will, a Bears fan, absolutely melting down. By the way, all the laughter I had that Mike Vrabel and Bill Belichick would not accept all these jobs beneath them. The Browns are hiring Vrabel as a coaching and personnel consultant. Now returns to Ohio, where he was a standout at Ohio State, and the Rams agreed to terms with Jimmy Garoppolo back up on a 1-year deal.
Returns to Ohio consultant. Come on, let's be real. This man is going to sit in his home, put his feet up, and randomly get on some phone calls. He's going to have the Jimmy Jerry phone call circle of trust. That's going to be Mike Vrabel's whole job.
Let's talk about the all-time greatness of Kyrie Irving's skill and a Mike Modano montage that may have you tearing up on a Monday morning. That's next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Kleber looking in for Irving. Irving for the win! Oh my! A southpaw finish from Kyrie Irving! Just absurd!
They were in amazement yesterday on that ESPN broadcast, just like everyone else was. Hard to put into words the greatness of Kyrie Abdul-Jabbar with the lefty hook to beat the Denver Nuggets at the AAC. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Bobby, we asked this at 5:30. I asked it at 5:30, and having a hard time coming up with anyone beating Kyrie's game winner in terms of degree of difficulty in the history of the NBA. Not the moment, but the degree of difficulty with the shot to win a game.
So I was trying to think about it. And the hard thing is that what's going to immediately spring to mind is going to be moments. So those are going to be, you're going to think of buzzer beater moments. So the one that stood out to me, and not because it's a big moment, but I mean, it is degree of difficulty. The one that stood out to me was the 0.4 shot from Derek Fisher.
Oh, yeah.
Where he's like, but I mean, that's almost a little different. Just like Max Strus hitting a 60-yard or a 60-foot buzzer beater like he does.
What'd you say?
I said it almost like it didn't happen either. Like 0.4 is like it's barely catch and shoot time, you know,
which he did. He just kind of turned.
I know,
and
but still, it's like okay, you gotta have your hand on the trigger.
I think the Fisher one, that's the best candidate, and I put that over Strus. I consider Strus as a little bit more luck. Fisher was closer. I mean, he was
inside the three. It was a 2-point. He caught it and just kind of threw it up over. But that was the one that came to mind for me. I was trying to think of what exactly. But see, Memorial Day Miracle, Sean Elliott, that wasn't a buzzer beater. That was like 5 seconds left. I mean, I know he was like almost out of. By the way, did you see that was the big conspiracy theory yesterday from Nuggets fans? Kyrie stepped out of bounds. Kyrie's heel is on the line there when he catches the ball. And he makes
I didn't see that.
But if you see the perspective change, his heel's up. But they were trying to do these doctored, like Lee Harvey Oswald photos, trying to tell you, look, here he is on the line. He was out, but it was sour grapes. But that was absolutely impressive because he 100% set up to do that shot. Like that wasn't just something where it's like he had to catch and shoot. He set up to make that shot
and save them from an absolute meltdown. You felt it slipping away.
Mm-hmm. And what'd they do? A 15-3 run? The Nuggets did?
Yeah, it was like a 13-point lead with like 6 minutes left or something like that.
I mean, the Mavs have blown a 13-point lead with 6 minutes to go in bigger spots than that.
And Jason just sits over there mumbling.
Why do you do that?
I mean, it was in my head. I'm sorry.
You want to say something about Nelly Cruz too?
It's still in my head. I still, to this day, will never forget that. Nobody will.
Dame Lillard tweeted, Kyrie, the most skilled MF ever, bruh. The most skilled blank ever. And then Stephen A. That's what Kyrie does. A left-handed floater over Joker from the free throw line at the buzzer to lift the Mavs. After Luka's deep three tied it, this is special. Exactly why we should root to see the Mavericks advance deep into the playoffs. I know I'm rooting for them to do so. That from Stephen A. Smith.
And they weren't the only ones. LeBron responding to Dame Lillard ever. A lot of exclamation marks. The poop emoji is crazy. KG saying Kyrie Irving 100. Mo Bamba, left-handed running hook. Come on, son. Like they are just going. Everybody in the NBA talking about how amazing this was from Kyrie Irving. It was a great shot. It was a bit. I mean, it had a prayer element to it.
Yep.
That's what makes these buzzer beaters fun. Like sometimes there is a prayer element to it. You're at the end. That was a broken play. I mean, that wasn't designed to do the left-handed running hook.
Oh, I think Kyrie absolutely set up for it.
Yeah,
but I mean, see what this will be like one of those discussions of like, was Joe Montana trying to throw it out of the end zone? Was he trying to throw it, or was he trying to hit Dwight Clark? Like to me, Kyrie.
You think he was trying to do the left-handed running hook?
I think when he got the ball in the spot that he was, I think he realized my best shot here is to do this.
Yeah, but that wasn't the play design. The play design was for him to loop around, attack the middle of the lane, do something. He realized that any right-handed shot was taken away, so he adjusted.
Well, and I mean, you heard Richard Jefferson said, like, was in the like immediate aftermath, was like, I'm telling you right now, Kyrie Irving did that. Like, that was what Kyrie wanted to do. He's like, I've seen Kyrie do this enough times. Like, that's what I'm stunned. This was only his second buzzer beater in his career. That floored me.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the 2 on a lot of teams.
Because the number 1 shot you remember him for was Cleveland State, but that wasn't at the buzzer.
Right? Yeah, correct. But I mean, like, I went back and looked. I was like, I'm curious who else has that. Like, DeMar DeRozan has 3 buzzer beaters in his career. Harrison Barnes has 3 buzzer beaters in his career. By the way, this is kind of surprising me. I looked it up. Do you know who has the most of all time?
Most buzzer beaters of all time?
Give us a hint.
He's the greatest of all time.
Michael,
not LeBron. Michael, he has 9. Like, I was kind of surprised to look at it and go, like, most guys don't have more than 1 or 2 in their career ever. Like, and I mean, I guess it makes sense because there's usually a primary guy that's doing everything. But to me, like, Kyrie's such an impressive shot maker and such an impressive, like, shot creator that I'm surprised he hasn't had it drawn up for him more.
So Stephen A's point, he's rooting for the Mavericks, and Magic Johnson said this is the fear factor of the Mavericks, right? Because you got Luka, you just got 2 individuals who can come down. I love Mike Malone, too, yelling, get a effing rebound. That was going to be the Mavs storyline if they won, was the damage inside in the paint. Points in the paint and the rebounding as Mike Malone was losing his mind because they could not grab a board. What does yesterday do, if anything, for handicapping this team down the stretch and in the playoffs? They beat Denver. It didn't feel... Now, Kyrie's shot was fluky, but they were winning the game. They were handling Denver in the fourth quarter. Their defense was there. This was a 107-105 game. It wasn't like Denver was like missing a bunch of bunnies and easy shots.
Bunnies.
Like, this felt legit. Boy, felt like a legitimate, credible win.
It did. I mean, especially when you look back, they had lost to the Pacers and Cleveland and Boston and Philadelphia. They lost to teams that are playoff teams. I think they needed a good, solid, really good win. Oklahoma City too. I think they needed a really good, solid win against a good team. And to do it, you had to do it at home. You got to protect your home turf. Their defense played much better throughout a long portion of the game. And outside of that run at the end, I mean, they really were in control of 44 minutes of this thing. I mean, they really were.
But what are you thinking about them now as a threat, if anything different?
I mean, I think that they're a team that nobody wants to play. I don't think any team wants to go up against Luka and Kyrie if they don't have to in a postseason series. I think they're absolutely a threat, especially if they get Oklahoma City or Minnesota in the first round. Like that makes it even much more of a threat, because then I think that obviously, depending on the side of the bracket you're on, you can make a little bit of a run.
There was a narrative on social media yesterday, because I was searching around. I was just looking at different Denver Nuggets people talking. There was a narrative from Nuggets fans yesterday that was like, don't want Dallas. They're like, if Jokic is going to play this way against Derek Lively, like if Derek Lively is going to cause him problems like he did. Lively was really difficult for Jokic yesterday. And I mean, Jokic went 6 of 16 in the game, 16 points, was getting out-rebounded. Like, I mean, he was in there and Lively was like tipping rebounds away from him. If Lively can cause problems for Jokic like that, then that was something.
2 bigs to throw at him.
Gafford and Lively. Lively to me, though, yesterday was the MVP of this game. Just what he was doing on the offensive rebounds. I mean, just please, dear God, catch a bounce pass. Any bounce pass that's a little low, that's always going off his fingers. I hate that. He's great at catching the lob finish, but man, he'll fumble away a bounce pass. But man, what he did defensively on Jokic for a lot of this game was really impressive. And if he can consistently kind of get stick in Jokic's craw like that and make things difficult for him, then that makes things really tough on Denver. And so that was the headline for me.
The good news is you moved up to the 7. The bad news is Denver's the 2 right now. So OKC's the 1.
Bad news for Denver.
OKC's the 1. They're a half game up on Denver, and Minnesota has dropped with all the injuries to the 3 seed in the West. So it would be Dallas versus Denver in round 1 if it started today. The Phoenix Suns are struggling, 5-5 in their last 10. They're the 8. Then the Warriors are 3 games back of the Mavericks and the Suns in the 9 spot. And the LA Lakers are tied with the Warriors as well.
Yeah, I don't think Minnesota can fall further. I mean, they would have to go on a massive losing streak.
Yeah.
Because they're 4 clear of the Clippers for that 4 spot with 15 to play.
Mike Modano and the statue unveiled Saturday at the AAC during a Stars 4-1 win over the Kings. In order to pay homage, I borrowed this from the Dallas Stars social media account, maybe the best social media account in all of DFW, the Modano montage, to give you some hockey goosebumps.
Mike Modano has just turned 18 years old. Last season with the Prince Albert Raiders, Mike scored 47 goals and picked up 80 assists.
This is what I want to do, is play pro hockey.
Minnesota selects Mike Modano. Let's turn to the Minnesota North Stars. They have in uniform here at the Met Center today their number 1 draft pick, 19-year-old Mike Modano.
Look at him go. He is flying. He is in. Score! A brilliant one for the thrown in by Mike Modano.
It's showtime in Dallas. Ladies and gentlemen, number 9, Mike Modano.
Shoots, he scores! That's number 50 on the year for Mike Modano.
Mike Modano, he's a good kid. Looks like a hockey player, eh?
There's Mike Modano. When you see Modano's shoulders bucking and hair flying and bearing down on you, all you do is pray.
Mike Modano with a boomer of a slap shot. Team USA has won the World Cup.
Modano, he scores! Look at that thing of beauty.
He won the Stanley Cup deep in the heart of Texas. The Stars are shining.
Probably the most emotionally and physically draining thing I've ever been a part of.
Is America's greatest scorer. Modano's up. Of course.
Being able to bring hockey, eventually a Stanley Cup to Dallas in the state of Texas is something I'll cherish forever. My dreams came true. Thank you all.
I love that. I got goose. Oh, God, I love Gary Thorne. God, I love Gary Thorne.
Gary Thorne is the most underrated hockey announcer. And, of course, it's great to hear Ralph Strangis on a lot of those calls, too.
Great montage by the Stars.
Very good montage.
Plays the radio as well, I thought.
It does. It does. And I thought the statue was very, very well done. It's great honor to the greatest player in the franchise.
Mike Leslie got, like, all these angles of, like, Modano next to Dirk. It's hard to imagine two better statues, man. Like, they are both the wind and the speed being shown in Modano's statue, the colors of that Stars jersey, and then sitting there with Dirk with the fadeaway. It's awesome out front there of American Airlines, I think.
No, it's really impressive. I'm glad that we've moved.
Oh, here comes the sarcasm.
No. I'm talking about Dirk's statue, not Modano's. Modano's is great. I love it. Now, I saw there were a lot of people. There were the most common, like, assumptions were the cup over the head or the jersey flapping with the mullet going, or like the single stick raised like for a goal. But I mean, I think it ended up being perfect for what ended up. Yeah, the hamster. Thank you, Peyton.
The bracket. It took you all that time to make that comment. That was about a good 45 seconds of airtime.
You want me to take a minute? I can do that.
For all that great hockey analysis.
That was another 20 seconds on analyzing my analysis.
RJ Choppy gets you set for the madness. The brackets are there. You maybe didn't watch any college basketball. It still means you can win the office pool. Choppy gets you set for the madness next on The Fan. But did you know one of the best investments you can make is in
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
3, 2, 1. The Auburn Tigers are SEC Tournament champions. Auburn 86, Florida 67. For the third time, Auburn will celebrate an SEC Tournament championship.
Wow. What a day for me personally. I mean, everybody loves Selection Show, but this is like, I live for this. All day I'm sitting here waiting, clock ticking down to 5 o'clock.
This is the least I ever watched of the Selection Show.
Well, because Greg Gumbel wasn't there because he was dealing with a family medical issue. What did you watch instead? And like, just didn't even family time, whatever.
I'm trying to think what else was on. I had it on at first, and then I'm like, okay, there's no Barkley pretending like he watched the season here.
It's good, yeah,
right. He'll be on Thursday, I'm sure, but I try to learn a little. I watched a little bit, but not a ton.
Murder in the Heartland. That's what I was watching on Investigation Discovery.
I nerded out, man. I recorded the ESPN show at 6, and they did another one at 8 to 10. Which that 8 to 10 one was a waste of time for me. But the 6 o'clock one, I went back and watched that, saw their ideas, their picks, but the consensus around the country, and you got to remember, like, college basketball is the college basketball media is so Northeast, it isn't funny. Hey, Seth Davis, okay, Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon is playing. I think they're playing Alabama. Oh no, they're playing St. Mary's, but they're talking about Alabama against Grand Canyon in the second round. And they're saying Grand Canyon's going to have a home court advantage because it's close to Spokane. Does anyone know and think that Phoenix and Spokane, Washington are close to each other? Or do you have to be so up New York's butt that you have no idea anything west of New Jersey on where it's located?
They're all generally on that side of the coast.
Yeah, they're 1,000 miles away. Like, it's not some home court advantage for Grand Canyon University in Spokane, Washington, but whatever. So the consensus generally is that UConn got the toughest draw. And they got a tough draw. There's no doubt about that. They got a lot of conference tournament champions in their bracket. Iowa State. They got Auburn in there, like San Diego State, Illinois, all very, very good teams. It's a tough bracket for the defending national champs and the overall number 1 seed. And a lot of people in the national media think the Big East got a little bit hosed. I don't know that the Big East got hosed. St. John's is not great. Seton Hall's not great. I know OU is better than both of them. OU got left out. I think OU's better than Virginia. OU got left out. There wasn't really a great bubble going into the weekend, and as we got out of the weekend, all the upsets and the bid thieves, like Oklahoma was squarely in this tournament a week ago. And all these bid thieves came in and pushed people out, and now you have a team like Oklahoma sitting home.
Did you already fill out your bracket? You look like you were excited.
I'm excited to fill it out. Here's the biggest thing I'm wrestling with. I don't think I can trust number 1 seed Purdue again. They screwed me last year, Chop. I almost lost our tournament bracket. Luckily, you were so bad in the round of 32 that it saved me.
I don't think I picked up a point in the round of 32.
But, man, I was here's Purdue's history. They're number 1 again. If I've learned one thing in the last couple years watching March Madness, it's don't trust Purdue. Here's Purdue's last 3 years. 2021, lost to number 13 seed North Texas. 2022, lost to 15 seed St. Peter's. 2023, lost to 16 seed Fairleigh Dickinson. I think I might pick a play-in team over Purdue. I'm definitely not picking them to make the Sweet 16 because that is a historically underachieving team.
They are the first team ever to lose to a 13 seed or lower in 3 straight tournaments. Like, no one's ever done that. They've done it. The thing for them is that they are in a bracket, okay, with Kansas, who's got everybody hurt, who got destroyed by Cincinnati in the first round of the Big 12, with Creighton, who doesn't play well away from home, and with Tennessee, who does. I mean, if Purdue is the worst tournament team in the tournament, Tennessee is second because they've lost to a lower seeded team in 5 straight tournaments. So they're trying. They are trying to get Purdue in the Final Four.
Pepe, you watch the second most college hoops on the show. How far are you into your brackets, and what's your initial outlook?
I've already made one.
Oh, okay.
And I went with RJ Choppy's theory of UConn repeating. I picked UConn. I had a UConn in Houston, I believe. I think it's a big year for the Cougars. They showed a lot. I know they got blown out in the Big 12 championship to Iowa State. I think Iowa State's a little bit of a fraudulent team. But I have Houston and UConn in the championship round.
So how many brackets are you going to fill out?
I think I usually go like 5.
Dang.
I go 5 different winner each one. If I'm feeling good about myself, I'll go 6th one. And then I have ours.
Very polygamous.
Okay. It's very polygamous.
Because if you go like 20 brackets, then you're wasting your time. You
5's a lot.
Is it? Is 5 a lot? I know people that fill out like 20 to 25. I'd be interested. 877-881-1053.
How many you fill out?
Yeah.
Do you fill out more brackets or fantasy leagues? You have more fantasy football teams or brackets? That's the poll question.
I go 3 fantasy football teams.
I go 2. And I'll do 1 bracket.
I do 1 bracket. I'm a 1 bracket man.
Are you allowed to fill out a bracket?
Yeah, I can fill out a bracket as long as I'm not in one of these like pools for money.
What happened? Chris Webber 2.0.
Oh my gosh, this was
the Akron game.
The Kent State Akron game was the most gut-wrenching thing. Forget about Chris Webber. This is worse than Chris Webber. So Akron is clinches an NCAA tournament bid after winning the MAC championship, but Kent State goes up with 6 seconds left. Comes down the field, hits a jumper.
I watched it. I'm looking for the audio cut.
Hits the jumper to go up 1, and then
Where
it's
is the
Julius
audio
Rollins.
cut?
I didn't send the audio.
Why not?
Because we were just talking about it. I didn't know we're sending the audio for it.
We're not doing a radio show or anything. You're so impressive in some ways, and then you're so freaking dumb in others. Go ahead.
Julius Rollins from Kent State.
Too busy recording Will taking shots of picklebacks.
Yeah, exactly. I'm doing bits. It's what it has been asked of me. Julius Rollins incorrectly believes that bucket cuts their deficit to 1 instead of puts them ahead 1, and immediately fouls on the inbound. Akron comes down the court, makes both free throws, clinches a spot in the NCAA tournament. Just a brutal sequence, and that's so much worse than anything Chris Webber or Josh Howard or anybody else has ever done.
Let's hear what it sounds like in an audio medium.
The ball, 10 to shoot. Sullinger in the lane. No. Hornbeak puts it up and in. 6 seconds to go. Kent State a 1-point lead. And a foul on Rollins.
Good job,
and it'll be a 1-and-1 free throw for Akron. No. Why is Rollins fouling?
This kid was devastated on the bench, as he should be.
Should be, absolutely. It's a J.R. Smith. It's a Chris Webber.
It's worse. It's so much worse, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's on par. Not knowing how many timeouts and then not knowing the score. You're on par.
Yeah, but a timeout's pretty bad. I feel J.R. Smith won. That was overtime of game 1. This is you lose the MAC championship by going, here, come to the free throw line and get 2 free opportunities to beat us. That's pretty bad.
877-881-1053. What's coming in more, fantasy football rosters or madness brackets?
Let's see. Here we go on the Trick.com text line. 1 bracket only in terms of the total brackets. I do 2 brackets. I do 3 brackets. I do 1. I do no brackets. No brackets, 1 to 2 fantasy football teams. That's from Black and Gold. So not yet filling in with the fantasy football stuff, but people coming in more than half doing multiple brackets.
877-881-1053 to go ahead and hit us up. Let's get you updated on the World Series champs. Out in Surprise, Arizona, Evan Grant came out with his initial Ranger roster projections, and Max Scherzer had to stay away from the team, Bobby, because of too much intensity.
Look, that's the kind of competitor that Max Scherzer is. So Max Scherzer has rejoined the Rangers in camp, and that is after spending the first several weeks of spring training back home in Florida. And when he had talked to reporters, he's like, yeah, I'm getting ready to throw the medicine ball finally, which that sounds silly to be so psyched about it, but you start realizing all the different things that you miss whenever you can't, prepare the way that you normally do. But he said, I had to rehab at home. I had to go through my own process because just the competitive juices that get flowing at spring training, you start worrying about pushing yourself too much. You remember Scherzer, that was one of the things that people were concerned with at the end of last year. Is he pushing his rehab too much to try and get back for the postseason? And he needed to stay away. He's back with the team in camp now and ready to progress like normal. But yeah, Evan Grant had his roster projection ready. Oh, it's just even reading it. I know we're all feeling good about Evaldi and things like that, but even when you read the starting rotation of what it's going to be, it's just Evaldi, Heaney, Gray, Dunning, Bradford. Jack Leiter it's already been settled that he's not getting any sort of rotation spot. There's talk about him being involved in the bullpen. Evan Grant does not have him on his initial roster in the bullpen. He has him starting at AAA. He also doesn't have Justin Foscue on the team. So Justin Foscue's not on. It's Jared Walsh at first base, and then he's got Marcus Semien, Seager, Josh Young, Ezekiel Duran, and Josh Smith as the utility player. But the all-important spot, he does have Wyatt Langford on the opening day roster.
Hitting in what hole, does he say?
He doesn't project lineups. But Wyatt Langford now in the month of March is hitting in like 11 games. He's hitting like 500.
I'd be a little disappointed if he's not in the opening day, on the opening day roster. On the opening day lineup, hitting mid-order. Other than that, the only reason to keep him down is to fraudulently, mess with his service time. That's it.
By the way, look at these starting pitchers with the lowest ERA from last year, and this is their status.
Oh gosh, injured.
Well, you got to throw in. You're forgetting unsigned
or unsigned. Yeah,
Blake Snell, unsigned. Cole injured. Gray injured. Bradish injured. Injured. Steele playing. Gossman injured. Montgomery unsigned. Verlander rehabbing. Those are the top 10 pitchers in terms of lowest ERA last year and their status.
That's troubling for the sport.
Wow.
We may see record scoring this year, right? I mean, half these guys are hurt or unsigned. When are they going to sign?
What did we...
Dude, we start next week.
With all those arm injuries there, and I understand it's like entering the season that way, but I'm just curious, like coming off last year, did we get... I got to see if we got data on what the pitch clock did to arm injuries. Because I know there was a point where people were suggesting it was having a long-term impact, and then there were others who came back and said, no, the data's kind of evened out. It was just kind of a temporary spike. But it does make me wonder when you have that many guys hurt, is that something to do with pitch clock and the way that they had to speed up?
Sure. I mean, because your mechanics go. If your legs go because you're tired, your mechanics go. You start throwing with your arms, not your legs, and now all of a sudden it's all that pressure and stress is on the arm.
And then we had Tolos raving about the golf yesterday on an Awesome Sports Sunday.
Yeah, it was an Awesome Sports Sunday, and we did have people texting in and tweeting us about the Players' Championship, which is unofficially known as the 5th major. It's not a major, but it is the championship of the PGA Tour. Scotty Scheffler, local, wins this one a great round. He wasn't even at the top of the leaderboard or really even close going into the final day. And he throws up an 8 under par 64, a very tough course. Only one other player came close to him, and that was Siwoo Kim, who tied him with a 64. But I mean, he was 4 shots clear of the second place guy on the final day. 5 shots of Wyndham Clark, and 6 clear of Xander Schauffele. Great final round from Scotty Scheffler.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. We have a loaded commercial-free expressway. Speaking of golf, we have invited celebrity passes to hook you up with all week long. All the guests that we've been having from the great Tony Faye PR, you missed Josh Donaldson.
I heard that. I was very devastated.
So
that I missed
good.
That one. I heard he was fantastic.
He was great. He was fantastic. Josh Donaldson, John Smoltz, maybe wearing Diamondbacks gear. Who else have we had on promoting it? Kevin Millar, Tony Romo, Pudge, Modano. All of them are going to be out playing in Las Colinas. We're going to be doing the shows from out there, and we are hooking you up with those tickets this morning and all week long. And should the Dallas Cowboys be having Trey Lance regret after the QB deals this weekend? That's next. Commercial free. Oh, yeah. And RJ Choppy on trial. A surprise trial during the expressway. It's all next. But speaking of trials, have you ever...
It is the Expressway right on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
RJ Choppy on trial. I think this is going to be an all-time text discussion coming up during the commercial-free Expressway, where we have a golf giveaway for the Celebrity Invite in Las Colinas. We're going to be taking the show out there. Stars galore. Tony Romo, DeMarcus Ware, John Smoltz, Josh Donaldson, everybody and anybody out there playing golf, and we're going to be partying it up. We want you to win the tickets this morning and every day this week, but we have Cowboys news coming in on the home of America's team.
Yeah, so Joel Corey over at CBS Sports yesterday had tweeted out that, hey, this is here on March 17th, Dak Prescott is due a $5 million roster bonus, and if they don't do something with that number by today, that is on their books and they can't do anything about it. That's one they can't adjust. They're legally not allowed to adjust it. It's stuck on the cap. So Field Yates tweets this morning that yesterday the Cowboys converted the $5 million roster bonus due to Dak Prescott on Sunday into a signing bonus, creating $4 million in cap space for 2024. The move reduces Prescott's salary number to $55.45 million. And this is the important note. This I find really interesting. 2 extra void years have been added to his deal for cap purposes. So, they have those 2 void years at the end of his deal. They've put 2 more years on back of it. So they've got 4 void years now. Technically, his contract extends for 4 more years. It's so that they can massage the cap number, do different things. But that, to me, throwing 2 extra void years on his deal tells me that they're at least ready to use as a leverage point that we can let this ride out. We'll just adjust your cap number. We'll restructure your cap number, spread it over 4 years. We'll do that. We'll go ahead and just, play with that angle. And so they could still get an extension done, but it tells me that they're at least putting things in place, that they're prepared in case they don't get an extension done.
So this is not a great sign that, hey, we want you to be our guy. It's more the opposite.
It's at the very least, it's insurance against you're not able to get something done. They're going ahead and laying the groundwork for, if we don't get something done, we're at least set up to spread this cap hit out.
LeSean McCoy, RJ Choppy, this is just for you.
Okay, let's hear it.
You're going to be very, very happy. I don't know what makes each of you feel slimier, Orlovsky aligning with Bobby, or you aligning with LeSean McCoy, who said this the other day on FS1 about the Cowboys' joke of an offseason.
Last year had 9 All-Pros. That's the most in the last 15 to 16 years. Do you hear that, bro?
I hear
9 All-Pros? And we want more? Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the real issue here.
Man, don't do it.
It ain't the roster.
Don't do
No. It ain't the free agency. It ain't the coaches. It ain't all the hype about the Cowboys. It's one position, ladies and gentlemen. And his number is number 4, and his name is Dak Prescott. That's the reason why y'all can't go past the divisional rounds. That's the reason why. And until you change that, it won't be no championships. It won't be no divisional games. It won't be no conference games. It won't be no rings and things. It won't be none of that. Don't worry about free agency. You need to worry about the quarterback position. Because if he's still there, there ain't no winning. Ain't no rings. Ain't no confetti's dropping. It's going to be L's dropping. And it's going to be, I'll see y'all next year. Yeah, that's the truth.
So, Chop,
rings and things.
Played that just for you. That is basically exactly what you've been saying. We can do all these other topics, and we can do all these other angles, and we can address all these other things. Comes down to 4.
It does. It generally does for every team. It comes down to the quarterback for most of these teams, in my opinion. That's what wins you and loses you championships. Or now, listen, you can get over the hump one time.
Hump day.
You can get lucky, get a nice run. There's 3 guys in the league, 4 guys in the league that can win you a championship on their own, and then there's about a dozen guys who can win a title. They can win a title, or at least get you there in the right situation, in the right season, and then the rest of the league is crap. And that's about half the league. And Dak is in that next grouping where, he can win a championship. You can win one with Dak, but it's a wild existence because you got to get a favorable draw. You got to get good bounces. You got to get a great defense that year. Everything's got to pop, and you can win. And that's just a terrible way to exist. And it's a frustrating way to exist. And unfortunately, this team has existed like that for 30 years because they've basically had a really, 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 really good quarterback that can't do it by themselves, and they just haven't gotten lucky enough to do it on their own or with the team, with the player they have.
I hate that LeSean McCoy was able to slap his name on a group project the last 2 years of his career and win 2 Super Bowl titles, because the dude loves to posture from that standpoint. I've heard him do it more than once. The whole idea of like, look, I know what it takes to win a Super Bowl. I know what it takes. Blah, blah, blah. Really, you're with your 0 carries combined in the postseason for Kansas City and Tampa that you hitched your wagon to and won a Super Bowl. That drives me nuts.
I don't think of LeSean McCoy as a champion. If you ask me how many rings does he have, I may have said...
I'll guess 0.
I may have said
I knew he had 1. But...
1 with the Chiefs.
Yeah. It was 2. He won back-to-back titles. He's a champion. He won a COVID title with Tampa.
With Tom?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And so...
Gary Payton's ring means more.
Gosh.
Hey, Gary Payton hit the go-ahead shot in that game that you were having PTSD about earlier.
He did.
It's LeSean McCoy is just so predictable at this point. You can find any of his takes. He should know better. It is the same level of disgust I have with Orlovsky because he should know better as a former player. The delicate balance of you get to the postseason and how the margin for error is so thin. The reality is that they've been in a position to compete. They're a step behind everybody else. And I think that's as a football team. If you want to say that Dak's a step behind you, yeah, absolutely. Dak is not going to do the same thing that Josh Allen and Mahomes did in their back-to-back, like, we're scoring within 15 seconds game. That's not happening with Dak. But the reality is that you don't need to be that to win a Super Bowl. You don't.
Yeah, I mean, no, you're right. You can win a Super Bowl a lot of different ways. I mean, it's a proposition, though, that's going to require a lot of luck along the way.
Sure.
If you don't have that elite guy. That's fine. There's been plenty of championships that have been won with quarterbacks that are far worse than Dak Prescott. Far worse. That wouldn't even be, we wouldn't even consider them to be in the same sport as Dak. Dak's a tremendous quarterback. Just like if you want to have a guy where he could take you there by himself, I mean, that's just not him. And that's okay. There's a lot of guys. I mean, nobody in the NFC. Name me the quarterback in the NFC that could do that. There isn't one.
By the way, playoff games where LeSean McCoy got a carry, his teams were 0-4.
A lot of that with Philly.
Yeah, but I mean, then again, it is about the quarterback. It's not about his useless position that's not even valued anymore.
Meanwhile, you were feeling some Trey Lance remorse over the weekend, Bob?
In a lot of different ways. So you see that Kenny Pickett essentially gets a greater return than Fields. And after the Fields deal, why did you trade the most they can possibly get with incentives, with 50% playing time, which he's probably not going to get unless Russell Wilson gets hurt? The most you can get in return for Justin Fields is a 4th. You spent an objective flat 4th on Trey Lance for a guy that it doesn't seem like you have a good idea of what you want to do with him. Like, I don't think they have any clue. I think it was just brought in as a leverage point. It was a weak attempt at trying to create some sort of contract leverage with Dak, but I don't think they have any sort of genuine long-term plans for him. And if they got him for a 4th, thinking, well, we can flip him at some point, create value, maybe get that pick back, the market is telling you now you're going to lose value on Lance if you decide to trade him. Now they're stuck.
I don't think it's fair to compare markets, though.
Why?
Because things change. You pay different for gas today than you did 3 years ago. You
buy a house a year ago, it's a different price than it is today.
I have to judge you within the market.
But you have to foresee what the market is at quarterback. Consistently, if you want to talk about trades with Trey Lance, contract negotiations with Dak Prescott,
and you thought as of a month ago Fields was going for a 1.
Yeah, so and I'm an idiot. What do you like? I mean, that's a great point. I judge the quarterback market the same way that the Cowboys did. That's not a good sign.
I think we get surprises in the market, right? Like we got on them for not seeing where the wide receiver market was going with the Amari thing. With the $20 million, Amari Cooper, are you freaking kidding me? Well, the market that same offseason exploded and was like, yeah, that's actually going to be a bargain. So I think it's a good question of how much can you blame the team for a big dramatic change in the market?
I'll say this, whether it be contract negotiations, trades, whatever else, over the last decade, how often would you say, in retrospect, the Cowboys judged the quarterback market correctly?
What are examples?
I mean, Romo's deal that they gave him, Dak's deal that they gave him, they've consistently misplayed contract negotiations with quarterbacks, and then they make a trade for a quarterback that they clearly have now misjudged. I think that it just shows they don't have a handle on that quarterback market. That's the bad news.
But everyone else in the market also told you what it was, right? Like San Francisco accepted that offer based upon other things that they were getting.
San Francisco's like, yeah, don't get off the phone. We'll take it. Let's settle this right now. I'm just saying, again, when you factor in the idea of moving on from Dak, factor in the fact that they've consistently misjudged the quarterback market for a decade. That's something else that you have to consider, is that when they're going to try and fill that position, they're going to have to do it with one of the worst track records of handling the position in terms of negotiations, whether they be trade or salary negotiations, of any team in the last decade.
What do you think over Trey Lance remorse?
I don't have any. Look, I mean, they purchased him, if you want to call it that, in a time where there were no other quarterbacks in the market, right? I mean, that's who they targeted at the trade deadline.
But why?
That is a different question.
That is a different question.
Right.
Though.
You were willing to sacrifice. You knew but here's the thing. Back in August, whenever that deal was made, they knew they had a good handle on what the draft class was going to look like, for instance. They willingly sacrificed their top pick on day 3 in what they knew was going to be one of the deeper drafts in probably the last 5 or 6 years. It's much deeper than it has been in the last couple of years. And it's much more top heavy than it had been in recent years. So they knew what kind of a draft class they were looking at. And they, for what seems like on the outside, an ego play and a leverage play, they sacrificed draft capital. That's just bad team building strategy.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line, live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. We need some extra time here for best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell are back with us after some extended time off. Peyton's was vacay. RJ's was landscaping. And we're going to put you on trial here.
Okay.
This is a surprise.
A little confused.
This is a surprise trial.
All right, let's hear it.
And I think this is going to create one of the great topics in Sean and RJ morning show history.
Ooh, he's standing, Ryan.
I already know what you're going to say, but I just want to see where you go with it.
Okay.
I go to the RJ Choppy email from yesterday.
Okay.
In recapping best and worst.
All right.
Here we go. Went to Perry's on Friday night. Had their famous pork chop. Well worth it. Fantastic. Great steak, too. Highly recommend.
Did I get man carded here?
No man card.
Okay.
No man
His pork
card.
chop's fantastic.
No. No issue with that.
And by the way, I think it's thick.
Is it?
With 2 C's.
That's a famous pork chop. That's the famous pork chop.
It's 4 inches thick. I mean, and it's very, very thick.
Yes.
All right.
This is the trial question.
Okay, let's hear this. I'm still wondering where the hell
you
you're
don't know
going.
where I'm going.
No idea.
On the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053.
Okay.
Can you go to dinner or a social outing the night that you also call out sick
I see what you're saying.
from work?
Okay.
This is a fascinating topic that had my house buzzing yesterday. It's a great topic, I think.
Okay.
All right.
I like this.
So this is it. Choppy out Thursday with the sickness, Friday with the sickness. Can you go out Friday night? Yes or no at 877-881-1053. I said, surely he must have meant Saturday in this email. There's no way, because I know Saturday you had baseball. I saw Julian doing damage at the plate. Can you do this? And what does it say about the second day off? You're on the stand.
Okay. Now, I did get invited to a party Friday night that I had to say no to.
Why'd you have to say no?
Because
you had dinner reservations.
I did think that it would be a little bit weird to go to a party that night on a day that I called off work.
Yeah, you don't want to be a super spreader of allergies.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you think the party is much different from dinner?
Yeah, you got to eat.
Okay.
And we don't really cook at home on Friday or Saturday.
Okay.
So, and look, I'll be honest with you. Like, if I had an appetite, I don't think going out Thursday night to dinner would have been anything either. You got to eat.
Ooh.
And what if you don't cook at home? If you're just not,
But you do cook at home. You cook a ton at home.
We do cook a lot at home. I did not go to the grocery store, which I normally do on Wednesday.
Okay.
As I go to Costco, and I didn't do that because I wasn't feeling
Do
well.
you guys order delivery at home?
No.
So no delivery. It's just a blanket rule.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of places, I think, in our area that I would deliver.
Okay.
So I would have.
What, dude? Fiance's not going out to pick anything up. That's not happening.
Once she's home, she's home.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
We don't get back out unless we're going to go out and get dinner. So I would not have had a problem going out to dinner on Thursday because we had to eat. But I had no appetite. So I was like, I'm not going to eat. She just had something. She had leftovers ready for her.
Yeah.
But no, on a day that especially this was now after the day. It was 12 hours later. Right? I was feeling better. I could not have done the full show.
Okay.
I could have done until about 7:30.
Okay.
My voice was like getting better as the day went on. But I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that dinner's
optics,
okay.
Is this just a bad optics thing?
Going to the party would have been bad optics. That's why I said no to it.
Okay.
I think dinner is different. I think you can go out to eat.
But like setting up, dressing up, like that's not. I mean, you think you're feeling good to dress up and go to a steakhouse. You know what I mean? You didn't stop by Chipotle. You didn't grab a bowl. It wasn't a photo call of you grabbing soup.
Yeah. What was the fit?
It wasn't a food court. It was a dressed up steakhouse pork chop dinner.
What was the steakhouse fit?
I had on jeans, cowboy boots. I had on a flannel.
Yeah, you're slipping cowboy boots on.
That takes
cowboy
hat.
That's button down.
That takes work.
That's a button down dinner.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, look, I let's see. I had showered earlier in the day. I didn't get dolled up or anything.
Yeah.
You know, I
mean, cowboy boots and a button shirt. I mean,
that's fair. That's fair.
I
I laid in bed from all day actually. Yeah. I watched the Tennessee game at noon.
Yeah.
We got beat. And then I sat in bed watching reruns of Curb, literally all day. And I was like, I got to get out of the house. I got to get up.
Okay.
So
I want to know how the Tolos are judging on the Charter.com text line at 877-881-1053.
817. If the show is partially named after you, you can do whatever you want.
Whoa!
Not you, Bobby.
Whoa!
817. Yes, you can. Just don't post it anywhere. I got fired for posting on Facebook when called in sick. I was on Bourbon Street and was sick that day.
Wow.
So that one got you. You absolutely can. Somebody else, 806 says no. 325, yes, absolutely, if work doesn't find out. So those are some of the answers.
Yeah, don't include it in your work email.
Yeah, I think dinner's completely different. I think you go to dinner. I think of going out to a social event, that's a big no-no.
But dinner is a social event.
It's dinner. You got to eat.
404.
Okay, what if it was a dinner for 6 or 4?
No, I would not have gone.
You would not have gone? Why?
Well, I would have said that's too much. You gotta get up. Too much talking.
Okay.
Too much talking. My voice is feeling better though. I was never actually sick. I just had no voice. I had lost my voice. That was the reason I was not here. And, I was still raspy, but better.
254. Of course, RJ can go out. His sickness wasn't a real thing. Getting sick from cutting the grass is fake beta type activities.
Sure. Yeah, you're not wrong.
404. Would you let your kids go to a movie the day they called in sick for school?
Would I let my kid? Movies completely? Yeah, I would.
Okay.
You got to do something with them. Like, they're going to have them sit in the house. That's fine. But, it's okay. So I would take my kids to a movie on the day they got called out.
But you would generally think when you are sick in general, you stay home to rest up and feel better about it. You wouldn't feel up to going and seeing a movie and going and chilling in the theater.
If I was sick, yeah, this was different. This was just a lost voice. That's all this was.
I'd say this is probably, Fantex is probably 70, 30, 80, 20 says yes, you can.
Supporting Choppy.
Yes.
Interesting.
469 says the only people saying no is management.
Right. Pepe, what are you seeing on there?
A lot of the same. Bobby's right. I mean, they're in support Choppy, which, I mean, he made a great excuse. You have to eat. I understand that. This takes me back to my childhood, because when I called in sick or had to go, my mom would pick me up from school, I immediately jumped on the video game, said, well, I'm home. I can just play the video game. She said, well, if you're too sick to go to school, you can't play video games. So it was just in the room the entire day. Could not do a thing. Wow. So I kind of learned my lesson. But I'm with Chop here. I would still do dinner for, just me and, my girlfriend or something, but not like a big group outing. I understand it.
Okay.
I had perfect attendance throughout school. Never called in sick one day.
One day? You didn't miss one? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, homeschool.
You got me.
I got you. Suckered you in.
No, I thought that your justification, your chopification was going to be, and I could side with it. You made the Friday show call Thursday night. So that doesn't mean by Friday at 2, 3, 4, 5, you could not have been feeling better.
Well, that's true.
That's what I thought the chopification was going to be. I would personally be worried if someone took a photo, or if I was like, hey, here's my pork chop at Perry's Friday night, what Spittle would say. I would have personally been worried about that. Well, these are interesting arguments, and the Tolos seem to be on your side.
Yeah.
But sitting back, that's the other thing. RJ was live tweeting, we need to get you sick more often. I mean, you were destroying the NCAA tournament coverage. Pop, 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 pop. You can type while you're sick. So just because you're watching a game does not mean you can't tweet, you can't type, or you can't play video games. You can sit there moving your fingers while you're sick.
And for me, if I had a desk job where I'd have to talk, I'd have gone to work. Yeah, my thing was I had no voice. Like, I couldn't talk. It hurt. It hurt to talk.
All right.
It's on fire.
So there it is. That's Choppy on trial. Sounds like innocent.
But I love the topic because I didn't even think of it. I said, where the hell is he going with this?
Yeah.
What did
I
I
was
do
like,
wrong?
he meant Saturday. He didn't go out Friday night. He must have meant Saturday he went to Perry's. Lining up the reservations and everything.
I do love the People's Court music playing under this, though, because all I'm thinking in my head is like,
Sean Sharif says that his co-host, Ralph Choppy, called in sick.
I did lose a major bet to Bobby. I guaranteed you'd be back Friday. Guaranteed.
oh, and I told him no chance because I knew when you left on Wednesday. What you told me was you said, all right, guys, I don't know when I'm going to see you, but I'll see you when I see you.
Yeah, because you never have taken off like 2 straight days like that. And then I knew I lost when I heard your Blue Chew RSL, and you had done it for Friday. So I knew it was already the seeds had been planted. And I said, "Oh, RJ Choppy, it's Friday." And I said, "Damn it, he pre-recorded this to be out." So I knew I had lost.
I knew that I know the voice. It takes about 48 hours to come back. It came back. But I went back and looked. I can't remember the last sick day I took. I just don't take them.
That's why I guaranteed you'd be back. Guaranteed.
Last sick day.
Reservations.
Last sick day you took, I think, was
I came into work. And
it was
I
like
left.
it was like 2 months into me being on the morning show. You came in and then you left at like 6 because you were just not feeling good.
I wasn't feeling good.
Pepe, what'd you do out on vacation, and what is the next vacation that you scheduled?
So, I'm a big casino guy, so I had to take advantage of the time off with my girlfriend Mackenzie, and I dragged her to the casino once again. I had a free room during the week. They give me free rooms Sunday through Thursday, but not the weekends. I was like, well, how do I use a free room on a Thursday at WinStar? I take off work and go, that's right, baby. And I made money. Second time in a row I've come away winning. So we went up there for the night. Great place up there in WinStar. And then when we came back home, I was like, hey, I won again. I got to think about the next biggest casino, which is Las Vegas. I got the Los Hombres thinking. We booked a trip to Vegas.
When?
In May. End of May. I think that's when it gets a little hot, I believe, in Vegas, right? I'm not sure. I went there in October and it was a little cool.
It'll be warm. Pools be open.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Where are you staying?
We looked at the Caesar's Palace. I believe that's where we're staying.
Okay. Very nice. Yeah, that'll be a pool.
We have free cancellation up till certain date, so we just booked something just to have it out there. But I think Caesar's Palace in May, end of May is when we're going. So
man.
we'll be back.
Living that life. Doesn't it make you reminisce? Be like, gosh, I wish I could just have a big patio day, book a trip for a weekend, fly out, hop on a flight, hop on a plane. Damn kids.
Then we had to go have kids.
Yeah. Then that ends up getting in the way. And or unless you're like me, you just say, I'm doing what I want, lady.
Yeah, exactly. So
she's in the car right now. Love you.
Did you win at the casino?
Yes, $140.
Wow.
Walked away, played blackjack. I tried craps. I did try it. It was just the virtual, the in-person one, and the table was too packed, even on Thursday. But I did not think about it because I was thinking spring break, it shouldn't be, it would be packed, but it was a bunch of high schoolers there.
I don't think it was high schoolers there.
Wait. Well, I talked to them.
Wait a second. You can gamble at 18?
18 up and at WinStar. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
You think it has to be 21 to gamble?
Isn't that what it is?
Because they don't get free drinks. Vegas makes sense because they get free drinks.
I never even thought of that.
Vegas didn't give us free drinks.
No, $40
for a double.
40 for a double. So anything else, best and worst? You also went to the antique store?
I did. I will say the rain ruined my my mowing session on Saturday and Sunday because the grass is up there again. It's getting high. Just
Thank
bought the
God.
fertilizer too. So, but now I got to find time during the week. I'm not a during the week mowing guy. I hate it.
I'm not generally either, but my yard is so small now with the pool. I don't have to worry about the back.
And you got turf.
I got turf in the back. Yep, Turf Concepts online. We got pummeled with hail.
Gorilla hail.
Yeah, I saw a photo from one of the golf courses nearby. The green was just peppered with hail. They won't be able to use those greens for weeks. Roofers knocking on the door at 8:30 in the morning the next day.
Man, they
I
come
would need
out.
it. It's good K-post roofing and waterproofing.
Yes. And the other celebratory moment in your household over the weekend is the fiance. This was incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Finally got off of Hinge.
Yeah. We went through.
Wow.
We went through all
the fiance got off Hinge.
I know.
We've wanted to talk about this for a while.
So so she's never she had to log back in, and we see it, and we went through all the messages, see who was, see what's out there, see who's on there. You never know when you're gonna.
And you can see her recent activity.
I can, and she has that any activity in like 3 years on there.
That's good.
I was very pleased with that.
What was the best DM that you read in there? Were there any like really aggressive ones?
Or someone who knew who you were?
Yeah, it was from Atolo.
No.
And he said, "Does RJ know about this?"
Does he work on the fan?
He does not work on the fan. No, that people who work on the fan center directly. This is a golf buddy of mine. I know this guy. He's like, "Does RJ know about this?"
So he did it as a joke?
Yeah, absolutely. And so we go through all the messages, and she goes, "Okay, I'm gonna delete this." I was like, "Oh, go ahead." And she deletes it. I see the deleted account, and then it asked her, "Did you meet?" Why are you deleting? And she said, "I'm engaged." And it said, "Did you meet this person on Hinge? They want to know, did it work?" And it didn't work. She didn't meet me on Hinge.
And how is Hinge different from like Tinder or Bumble? Is it the same?
I think generally it's the same. It may have a different. I mean, Tinder, I think, still is. Is Tinder still the ratchetest hookup app? And then Bumble.
The girl's in control. The girl can message first. Yeah, the guy can't. You have to wait for the female to message you.
And what about Hinge?
Hinge, I believe it's just whoever likes it second can just, whenever you get the match notification.
I think Hinge has like roses. You give like a rose or something like that.
Right, yeah.
Like The Bachelor. And then there's another one called like The League. But The League is for like executives. You've got like a minimum dollar figure you have to earn every. I think that's the one. No, but she deleted it. So
what do you think was the impetus here?
I think the engagement was the impetus.
Okay. Well, you got engaged a while ago.
I think the fact that we're booking, we're trying to look at whether we're going to go on our honeymoon in Europe or just do Mexico or when we're going to get married. But we just hadn't thought about it. And then she was like going through some of her apps and cleaning it out. And she was like, "Ooh, let's do this. Let's look through all these before I delete it." I was like, "Okay, let's do that." So we looked through there was 400 some likes or DMs that you get to go through.
Did you sense any hesitation as she was going through any like, damn, I should have explored that. I should have checked. Let me see a little remorse, seller's remorse.
I didn't notice. Maybe she's got a good poker face.
Okay.
I don't know.
So Hinge is gone.
Hinge is gone.
Well done.
And it is the account deleted, right? It's not just app uninstalled.
Account's deleted.
Okay.
Yeah, I made sure of this one.
Well done.
I don't know if the app's still there. I know the account's deleted. That's all I care about. Now she could easily go back and redo it. That's a lot of work though.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions you got to ask on
That's
answering
right.
those.
Unless she has two accounts, she has a burner, and she's not told you about that one.
By far, the most entertaining weekend belongs, if you follow him on Twitter, to Bobby Roberto Belt.
Yeah, so I went pretty hard with Will Chambers and Tolo Steve on Saturday for St. Patty's Day. We were out in the bar.
When was this planned?
Like that morning.
Yeah.
It was like, want to go out? And it's like, sure. And so then I went out, but we went to the local in the Colony, which I'd never been to before. It's like, you ever been there? The local?
No.
Yeah, it's a really cool spot. They've got like an indoor spot, and then there's a little patio bar. Somebody stopped and recognized my Tarleton State logo and was like, "Oh my gosh, did you?" So here's the problem. Kristen goes into the bathroom, right? She's like, "Here, I got to go to the bathroom." I'm like, "All right." And then some girl walks by and she goes, "Oh my gosh, did you go to Tarleton?" I was like, "No," and I'm like explaining the whole thing to her, and we're sitting there chatting, and like Kristen comes out and like sees me talking to some girl. And so then as soon as like she walked over, I was like, "Hey man, it was nice to meet you. Go ahead." Yeah. And so I had to tell Kristen, I was like, "She saw the Tarleton emblem. She had to stop me for that." But
And didn't the player that you harassed while one of the games was in the news?
More. Number 8. He started a whole fight with UTA.
Yeah,
for dunking up 10 at the very end of the game.
He slams down a windmill dunk with a handful of seconds to go, and the UTA player, one of them, comes by and bumps him with the shoulder, and then the guy who's inbounding the ball decides to baseball pass it right into his back.
Yeah.
Great ending.
Yeah, and that was the same guy you triggered.
It's the one I told him he had a busted ass jumper, and then he stopped and he was going back and forth with me for a little. I still don't know what he said. It was so loud in there. He was saying something. I just kept yelling busted ass jumper at him, but he was triggered by it. I drew him offside. So
still in his head. That's why he threw it down.
We started at the local in the Colony, then we went over to Richardson Bar and Grill, which is owned by a couple of great listeners that we're drinking with initially over at the local, Mike and Carlo Waddell. So they own that. They had a really good bowl of chili over there. It got Will Chambers' approval as a Cincinnati chili man. He gave it his approval. No beans in it.
No noodles in it.
No noodles. No like radishes or whatever you put in yours, Sean. But the best part of this was when we were at the local and Will Chambers is looking at his phone And he goes, oh my God. And he flips his phone and he's like, I need a minute. And he steps away and Kristen's like, what? Did somebody die? I was like, I don't know. Let me go follow him. I was like, what's up? And he's like, we just got to go to the bar. So we walk over to the bar and he's like, 2 shots of J-Mo. And he like hands me some Jameson. And then he takes it and then he goes, another one. And he gets another. I'm like, what the hell just happened? What in the world did you just hear about? And that's when he lets me know that as a Chicago Bears super fan, the Bears only got a 6th round pick for Justin Fields. And he was beside himself. And I captured his raw emotion at the bar.
I don't understand why you cannot hold on to him until training camp, until something happens to somebody, and you're going to get better than a 6th round pick? What are we doing here? This is why I say it all the time. I am the only human being that is qualified to run this organization that is
Will is mourning the Bears trade.
Is that number 4?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You should get number 6 in honor of the Bears only getting a 6.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
And the response on Twitter, the response on Twitter said, well, that needs to go into the best and worst of the weekend intro now is Will going, I'm having a bad effing weekend.
Yeah, that's very good.
But he was beside himself. We went to, like I said, Richardson Bar and Grill after that. He whooped my ass at a game of pool while we were there.
Oh.
Yeah,
Is Will a good pool player?
I don't know. I talked it up like I do golf, and I was just like, I'm so good at it, and I can't even like break really well. But he like, I think I had like pocketed like 1 ball by the time he finished, and so he was pretty good. He finished the game in about 3 minutes, and that was drunk. He did that, so he was pretty on edge and upset most of the night.
And you were going in as well. Because I stayed off the text on Saturday night.
I knew you were intentionally very quiet on Saturday because I was seeking attention. That's what I do with the way that I drink. Whether you're in front of me or away from me, I'm gonna get attention with my drinking. I will say
I'll give you the Bobby poses in our text chat. Okay?
Give it to me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's exactly how it was. Yes.
So were you in the car?
I went to the car to charge my phone, so I was like jokingly screwing around like, oh my gosh, I'm so lost here or whatever. Like I went to the phone, or my battery was like 15%, so I had to go start the car and like sit there for 15 minutes.
Illegal.
Guys.
I didn't do nothing.
Waving my hand. Guys, I'm so
Guys, look
drunk.
at me.
It's
Part of the bit. It's leaning into the bit.
And RJ's like, do you need a driver? No, I'm good.
No, I told you.
I just stayed off. I didn't respond for
I was not really gonna get a driver. I was good. Kristen was the designated driver the other night. Kristen, I know you.
Yeah, how'd that work last time? You all thought you had a DD.
No. Kristen was the designated driver, and she was good. But I will say, by the end of it, I was getting a little irritable. And so she was like,
why?
Saturday night, I don't know. Saturday night, she was like, yeah, you were a jackass tonight, is what she told me. So.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We have baseball back. We're not talking about the Rangers. We're talking about your kids, and RJ says stop trying to ruin the sport on all levels. That's next on the home of the World Series champs, 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the World Series champs. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt back together again. We got Peyton Russell as well and Ryan live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Did you get a chance to check out any Mike Bassett, Jared Sandler on television late last week or over the weekend?
A little bit. And I think it's gonna be quite good with Bassick on TV. I really like him. He's irreverent enough, and he doesn't care enough, but he cares so much at the same time. You know, it's weird. It's hard to explain.
He loves the game, man.
He loves the game, and he'll get better as time goes on. But yeah, I do think he's gonna be really, really good.
Wyatt Langford now has 16 runs batted in. He's hitting .381 with a 1235 OPS.
Yeah, and if you just take the month of March, because he got off to a slow start, if you just take the month of March, his OPS right now is 1,600 in 11 games, that's video game numbers. Even for spring training, that's mashing at an unreal level.
They tried to jam him yesterday. He got one in on the hands that he blooped into left center.
We were talking about this last week, Chop. 250 to 1. Are the odds on Wyatt Langford for MVP. That's not a bad value play if he comes up and he's Mike Trout.
What's his rookie of the year number?
I'm sure that's
high.
Yeah, I'm sure
even money.
Yeah, I'm sure he's way up there. But Mike Bassick on Friday, after we kicked it around as a topic and then KNC decided to aggregate it, Bassick had said, Bassick was like, I think he could. He's like, I think he has it within him to win MVP as a rookie. Just watching him. He's like, he is just one of the more naturally gifted players in Major League Baseball.
And then, Bobby, you sent something last week that we had to save for Choppy after he got over the green thumb. Youth baseball on the rise. I found this pretty surprising.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So according to Sports and Fitness Industry Associations, MLB put this out last week, top line participation report for 2023, baseball participation is at nearly 16.7 million in the United States. And that's the highest officially recorded level since the survey of more than 120 sports began in 2008. It says casual participation in baseball, which is comprised of casual forms of play that are championed by Play Ball Initiative, is at more than 8.9 million participants, also an all-time high in the history of this tracking and an increase of 108% from 2014. So one of the things we are seeing is that football participation has gone down. Like youth football participation has gone down with concussion concerns and different things like that. So to me, I wonder, look, you got kids playing youth ball right now, 10, 11, 12-year-olds. Project that out. Are we talking about 15 years from now that with concerns about playing football and things like that, like, are we going to see a comeback of like baseball having the dominant force?
Well, I don't think it's ever going to be the dominant sport from a viewership standpoint. You talk about from like
if 15 years from now people are checking out of football and more athletes are going to play baseball and basketball and other sports, does that change? I mean,
I thought the concussion thing though died down recently.
It's not at the youth level, not for the numbers there. Like it's a blowback for the NFL, yes, but if you look at the youth level, like participation rates have been going down from the last 10 years.
Yeah, and it's funny, you know, when you so my kids are my oldest just got done with middle school football this year.
Well,
like all right,
what a flex
on the first day when they go and you get your uniform. There's just like 100 helmets on the ground. You just pick one. It's not like, and it's like, how old are these things? how safe are these brand new helmets? Are these like up to concussion protocol? I have no idea, right? They have stickers on. You had to find the one with stickers on the back because it's been approved or something like that. But then again, again, how reliable are these helmets that these kids are using? They're not using the $1,000 Zeke helmet or Micah helmet.
Jacob got a concussion in 8th grade at football practice, and Kristen was done. She's like, we're not doing this again. She's like, he's already
led to vaping.
120 exactly. Either way, either way, his brain's gonna go toast, whether it's football or the vaping. No, he's been doing better lately.
Good job, Jake. I love you.
He's 120 pounds soaking wet to begin with, and so Krista was like, you're not going up here against these big time high school football high schoolers, and you're already getting your bell rung in 8th grade. And he was, it was.
What did your kids not love about football?
Oh, they love it.
Oh, they do.
They love playing, or they love as a spectator.
They like playing more than watching it. They don't really watch it. My oldest one, he enjoyed playing, but he didn't enjoy getting hurt. He broke his finger. He, got nasty, just not nasty injuries, but banged up, bruises everywhere, cuts, scrapes, bruises. His jaw got hit underneath, and he was just because his middle finger, he was going to keep playing, and then his middle finger on his pitching hand broke, and he's like, I can't do this anymore. I can't play football if I want to pitch still.
So he does love baseball more, or he thinks that's a more viable path?
He thinks it's a more viable path. He likes baseball more too. He's more of he likes playing football, but he likes playing football a lot. But he likes to he's like a student of baseball. He likes to watch and kind of study it, so he thinks he has a better chance at that.
So youth baseball numbers are up, and then you're trying to protect the college game.
I would love to, but the NCAA is doing everything they can to not. I introduce you to Kyle Hannon of Penn State, who hit an absolute missile, and kind of looks at it, takes the bat, throws it up in the air. Not Jose Bautista. It was a bat flip. I'm not going to lie. It was quite the bat flip.
Josh Donaldson needs to come on and break it down.
Yeah, but we've seen much more egregious bat flips, and the umpire gone, tosses them. And the NCAA this year made a statement, and they basically made a rule that they implement this rule that says that you'll be ejected if you bat flip. And he's not the first one to get ejected for bat flipping in college baseball this year, even though the season is still on the younger side. This is what happens when adults get involved in youth sports. Let the kids play. Let them have fun. There is nothing wrong with bat flipping. This is not. Yeah, if you pimp a home run and you just stand there, are you showing them up? Sure, but dude, this is the part of the fun of sports. I have completely changed my view on bat flipping in the last 15 years. I'm like, okay, cool, man. I'm all for it. I think it's fun. Sports supposed to be fun. Yeah, you're showing them up. You are. Isn't that part of the baseball? Is the baseball the ultimate man versus man sport?
I thought you were Mr. Traditional.
I know.
I thought you were Mr.
Listen, all good things come to an end.
Okay.
But you're
evolving.
This is man to man. My fastball versus your swing, and let's go. And that, you beat him. He beat him. Let him pimp it.
Yeah, I think the idea behind it still for pitchers is a lot of times after every strikeout, I'm not staring you down.
But a lot of guys do.
Yeah,
sure.
I can't stand that.
Will
a lot of guys,
do that?
they stare right at
Marcus Stroman deserves to be shown up every time he gives up a home run.
And why is it okay for the pitcher to do that, but not for the hitter to because the pitcher wins 70% of the time,
right?
Anyway, and college baseball, man, college baseball's gotten a lot of fun, a lot of play over the last couple of years on social media because of the bat flips or the props they use after home runs. My kids' baseball team talks more about college baseball than Major League Baseball. And you are completely going to ruin this, a good thing you got going here, by banning bat flips and the fun that is brought to college baseball.
We had bat flips got banned in the neighborhood games when we were 11 years old because we would play with metal bats, the little
Wow, that shows
bats.
how young you are. Because bat flips with us were not a thing.
They were not a
bat
thing.
Bat flips got banned in his 11-year-old
This
league.
was still this was not. This was just backyard stuff at the YMCA. The kids in the neighborhood go play. One of the kids swings and hits the ball for a home run or whatever, and he throws the bat up, and one of the kids standing off to the side was not paying attention, off the side away from the game, and that aluminum bat came right down on top of his head.
and it was bad.
Truck at the gun touchline, bat flips are fine, but you can't get mad if you wear one the next at bat. Hey, yeah, I look, if they want to do that, I'm fine with that too. I mean, stay away from the head.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, the pitcher has to have some kind of ability to intimidate, if you want to call it that.
So, college baseball, that tournament, it has seemed to, caught on a lot more in terms of attention, just like the NCAA women's tournament, which you guys were I was trying to deliver that statement slowly to gauge whether I could bring this up or not, and then Bobby Sy gave me the green light. With you and Bobby, y'all must have missed each other because y'all's chemistry on the text yesterday, the weekend, and this morning, it's in sync.
Now, Tennessee lost on noon on Friday, so I really had nothing to do over the weekend.
Oh,
so
I mean, you guys are just clicking. Yeah. It is yin and yang. Bob, take it away.
Yeah, so this was an article. I couldn't wait for Choppy to get back here to talk about this because this is something that actually got Clay Travis in a lot of trouble over the weekend.
Yes, anything that gets him in trouble, I'm in for.
You're all for that. So this was an article over at the Wall Street Journal, and it said, "Is Caitlin Clark bigger than the men's NCAA tournament?" It says, thanks to a hefty dose of star power and a handful of dominant teams, this is shaping up to be the year that March Madness belongs to the women's game. And they're talking about all the popularity from last year's Iowa LSU game. Iowa LSU game and the Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese drama that they're like, hey, the given where it was slotted in a Sunday afternoon and the numbers it pulled, and then you compare that to the men's tournament at night, this is shaping up. There are no big individual stars or teams that people are really drawn to in the men's game, and that this could be the year that the women's tournament tops the men's tournament. And there is zero chance that will happen. And that's not any sort of a criticism of the level of play. Caitlin Clark is incredibly impressive. Addison, my middle one, was watching highlights of her shoot the other day, and she was watching Caitlin Clark highlights, and she's like, I didn't know girls could shoot that far. She was really impressed by Caitlin Clark. She's incredibly talented. She's fun to watch. Whatever else, it's not going to beat the men's tournament in the ratings at all. The men's tournament is going to top it. Just from you talk about what the appetite is from the national sports viewer, it will be the men's tournament.
The women's tournament has the fact that every game's going to be on ESPN. That's a draw. The men's are going to have some on TNT, TBS, and True TV. And the men's tournament has games on CBS, so that's going to be a draw there as well. Caitlin Clark is a bigger star than any men's player.
Yes.
Sure.
Zach Edey is the back-to-back, or is going to be the back-to-back player of the year. He is an unwatchable superstar. Okay? He is. It's so hard to watch Purdue play because of him. Now, he's a force, but he's not he's not a fun player to watch. There are fun players to watch in the men's game. But look, the men's, just look at last night. And a perfect example.
And why is this kid unwatchable?
It's just, he's a lumbering 7'4", slow.
You remember Chris Mem?
Yeah.
He's watching Chris Mem.
It's just lumbering, man. He's a force. He gets most of his points from the free throw line, or a lot of them. You can't stop him. But he's just slow and lumbering. It's just not, it's not fun to watch. The women's game, perfect example last night. At 8 o'clock, they had a bracketology show on, and they were doing both men's and women's. On the guide, it says they're going to break down the men's tournament, but they did a lot of both. They broke down the regions in the men's tournament, game by game almost. And they spent equal time on the women's. When they did the women's, they did interviews with a coach, interviews with player. They talked about it in a general form. They didn't break it down game to game because people don't break. There's going to be 6 brackets filled out in the women's game. There's going to be millions in the men's. But Caitlin Clark is that. They're right for the fact that she is bigger than any player in the men's tournament.
Yes.
It's not even close. She may be bigger than all of them combined.
But the women's tournament is not going to supersede the men's tournament in terms of national focus.
Give me the 2, 3, 4 storylines in the women's tournament.
Caitlin Clark, LSU, USC has got, I don't know her name, but they've got an elite player. What's going to happen with UConn? I think UConn's a 3 seed.
Okay.
But South Carolina, they're the best team again. They enter the tournament.
Well, you gave a lot of storylines.
But,
yeah, I'm not going to watch any other
Clark,
game besides Caitlin Clark until the Elite Eight.
And I'll watch. I would pick up on LSU maybe because I think Angel Reese is fantastic, and Kim Mulkey, what the hell is she wearing?
Yeah.
Yes. But the men's tournament, I mean, the women's tournament doesn't have upsets. It never has upsets. There's hardly any.
Here's the thing. I'm going to watch two teams I don't know anything about in the men's tournament. I'm only going to maybe pop in on Caitlin Clark in the women's tournament.
All right, we got to relive Kyrie's greatness. He's given major props to Luka for what he did with the left hand yesterday, and we need your number one all-time karaoke song to honor the man who passed away yesterday, plus the origin of You're Appreciated. Next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you up to, boy, my favorite place in the world.
segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Irving up to 22 points, working with Doncic here. Doncic, step back three, you bet!
That was the call yesterday on ESPN, and Kyrie gave Luka the props and the credit for putting him in that position. He hit a bomb to tie it up when the Mavs were choking this thing away against Denver at the AAC, and then Kyrie with an all-time great lefty shot. Man, SMU Law, y'all need to become a little bit more strict with your standards, because I was asking the Tolos if there has been a more impressive skilled game winner in the history of the NBA than Kyrie's intentional, because that was intentional. And we see him work with his left hand all the time. And this SMU Law student, all 82, keeps on telling me that Bam Adebayo's three was more impressive. The one that he hit yesterday. And I'm like, am I on too many meds? Am I missing something? What's going on? And Bam Adebayo just hit, like, I don't think you're understanding the assignment. Most impressive, skilled shot that won an NBA game at the buzzer in the history. Bam Adebayo hitting that a standard three-pointer is not more impressive than what Kyrie Irving did skill-wise. So we're not on the same page there. SMU Law, raise the standard a little bit.
I mean,
am I crazy?
That was just your average 30-footer, right? Not average, but there's an average about a 30-foot shot, but it's not an offhand hook running from 16 feet.
Right.
That with a guy in your face, by the way, who's bigger than you.
Right.
Like that
over Joker.
Like come on now. Like that there's differences here.
Yeah.
Like the Bam shot was a wonderful shot. Great, cool. 88% of the NBA guards could make that shot.
It was a standard three.
Standard three-pointer. Now, big moment, yada, yada, yada. The Kyrie shot, this is not hyperbole. I mean, that's a shot you don't see.
Yeah. Stevie JPTX said, remember this, Luka against Memphis. Was this in the bubble? April 2021. And I'm kind of forgetting this one.
Was it the one where he dipped under?
Yes.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive.
That was to win it?
Yeah, that was a buzzer beater to win it.
Dude,
that was pretty impressive.
This might be a top 5 all time.
That's pretty great. Luka's had some crazy ones. So Luka had the step back three to beat the Clippers in the bubble. His rookie year, it didn't win it, but it sent it to overtime. Remember that catch and toss three he made against Portland his rookie year, where DeAndre Jordan was walking back to the huddle and he was going holy F after he hit it. Luka's hit some insane shots.
Shoot, man, he had one a couple days ago. It was to beat the shot clock. It was just a shot clock beater. Right wing falling away, kind of just heaved it up there.
There's similarly, it wasn't to beat the clock. It was 20 seconds left in the game. He had that shot clock buzzer beater that put them ahead against Brooklyn, where he did the hook shot from three and banked it in.
Kawhi baseline, your Derek Fisher .41, I think that belongs number 2 or number 3. All-time buzzer beater. Was Magic's at the buzzer, the hook?
No, Magic's went in. There was still 2 seconds left because Larry Bird, I remember there was an interview of Bird talking about he had time to get a shot off on the other end and he thought it was going in. But
yes,
I'm trying to remember.
Michael's most impressive buzzer beater is
the Elo.
Cleveland.
Yeah, the shot on Elo. And that is incredibly, you want to talk about the way he hangs in the air and that's ridiculous.
Yes. I'm trying to think. LeBron runner. Was that a 3 against Toronto that someone brought up earlier? I'm trying to remember the LeBron buzzer
on
beater.
That. The biggest moment to me that I always think of with LeBron is
Orlando.
At a late game. No, was the 3 against Orlando. That was a big time one to win that game. The Mo Williams inbound. But I always think of the block shot, the chase down against Golden State.
There's a great call with Kobe. I think it was against Phoenix. Kobe Bryant has hit a shot at the buzzer.
Yeah.
That was
Dirk one time hit a fadeaway. He did a shoulder shimmy, at the top of the key, hit a 22 against the Sixers. He had a buzzer beater against the Sixers that way. That was really impressive.
I think he got New York once as well, but this was insane. This may be the most impressive, skilled buzzer beater in the history of the NBA, and it was not on accident. That's what I'm saying. I'm taking luck and fluke out of it, like someone just tossing something up. This was intentional skill that Kyrie showed off. Had the entire sports world buzzing and talking about it. With Pat Mahomes in attendance, Dirk was there as well. Mavs beat Denver.
How many times on the broadcast did they reference Patrick Mahomes loving his Mavs here with his wife, Brittany Mahomes? Like, it was like word vomit. They could not stop referencing Patrick and Brittany Mahomes there every 2 minutes on the broadcast. I mean, I love it. I love that we get a prominent fan out there, and they did the jersey swap. He went back into the locker after, signed a Chiefs jersey, gave that to Luka, had the whole photo op. But yeah, they were obsessed with mentioning Mahomes all game.
All right, we need to pay homage to someone we should eternally be grateful for. Choppy, who passed away?
Shigechi Nagishi.
Okay.
Yes.
I hope I'm right. This wonderful humanitarian, really, passed away at the age of 100 over the weekend. He is the inventor of karaoke. This man has no idea the impact on my life and liver that he has had.
Wow.
He has absolutely no idea. Karaoke is one of the wonderful things that I enjoy. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. We used to go all the time. We don't go as much anymore. But I love going to karaoke. It is one of the things that I really, really enjoy to do. It's fun. I had a lot of fun doing it. And this great, great man passed away over the weekend at the age of 100. God bless, man. I would love, knock on wood, to get to 100.
I need everyone's number one seed. You got one karaoke song left to sing. What would it be? On the truckwork.com text line, 877-881-1053. And I think we have a little history of Chop back on the day recorded.
You build me up, you break me down. My heart, it pounds, yeah, you got me. With my hands up, you got me now. You got that soothing. You build me up, you break me down. My heart, it pounds, yeah, you got me. With my hands up, I'll put your hands up. I'll put your hands up.
Here we go.
Now the party don't start till I walk in. Everyone up.
Where was that?
This is in Atlanta at the Super Bowl at the karaoke spot we went to down the street from our hotel.
Because usually you have one go-to. You talk sing.
I'm a talk singer.
And you change this up.
Yeah, I've morphed. When I first got into this karaoke back in college, I would always start and kick it off with Copacabana. That was always the kickoff song I did. I did that. I retired it. I retired Copacabana. And then I would go on to Neil Diamond. Neil Diamond was another one. Forever in Blue Jeans.
Yeah.
That was a good one that I would always do. And then I morphed and I changed songs a lot. And now I've kind of changed. And now I've sang more female artists.
Okay.
As I've gotten older. And if I were to go and karaoke today, you know, I know just the song that I would pick, Sean.
Oh, they're totally crazy. Get up, lady.
Love this song.
Shirts, shorts, skirts.
That's a great song. This would be your last one?
Yeah, this is it.
All right, Bob?
I feel like a woman.
I've never done karaoke. I've never done it one time. Nope. And it's not like a like I'm resistant to it. Like I wouldn't like lean into the bit. I've never gone. It's never come up. It's never been like a suggestion when I've been out anywhere. So I've never done karaoke.
Would you be scared to go up?
No. Because it's all about leaning into the bit.
Stunned.
I'm stunned.
You would have been certain I would have done it before?
Yes, karaoke was made for you. You know a ton of music. You'd get drunk. You'd go up there. You love attention.
Exactly. I've never been somewhere where karaoke's even going out. Like the bars I go to, I've never been to a karaoke bar. Like it's never come up.
We have to take
to do this.
I'm down to do it. And I already know the first song that I'm going to sing.
Okay.
It'll be this one.
Anybody else? When I think about you, I touch myself.
To vinyls. Okay, so I've got a great story about this too, really quickly. When this song was first played on radio, which was a very controversial song when it first came out, the record label was trying to get people to play it. I had a friend who was a DJ in Birmingham, Alabama at the time when this was first being pushed. And the reps who come out there and try and get you to play songs at stations in the 80s or whatever else, they took them out to a local strip club in Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh.
And they went up to the DJ and said, hey, throw this on. Put it on. Bought him a lap dance. And they were like, all right, we'll play the song. Yeah, sure. And brought the PD over and everybody and got him lap dances to this song. And they were like, all right, we'll play it. So they became the first market in the country to play this song.
Sounds like Spittle with KNC one time.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't get the reference, but I like
it.
it.
Was before your time. Pepe, what's the number 1 seed?
So, on New Year's, I rapped a song.
Oh, yeah, you did.
I'm not going to play that one because that's a bad song. I don't say that stuff. But one I do listen to and I've karaoke before is a famous 80s song we all know.
Oh, good song.
Everyone starts singing it. Everyone knows this verse right here. Everyone sings it. You don't have to know the rest of it, but I play it here to get the crowd pumped. I love it.
Even Brett Hull knows this.
Yeah. I'm very proud that you could reference a song going back to this, but there is one reference we have to bring up.
We have to.
You're appreciated.
You're appreciated.
Has been the show moniker, show slogan for a very, very long time, before Bobby's time, and this was out in Surprise, I believe.
This is in Surprise. We went to a restaurant and had karaoke that night.
Yeah.
And this guy was at the table, caddy corner to where we were.
Yeah.
It was him, looked like his mom, sisters, girlfriend maybe.
Yeah.
And this guy was bringing it, man.
He was loaded too, Bobby.
He was hammered.
He was hammered. We just brought out the recorder.
Have you heard this, Bobby?
No, I've not heard it before.
You never heard this?
Nope.
This is where You're Appreciated came from here on Sean and RJ, Spring Training and Surprise.
Now ain't nobody tell us there's been no love for my daddy because the power wasn't there. He passed away, I didn't care because my anger wouldn't let me feel for a stranger. They say I'm wrong, I'm all heartless, but all along I was looking for a father and he was gone. I hung around the thugs, and even though they sold drugs, they showed young brother love. I moved out and started really hanging. I needed the money on my own, so I started slanging.
All right, stop it.
I ain't guilty.
Bobby, what's jumping out to you so far? Isn't his voice magical?
It took me a second to realize what he was singing.
Yeah.
Now I know, and I'm a big fan of that song, Dear Mama by Tupac. You know what it sounded like at first to me? This sounded like the old Sean Mullins song, Lullaby. She moved out. She used to go to parties with James Tatum and Cher. That's what it sounded like.
Watching him
is the best. So backstory, like the guy had already sang a couple songs, and then we're like, okay, next time this guy comes in, we were going to record. We had no idea the gold he was about to give us.
Yes.
He would not stand up on the stage. He would take the chair, go right in front of the screen, turn his chair around AC Slater style and Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
Sit down, pull the hat back, and then just sit there, lean over the chair, and just sing the song.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
He was all up in it. All up in it. We continue. You're appreciated.
It feels good putting money in your mailbox. I love paying rent when rent was due. I hope you got the diamond necklace I sent to you. Because when I was low, you were there for me. You never left me alone because you cared for me. I see you coming home after work late. You're in the kitchen trying to fix us a hot plate. You just working with the scraps you're giving. And Mama made miracles every Thanksgiving.
Listen to us squeezing the words.
Got rough and you were all alone. You're trying to raise 2 badass kids on your own. There's no way I can pay you back, but my plan is to show you that. Understand? You're appreciated.
You're appreciated. So all we can do, us and Tim Collins, over the whole next week, anywhere we went, you're appreciated.
I had no idea that was a Dear Mama reference.
Yes. You're appreciated. I love that so much. What are the Cowboys going to do with their offensive line now? Tyron Smith is a Jet. That's next and Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
See them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. What the hell are the Cowboys going to do about this offensive line? Is there anything more unsettling right now? Like, for all the things that we've seen related to the Cowboys, you've got where's the effort? Where's the, they shrink in big games. Is McCarthy really built for it? Is Dak built for it? Whatever else. Is there anything else we're less confident in right now than, as of today, March 18th, than what the offensive line looks like?
No.
I'm terrified.
No idea.
If you're genuinely going to put people on one-year deals and kind of reevaluate everything, decide, are we going to blow up this core? Are we going to move forward with it? I don't know how you can get a fair evaluation the way this offensive line looks right now.
Question. We have been dealing with, over the last, 10 years, a really massive offensive line advantage compared to the rest of the league, right?
Yeah.
At times.
Are we not just now where everybody else is in the NFL? Like, doesn't everybody else have one or two massive holes on the offensive line? I mean, how many offensive line have first rounders at basically every position but one?
Well, I think generally, like one of the exceptions to this in recent years was Kansas City's offensive line was awful a couple years ago when they made the Super Bowl, and they got destroyed by Tampa because of it. Mm-hmm. And they immediately went out and said, let's go fix it. So I will say we are like the rest of the league, but the idea is you don't want to be like the rest of the league. You want to be like the top of the league. And San Francisco pass protects really well. Baltimore, Kansas City, Detroit's got arguably the best offensive line in football. So I think if you want to look at one position group that seems to translate among contenders pretty consistently, it's offensive line. Is usually you're not getting to the Super Bowl with a bad offensive line or with questions on your offensive line. That's going to be really difficult.
Is the internet broken in here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I had to go to Hotspot about an hour ago.
Yeah, I had to go to Hotspot too. So that's what I actually had to run downstairs and do. I had to go get a cable so that I could tether my phone to the laptop. And of course, on the elevator ride back up, as I'm watching my stopwatch, seeing how much time we have left in the break, somebody jumps on that goes floor 2, floor 4, floor 5, floor 6. I'm like, damn it, I can't keep making all these stops, you guys. Yeah. So made it up here just in time. Before we get into some more specifics of the Cowboys offensive line, really interesting note from Field Yates this morning related to Dak Prescott. So the Cowboys took the $5 million roster bonus that Dak Prescott was due, and they converted it into a signing bonus. So basically what that means is instead of just giving you this payment as, we're classifying this as a roster bonus, we're now going to classify it as a signing bonus, which you're allowed to then spread out as a cap hit over 4 years. And so, or however much is left on the contract. So the Cowboys, in order to spread that out, added 2 void years to his deal. And void years basically are like, I'm certain one day the NFL is going to get rid of these because the league is going to look like this is just a stupid way that you guys have gamed the system. It basically means there's 4 extra years. Right now, technically, Dak's contract has 5 years left on it. It has this year, and then it has now 4 void years, which basically means when you reach the end of this year, those contract years void and they don't exist anymore. But there's no money on them initially. You're just using it to spread signing bonuses out over years. It's an accounting trick. So the Cowboys have added 2 more void years to that. Now, why is that important or significant? Because it shows that they are at least laying the groundwork for, if we cannot work out an extension, we need to be able to shuffle some of this money around, and we're going to, if we need to restructure you instead of extend you, we need to be able to spread this cap hit out a little bit. And that puts them in a tough spot now. And so if they're not able to get an extension done. But it does show they're at least, it doesn't prevent them from negotiating with Dak. I know Jane Slater has said she thinks something gets done closer to August. But if you're doing these things, making these accounting moves, this is because you're laying the groundwork for, we might need this cap relief, which sets up the one and done potential. I still believe if you're going to just try and say, hey, prove it, and then we'll work on a contract next year, you're losing him. You're saying you want to lose your quarterback.
Right, so thinking that, believing that, does that mean that you would say, if you were them, knowing that Dak's going to leave, would you trade him now? Like, is that what you're saying you would do?
Yeah, I don't think he'd play ball with you. You'd have to. He's got the no trade clause, and I don't think he'd help you.
Well,
he would either want to work it out here, and if things didn't work out, then he would just say, I'm gone. Like, I don't think he'd say, well, trade me now. I think he'd try to work it out. If it got to the market, though, if you exposed him to the market, I don't think he'd stick around.
He did get rid of the goatee.
He did. That was very quick decision.
Very quick, man.
Boy, it is not like
Smart decision.
It is not like him to have rabbit ears like that and listen to the public.
That's right.
But he clearly heard all the.
Man, that was they were wrong with him. They were doing him wrong, man.
Calling him Hefe Prescott.
I saw people say his name was changed his name to Hector. I mean, come on, man, you're doing him wrong.
Hector Dalamaca.
There was a lot of Diego Prescott out there. People were hitting him with it.
And of course, the reason you're bringing up the offensive line, Tyron Smith to the Jets, $6.5 million base with incentives up to 20. What was your reaction when you heard?
My first reaction was, I saw 20.
Yeah.
Like, well, wait a second. That's a lot. I don't blame them at all.
Right.
But then I see that the base is 6.5, and it's like, okay. Now, how many incentives is he getting here? Like, is it he'll get up to $20 million if he catches a touchdown pass from Aaron Rodgers in the Super Bowl in the third quarter with them down 6? Like, those are the parameters to get to $20 million, or are these just, like Bobby said, $750,000 per game roster bonuses or whatever? For $6.5 million base and then incentives, it sounds like a deal to me.
So the deal he signed last year with the Cowboys was a $3 million base. So the Jets are more than doubling his base salary that the Cowboys gave him last year. With incentives per game, like play, he was getting $500,000 for every game he played. And so it looks like, without knowing for sure what the incentive setup is for the Jets, but if you break it down, it essentially looks like it's $6.5 million, and then there's probably $750,000 per game active, is what I would guess. And then there's another, if you stretch that over 17 games, there's an extra $750,000 unaccounted for. So that's probably, you make a Pro Bowl or you do something. That would be my guess. Now, we may see that it looks wildly different to that. It may be that it is $500,000 per game bonuses, and then he's got some other stuff built in. But he basically could have made $11 million in incentives last year with the Cowboys. So this is 13.5. It's a little bit more than they were doing, but they more than doubled his salary. I feel like the Cowboys probably tried to sign him to the same deal that they had him on last year. And they said, well, good luck. Go find somebody who will give you the Wednesday practice schedule. Go find somebody who will stagger you like that. And the Jets, who go, yeah, Aaron Rodgers, run for vice president. You can be on the ticket. That's okay. Just be here for your football related. Then, yeah, that is the team that would say you can only, you can skip Wednesday practices. But they're without Tyron Smith now, and you're left wondering.
But are we looking at that saying, are you serious? Like your left tackle, 6.5 base? That looks ridiculously cheap.
Yeah, it is ridiculously cheap. Now, the idea is, if he were to, let's assume it is $750,000 per game, like I just mentioned there. That would have meant that the Cowboys would have been paying, and it's still not that bad. That means if he played the same amount of games he did last year, they would have ended up paying $17 million for him this year if they signed him to the same deal, and he played the same number of games he did last year.
And you have to put that.
But $17 million for a top tier left tackle, if he's active for that much, it's not bad.
And playing times incentives.
A lot of it's your games you're active.
No, are they cap holds? They're cap holds though, right?
No, so it's like the same thing they did with Greg Hardy. It like rolls over to the next year. It's because you don't know how much you're going to be able to get. So it doesn't actually hit until the following year, and then you get cap charges the following year for whatever they did.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Should have done it. That's what they did with Greg Hardy. You remember when they signed Greg Hardy? It was like up to $12 million, but they signed him for like $1 million, and then with the incentives, they didn't have any money when they signed him.
There's Andrew Hawkins. They're saying if the Cowboys don't extend Dak's contract, what happens? Andrew Hawkins, ESPN, he will be gone in 2025.
Yeah, I don't think he's playing with you on this. And I think last offseason, and we talked about this a lot, last offseason was the first time I think Dak is the king of never let him see a sweat. He's going to be very even. He will not let you know when something's pissing him off or when he's upset or whatever else. Last year was the first time there were a couple different instances during the offseason I think you saw he was annoyed with everything here. Like there was the question about Trey Lance right after the preseason game where he got asked something like, are you surprised they didn't run it by you? Are you surprised they didn't do that? And you saw him just kind of slow blink and shake his head. And it was like a moment where it's like, oh, that's not like him to do that. There was the point where they were like, hey, McCarthy said you guys talked about the interceptions. You guys did this during OTAs. And Dak had said, yeah, I don't think the conversation went the way that he told you guys. And it's like, oh, okay. You seem a little bit frustrated by this. And there was a point. I think he's he's frustrated with the things that get attributed to him that he knows are not him in certain instances, whether it be interceptions or other things with the offense, where it's like, yeah, you can definitively judge, I didn't play up to the level against the Packers, but some of these things you hit me with of like, oh, he's turnover prone, he does this and this. It's like, well, you don't know what's been blown on that assignment.
So now there's questions up front about left tackle, right tackle, and center.
Yeah, and then depending on what you do at left tackle, left guard. Like, are you going to bump Tyler Smith out? And then what are you going to do? You're going to play TJ Bass there? I think that there's a distinct possibility if things fall the wrong way during the draft, you're talking about moving Tyler Smith to left tackle, so having him ping pong back and forth, which guys will tell you, like players will tell you, that is a difficult thing to do. Like, if you're making them consistently change their footwork and do different things, that can be frustrating. But you're talking about moving Smith to left tackle, and then your center and your guard potentially, not likely, but potentially being two guys who have been undrafted free agents in the last 2 years in TJ Bass at left guard and Brock Hoffman at center.
The good news is they're still going to have 2 All-Pros on their line, which most teams don't have.
They are, but Zach Martin was not Zach Martin last year. He was good. He was still better than most of the league, but he's 34 now, or he's going to be 34 or whatever he is. It's funny. Tyron Smith, this is how young Tyron was when he got here. Tyron Smith had made a Pro Bowl and signed a contract extension on top of his rookie deal before Zach Martin ever played a game, and Zach Martin's older than Tyron Smith.
Wow.
Because Tyron was 20 when he got picked, and Zach Martin was an older player, but Zach Martin is... Look, that was the conversation last year when Zach was trying to get paid, was he sees the end, and he's trying to get his money and get his last payday. And
I wish Tyron went to Kansas City or even better situation.
Yeah, he had no chance to win. He ain't going there to win.
There's a chance.
Who misses a game first, Tyron or Aaron Rodgers?
There's a chance, but so many things have to hit. They're an old roster, and then Rodgers to stay healthy.
Rodgers staying healthy. That's it.
That's the hit.
It's interesting. I looked something up. Additional roster
By the way,
moves.
he's not going to be the RFK Vice. Mina Kimes with the tweet of the weekend.
Yeah, that was good. She was good. It was I don't remember
Shanahan.
Shanahan was the last name. I don't remember what the first name was. And she was like, Aaron Rodgers foiled by Shanahan again.
Yeah, Shanahan's going to be the
pretty
RFK
good
VP.
That's pretty good. That's why ESPN forces her down our throats, is for content like that. Leighton Vander Esch and Michael Gallup were released at the end of last week. Vander Esch likely to retire. Gallup, we'll see. He's got a meeting with the Panthers. But I did think it was interesting. It made me want to go back and look now that they've lost so many different guys. For an organization that does we draft, develop, sign our own, that is what we do here. The Cowboys currently have 3 players on their roster out of 24 guys they picked between 2018 and 2020. They have Donovan Wilson. Who was the other 2? It was Donovan Wilson, CeeDee Lamb, and Trayvon Diggs. That's it. Those are the only guys. And it's not like you're talking about guys they've let go during that time. Dalton Schultz, Michael Gallup is leaving now. Biotish. It is guys who have performed at a level that they've just chosen not to bring back.
Below the belt, every day at this time, we are your home of the Dallas Cowboys and the World Series champs, and home of BetQL host and insider RJ Choppy, who has your college basketball kegger to kick off the final hour Monday edition after this.
Well, let's get you over to
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
3, 2, 1. The Auburn Tigers are SEC tournament champions. Auburn 86, Florida 67. For the third time, Auburn will celebrate an SEC tournament championship.
Man, and we are ready for March Madness, boys and girls. My favorite time of year, my favorite tournament of the year, and it is finally arrived. Tomorrow you get your playing games.
Where's the college basketball kegger intro?
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom. College basketball. Don't worry, I got it, Sean.
Well done, man. Well done.
That was very good.
We had stale snacks from 5 years ago at 5 a.m. and now that is our intro.
Now that is our intro. The selection show was yesterday. We have our field of 68. Your 1 seeds are UConn, North Carolina, Purdue, and Houston. There's a regional here.
Who won this last year on the show?
I think I did. I just remember we didn't have it set up as who was the winner, it was who was the loser. That's all I remember.
That would be this guy right here.
You won a Pepe?
I don't think you did.
I did.
I genuinely don't think you did. I just know Choppy lost. That's what I remember. All we were worried about was losing.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's all.
I lost. I didn't remember what the punishment was. Oh,
you had to be the intern for a day. Yeah.
You know what? We do need a refresher on the on the jingles. I mean, I could just do that again when I lose.
Intros. You might as well stay up here and do your own intro.
I might as well. So so when I lose again this year, I can just do that.
Yeah.
We do have a regional here in DFW. It'll be at the American Airlines Center. It is the South Regional, and that is run by Houston. Houston is the number 1 seed in that. The 2 seed is Marquette. They're a fraud. Don't even worry about them. Kentucky is the 3 seed. Kentucky is a monster team on a heater right now.
Will Chambers already texted me, goes, it's lining up for Kentucky to be at the AAC for March Madness. I'm going.
Man, Will invited Friday. He's trying to set up, I think, round 1 at Texas Live.
Yep.
I was like, dang, I'm moving. Moving Friday. He's like, all-time bad call by you. That's what he told me.
Yeah. Who unplugs their TV for round 1, Sean?
Well,
an NBA fan.
I really didn't. An NBA fan. Yeah.
There you go. So anyway, that's a pretty good. Houston's going to have a good fan showing here. Hopefully, it turns out better than what it did at Dickies Arena. Real quick, they are getting destroyed, and it's not Dickies Arena's fault. It's the American Athletic Conference's fault. The AAC tournament was at Dickies Arena, and nobody showed up. UAB took on South Florida. About 200 people were there.
Wow.
It's completely empty. This was the semifinal match. And then Temple took on SMU in a quarterfinal on Friday night, and it looked like it was even less. That's a shame for SMU. You're 39 miles away.
Yeah, they were all busy watching Bam Adebayo 3-pointers. They couldn't be bothered.
Now, like UNT was 40 miles away. SMU is, about 40 miles away. The rest of them, like this couldn't have been in a worse location because it's not a major spot for the AAC. I mean, yeah, they have 2 teams here, but it's not centrally located for everybody to come to, and UNT and SMU didn't show up. So that was kind of a shot at the Dickies Arena, which I take personally because that is a great facility to watch a sporting event at.
We all love Dickies. I think Spittle said it would arguably the best arena he's ever been to.
It's fantastic.
All things included. I went and watched Monster Truck Show there.
Pretty good.
I think is it Justin coming to perform?
Timberlake?
There? Yeah, I think it was Timberlake.
He might be.
And Kristen is like, you better buy me tickets to Justin Timberlake. She's like, if NSYNC is going to have pop-up surprise performances potentially, I'm not going to miss that.
Oh, yeah. But Dickies, fantastic. But
great.
This egg on the face there.
It's egg on the face. I blame the AAC.
I will own up. Peyton did win last year. I just looked it up. Peyton won by 1 point over you and I, and then Choppy was way behind, 10 points behind us.
He really thought he was going to butcher and mess up that one shining moment.
He has everything else this morning since he's been back. So.
Let's just run this up real quick before we get to the actual tournament seeding and stuff.
No, this payoff list that he got for ideas, I read one thing on here and made me cringe.
Was it the last one?
Well, no, it was yes. The final 2. Okay. The final 2. We'll do this tomorrow throughout the week. We need more time dedicated to the payoffs for whoever loses.
Payoffs, very good. So just say me. Just say that these are my bet payoffs because I'm the one that always loses this.
Yeah, the only one who knows anything about any of these teams. Well, Peyton does a little.
It's really crazy how I just always lose.
Thanks, Ken Palm.
The A10 tournament final. This is wild, but there's nobody better. There's nobody better to do something like this. Someone dropped confetti with 18 minutes left of the title game.
Was it Laura Miller?
In the A10 tournament final.
That's a good reference.
It was not Laura Miller, but here is the great Kevin Harlan. This is not somebody, it's not a streaker. He's the best with streakers. He's the best with streakers coming on the field or the floor.
No one calls calamity and chaos more professional than Kevin.
Calamity and chaos, VCU and Duquesne.
Airstone gives off to Jackson. My goodness. Oh, my gosh. They got confetti falling right now. Confetti is falling on the floor. They're going to have to stop playing. We can't see our notes. The players can't work on this court. Confetti is everywhere. Somebody hit the wrong button.
There's just confetti falling down all over the floor. Now, most of it's kind of off to the side, not like directly on the players. But how does this happen?
Jinx.
Did
they jinx them?
They did not. No, they did not jinx them. They're not jinx them necessarily, but there it was. Confetti falling on the floor.
Now, I took major issue with something you wrote about this last night, and I'm not going to allow it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
He handled it as good as anybody can. He did. This is the only time of year where Kevin Harlan is tolerable.
Oh, that's the worst.
Playoff time.
That is the worst.
I don't mean just this.
Loco, Kevin, if you're listening, man, please come on our show still.
He is amazing. He is the best at a playoff game. There's nobody better at a playoff game. He does make a regular game seem a tad too important.
Dude, okay, you know who this criticism should be aimed at? Is not
Gus
Harlan.
Johnson.
Gus Johnson.
Agree.
You know what Gus Johnson would have called that? Confetti! And he would have lost his mind and Gus Johnson. I can't listen to Gus Johnson anymore.
I think Gus Johnson is great in the NCAA tournament. For the Illinois versus Wisconsin game on a Saturday, I could do without it.
So you don't like Harlan NBA calls?
In the playoffs, I think he's the best. But
so we can't get excited for a regular season game.
I don't think the excitement matches the importance. I want the excitement to match.
Okay, but you have like Kyrie's lefty.
Great.
I'd rather have no one on that call than Kevin Harlan.
Agree. Big moment, big spot. Yes.
You want Sleepy Al? That's what you want on your calls during the regular
Alsomnia?
season?
No, I don't want Alsomnia. That's what you're saying.
But, I mean, Harlan is so good. The voice is perfect. His voice is perfection. I love him on the calls.
Big moment. He's the best of the best. I wish he would take it. I wish he got the job that Ian Eagle got. Ian Eagle is going to do the Final Four this year because Jim Nance is out, right? Jim Nance retired from college basketball. I wish it was Harlan that did it.
And no Greg Gumbel yesterday.
Dealing with a family emergency sickness.
817 says
leadership, using his body.
That's what we need.
817 says you're doing a bit, Chop. Said Harlan is incredible.
He is incredible, but you're lucky Tim Collins is on a boat right now. Because he'd be losing his sleeves over this.
I know, right? Again, I think he is incredible. He's the best at a big game. But I just taper it down a bit in a regular season game.
Okay.
I don't need to hear that.
Who's the perfect regular season play-by-play guy to you then?
Is your one seed Ian Eagle now?
No, Ian's good. Are we talking like what sport?
Just whatever. Who gives the right energy for a regular season game? A no-stakes game.
This is the problem.
Man.
He's like me with college quarterbacks. I can tell you who sucks. He can't praise anyone. He craps on all the play-by-play guys. Like I crap on all the quarterbacks.
I mean, I think Nance is great at a regular generic game. But every NFL game is big. That's the thing. You know, like
yes,
every NFL game is big.
I don't know. I love Breen. I love Harlan. I love the aggressive energy. I want to feel like the regular season game matters is the thing.
All right, little tournament action here. The East Regional is UConn. They are the overall number 1 seed. They deserve it. Big storyline here everybody talking about is that they got a very tough draw. The 4 seed is Auburn. That's a team nobody I don't think wants to see. They're very good. They could score. They also get FAU in the second round. 3 of the 4 Final Four teams from last year are in this region. UConn, FAU, and then San Diego State.
Wow.
And then the other one was Miami, and Miami didn't even make the tournament. So that's got to be one of the more brutal second-round matchups for one probably since Wichita State got Kentucky as their 8-9 game, and then they lose to them. It's about a decade ago. Again, 3 of the 4 from the Final Four last year, and they've got 4 major conference champions in this bracket, which is another brutal thing to have to deal with. Houston gets the one in the South. They got a difficult first matchup because they got to go all the way to Memphis for their first-round games. An upset special that could be here is James Madison over Wisconsin. 30-plus win teams win in March. James Madison's won over 30 games. Houston, though, gets the winner of A&M versus Nebraska. Both teams got really good guard play. And Nebraska has a guy named Samurai Steph.
Oh.
The Japanese sharp-shooting showman Kesei Tominaga. I think it's Kesei Tominaga. I heard it yesterday. I just keep
we allowed
forgetting.
to use this as a...
we'll call her Vita from now on.
That's what they call him,
Okay.
Samurai
That's a
Steph.
nickname. That's his nickname.
That's his nickname. He's
Okay.
averaging 15 a night in about 25 minutes a
Sean
game.
Sharif, the Curry Bomber. Like,
Wow.
I mean, what's the difference?
That's his nickname.
We're allowed
Yeah.
stereotypes of certain races, and
The Curry.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but, they throw in Steph there.
The Samosa Assassin.
The Samosa Assassin. He takes about, he bombs from 3, 40%. Got a great step-back game. He's a fun dude to watch. And if they
Look at the killer kebab crossover he's got.
if they beat A&M in their first-round matchup and they get Houston, he's the one of the players that takes over a tournament, like Steph did, right? He's a fun, engaging player to watch. Nebraska can't win a road game. All right? They can't win a road game. They're great at home. And they were really, really good in the Big Ten tournament, a place they never do well either. So we'll see. Maybe Nebraska gets it going. I think Kentucky's a team nobody wants to see. And Marquette, I just think they're so overrated. Purdue got a very good draw. Very good.
Bobby's team.
Yeah, they're Sweet
I hate
16.
that. I hate that school because of how they screwed me in the tournament last year. If they don't lose in the first round, I beat Peyton in the bracket like I thought I already did.
Their Sweet 16 is in Detroit, which is not very, very far from them. They'll get TCU, Utah State as the 8-9 in the second round, assuming they get by their loss.
They won't.
By the way, the last team to lose in the first round to a 16 seed as a 1 won the championship next year. That was Virginia. So Virginia loses to a 16. They were the first ever. And was it UMBC, Maryland, Baltimore County they lost to.
Yeah.
And then the next year they go out there and they wind up winning the Natty. Kansas is the 4. Kansas has got injuries all over the place. Creighton is the 3. They're a really good team. Away from home, I don't know. And then Tennessee is the 2. Tennessee and Purdue are the 2 worst tournament teams historically in this thing. They never win. Neither one ever wins. The committee is doing everything they can to try to get one of these two into the Final Four. And then out west, UNC is the 1 seed. They'll get Michigan State or Mississippi State. Imagine being the 1. And then seeing Tom Izzo in the second round. I think it's a cakewalk for UNC to start on their half. I could see a tough 8-9, but other than that, I don't really see it. I think Baylor can make an Elite 8 run. Baylor is out there. Arizona's the 2 seed.
What a breakdown.
The only-
Ralph, James Choppy, Mr. BetQL.
The only things I've filled out in my bracket so far, I've picked 3 number 1 seeds, not picking Purdue yet. Got to see what happens there. And then I've picked St. Mary's to beat that trash-ass school, Grand Canyon.
Tarleton State.
Go Texans.
And by the way, real quick, shout out to NC State. NC State won the ACC tournament, whatever they call the Wizards Arena now, the MCI Center used to be.
Right.
They won 5 games over the weekend. In one weekend, they have more wins on that floor this year than the Wizards do. The Wizards have 4 home wins all year. The Wizards have 4 home wins all year. NC State won 5 games there over the weekend.
That's not the team you paid for season tickets for.
Well, my dad did. Justin Fields for a 6 and Kenny Pickett to the NFC East around the rest of the NFL with Sean, RJ, and Roberto after this. But this is about your security system. This is about putting up that force field around your home. And, of course, this is about DFW Security. It's already March 2024, spring break, St. Patty's Day, college basketball upon us. Celebrate worry-free with DFW Security. Upgrade the security of your home, business, or large commercial facility. If your system is older than 5 years, you are overdue for an upgrade. Embrace cutting-edge technology that's reliable, convenient, and affordable with DFW Security. Take command with their all-in-one app, powered by Alarm.com, putting the future at your fingertips. Equip your space with smart devices like door locks, garage doors, thermostats, access control, and cameras to stay ahead of potential threats. Say no to online struggles, poor quality gear, self-install, and minimal support. They are local experts ready to guide you with professional installation and superior ongoing support, but act fast. Be among the first 10 callers to mention Sean for a bonus 2 months free. 888-594-5018, 888-594-5018, or DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com. We have you covered.
And Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I got home improvement over here with these two. I got freaking Tim Allen, Al Borland, whatever their names are.
They got him. Tim the Tool. No, it was Tim the Tool Man Taylor and Al Borland.
And what are you guys talking about?
Alternators.
No, he had the last week we talked about the battery.
You were asking him advice?
No, I was seeing if he had his alternator fixed.
Yeah, he asked what happened to ours. Yeah. And so ours was the battery. It went like, it's 2 years old, but you went in, we took it to O'Reilly's. They're like, yeah, it's not holding the charge. Battery's dead. And so we got a new battery and it's been fine. But he's having some power issues in his car.
So I went and started my car over the weekend and it wouldn't, there was a push button, the fob would not start. And then I put the fob next to it, which is what you're supposed to do. And it starts, but then it starts up with the gauge started to flicker a little bit. Gas stayed in E. The time was wrong. I was like, what the heck is going on here? So I just said, all right, screw it. We're going to take your car, which is a busted taillight. We need to get that fixed. That's something I'm going to have to, that's my next job to tackle.
Man project.
How I can screw her vehicle up even more.
Yeah. What time's the neighbor free for that to fix?
Well, I got to find that out.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to find that out. And then, so I started over the weekend again, and it worked. But the time was still off. It was like the whole thing reset. I have no idea what's going on. I'm like, I wonder if that's an alternator or the battery is going. And if the battery's going, which I just got it done last year, that could be my alternator's not charging it. Like, I don't know.
That's one of the, that's what you missed while you were out, was we had to replace the battery. And Kristen had such little faith in me knowing how to do it, which I did know how to do it, but she had such little faith that she preemptively called our neighbor, called another man to say, which terminals do I take off in which order?
Maybe she's got the Hinge account now. That's Sarah.
Yeah, exactly. She came up to me later that night. She's like, hey, what do we do about this? I was like, I don't know. Why don't you call the neighbor? Ask them.
And
she wonders why I was sassy on Saturday night.
Yeah, that's right. She let you go out day drinking, leaving your kids God knows where, and you still had an attitude.
She was with the neighbor.
I know. Left them with a vapor watching the kids.
Were you hangry?
No, by the end of the night, I think I was just I was irritable because she wanted to go home earlier than I did.
What time did you go out? What time did you go home?
Got out at 4, went home at 11. I wanted to stay out till bar closed.
Good gosh. You really. You should teach classes.
You should.
You should teach classes on how to have that hand. You really should. I give you props.
Thank you.
I hope you're not listening, dear. Well, I hope you are listening. You see how cool Kristen is? All right. Tyron Smith to the New York Jets. 1-year deal, 6.5 base, up to possibly $20 million. They also released Michael Gallup and Leighton Vander Esch. But the big national news, well, of course, it's national if the Cowboys do it. Kenny Pickett and a 4th rounder to the Eagles, while the Steelers get a compensatory 3rd and 2 7th-round picks. So Justin Fields gets traded to Pittsburgh for a 6. Kenny Pickett's not happy about it. He tells Mike Tomlin, I want out. He goes, fine, going back up. Jalen Hurts. What do we think of the two deals?
First off, I'd like to congratulate RJ Choppy and myself for nailing the Justin Fields compensation. We were ahead of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't. We said he would get a first-round pick for it. Sean is the one who all along said no effing way, and he was right. This is one of Sean's bigger victories over me in terms of a hardline stance that I've taken.
Thank you for recognizing.
I will. I got that one wrong. I Mel Kipered it.
Just by 5 rounds.
The reaction has been very different from the Bears fans in the building. So Will Chambers was devastated, distraught. Chicaline
Let's
from
play
LeGrande.
Will. This is Will drinking it up with Bobby up until 11 o'clock, 7 hours a day drinking, and Bears fan Will Chambers having a meltdown.
I don't understand why the you cannot hold on to him until training camp, until something happens to somebody, and you're going to get better than a 6th-round pick. What are we doing here? This is why I say it all the time. I am the only human being that is qualified to run this organization that is
Will is mourning the Bears trade.
Is that number 4?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You should get number 6 in honor of the Bears only getting a 6.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
He was at Chicaline from LeGrande. His take as a Bears fan was very different. He's like, what were we going to do? He's like, nobody wanted him. If that's the case, like, it is what it is. Just take what you can get. But to me, it's like Will's point. Hold on to Fields till August. Somebody will get hurt. Somebody will give you a 4th for the guy. Somebody will give you the Trey Lance deal at some point.
Or if you knew you were drafting Caleb early on, which I believe they knew.
They knew. As soon as they got the number 1 pick, as soon as they locked it up and the season ended, just trade him then.
But the Bears want all these freaking flowers right now as they leak it to Ian Rappaport and others. Just make sure to put it out there. We did it right by him.
Yeah.
There was 4 other teams. There were all these different offers, but we wanted to trade Justin to a place that he wanted to go, and he wanted Pittsburgh. So make sure all the free agents in the National Football League come to the Windy City.
Yeah, and look, it's great. It is really good to do it right by your employees. That's something that every organization should strive to do. The Bears do have, and listen, at the end of the day, would you rather do right by your employee and get a 6th, or do wrong by them and get a mid 5th or late 4th, right? If it's a comp 4, mid 5, like what's the difference, right? You're getting a flyer either way. If it's just that, but if it's the difference between a 2nd and a 6th, I'm sorry, man. Like, you can't do this.
Was there reports?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, if somebody
a 4 to a 6.
It could get up to a 4th if he gets 50% playing time, which he won't get.
Which he won't.
But if another team offered you a 4th,
boy,
is it really going to help you that much, or
it's
is
not
it
even a
always
6th this year? It's next year, which they say if you get a pick from a year ahead, you back it up around. So they essentially got the value of a 7th round pick for Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Which, whatever you want to say about Fields, is a passer. He is a weapon you can use within an offense. You can get something out of him now.
And they're saying Russell Wilson is going to be the starter, or at least get the first opportunity, and then Kenny Pickett to the Eagles. Do we worry about this whatsoever?
Why? That's the biggest. Why are they doing that?
Why did we get Trey Lance?
Yeah, I don't know. a leverage play? They have no leverage play with the Hurts. They're done. They've signed
how about
him.
Kenny Pickett as a good backup quarterback?
Are you asking me if I worry about a guy with small hands and a 17 Wonderlic score at quarterback? No, I don't.
It looks like Morgan Wallen.
Boy, he does look like Morgan Wallen, doesn't he?
Does, yeah.
He does.
Okay, so they upgraded their
He's bad.
backup.
He's a bad football player. Like, just flat out.
Would you rather have Kenny Pickett or Trey Lance?
Trey Lance. Trey Lance, to me, like, Trey Lance is at least an athlete. I can figure something out with Lance. Like, Pickett's just not. I don't think Pickett's very good at all. But I just don't understand this offseason for the Eagles at all to this point. Like,
well, here's the offseason so far. A lot of Cowboy fans would kill for this activity. Saquon, Bryce Huff, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Devin White, Kenny Pickett, Devontae Parker, Zach Braun, Matt Hennessy, Kellen Moore, Vic Fangio. Every Cowboy fan would trade for that. So go ahead, crap.
Would they? I wouldn't. Look, I'm upset with what Dallas is doing. This is not an endorsement of what Dallas has done. I would not be excited about what the Eagles have done this offseason if I was an Eagles fan. You're talking about tampering to pay a running back above what anybody else in the market is paying. You're talking about going after, you're addressing your linebacker issues with a similar sort of fix for it as what you did with Shaq Leonard and Devin White. You go and get Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, great, okay, but that's a guy who had issues in terms of with his coverage ability again last year. You retained Sirianni. Like, to me, there's just so many. You're giving up, like, draft positioning for Kenny Pickett to be your backup, that can't just be, oh, well, we're covering ourselves. Either that has to be some sort of either question about Hurts or question about Hurts' durability. And you're concerned about we might need a backup to play next year.
I mean, that's if Kenny Pickett plays any more than, garbage time, the Cowboys win this division by 3 games. I mean, if he is forced to play, I just don't I know Kenny Pickett's won.
And if Hurts plays, they'll win by 4 games.
I know Pickett's won football games in the NFL. Pittsburgh's a different animal. Their organization's run on a way different level than anybody else. I just don't see Kenny Pickett as being somebody who can win the East.
If you look at Kenny Pickett's career game, it is absolutely disgusting how this dude played. You're talking about a guy who over the course of, what was it? It was 8 games to close the season, threw 2 touchdown passes in 8 games. This is like starting Chad Hutchinson. He's awful.
I've been wanting the Steelers out of the entire league. Aaron Donald retires on Friday. The Rams signed Jimmy Garoppolo to a 1-year deal. But let's praise the greatness of Mike Modano, who was honored with the statue over the weekend at the AAC. The Stars put it on the Kings. Pete DeBoer said, that opening energy, we had it in the stands because of the Mike Modano juice in the building. And here's a little montage that the Stars put together. I think you're going to get goosebumps multiple times with the awesome statue, by the way. I think, there was a little bit of concern. Should have been raising the cup, but this statue's sick. There it is on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And here's the Stars montage to go along with Mike.
Mike Modano has just turned 18 years old. Last season with the Prince Albert Raiders, Mike scored 47 goals and picked up 80 assists.
That's what I want to do is play pro hockey.
Minnesota selects Mike Modano. Let's turn to the Minnesota North Stars. They have in uniform here at the Met Center today their number 1 draft pick, 19-year-old Mike Modano.
Look at him go. He is flying. He is in. Score! A brilliant one for the thrown in by Mike Modano. It's showtime in Dallas. Ladies and gentlemen, number 9, Mike Modano.
Shooting strike. That's number 50 on the year for Mike Modano.
Mike Modano, he's a good kid. Looks like a hockey player, eh?
There's big Mike Modano. When you see Modano's shoulders bucking an airplane and bearing down on you, all you do is pray.
Mike Modano with a boomer of a slap shot.
Team USA has won the World Cup. Modano, he scored! Look at that thing of beauty. The ball is Stanley Cup deep in the heart of Texas. The Stars are shining.
Probably the most emotionally and physically draining thing I've ever been a part of.
Is America's greatest scorer. Modano's up. Of course.
Being able to bring hockey and eventually a Stanley Cup to Dallas in the state of Texas is something I'll cherish forever. My dreams came true. Thank you all.
You do The Rock, where The Rock does this when he comes out to on Raw or SmackDown.
Drops the F-bomb?
No, well, he does that too, but he puts up his arm like this so they can show the goosebumps on camera. The goosies on camera. That's what they do.
Boy, that's...
The Rock does.
Playing that back, though, by the way, that's an all-time call. Deep in the heart of Texas, the stars shine bright. That is such a great call when they won the Cup.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean...
I love the statue, too.
Statue's great.
The statue's sick. I'm a statue snob.
Yeah, it's great. The AAC's done a really nice job with both the Dirk and the Modano statue. It's better than a lot of statues out there.
No typos on either one of their statues.
No typos. The faces look normal, not like Ronaldo. Yeah. Ronaldo's statue looks very, very strange. And then you got women coming up to the Ronaldo statue, putting their hand on the you-know-what.
Really?
That's one of the statues that he has. There's a bulge there. And
I'd rather
put their hand on it.
Dude, I'd rather have a bulge than you get my face correct. That makes you a real legend.
Yeah, absolutely. Much rather have that. Yeah.
All right, let's have a Kyrie crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to the greatest.
than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Kleba looking in for Irving. Irving for the win! Oh my! A southpaw finish from Kyrie Irving! Just absurd!
ESPN with the car. Crosstalk with KMC. Here on 105 through the Fan. I had the card show on my mind with you and John Machota talking.
He loves cards.
Did you know that?
I had no idea. John's my buddy. I had no idea he was into cards.
We're at the Dallas Card Show this weekend. He's
Some
always
friend.
at the Dallas Card Show.
That's interesting.
How many Jameis Winston's worthless Jameis Winstons does he have?
Oh, yeah. He's still holding on to his Chris Winky rookie cards.
Yeah. Peter Warwick.
For sure. Hey, Peter Warwick was a stud.
Man, I thought Peter Warwick was going to be awesome.
We all did. We all thght Peter Warwick was going to be the next thing.
What's coming up on the show, Corey?
Right out of the gate, was that your favorite Mavs win of all time?
All time?
This year? And then at 10:20,
I was like, all time seems a bit much.
10:20, we celebrate Mike Modano, and then Mike's here at 10:40, and then also
Mike's here is a segment.
Mike's here. His baseball
Every
nuggets.
10:40. Every day, Mike's here.
Every day,
Sean.
for the rest of your life, Mike will be here at 10:40. And then
sometimes
at
on
11 o'clock,
convex.
I don't know about that.
we will finally have Jamal Mashburn. So
we'll see.
The Monster Mash.
This is like the third time y'all have had him on, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Something like that.
Jamal Mashburn.
Better
we
interview.
got him. Jason Kidd. We got him. Jimmy Jackson.
We got him.
Because I'm a true blue fan.
I think we got him for like 14 months or something together. It wasn't very long.
We changed that song 2 years later to We Don't Want Them.
Yeah.
Because we traded them all.
Better interview than Mav's career from Jamal there. All right, I was trying to come up with
Jamal
this.
filled it up, man.
Oh, yeah, he could score.
Yeah. And he lost the most famous NCAA game of all time. So good for him.
Name a more impressive, more skilled buzzer beater in the history of the NBA, on purpose, obviously, than what Kyrie did yesterday.
It's tough to think of one. Obviously, you think of Luka in the corner against Portland, but that went to overtime, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Fading out of bounds. That was really nice.
Was it up and under Memphis?
Up and under was
Memphis
Memphis. That
in
was
the
the
bubble?
3-point. I don't know. No, that wasn't in the bubble, but that was the one where he kind of adjusted and was like one hand three-pointer at the buzzer.
Are we just talking Mavs?
Yeah,
Okay.
recently we had a 60-foot swish by the Cleveland Cavaliers against us.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Yes.
That Kawhi three from like over in the corner as he was falling away behind the basket that goes over the top.
Yeah.
That was pretty nice.
That was a buzzer beater?
Yeah, I believe.
Like
Was
Kyrie?
it not?
What game was
Kawhi,
that?
the rim.
Oh, Kawhi
It
Leonard.
was against
Oh.
Portland, I believe.
Portland was Luka.
Or maybe it was Detroit. I can't remember.
And the Derek Fisher .4. That has to be up there.
How much left with when Ray Allen hit the finals?
Yeah, but Ray's
That was
was
like
that was
8
a big
seconds
moment. That
was a
wasn't
big
an
moment.
impressive
That was just a
skill making shot.
That Vince Carter one against San Antonio on the left-hand side, he hit that. That place went insane.
But that was just a 3. Just a normal 3, right?
No, that was buzzer beater that won the game.
Buzzer beater 3.
Yeah, but it was just a 3.
It wasn't like a left-handed.
Oh, he
throw.
was like it was like the 1 foot like falling away. It was pretty
Okay.
crazy.
Yes. So that's what we were.
It's still the shot on Elo.
I
His shot on
can't-
Elo is crazy. That's a great example of Michael's
he
freakishness.
pumps it.
Yeah, he's like in the air for 4 seconds.
To your point, I can't believe when you watch it, you're just like, how did he do that?
Yeah. Because it was skill.
Yeah,
Like,
he
that wasn't
really
just a-
shot it. It wasn't just a luck throw up.
Yeah, and you can tell with how much he uses his left that he works on it.
Oh yeah.
That was a definite no yes moment. Where it's like, what the
Irving,
hell are you
no.
doing putting that shot up?
Good decision.
I'll say this, and I've said it before. If there's 5 seconds on the clock or less, I don't want the ball going to Luka to win the game. He doesn't have enough time to do what he needs to do to win a game. We already know what he's going to do. He's going to take a step back
get you.
3 from 30 feet. Like he doesn't have time to dance. I know the catch and shoot was great to tie the game. If you get that opportunity, yeah, you take advantage of it. But if you give the ball to Luka there, he doesn't have enough time. We already know what he's going to do. He's going to step back and take a hand in his face 3. Where Kyrie, with 3 seconds to go, he's going to create some sort of look. I didn't know it was going to be a left-handed 18-foot runner, but he has the ability. So I was really happy when the ball went to him before the play was happening. I'm like, if this goes to Luka, I already know it's going to happen. It has a 5% chance of going in. if this goes to Kyrie. I'm not saying I'm giving it a high percentage, but I know he's going to do something different besides step back three with a hand in the face.
Can you say anything definitive about the Mavericks as a threat after that, or no?
I don't think so, just because that game, aside, if it weren't for that amazing ending, wouldn't the lead segment and several others be, how the hell did they piss away another game?
Yes.
That they definitely should have won. That shot was amazing, but down the stretch, it was very agitated.
Didn't mask a bigger issue.
Jason Kidd just mumbling on the sidelines.
Thank God Luka hit the fireback three because once Jamal Murray hit, I was like, son of a...
That was the way you would have lost. I still would have been encouraged by, and I'm greatly encouraged by. I thought Derek Lively was really good on Jokic yesterday.
Yes.
And that's what's encouraging to me is that he shows that he's got an ability to give him fits in a way that is not normal for a lot of other defenders.
Where's the rest of your pen?
Is this mine?
I don't know.
I don't even know. It's just sitting there.
Is that a design pen or is that naked?
It looks like it fell out of a pen.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's not mine.
Of a Mont Blanc.
But
excuse me,
that's a fancy pen.
What is that? Is
that
a
that
fancy
pen with a little white flower on? Not a flower, but a little design.
Yes.
You've seen the
Crypto Bro.
Man, I'm so mad I missed that segment.
All right. How was the rest of your Rangers television experience?
It was good. Saturday, got another one in with Jared. Obviously, we didn't have a grand slam home run from Wyatt Langford. He had a rough game. He went 2 for 3 with a single and a double and RBI. So
did you predict that too?
No, but I will say this. If you didn't know any better on the double, I looked it up. He's the exact same weight as Mike Trout. He's the same height and same weight as Mike Trout. If I didn't know any better, this is so tough. Do I think he's going to finish second in MVP this year? Yeah. Probably not. Do I think Miguel Cabrera
is going to finish first?
What's
that?
Did
you hear the odds for it? Did you hear the MVP odds?
No. I know when we were in Vegas, I did bet him to win Rookie of the Year at 7-1.
250 to 1, or it was at some point last week. Somebody else texted in early this morning and said it's already jumped up to 125 to 1 now.
Wow.
Do it. $10
to MVP.
MVP for Wyatt Langford. Now it's 125 to 1.
$10. 25 to 1.
125 to 1. He had been 250 to 1. He's 125 to 1 now.
Well, so if I bet $10, I win what?
$12.50.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I can't believe this.
People are gonna get mad at us for this. By the way,
he has a chance.
That could be.
He has a chance. You hear, Mikey?
He does.
He's gonna bat third. He's gonna have Seager in front of him. So if they make the decision, we have a righty pitching.
Did you just co-sign saying he does have a chance?
Yeah.
All right, that's RJ.
I mean, look, if you're gonna make a bet, there's
that's a good value bet.
Well, it's a great value bet, but there's a difference between a great value bet and saying no, he's got a legitimate chance to win the MVP.
I mean, everything we've seen, literally from college.
Okay, but then we can't sit on here and say spring training doesn't matter. No, everyone's working on stuff.
Not just spring training though, but I mean, you look at what he did at Florida, and then some of the summer league stuff that he did at college, and then what he's done through the minors. He's consistently been like a 1,200 OPS guy, everywhere he's hit.
I'll give you an idea on how mature he is. So the other day, a guy throws a breaking ball in the dirt, first pitch. He swings at it. All right, that's going to happen. He's aggressive hitter. So the pitcher, this is how you think on the mound and how a catcher thinks. He's like, all right, do I throw it again and repeat it and see if I can get to 0-2, or do I put that in my back pocket and when I get to 2 strikes, I repeat that pitch because he's already shown he will swing at that pitch. So the pitcher throws another 4 pitches. It's 2-2. And so he's like, all right, back pocket, here it comes, brother. I'm throwing another one behind home plate, just going to short hop the catcher here and get my strike 3. And Wyatt Langford takes it, full count.
Spits on it.
And I'm like, so when you're watching stuff like that, I agree, it is spring training. Rugi Odor would kill spring training. But when I watch stuff like that, Rugi would swing at that pitch. I almost called him Mike Trout. Wyatt Langford doesn't swing. So now the pitcher, you could see his body language. Like, what the hell, dude? That was supposed to be strike 3. Now, he ended up striking out. But when I watch stuff like that, I go, this isn't a normal 22-year-old out of college. This is something special. And then when he swings and he misses, it's always a violent swing. It's just, well, he just missed. When I watch Mike Trout, it's like, well, he just missed the pitch. You don't see Mike Trout on his front side. Right. You don't see Mike Trout just trying to just tap the ball the other way because he's off balance or whatever. Every time he swings, you're like, dude, as a pitcher, I'm reading that. I'm reading how they're swinging at my pitch. And when they look on time, I go, I don't want to throw that one again because even though I got him to swing and miss, he did not look bad on that swing and miss.
Do you know, have you been able to, because like Trout's got a spot where he can't hit the ball, right?
It's up, usually up around the hands.
Have they figured out that Langford has one yet?
I mean, Alexis Diaz throws a bastard slider. And so when he finished that pitch.
What does that mean?
He doesn't have a dad.
Unbelievable. So
Bastard's unbelievable?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a son of a.
Yeah. And so when he threw that one and well, tip your cap. Like there's nothing I can do about that. There's a reason he had 37 saves and made the All-Star team. There's certain pitches and pitchers that you're just like, you tip your cap and you go, hey, good battle. I battled you to 3-2, but if you're going to throw that slider in that situation, most everybody's going to strike out on that.
Corey,
pitch.
how many brackets have you filled out?
2 so far. I got one, that I'm working on with Jared's thing, and then one with my buddies. And so I got to figure out if Kevin wants in on one, because Kevin likes the college basketball, but he doesn't like to gamble because
that's true.
So I called the NC State kid a liar, the big kid. 6'9" lefty.
Mm-hmm. DJ Burns.
All right. You seen him? The 6'9" kid?
The 350-pound guy?
Okay, no.
Individual.
This is, what did he said he's 275.
Yeah, 275 is
so
what they're
LeBron
listed
is
as.
6'8" and 265. So just for let's see who's telling the truth here. So LeBron is 6'8". He's 1 inch shorter but 10 pounds lighter. Does that kid look 1 inch taller and only 10 pounds heavier?
Muscle weighs more than fat, Mike. They say it's more dense.
Yeah. Well,
maybe
it doesn't matter. He is a 300-pounder.
I would think.
And I said this. I think the Cowboys should bring him in as soon as this basketball season's over.
Rico gathers.
I think either, I don't care if you draft him in the 7th round or you say, hey, we want to sign you to, because he's not going to play NBA basketball. He's way too heavy to play NBA basketball. So I'm like, dude, if a dude's 6'9" with those hands and that physicality, those are the people I think you look at and you go, hey, can we train him with that length, 6'9", that strength and those hands and that, like that's super athletic if I put him on an offensive line. He's not athletic at all if I put him in an NBA basketball game.
What happened with Cream? Where's he starting off?
Oh, they got left out.
They got screwed by the committee.
They did not, win their tournament. And then they wound up being, I think, the 3rd team out. OU, Seton Hall, then I think Indiana State. Maybe Pitt was in there too.
I'm sure Saturday didn't do them any favors.
Saturday was a bloodbath for a bubble team. Like
don't say bloodbath.
Why?
Okay. I get that reference. I don't know how many other people do. You're an ass.
Just to close out around the room, the inventor of karaoke died at the age of 100.
Oh, no.
Your last song. The last song you're singing.
Under Pressure by Queen and David Bowie.
Michael?
No clue.
Have you ever sang karaoke?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty good at raw bass.
I got a heart like a truck is what you'll sing.
Corey?
Life by the Drop by Stevie Ray Vaughan.
How does that
Even though
go?
that's not really his, and everything, but, the way he did it was good.
How does that go?
And I dream of you on top. That's how it happens, living life by the drop.
Oh, very nice.
Very
I knew
nice.
You can sing us out. We're back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford. The crew is all back together, and I have to admit, I guess I never see the twitch at the very, very beginning of the show because there's all these different heads and they're moving and everything like that to start the new show. And you informed me that is traditionally what happens when a show turns over.
I think I said, I'm not exactly sure why it happens, but a lot of the times when somebody enters the chat or when that happens, like when we do crosstalk, if the Twolos can tell me, I would love to know.
I love it.
Twitch.tv/DallasFanCam if you want to go join the Twolo group. But make sure to be kind in there. Don't be an ass. Nobody wants an ass in there.
I'd like to say I want to start off the show by saying I'm sad.
Oh, why?
Does everybody see Corey's hat, his great Hurtado's barbecue hat?
Did you leave yours in Arizona?
Yes.
Oh, Mike, no!
Yeah.
And I can't give you this hat. It's the only hat I love right now.
It's one of my favorite hats.
It's an amazing hat. It has
the T on the side, the Ranger T on the side.
Right there.
No, it's the other side.
That side, right there. It's an amazing hat. It fits. It's perfect. Mike, I'm so sorry, man.
So somebody in Arizona has a cool Hurtado hat now.
I bet you could reach out to somebody over at Hurtado to do that.
Limited edition. I think they only made 2.
That is true, actually. They only made 2. One for me, one for Mike.
That just feels inefficient.
In the home plate, it has 2023. What year is 2023?
Last year.
Yeah. And what happened last year for the Rangers?
The Rangers won the whole damn thing.
Oh, yeah.
In your face, Kevin. You said it never happened.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah. Every year you were like,
probably last year.
They'll never win the World Series is what you said.
Probably last year.
They came in here on that Monday after they lost to Seattle 1-0 in about 37 minutes. And man, you were mad.
Yeah, that was a really short game. I also do remember, Kevin, at the beginning of the season, they win their first game. And I'm like, they're going 162-0, and you're like, they can't win the World Series. And I was like, wow.
No. I would have said they can't go 162-0, which they definitely did not.
It's not what I remember.
By many, many, many games. And you know what? They can't go 162-0 this year either.
Wow. 877-881-1053. Do you hate Kevin for taking shots at your Rangers?
Chris Young is going to be furious.
I thought spring training and spring, you're supposed to be optimistic as everything's growing.
If you went 150-12, it would be the most amazing season in the history of regular season baseball.
But not good enough. I mean, you're that close to going 162-0.
I didn't say you couldn't go 150-12.
From the 817, Corey, I was at spring training this weekend. Almost sent you a video of leaf blower guy, but decided not to because I thought it'd be mean. From the 214, ask the leaf blower guy if he saw it for your hat, Mike. If he sees your hat somewhere.
It's at a restaurant. I took it off to eat.
Respectful.
Take your hat off to eat at a restaurant, and then I just left it in the booth.
There you go. All right. Well, that's the way the show starts on a Monday, man.
That's life. You win some, you lose some.
Fair. If that's the level that you're losing, I think your life's going to be okay.
Oh, Tony Romo.
Let's talk about the shot. Let's go to cut number 2. Did you watch this game? And if you didn't, how sad were you that you missed all of this?
Irving up to 22 points, working with Doncic here. Doncic, step back 3. You bet.
Now, I wanted to play that shot because that shot felt huge to me, because if we can go ahead and fire off cut number 1, once Jamal Murray made this shot, I was mad, and I definitely thought the Mavericks were going to lose.
Here's Murray, 30 seconds to go. Murray at 3. You bet! The blue arrow delivers.
Is that his nickname? His nickname's the Blue Arrow.
Blue Arrow delivers. And within 2 seconds, Luka hit his own three-pointer to tie it back up. But when Murray made that three-pointer, and we'll get to Kyrie, when Murray made that three-pointer, I was like, son of a B. This is a great team that you were going to beat. It looked like most of the day, especially most of the second half, I guess I should say, not most of the day, most of the second half, you were going to win. And good for Luka for firing right back, because I thought we were screwed when Murray made it.
You thought we were in good shape, only up 98-85?
Yes, I did.
And then I think Michael Porter Jr. might have been it was playing with...
he did make that three to get it going.
Playing with the game too much when there was over 5 minutes to go and they're letting the ball roll for 16 seconds as slow as possible.
Yes.
It was like, there's so much time left. I understand if maybe it's under 3 minutes to do that and you're up by 10 points, but it was almost like at that point, that's when Denver is like, oh, you guys aren't going to try to win. You're going to try to milk the clock out with 24-second shot clock in the NBA and over 5 minutes to go. And that's when the debacle kind of started.
And that debacle was, I believe, a 20-4 run.
Right. It's 98-85
on behalf of the Nuggets.
Okay, somebody just texted this in, and I don't know if I watched the game, and I don't know if I agree completely. Probably Denver's worst game of the season, and it took a buzzer beater to win. The reason it was their worst game is the Mavericks made it their worst game. The Mavericks defense was fun to watch yesterday. They were eating up on the boards. They were physical against Jokic, and that's something that he was frustrated by. I know, it took a buzzer beater to beat that team, but that's one of the best teams in the NBA. They're the champs, and you played with them. You showed you could play with them yesterday, and you showed that your style since the trades. You're a different team. Like that's where this is kind of the kind of games I expect from the Mavs in the playoffs if they have a run.
See, I would disagree because of, I guess, 3 key points of data why I would go back. Now, I will certainly admit, have I watched with the same intensity every Denver basketball game all year? Hell no, I haven't.
Well, on February 9th, they lost 135-106 to Sacramento. I bet they didn't play better in that game when they lost by 30 points.
And that makes sense to me. But if you look at it, if I tell you an NBA team shoots 43% from 3 and only has 7 turnovers, aren't you going to be like, well, that's pretty damn good? Yeah. That's what Denver did yesterday. The difference is, and who would have thought we would be in this place? They got crushed
in the paint
on the boards.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, and a lot of times.
You see the timeout that Mike Malone called? It looked like a high school timeout. He ran on the court and was like, "This is how you rebound the ball." Like he was so furious.
He was mad.
The Mavericks were getting so many offensive rebounds that he calls timeout, runs on the court and like jumps and put his hands above his head, like, "Grab the ball!" And I was like, this is awesome. This is the first time in the history of the Mavs since 2011 somebody's upset we're rebounding the basketball against them.
And Corey, as you pointed out, it doesn't always have to work this way, but usually there's a pretty big correlation between you control the rebounds, you control the paint, and that's what happened. And so I thought that was something where I thought the Mavericks just outworked them yesterday, which is another reason I was going to be mad if it all went down the drain. Luckily, it did not.
And to the person texting in, look, without a doubt, Denver's better than Dallas. I have no doubt in my mind that over a 7-game series, if both teams are healthy, Denver's probably winning that series, and it's probably not going to take 7 games. But I don't want to take anything away from the Mavs yesterday. The Mavs played great basketball throughout the game. There was the stretch, the 20-4 stretch, where it was like they were trying not to lose.
Yes, exactly.
And they're like, I just hope the clock runs out. It's like,
you got 7 minutes left. You can't do that.
We didn't get to this point, and that's where you would hope that Jason Kidd could really help out there and go, guys, we want to win this game.
Yeah.
We don't want to try to run out the clock. There's way too much clock. Let's keep playing with the pace we were playing at. Let's get those outlets. Let's get those easy buckets. If against that defense, Denver has one of the best half-court defenses in the NBA. True. If you're going to just milk the clock down to 8 seconds and do nothing until 8 seconds left on the clock, they're usually going to get a stop.
Yeah.
So it's not the best idea to do that. I get it, under 2 minutes and you're up by 10. That's a different story because I can take 2 possessions and take almost a minute off the clock. And now we're down to a minute to go. And worst case scenario, you would still be up by 4 points. But I just didn't like the way that they tried to milk a 6-minute clock or even a 5-minute clock. And I would hope that they would learn from that against a team like Denver, or if you get into a playoff matchup, you're going to be the underdog. The Mavericks are going to be the underdog in the playoffs, whatever series they get to be a part of, if they're part of a series. So trying to milk it against a team that's better than you is I'd say let's be aggressive. If we're going to lose, let's be aggressive. And then you have to play smart. With obviously 2 minutes to go up by 10, it's a different story.
Yeah, if you're saying that the Jokic's game wasn't his best, that's true. Like, it wasn't his percentages were good, but he didn't do a lot because the Mavericks, I felt like they did a pretty good job of being around him and making him uncomfortable throughout the game. I do think it's wild that nobody else on the Mavericks aside from Kyrie and Luka made a three-pointer in this game, and they shot, 25%?
Is that right?
Yeah, go look at the numbers.
Wow.
Not a single other person on the team made a three-pointer yesterday.
He's just, I think he is who he is. Now, maybe in the offseason he can learn how to shoot better, but this is why Charlotte didn't want to give him a big long-term contract, and I can see it. He had
11 rebounds in the game too. I agree with you on the shots. He did the other things. Yeah, I'm hopeful too.
We had to take him out of the game.
Yeah.
Down the stretch, you're like, you can't play, dude. You can't make a layup. You can't make a three-pointer, and they're not hard shots either. They are wide open shots, dude. And maybe his next game he'll score 25 points on 12 shots. I don't know, but obviously that is a scary part of as you get closer to the playoffs. Hey, is PJ Washington going to miss all of his shots? And he literally, I'm not exaggerating. He might miss all of his shots.
I'm going to go to cut number 3. This was what it all built up to is Murray hits the 3, Luka fires back with the 3. You get the ball back, and cut number 3 happens, and pandemonium ensues.
Kleba looking in for Irving. Irving for the win! Oh my! A southpaw finish from Kyrie Irving! Just absurd!
Obviously, I thought what a lot of people did was he looked like friggin' Kareem Abdul-Jabbar out there with that floater /
I don't think Kareem ever shot a left-handed shot.
And usually I thought of it.
Did Magic do the left-handed 3, or was that the right-handed. Or the right-handed Sky?
There was a game Larry Bird was just putting on a show, and he's like, "Hey, guess what? Today I'm just going to shoot every shot left-handed," and he got 27 points because he was just messing around. Watch how I can still score 20 plus just going left-handed all game. But I've never seen a dude with the opposite hand make that type of shot. The guy who comes close is Mike Conley.
Mm-hmm.
He's so good with his right because he is left-handed. But it's just that was one of the greatest makes I've ever seen with your opposite hand.
Dirk went left in the finals, right? Because he had the broken hand on the other one. He goes in with the layup on the left-hand side there. I did hear a number.
I hope that you can make a left-handed layup.
I hope so too, especially if you're 7 feet tall. That's
a good point.
He hits about 37%, almost 40% of the shots he takes with his left hand. The shots he tries to finish with his left hand. So that's a pretty good number to feel comfortable with. And then he had no other option. He's talking about, hey, look, man, Jokic steps out on me. I have to make a move.
On him.
I have to do something. He wanted to catch and shoot, and then he turns and he has to make something happen. He's like, I have no other option to go with my left because he's on my right-hand side. It's going to get swatted. Fortunate that a dude works that hard on all the skills to be able to make something like that.
I'm not saying Jokic is a premium defender by any means, but he was on him on that play. I want to know how else people reacted because from the 817, I yelled, Skyhook! At my TV, and I want to go to cut number 5. This was Luka's reaction to the Kyrie game winner.
Unbelievable, man. I don't think people realize how tough of a shot that is. With the offhand, even to have a chance, but that was it. I don't think people realize how tough that shot is.
Have you ever seen a shot under those circumstances, left that challenging like that?
No. I don't think we'll see it either. That guy's special.
I don't think you'll see it again either. That guy is special is the way to close it out.
I want Kyrie with the ball in that situation. I'm not ragging on Luka. Luka's the greatest offensive player in the game right now, and it's not really close. But if there's 5 seconds to go or less, Luka can't do what he needs to do. There's not enough time. He needs time to dance with the ball. He needs kind of about 8 seconds or more. And I don't mind with 8 seconds if I get it to him. I think there's enough time for him to try to drive. There's enough time for him to do a step back. But with 5 seconds to go, Luka can't execute a good look in those situations. So I like the ball going to Kyrie with 5 seconds to go or less.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Mike. He has that ability to do that. He's a great fourth quarter scorer too. I'm surprised that it's only his second ever buzzer beater in his career. It feels like there should be more.
Is that
of
right?
those. That's what the Mavs stats put out. It was his second ever. I'm like, huh? And I guess I don't know how that's possible.
It's probably tough because when he hit the shot over Curry to win the NBA Finals, the buzzer didn't go off at the end.
Yeah.
It's a game winner in the biggest situation, Game 7, but you have to have the buzzer go off. So I guess if you hit a shot and there's 0.3 left, it doesn't count as a buzzer beater.
And the good news is now that's 5 of 6 for the Mavs. And the one game that they lost against Oklahoma City was without Luka. Clearly, they still put up a good fight. Absolutely, they did.
Jordan had 9 in his career. Wow. Kobe had 8, so almost replicated Michael exactly. Joe Johnson had 8, and LeBron has 7. Joe Johnson.
So are you saying which one of these is not like the other? Joe Johnson is like, yeah, me, Kobe, MJ,
we're all the same.
LeBron,
yeah,
and me.
Do playoffs count?
I don't know.
Okay. I don't know, like the shot over Elo, does that count as or is it just regular season?
That feels like that should count, but that's a good question. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a Stars night and win to remember. Let's celebrate Mike Modano and talk about that victory. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
In front, Modano. It's just out of his reach. He fires. And Mike Modano is now this franchise's #1 star.
Not particularly surprising since Mike Modano leads the Stars in pretty much everything. 13 years after his retirement, he is still the Stars/Minnesota North Stars franchise leader in goals, assists, points, power play goals, shorthanded goals, game-winning goals, and games played.
What about American hockey players? What is he?
He is the best in my heart, and a lot of the stats back that up as well.
Still the highest score. I think Pavelski has to get like 90-something or 80-something to catch up to him.
When I do like Joe Pavelski
or
a lot.
100 and something. Like he's fine. He's fine.
Know the number, do you?
I just saw it during the game the other day. Kevin, give me a minute.
All right, so let's talk about.
Hold on, give me just a second. I got to find this number real quick.
Do you want to start with more Modano or go to the game on Saturday, which the Stars dominated there as well?
This is tough.
There's only two options.
Well, it's a good question there, Kevin, because I really want to talk Modano. I think we can fill up the whole thing with it.
Let's talk about Mike Modano. I'm going to go to cut number 9 here, and I'm curious if he gets enough, I guess, credit for making this place feel more like a hockey town.
30 years ago, we got on a plane in 1993 to come here and not knowing what to expect. And we feel like 5 years later, we gave you a Stanley Cup in 1999. We went from one rink in Valley Ranch to about over 20 now in the Metroplex. And we feel we've turned Dallas into a hockey town. So thank you guys.
I literally got chills when he said that.
Did you?
And not today, but when he said that and I was watching it live, I literally got chills because the word town after your sport, Josh Hamilton screwed us over there.
Right.
This isn't a baseball town. And we were like, man, we really aren't a baseball town, but we want to be a baseball town. You're trying to be a jerk about it. So, so like everybody hated it. But when he said hockey town and you started thinking like, we do love hockey around here. Maybe not as passionately as they do up north, but the fan base that is Stars fan base is the most passionate fan base in DFW. I don't think the Cowboys fans love the Cowboys as much as the Stars fans love the Stars. Rangers fan base was rabid this year. It was great. It was phenomenal. And Mavs is kind of hit or miss. It's more just about being down there. But man, yeah, when he said that, Kevin, it gave me chills because I was like, yeah, that's something I've been a part of since I was in high school.
Right.
Is loving and caring about that team that way, knowing hockey. Mike Modano helped teach me hockey.
And I have to admit, when they first got here, I always thought Mike Modano was cool because he was in the Mighty Ducks movie for just a second.
That's why you thought he was cool?
It is. It really is.
Not because he was super handsome. And
he is super handsome.
Like
That's true.
The way people talked about him around here, hockey people that knew, it was, is this guy Gretzky? Like I didn't know anything about hockey.
He's American Gretzky.
And I was like, is he Gretzky? Like, is he that good? And they were like, oh, the dude can fly. Like he can absolutely fly on the ice. He's a scorer. He has the ability to set guys up. He's everything. And then when you hear the stories about how the guys were like, that team partied their asses off. I mean, that team, Kevin, we hear stories about that Stanley Cup and how that cup went missing multiple times and just that team partied. Mike Modano was like, guys, I appreciate it. I'll see you guys tomorrow at practice. And he wasn't one of those kind of guys. He was always like making sure he was doing his thing. And then on top of that, Kevin, you compare him to like Dirk. I compare him to Dirk a lot. One title, became a hero to the city with that one title along the way. And he had the Heroes game before
for our arch rival.
He had the Heroes game before Dirk, right?
Yes.
And so he had the Heroes game. Then Dirk takes it over, and it just kind of fit. Those two guys were right. And Kevin, you were around Mike Modano whenever we were at those Heroes games, and we had some good, fun conversations with him. He's a great dude. I was happy for him to get that statue. And if you look at that statue right now and Dirk's statue together, they're both pointed at an imaginary basket or net. Like they're both pointed in the same direction, but they're going to score. And I just think it looks awesome down there.
I want to play cut number 8 then. You're going to have to use your imagination a little bit along the way. This is the anticipation and then reveal of the statue. You can hear the hype up music, and then you can pretty much tell the second that most of the people can see the statue. I like the statue a lot. I know some people wanted him holding up the cup. Do you dig the statue? Do you like the jersey flap out in the back?
All right. I was texting back and forth with the Hockey Hawk on this, and he was like, I think the cup moment is an iconic thing. And I said, yeah, that is an iconic moment in hockey. But the flap is Modano.
Yeah.
Like that's the, like when you watch Modano, you probably didn't think about it back then. But when you watched him, that little flap right there was that's him, man. And it stood out as him. Again, because he had sweet lettuce, as they say, but he also could fly around the ice.
I wish they would have had the statue of him falling off the cart when they were taking him to the ambulance.
The ambulance? When they're loading him up into the ambulance?
What if it was like kind of a bobblehead and it kind of tilted and then came back up? That game where he got concussed really bad, and so you just see him on a stretcher, but it tips over,
what is the matter with you?
Here we are having a great moment talking about Mike Modano and his legacy and his history. You want to talk about the time that he fell out of an ambulance?
Well, not out of the ambulance. They were putting him into the ambulance.
It is true. I don't know what those people were doing when they just let him fall over while he was strapped into the ambulance.
They need a web redemption. They need they need to get Tosh and do a web redemption and be like, here's what went wrong that day. Mike, we promise we'll never let it happen again.
And maybe I'm out of the mix on this, but somebody said he dated Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Is that Christy Swanson from the movie or Sarah Michelle Gellar? I have to admit, I was not familiar with that. I know he dated Willa Ford because she was out at the charitable games as well. So I don't know the backstory to that. If we can find out any information.
I'm looking. I do not see her on a history list.
Please follow up with us from the 435 and 972. Okay.
You dated Christy Swanson?
Please follow up on that.
I think it's Samsonite.
Samsonite.
It's not. No. Now, let's go to more contemporary stars, but you can also feel free to give us your favorite Mike Modano moment. It could be the fact that he was involved in so many of the goals throughout that Stanley Cup winning season. I understand that. Everybody knows Brett Hull got the final goal there, and he did it totally legally. But Mike
Are you trying to say something about his toe being in the crease?
He did it totally legal.
Yeah.
In Buffalo and Minnesota, when they lost their hockey team, they can cry all day long. Still happened. Mike Modano was a huge part of a lot of those goals down the stretch. I think he might have assisted on the last 5 goals in that Stanley Cup winning campaign. Now, let's go to cut number 6 because the Stars still needed to get the win against a solid Kings team, and indeed they did.
And the Stars neatly play it ahead to center. Johnson over the line in the middle. Johnson shoots and scores! On the rush, the Stars make it 3-0.
Now, this is against a Kings team that they have plenty to play for as well, as they are trying to make sure they lock down their playoff position. But now you've got it where it is a 3-way tie atop the Central Division. Winnipeg, Colorado, and Dallas all have 91 points. That's the good news. Here's the bad news. The Stars have played 69 games, the Avalanche 68, and the Winnipeg Jets 67. So at least Winnipeg made up one of those games.
All right.
And I don't think the Stars play again for a few more days. I believe they play on Wednesday. So all three of the teams are tied atop the standings. Colorado with 1 game in hand, Winnipeg with 2 games in hand. But you see why you have to keep stacking up 2 points, 2 points, 2 points. You're in no danger of missing the playoffs whatsoever. But as it stands right now, you'd open up against Colorado in the first round. And that is not the matchup that I want to see in the first round of the playoffs. I'm not saying they couldn't win. I just do not believe they would win.
They can't beat Colorado.
Okay, Mike Bassick is saying they cannot win.
McKinnon's too good. They're too good. It might just be bad matchups. I'm sorry, I don't know all the matchups, but I've seen them now with Winnipeg. They seem okay. Like, that seems like a 50-50 coin flip. Playing Colorado does not seem, at least in the regular season, like a coin flip game.
And I think I would give them a nice little advantage over Winnipeg, but against Colorado, I would absolutely see them as the underdog. Whereas on the flip side, if you can move to the top, maybe you end up with, maybe it's Nashville, but I like your chances a lot better. And then hopefully Winnipeg can take care of Colorado.
What if you covered that series and you got to go to Nashville? That seems like a fun city.
I went to Nashville a couple of years ago. It is a fun city. A lot of stuff happening on the top of roofs there.
Like, explain more.
Okay, I will. A lot of drinking and partying on the top of roofs compared to your average city. I guess that was a vague statement.
Did you make it to the roofs?
Yes. I was on the roof of...
You're shouting from the rooftop?
I can't say who
was this around
it was.
January 6th?
Was it also the ceiling?
I don't see where you're going with that. No, it was not. There's a lot of country music.
The ceiling
folks,
is the roof.
I know. There's a lot of country music folks who have establishments out there. We were on the roof of some...
Toby Keith?
I don't think it was Toby Keith.
John Anderson?
But if you stand up there, there's one across the street and then one right next to it and then one right next to you. So I'm not sure.
Clint Black?
I don't know which one it was.
Brooks and Dunn, Travis Tritt?
It might have been Clint Black.
Randy Travis?
I don't think I'm going to remember.
We could do this all day. Alan Jackson?
No, I believe that you can do this all day. I'm just saying I don't know the answer.
Clint Black recently in the last 3 years played at the Kessler.
Nice.
Like, very small venue.
Yeah.
Like, very cool, great venue, but I think Clint Black might be just on a rooftop now. What I'm saying is some of the people you name might still be able to play at, no offense to Clint Black, they might be able to play at a bigger venue.
I don't remember it. Maybe it was Jason Aldean's. I don't remember for people who are texting in.
Was it the Beatles? They played on a roof.
Was it Nudi's Honky Tonk?
No, it belonged to like a person I'd heard of. I don't know Nudi's.
Hank Williams Jr.'s Boogie Bar?
I don't know. You can keep saying the things all you like. I don't remember. I'll ask my wife or brother and sister-in-law. Maybe they remember. I do not remember. But the point is, a lot of people hang out on the top of roofs in Nashville and drink and
Dirk
party
Bentley's
and
Whiskey Row?
Oh, was he getting drunk on a plane?
I'm getting drunk on a plane.
He's singing
Doc Holliday's Saloon?
He's dead.
I don't know.
All right. Well, what's that?
Okay. So the point about the Stars.
Yeah, man, you were like, hey, I went to Nashville.
Yeah, what are you doing here, man?
I was just trying to help you figure out the name
point
of the
about the
bar,
Stars
bro.
is if you could open up the playoffs
Against Nashville?
against a team like Nashville,
You should go there.
Another wild card team, and avoid Colorado, you would only play them in the second round, and maybe Winnipeg can dust them off. And if that's the case, I would like your chances to get Winnipeg in the second round and then move on to the Western Conference Finals potentially. Stop texting in answers. I don't know.
Neil McCoy?
I don't know who that is, actually.
The real McCoy.
I think Chris Arnold said one day he met him and he was like,
There's
a lot of people
picture
say
him
you
on
look like me.
Instagram or whatever. Chris posted it. They do look similar.
To Neil McCoy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it Hootie?
That would be that's different. I mean,
You'd have remembered that, right? Hootie?
Maybe.
It's your favorite Blowfish song.
I mean, the one I immediately think of is I Only Want to Be With You, but that's probably super basic. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time
It wasn't Garth Brooks.
for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Spring training is coming to a close. You'll never regret going. Next.
RJ Choppy, your booker friends over at A Number One Air, the awesome Metroplex leader for over 35 years, and it is the Love is in the Air special from A Number One Air. Buy a new heated.
Most insurance is accepted for treatment, so go to lowtcenter.com now to book your appointment online. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Update. I talked to my sister-in-law in the break. She said we went to Luke Bryan's bar as well as Old Red, which is Blake Shelton's bar. We were on the roofs at those places.
From the 817, hi, Kevin. This is your sister-in-law.
No.
We went to Nudie's Fun Bar that Sea Dog mentioned.
Definitely did not happen. I just talked to my sister-in-law. Inaccurate.
Mike, do you believe Kevin texting some person on his phone or Artolos?
I don't care anymore.
All right.
Okay. By the way, my sister-in-law has the same name as a Cowboys reporter, more or less.
John
now,
Machado?
It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Newey?
Yes, her name is Newey.
Mike Leslie?
All right. So I got back from Arizona late Saturday night, thanks to the weather. I don't know if
Hold on. You got back thanks to the weather?
Well, I've never been to Love Field where you're the last plane to arrive and there's nobody in the airport. But
okay.
That was interesting. Our flight finally got in. It was like an hour delay, so we got in at 12:30. But here's what I want to talk about. I was at the airport, same kind of terminal we were at in Phoenix, kind of that Terminal 4 Southwest, going back to DFW. And what was awesome is I got to meet a lot of Tolos and a lot of Ranger fans. So I was charging my phone, and then I'm sorry I'm going to forget people's names. If you know me, I'm horrible with names. I'm not even sure who I'm working with right now. I just hope to get it right. Okay. But there's a young man named Jackson. If you're listening, thanks for listening. If you're not, what's your deal, man? We had a long conversation and everything. You should be listening right now.
You said you were a listener. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I got to talk to two guys, and I am forgetting their names, but they were best friends since second grade. They went to Frisco Liberty. He was a lefty. He went and pitched junior college ball. But we sat there and we talked in the airport for over an hour. And it was just a blast. And they had a blast going to spring training. And the two best friends, they go to a lot of Frisco games because they live up north. So they get to see a lot of the AA guys. And then it's exciting for them to see them kind of start competing for major league jobs. So I get on the plane, and then I sit next to another Tolo, and he is a Fort Worth police officer, and he was there with his wife, and that was their first time ever to go to spring training. And I know spring training is coming to a close. For a lot of people, spring break ended. I don't know if there's spring break this week for other schools, but I think the majority of schools now are done with spring break. It was either last week or the week before for the Metroplex. But I'm telling you, if you've never gone, first of all, Thursday and Saturday, the two games at home, Friday's game was away and they played one inning and got rained out, it was sold out. It was
sold out
for both games. That Thursday and Saturday games we called, it was sold out.
Man.
And I'm telling you, if you go, you can text in if you want. If you've been to spring training, I think it becomes an event that maybe you're not able to go to annually because every spring break, it might be a little bit tough to do every spring break for spring training. But I think when people go to spring training, they just can't believe how awesome it is.
Yeah.
They go over to the batting cages, and they're watching 10 feet in front of them. Literally 10 feet away is Saturday, Corey Seager, Adolis Garcia, all the best players taking batting practice. They're all lined up against the fence. There's music on. Adolis was controlling the music on Saturday. So sometimes you'll go by and there'll be country music. Sometimes it'll be Latin music. Sometimes it'll be more hip-hop music. And each of kind of the main guys on the team get their day in the cages where there's about, I would say, 6 tunnels is my guess. You guys have walked over there. It's about 6 tunnels, right?
Yep.
And so there can be 6 guys working out at the same time, getting there, whether it's T-work in, front toss, live BP, whatever, getting in the tunnels. And they just have a blast. People just have a blast going to this. And you can go to the backfields. In fact, like Sebastian Walcott, He played Saturday, and he hit against, I want to say, Sal Frank, a lefty big league pitcher in the 9th inning. This was pretty awesome if you were watching. And I know the Rangers ended up losing, but I believe it was 5-4, and he came up to pinch hit with 2 outs against a major league left-handed reliever, and he drew a 3-2 walk after fouling off 2 2-strike curveballs. It was a great at-bat. And then these guys in the backfield are like, yeah, Sebastian Walcott got his autograph. So, I mean, guys are going back there. They're getting the super prospects autographs. They're getting to watch guys play in B games on the backfield. They're getting to watch guys 10 feet away hit batting practice. That you're just never going – when you go to a game here in Arlington, none of that is possible. You're not going to get to see the guys take batting practice 10 feet away. You're in the stands. And if they're doing it inside in the cages like Shohei Ohtani, I know he's not on the Rangers, but you can see Shohei Ohtani do that in Dodgers camp. You're never going to see Shohei Ohtani take batting practice on the field. He refuses to do it during the regular season because he doesn't want to get out of his routine and possibly have to put on a show for the 20,000 people that showed up early to watch him take batting practice. He understands who he is, and if he's going to go out onto that field for practice, he understands it's more of a show than it is for him getting in his work. But I just wanted to shout out quite a few people. There are other people that said hello. Yesterday, my son was playing in Euless, and we went to, I believe it's called the Ice House because it was in between games, and had a couple Tolos say hello to me there and are just pumped about the Ranger season coming up. And so it's just the energy and the vibes are tremendous, and getting to go back there and seeing it during spring break. And there's not a piece of grass in the outfield you can sit on.
Yeah,
it's full.
That's crazy.
That is the best part right now.
So it was awesome. Now, I will get to the Texas Rangers. We have new power rankings out by MLB.com. You know, their power rankings. So they're giving you just an idea of what they think as spring training is more than halfway through, and we're coming to the last 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks now, until the regular season starts. In fact, right now, the Padres and the Dodgers are in Korea getting ready for the start of their season, as they're going to play, I believe, 3 games. It might be 2, but I think it's 3 games in Korea to start off the season. That kicks off the season. Well, they have the Braves as the number 1 team right now, power ranked going into the season. Number 2 is the Dodgers, and I don't think many people are going to complain about those 2 teams being the top 2 teams going into the season. I know they're both National League teams, but they are 1 and 2. Number 3, I'll tell you what, they are having an unbelievable spring training, and they had the most wins in the American League last year, and that is the Baltimore Orioles. So I get that too. The Orioles adding Corbin Burns. I think Grayson Rodriguez is going to have a tremendous year for them. The young man from East Texas. I forget which city he's from, but he's from just outside the Metroplex, and he had a really good second half last year, and they expect him. A lot of people said he's the next Jacob deGrom, hopefully just pitching-wise and not, dealing with possible injuries. Number 4 was a little bit surprising to me. This is where the first surprise came in. They have the Philadelphia Phillies number 4. And so I'm not crazy about that, but they do talk about their rotation and talk about the star power that they have in Trey Turner, in Schwarber, in Bryce Harper, and they just talk about that looks like a team that it's going to be tough for them because the Braves are in their division, but if there's a team that can compete and maybe sneak in there and steal a division away from a team that looks superior,
it would be them.
It would be the Phillies. Number 5, the Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
Nice. It says the defending champs dropping 2 spots seems less about their own deficiencies, though you can certainly understand why their fans would love to see Montgomery back to help keep their rotation afloat until Max Scherzer and Jacob deGrom return. I will leave it there. It says, are Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter ready to be everyday stars? And can this bullpen be better than it was last year? So they talk about that and why they're number 5 and the defending
I think the
champs.
answer to both of those is yes.
So here's your updates on Max Scherzer. I think this was really good news Saturday. Chris Young, general manager, said Max Scherzer is trending towards, there's still a lot of time, but he's trending towards a late May return for the Texas Rangers or early June. So right now, Max Scherzer is looking great, And it's might only be 2 months. And then at the end of May, they think he could be ready to be back in your rotation.
So I kind of want to talk about that for a minute because we've been attacking most of these. I mean, Malley and DeGrom as well. I know all the situations are different, as we'll see all of this after the All-Star break. And now you're hearing with Scherzer.
Yeah, it might be end of May now.
So maybe not.
They're moving it up. They said that he was throwing the ball. Bruce Bochy said he was playing long toss. He was guesstimating about 300 feet, which is a long freaking way to throw a ball right now. I could never throw a ball 300 feet, even at my best.
What'd you max out at?
Probably close to 300 feet. But Max Scherzer has a way better arm than I ever did. But, I mean, that is a long way when you're coming back from injuries that he had with his back and shoulder and stuff like that. So they're expecting end of May for Max Scherzer, which is good news. Now, Cody Bradford was named in the rotation. Chris Young on Saturday said, our rotation is set. It's done with. It's over. We got our 5 guys. So there's no more competition when it comes to the rotation. That's what Chris Young said Saturday. So Bradford is the 5th guy.
Yep.
Okay. Bradford didn't throw great on Saturday. He battled. He was okay. He's been
okay through the spring too, right?
He's been good.
Okay.
He was good until this last game, but I was wanting to see, getting to call the game with Jared Sandler was a blast. I was wanting to see a third pitch. I know he's a fastball changeup guy, and when you're a reliever, that's okay to be a 2-pitch guy. But if you're going to throw 80 to 110 pitches per game every 5th day, you need a third pitch unless you just have dominating stuff with your 2 pitches.
Which he does not.
Right, he's a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, an 82, 83-mile-an-hour changeup, and you want to see that slider or curveball. Well, Saturday, he threw more curveballs, and they were more what we call get-me-over curveballs, a show-me curveball. I just need to throw it for a strike just so I'm showing you a third pitch, like a first-pitch curveball, but I'm not going to get you out with this pitch. I'm just showing you I have a third pitch. So that's something he still really needs to work on. If he's going to be a successful starter, Cody Bradford, I believe whether it's a curveball or a slider or kind of a cutter, he has to find that third pitch. If not, it's fine if you're completely healthy, which is tough to be completely healthy. When Max Scherzer comes back, I think he's a very valuable piece as a long reliever in your pen or a middle reliever. But watching Bradford pitch the other day, I was just like, gosh, I want to see that third pitch just develop a little bit more. And then my last thing, I did get to see Jack Leiter throw 3 innings. He threw the 7th, 8th, and 9th, and it looked good.
Okay, I want to expand on him at noon then. Okay. Because I do want to talk some more about him. Coming up next, we might just have former All-American and Dallas Maverick Jamal Mashburn. If not, we can go back to the Rangers. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Sports. Basement Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I do believe we're going to talk with Jamal Mashburn in just 1 minute. As Corey, you're working on your bracket. I know we're going to have some college basketball talk in about another 20 minutes because I still have yet to do my deep dive and figure out all my intricate predictions. I have general thoughts about the Final Four, but it's that first and second round.
You mean San Diego State and UAB?
Yeah,
you're I don't know.
I don't have that one down just yet.
Well, do you start in the middle and work your way out? Is that how you do it?
Sometimes I do.
Interesting. Okay.
Right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline, we bring to you former All-American, NBA All-Star, Dallas Mavericks lottery pick. It is Jamal Mashburn. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. How you doing?
We're doing good. Do you think it's, I might have just confused my co-host. Do you think it's a terrible idea to build your bracket from the end and go backwards? You're like, these teams will be in the Final Four, and then I'll build backwards from there.
No, I start from the top and work my way backwards. I stop from top to bottom.
Wow, I've never done it that way. This is the first time. My mind's blown right now. I start at the outside and work my way in. This is amazing.
Man, I feel like we're already solving problems today.
How deep do I go with Kentucky then? How far in do I go with them?
You know what? I got them as I haven't filled out my bracket yet, but I'm a little bit of a homer since I went to University of Kentucky. So I got them going to the Sweet 16 for sure.
All right, there it is.
Okay,
I'm taking his advice, Kevin.
I don't want this to bring up any bad feelings or anything.
Oh,
but
no.
I'm a Duke homer, and I think I go in the opposite direction, and I'm like, this team is infuriating. They're out in the second round. Do you ever have too harsh of a reflection on your former teams, and you're like, we could have done that better?
Nah, not at all. Not at all. Even though I had my battles with Duke, I still have good friends that were, Dukies, as we call them, in Grand Hill, who I'm still close with to this day. So not at all. It was, it was probably one of the better games played in NCAA history, that University of Kentucky Duke game back in the early 90s. But no, I have no hard feelings at all. I think I'm over that for now.
Okay, so you didn't watch that 30 for 30 about I hate Christian Leitner, and you're like, that makes sense to me too.
I understand it though.
That's all I was really looking for. Did you get the opportunity, because obviously the Metroplex here has been a buzz all since yesterday with the Mavericks Nuggets game? Did you get the opportunity to check that out and the finishing shot, the left-handed hook shot by Kyrie Irving?
No, I didn't get a chance to see it. I was out in Las Vegas all weekend watching my son in the University of New Mexico, the Lobos, play and win the Mountain West tournament. So I did not get a chance. I was busy doing with family activities and watching them be dominant in that Mountain West tournament.
Okay, how do I take New Mexico?
I knew you were going to ask him that.
Deep into this one too? Is that what I'm looking at here?
You know what? I think they were a little bit undervalued and underseeded from what they've accomplished. I know they haven't had a great, non-conference schedule or anything like that. Didn't play a lot of people, but the Mountain West Conference was very tough this year. You got San Diego State, Colorado State, Boise State, Nevada, Utah State, and they were able to win the whole tournament in 4 days, something that has never been done. So I will take them. They're going to be hard to guard. They can score the ball. They have great guard play, and they got a couple of bigs down low that can really protect the paint and score in the paint. So, I do look for New Mexico to get past round one for sure.
And that would be Clemson, and then potentially matching them up with Baylor. If it came to pass, you'd definitely root for New Mexico over Kentucky, though, right?
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's my son. What can how can that look during the summertime if I'm choosing the University of Kentucky over him? When he comes back home. So no, I like the family ties. I don't want any problems with him. So I'm definitely choosing New Mexico over University of Kentucky.
Jamal, there's quite a few young men now that don't choose to go to college. In fact, right around here, there's a kid, Ron Holland from Duncanville, that was going to University of Texas. He decided to go more of the professional route. Other guys have decided to do that. What's your thought process now on kind of 5-star recruits going to college for 1 year versus going another route?
Yeah, it just really, times have really changed, and they've really changed with the transfer portal and also NIL. I will say this, it's now the power is in the player's hands, so to speak. I just think everybody has their own different situation and what they can handle and what they cannot handle. I've seen some kids go overseas to the Australian League and do very well there. Some kids go into the G League, and other kids that have turned pro probably that it hasn't panned out. They probably should have went to college. College athletics now, at least at the football and the basketball level, looks like pro sports. I mean, it's mirroring it right now. I mean, it's basically free agency every year. And I know the people that really care about college basketball really don't want that to happen. But we are where we are because of conference alignment, basically driven by college football. So it just really depends on the kid's situation and how he wants to develop. One thing I do know, the college game is different from a basketball standpoint than the pro game. I wish it would mirror a little bit of the pro game, meaning the 4 out, 1 in, a lot of 3-point shooting. And I think they should go to 4 quarters rather than 2 halves. But I just think everybody has a different situation. Everybody develops differently, and there's a lot more opportunities, I think, for you to play professional basketball these days. And I think kids, at least when I was growing up, Coach Pitino told me to leave when he knew I was a top 4 or 5 pick. Now, if kids get in the second round, they're almost happy to just take the money and see what the opportunity lies, and they just don't want to go to school anymore. So the landscape has definitely changed, but it's to each his own, as I say.
Now, we're talking with Jamal Mashburn right here on 105.3 The Fan. We want to get to what you're doing with Exact Sciences and boxing out colon cancer, because obviously a very worthy cause. But you did just bring up something there I was curious about is you were a very high pick. You went to the Dallas Mavericks. I'm curious, with your experience with Jim Jackson as well, but Jason Kidd and the 3 J's, now that Kidd is coaching the Mavs, do you keep an extra eye on them?
Well, I mean, I've always kept an eye on Dallas, especially the Dallas Mavericks. That was a team that gave me the opportunity and drafted me 4th overall in 1993. I was surprised that Jason Kidd became a coach, to be quite honest with you. You know what I mean? I didn't. If you'd have told me that back in 93, 94, that J. Kidd would be a head coach in the NBA, I could see it from a point guard standpoint, but just looking at it and knowing him personally, I just couldn't wrap my head around it. But I still follow the Dallas Mavericks quite a bit down there and stuff like that. So I keep up with them. Love what Luka's done as a player and what he's brought from an international perspective. Kyrie Irving, obviously got a chance to see him being a kid from the Northeast, up in that Jersey area. Always followed his career, even though he was a Dookie as well. But at the end of the day, for me, the Dallas Mavericks, I've always thought the city really loved that team. It's a sports town. And, I think the Dallas Mavericks should have a contender in that Metroplex, because when the Mavericks are a part of it and that city gets jumping, they really follow and they really support that particular team. So no, I've always been a Dallas Mavericks fan.
Was it a temperament thing with Kidd, or you like, he'll never be able to deal with all this nonsense?
No, it wasn't necessarily a temperament thing. It's just like, how you project out and you see 20 years from now what guys are going to be doing. It just wasn't on my radar that he would be a coach, but when you look at him as a point guard and his high IQ, it probably shouldn't have surprised me. But I just thought, him being a NBA head coach, him sitting over there looking smart with those glasses on, it's just the type of that I've known, But I always wish him the best. I think he's one of the good guys that I've played with, one of the better teammates that I have, and what an outstanding talent when I play with him as far as passing the ball is concerned. So, I'm happy for him and seeing what he's become to be, and I wish him a lot of love and a lot of success.
Jamal, obviously, I go back to high school when we had the 3 J's and we had the song Jamal Mashburn, We Got Him, and I don't know if you remember those commercials or not.
Do you want to sing him the song, Mike?
I think Jamal knows the song I'm talking about. Emmett Smith was part of it, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering this from a coaching perspective. When you have 3 very young, talented, high lottery picks, how tough is it for a coach to take guys in their very young 20s and mold them into a team rather than the guys wanting to kind of get their individual numbers?
Well, I think at the end of the day, when you have high lottery picks, and you have high lottery picks for a reason, because you're your team that previous year wasn't that good. I think the most difficult thing about the NBA, especially when you're coming in as a young guy, especially when I came in back in the early 90s, probably still consistent to this day, is that you're always trying to plant your flag of the reason why they drafted you as a lottery pick. You're always trying to showcase your skill set, different things like that, really set your mark on the league. And I don't think it gets to like year 7 or 8 where guys just kind of figure it out, where it's mostly about the team than necessarily their individual stats. And that's when you find guys that collectively buy into a winning culture or a winning or championship culture. It's hard. And I will say at the NBA level, I think more or less not for the coach, but you need veteran leaders in that locker room and veteran guys in that locker room that have won before and have probably played at a superstar level at the end of their career, or at least an all-star level, or played a significant role on a championship team, to really show guys the ropes. And unfortunately for myself, Jason, and Jimmy, we didn't have a lot of veteran leadership in that locker room early on. And I wish we would have, because they probably would have helped us along our path as NBA players, and also probably kept that core together probably a little bit longer, rather than us being, 3 individuals. We probably could have been more of a collective if we would have had a veteran leader in there to help show us the ropes and what the NBA is about and the arc of an NBA career as well.
Yeah, that kind of goes along with what I was just curious about. If somehow you magically, all 3 of y'all would have gotten that 7-8 years in wisdom that comes with the NBA to match with your talent, do you think the Mavericks could have really blown up, like in a good way this time?
Yeah, I mean, it was difficult too as well. I mean, we were going through injuries. I went through microfracture surgery. Jimmy had an ankle injury. And then the franchise also was sold to Ross Perot Jr. at the time from Don Carter. And we had a bunch of different coaches, Quinn Buckner being the first coach, then Dick Motta, who stabilized the ship. And then they went with Jim Clemens. And then, there was just a lot of movement, a lot of activity, and no real stability. But if we would have had some stability, I think we would have probably been one of the original triplets, as far as 3 guys getting together, or kind of not, I wouldn't say a super team, but, we would have had 3 outstanding perimeter players play at a high level, an all-star level at the NBA level. And that can take you pretty far in the NBA once everybody buys into that culture. But unfortunately, we didn't have that.
Jamal,
we all went our separate ways.
Jamal, I saw your awesome interview with JJ Redick on his podcast, and you talked about Michael Jordan and how he gave you a tip, and it led to, I believe, scoring 55 points, in one of your next games that you played, and Jordan noticed it. I was wondering this, Jordan giving you a tip on your game and knowing what you did, were there other superstars in the NBA that were that open in giving advice when they weren't on your team?
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of an anomaly, from the sense that, the tip he gave me and what I sought out from him was at the All-Star Weekend. In All-Star Weekend, everybody kind of gets together, let their guard down and different things like that. And that's really the only opportunity, other than the summertime, if you hang in the same city as some other All-Star or Hall of Fame players. But that opportunity presented itself, and I took full advantage of it, is to really just chat with the greatest player of all time, in my opinion, and somebody that I looked up to get understanding of how he prepared and what he looked at from the game standpoint. And I learned a lot from him, but I think that was a unique setting where All-Star Weekend provided that. Back when I played, it was more competitive, where there weren't many relationships developed with opposing opponents. It was more or less you against I, or our team against yours. And if we had any other friends or anything like that, that was after the game that we kind of socialized. Nowadays, it's a little bit different. Everybody kind of mingles with one another. They work out together with one another in the off season. But during my time, I just took advantage of that All-Star Weekend and said, hey, I'm playing on the same team as Michael Jordan in his final All-Star game. Let me take complete advantage of it. And I did some things during that weekend that I probably normally didn't do, which is get autographs. So I got Michael Jordan, a signed shoe from him, a Jordan shoe, his game shoe, and I also got Allen Iverson, his game shoe as well, that he signed as well. 2 of my favorite all-time players.
Wow, that is awesome. Now, something even bigger than basketball that you're working on right now is you've teamed up with Exact Sciences and the Blue Hat Foundation for boxoutcoloncancer.com. March is colorectal cancer awareness month. I'm curious, I mean, it feels like everybody knows somebody that close in their life or maybe themselves that has been affected by cancer. I'm curious if there's anything in particular that drove you to this cause, a very worthy cause.
Yeah, and thanks for sharing, boxoutcoloncancer.com. People can go over there and get information. It's a preventable disease, and why it rings near and dear to my heart. I don't do a lot of stuff as far as, partnerships or endorsements, things like that, but I was impacted because my mother, she had colon cancer when it was my first All-Star appearance, when I made the All-Star team as a Hornet, I believe, in 2003. And it was kind of one of those bittersweet things where, I'm at the top of my career, and then my mother being diagnosed with colon cancer. She was in remission for 18 years, and then she passed away in 2020 from a heart condition. But, anything that can support or share information or to share the story that what I had to deal with or going through with my mother and colon cancer, she would have found out earlier and probably got diagnosed and got it treated early. We probably wouldn't have jumped through so many obstacles in the healthcare system. So I try to share my experiences, not only for the people who deal with colon cancer, but also who are getting screened, but also how do we deal with the people the caregivers of these people as well. So, it's something that's near and dear to my heart. I was impacted by it, and it's something that's preventable. So I want everybody to go out there and get screened if you're 45 years or older. It's something that's preventable, and it's something that, I look at it from the standpoint of, if you're not going to do it for yourself, do it for your loved ones so you can be around for them.
And if you need more information, boxoutcoloncancer.com. That's boxoutcoloncancer.com, especially for those 45 or older, or if you want to pass that information along to somebody who fits that bill. Jamal, appreciate you being involved in that cause and also giving us your time to talk plenty of hoops today.
Thank you so much. I had a great time, and you guys keep up the good work. Pleasure talking to you.
We're true blue.
There you go. Sure. Jamal Mashburn right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know he wanted to sing that song.
Jason and Jimmy.
We got him. Coming up next, it's March Madness time. Who are your immediate, not thought out Final Four selections?
Well, I'm working on it right now.
We'll talk about plenty of other stuff too. Next, right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I do believe talking with Jamal Mashburn might have helped Corey Majors finish off his bracket. Not 100% about that, but it's looking like that did help.
Yeah, I had Texas Tech take Kentucky down in round 2. So round 2.
Okay.
So, and then I don't think I had New Mexico beating Clemson, Kevin. Sorry, I don't think that was going to happen.
From the 903, I've got Auburn, Baylor, Purdue, and Kentucky in the Final Four and have Baylor winning it all. Now, you might take more time along the way to finish out your bracket, but I wanted to know if you already had a not well thought out, spur of the moment decision for a Final Four. And if so, I would like to know what exactly that looks like.
Yeah, at the moment, I have a lot of chalk, Kevin.
Okay.
A lot of chalk on my page.
Which would have been bad last year.
Yeah. But I think Houston's a really good team again this year.
Agreed.
I think Purdue has a lot of skills that can help them out in crunch time games.
Agreed.
I think UConn is a fantastic team. As a matter of fact, I listened to the morning show. Choppy put his stamp and said, just go ahead and give them the title. A week later, they lost the game, and Choppy was like, I don't know what happened, man. So I got UConn, Houston,
that doesn't
Purdue.
Sound like a ringing in.
And then I got Baylor. But that in the Western region, Kevin, is the only place I don't have a number 1 seed rolling. I don't even have a number 2 seed making it to
you're not going with
the
Arizona?
Elite 8. No, I'm rolling with Baylor and Alabama in that one. So we'll see how if my West ends up breaking my bracket for me.
Okay,
I know nothing. I'm just watching the games.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't watch enough to bracket it.
Well, Sandler asked me to be part of something,
those
so
are
I was
the
like,
best
all right,
kind.
fine.
No,
is
I'm not
because
wasting
those people
$50.
usually win. Well, that's true.
Sometimes I win though, and I'm all right with that.
I've got some notes for you.
He's like, why would I waste $50 when I could spend that on some Evan Carter or Wyatt Langford cards?
Yeah, I don't have enough. If you can add 2 zeros to Wyatt Langford cards.
Wyatt Langford was the talk of the Dallas Card Show this weekend. Good thinking, Paul.
He was the talk in Arizona, too.
Yeah, I get that. If you want to take a look, Duquesne won the Atlantic 10, first NCAA bid in 47 years. Also, this is the school responsible for Brandon looking at me, pointing at the bracket and saying, how do you say that team? And probably, I guess Duquesne doesn't come up a lot in like random sports discussions. Yale.
Duquesnes.
It's
Duquesne's.
Duquesne.
Oh, I have them. Oh,
Why
no,
are
BYU's
you guessing when I already told you the answer?
It isn't spelled at the end CAIN.
El Duques.
Yes, the El Duques, if that happens, if that helps
man,
you
they have
out.
good leg lift.
Yale
Wear a
won
hat
the
like a
Ivy
little like
League
this.
title on a buzzer beater. You have all kinds of either local or Texas teams in the mix. Texas Tech, number 6, they're going to play the ACC tournament champion NC State. Texas A&M, number 9 seed, they're going to play Nebraska, and they just stole Nebraska's athletic director as well, so I think the committee's having some fun. TCU made the tournament for the 3rd straight season. Texas is in there. Baylor's at number 3 seed, so plenty of Texas teams in the mix.
Kevin,
as well.
if you had Texas and Tennessee match up with each other,
I would pick Tennessee.
All right.
And not just because I don't particularly care for Tennessee.
Well, yeah, I asked you earlier about
excuse me, for
A&M,
Texas.
A&M and Nebraska, and you said A&M very fast, and I was like, oh,
That's
man.
a tough game, though, as usually.
it's an 8-9.
Usually 8-9 seeds are. My initial thoughts for my Final Four that will surely not work out are Houston,
Duke,
Purdue. No, Houston is in Duke's
I
bracket.
picked 4 number 9 teams over all the 8s.
Ooh.
That's bad.
I don't know. I might have some other tips for you. And then I'm going Arizona and Illinois.
All right.
So that is what my Final Four is looking like.
I feel like Arizona disappoints every year.
Well, so does Purdue.
Yeah.
But I'm using the logic that only happened one other time. Only one other time did a 16 seed lose to a 1 seed. What happened the next year, Mike?
They won the championship and beat Texas Tech on that stupid shot in the corner by the guy who hasn't had a great career, DeAndre Hunter, in the NBA. Even a worse career, though, was the stud for Texas Tech. Why am I forgetting his name? He lasted 30 seconds in the NBA.
Yeah, and I
Cherokee Parks.
No,
Culliver or something?
Jared Culliver?
I can't remember. It was not good. By the way, do you know this? On opening night for the Texas Rangers against the Chicago Cubs is the same. It's the Sweet 16 is in Dallas. So you have a day game and you have a night game, but at the same time you have opening night for the Texas Rangers against the Chicago Cubs. That's a busy Friday in our Metroplex.
It is going to be a happening. By the way, if Texas A&M and Duke can win 2 games, they would play in the Sweet 16 at the American Airlines Center, I do believe. All right, couple of just random, when you're putting your bracket together, a couple of things to think about. I believe it was Jay Billis who said that no team that's lost in the quarterfinals of their conference tournament has won the national title. So maybe consider getting rid of Duke, Kentucky, and Tennessee as
I'm good.
national champions.
I'm good.
I believe a double-digit seed has made the Sweet 16 every year since 07 or 08. So have at least one double-digit seed in your Sweet 16.
Do you feel better about Dukies doing that in the bed when that team went on to win the title?
What? Say that again now?
They Dukied the bed.
Okay. If they win the title, yes, I'll be fine.
But NC State, do you feel better that they ended up
No.
beating Virginia and then North Carolina and they won the championship?
No, I don't think so.
So the next left tackle for the Dallas Cowboys led a team to the ACC championship.
I would love to see that be the next left tackle for the Dallas Cowboys.
Mr. Burns.
And then if you're making an upset pick, consider this. In 14 of the last 15 years, a top 4 seed has lost in the opening round. So maybe consider one of those top 4 seeds going off the board. And look, if your vote is Duke, I get it. Vermont is 19-1 since the month of January. They've been on freaking fire right there.
I would ask the Duke head coach, do you guys practice dribbling and passing if you're under 6'6"? Because it seems like everybody who is 6'6" and under has struggled to dribble and pass the basketball that I've watched play.
I have deleted Duke in the second round, Kevin.
I get it.
To Wisconsin.
Yeah.
So that was a 5-4 seed.
Devin Harrison, Michael Finley taking care of business there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I also deleted Auburn against San Diego State. So,
ooh,
yeah, I know that was
Auburn won the.
Don't worry about that, man.
Okay.
That was my ballsy pick.
Okay. Wow, that is a ballsy pick.
I know.
Right there.
Sir Charles.
That's what they have always called me. Balls Corey.
Do you
the round mound of Bracket Town?
Nobody's ever called me that.
Do you think of every NCAA tournament game, Mike, under the guise of people who used to be at those schools?
Because nobody knows who the hell's playing basketball now. They're there for 30 seconds and then they quit. They're like, I'm done. I'm going to either another school or I'm entering the NBA to not play basketball and go overseas for a decade.
You know what's really sad? I believe the Duke point guard that you don't like, Jeremy Roach, is in his 4th year at Duke, and he came back, and I thought that was going to be huge for this team. This maybe hasn't.
Maybe he doesn't know the plays.
Year. I feel like he definitely should know the plays by now.
How many plays does he need to know?
Probably more than
it looks
he
like
does
0
right now.
It looks like he just throws the ball somewhere and hopes for the best.
From the 214, this is just the worst time of the year to have this opinion. Most of the year, you're totally safe. I don't give a crap versus college basketball is a garbage sport. Here's the thing. Most of the year, you win in that argument. This week, you lose. Because did you know that more than $1 billion more will be wagered on the NCAA tournament than the Super Bowl? So I get it.
You want to bet?
That's the case?
That more than $1 billion will be wagered?
More than the Super Bowl.
But if we do it this week, it counts for college basketball. Get it? Right?
You're on one today. These last couple of minutes, you're really on one. And so this is the week where you have to pretend. Well, you don't have to do anything, but you might pretend to care about college
I'm pretending as hard as I can right now.
I care. I watched a little bit of conference conference tournament basketball. I was on the plane watching UTA lose to Grand Canyon. I saw that one, and then
did you see the fight at the end?
Yeah.
That dude did a windmill dunk.
Well, play better, UTA. Even though I didn't think that was appropriate, but you lost. You tried hard, but you lost. They beat Tarleton State. I watched some of that game, too. That was late at night.
Indeed, they did.
I was on West Coast time, so I was watching a lot of whatever that conference is called.
Now, I'm going to give you
the SWAC or something. Is that the Southwest Athletic Conference or something? I don't know.
I'm going to give you a preview of how exciting.
Southwestern Atlantic Conference.
That was close.
The whack.
With an S. Or is it just the whack?
Wax? I'm going to give you a preview of how exciting March Madness could be as we go to cut number 12. This is Kevin Harlan. This was the A10 championship game. At the time this happens, Duquesne has a 38-23 lead on VCU 2 minutes into the second half. And then this happens.
Gives off to Jackson. My goodness. Oh, my gosh. They got confetti falling right now. Confetti is falling on the floor. They're going to have to stop playing. We can't see our notes. The players can't work on this court. Confetti is everywhere. Somebody hit the wrong button.
And so that's why you love Kevin Harlan right there.
One shining moment you knew.
It was crazy because most of the confetti fell like towards the media table and the fans, but all the fans started going crazy. I don't know.
The ball is tipped.
Whose
confetti
job
rains.
that is, but
you can't play the game. There's too much paper on the floor.
Confetti is everywhere.
God, I love the way he says words.
And there was some confetti on the floor, but did that person, if that's your job to release the confetti,
what button did
when
he
the
want
game
to
is
press?
over? I don't know. That's a good question.
Like, was there a buzzer to like, oh, we need a substitution here, and they hit the confetti button instead of the hey, ref, sub?
Or do you think this could be a situation like we saw at the UFC all the years back when they stopped a fight in the middle of a round because somebody got up to the press box and set off the goal horn for the Stars, and they stopped the fight, and they're like, hold on, what is happening? And then they had to restart the fight. Did somebody sneak up there and set off the confetti button?
And then sprint away?
Maybe. That's what happened.
That'd be fun.
I think somebody was having sex in that room, and they bumped into it on accident.
I'm assuming maybe that happened.
I mean, it happens.
They couldn't do confetti after the championship, right? Because there's none left.
It didn't look like that was all of their confetti.
They didn't pick it all up and put it back in.
Run this back upstairs.
I saw that at a concert once, Mike. I was watching OK Go at the Granada.
OK
Go. And they're down there, and they shoot confetti cannons the whole show. And then at one point, they ran out of confetti, so the guys were running through with trash bags and picking up the confetti to take it back up to the confetti cannons. They're picking it up out of the crowd, and they took it back so they could finish out their show. So maybe that did happen.
It didn't look like it was all the confetti. Either that or that conference the A10 made me sad with the level of confetti that they celebrated with. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
It wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, saying goodbye to Tyron, LVE, Gallup, and what the Cowboys roster looks like as of today. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
There are products that offer up to a 20% upfront bonus just
#1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Burrow in the gun, third down, back to throw, flushed out, runs, sacked. Vander Esch is going to get this one by staying home.
KC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where you might have heard Mike asking what was the nun school from Chicago. It's time.
What is the nun school?
Right, the one that RJ hates.
What's it?
Because they beat Tennessee. I was sitting next to Choppy when Tennessee blew it at the AAC, and they lost to the school with the very nice nun from Chicago. Loyola.
Marymount.
No, that's the one that Hank Gathers and Bo Kemble went to.
It's Loyola Marymount.
Is that true?
I thought it was Loyola of Chicago.
Yeah. You're way off, man.
All right, right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Is that where she went to college?
I thought she just worked there. I don't know.
If somebody knows
where she went to college,
email Kevin, kevin.hagelin, whatever the rest of his name.
Odyssey.
CBS Radio.
No, it's not CBS Radio.
Intercom.
We've been through a lot. Let's talk about all of the players gone from the Cowboys. Leighton Vander Esch, he was released after a failed physical. Dallas Cowboys cut Michael Gallup, which we've all been anticipating for some time. That will be designated as a post-June 1st cut. And then Tyron Smith signed with the New York Jets. So all out the door. Here's what the Cowboys are doing. Oh, they got some of that sweet, sweet cash.
Cash flow.
They developed $4 million in salary cap space by converting Dak Prescott's roster bonus into a signing bonus, which allows them to spread that out throughout the contract. And so what they did to also help out with that is they added a couple of more void years all the way through 2028, which furthers my assumption that they will eventually re-sign him and work all that extra money into the void money into some of this new contract. But for now,
it just takes time. Like, for their scheduling purpose, they have to wait till certain days to do things.
No, they can do it right now if they wanted, and that would give you even more salary cap space. But they don't, because deep down they do not want to give Dak Prescott a salary. They do not want to give him another contract extension. But then they also are so bad at cap management that that's the only way that they know how to create cap space, and so they're kind of stuck.
Well, that's not good.
It's not good. Just like, look, the Cowboys have bungled Dak Prescott's contract numerous times. Hey, you know what? We think he's pretty good after the very first year. Okay, great. He makes nothing for the next 3 years. Do you want to push all our chips into the middle of the table because we have a systematic advantage over most teams in the NFL because our quarterback costs nothing? I don't know. Let's wait it out and see what happens. No, but you don't get it. You have 3 years. You got to strike now. I don't know. Let's wait. Okay, we get to the last year. Do you think we should now? Do you want to go now? I don't know, but what's our future with Dak Prescott? Who cares? He costs nothing right now. Go all in. I don't know. Let's wait out and see. Well, that's stupid. Do you want to give him a contract extension then? No, because then we would be flattening out that money over several years. How about we just franchise him tag? Well, then you can't save anything on your cap right now or in the future, so that's a bad idea. Let's see what happens. Okay, well, here's how much money he wants in future years, $32 million a year. Ooh, that's a lot. Let's see what happens. Okay, he played 5 games. The team did terrible. He got hurt. Let's give him $40 million. You look at every single step of the way with the Dak Prescott deal. It doesn't matter if you love Dak, don't like him, or anywhere in between. The Dallas Cowboys have done the wrong thing every time. Every time.
In your opinion.
Well, I guess.
Kevin, you know how when you're trying to buy a house,
yeah,
and you're like, I figure it's going to be around this number, and somebody's like, yeah, here's the number that it's probably going to be, and then you show up on signing paper day, and you're like, oh, that's like $200 more than I thought it was going to be. You're like, how did this happen? I feel like this is the Cowboys every time the contract comes up. They're like, hold on, how did this happen? How did we not know that this was going to be the case? Where does this come from? I feel like they're always caught off guard and always bungled by it.
And here's what's going to happen. I'll give you the two possible scenarios, as long as we're just going to keep going down this route, because that just really agitates me. That how do they possibly do the wrong thing every single time? And they do the wrong thing to piss off different sections every time. If you think Dak's great, the Cowboys have definitely made you mad with how dumb they've done this. If you think that Dak is not good, then the Cowboys have definitely made you mad. How is it that you can infuriate all sections of the Dak fan base? Is because you've done it wrong every single step of the way. So think about it.
On purpose,
right now,
probably.
You know what? I hope that's not the case.
We'll just keep them distracted.
Right now, his salary cap hit for the upcoming year is $55.45 million. Guess what? That's too much. Well, what are you going to do? Well, the Cowboys, if they really thought he was all that great, they would give him an extension right now and be like, in 3 years, it'll look like a smart extension and we can flatten some of that money out. But they're not going to. Why? Because they don't think he's good enough. That's just my opinion. But they also are too scared to let him walk because he's good enough to make them look stupid for letting him walk. So they're like, oh, we think he's the best and blah, blah, blah. No, you don't. If you thought Dak Prescott was the best, you would have given an extension before we even got to the franchise tag. You would have given him an extension right now. But instead, you're like, what can we do to figure this out that's maybe better? Can you roster build better than any team in the NFL? No, you can't.
Kevin, I don't think that they're looking at it that way. I think they're looking at it as, look, man, if we roll out TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman, we're saving money. And if Dak ends up not having a good season because we didn't give him any good linemen in front of him,
it's his fault.
Then it's his fault. We can move on and we'll only have to pay $40 million a year for his dead money that he's gone from that we never put on our thing.
Just remember that, everybody. People are too caught up with how much Dak Prescott's money is this year. I get it. $55 million. That's a lot of money. Guess what? He still has dead money after that contract's over. And I know you're thinking, well, hold on just a damn second. How can that possibly be accurate? Because of these void years that they just added a couple more so they could save $4 million.
It's important to save $4 million.
It is infuriating.
Buy into us.
You can quit them.
By the way,
they did it with Romo.
I hear what you're saying.
They're just repeating the process again. 10 years from now, they're going to say, our biggest regret is not getting Romo or Dak
Think about how crazy that is. My biggest regret is not getting Romo a Super Bowl. Hey, guess what, Jack? You also had Romo, who cost you almost nothing for several years. The second you realized that he was good, then you could have pushed all in on that, and you didn't. So what did you learn from that? Nothing. You did the exact same thing with Dak Prescott, and here it is. What are we, 8 years in, and you still don't know? My God. Tim Robbins and Susan Sarandon, get married or don't?
Oh, my gosh.
Where are they at? What's happening now?
Weren't they dating for like 30 years? And are
they still together?
I don't know. Is Susan Sarandon alive?
Yeah, she's still with us.
Oh, no.
They broke up in 2009.
Oh, see? There you go.
They had 2 kids together.
All right. Oh, you're talking about Bull Durham, huh? Crash Davis.
Is that how they got together?
I think
the
Crash
Bull Durham
Davis
set?
ruined it.
I think it is.
So here's what I suggest.
Tim Robbins is at
3:25 today, 3:30 today. Hear that again on G-Bag of the Day. This is one of my suggestions. That was a nice little rant there, Kevin. You're upset, bro.
For no reason.
Yeah. Nobody's dying.
Oh, Tim Robbins is
embarrassed?
still alive. He's 65. Good for Tim. He has a new wife, but it says till 2022, so maybe he doesn't.
It's just infuriating because we do this song and dance every year. I'm sorry. I promised I had lots of other gridiron stories. We didn't get to talk about Justin Fields.
From the 940 unchecked K-Dog rants, make my blue-collar heart happy.
Yeah, man.
Preach, Kevin. I love this out of you. Preach, Kevin. Kevin's about to break his headphones again. Kevin ranting is this Monday.
Kevin, they opened up $4 million. You know what you can do with that?
Yeah, we can pretend that we were in on Zach Moss. That's what we're going to do with that $4 million. That's a lot.
Kevin, you're cooking with You're cooking with no pots and pans right now, Kevin.
Dude, I can buy a new place in Malibu for $4 million.
But what about in the salary cap? I know what they can do. Yeah, they could. You know what they'll say with that $4 million? Throw it on the pile. All right? And when it comes to salary cap.
Do you think they have a pile of money at their house?
Heck yeah, they do.
I do.
They're Donald Duck or whatever that duck was called doing that.
But it's all in the bank, right? You don't just have a cash room, right?
You're thinking too small.
Yeah.
If you have a certain amount of money, you have it in the bank. If you have another level of money, you definitely have a pile somewhere.
They own the Dallas Cowboys, and they created a salary cap so they could clear $500 million a year. They got a money room.
Is it in? You think it's here?
It's everywhere. They got it on their yacht. They got it in their house.
Mm-hmm.
They probably got one in Arlington. They got one in Frisco.
If there's one on the yacht, that would be the fanciest sentence ever. We're going to go to the money room on our super yacht. Right? That's the fanciest sentence
you ever
can
seen
say.
Fort Knox before? Guess what? Fort Knox fits in our money room.
If you don't have time, if you don't have time for a bad time, like, don't you think the Jones family's like, I don't have time for a bad time. Something goes wrong. They just go to the money pit.
Hey, the Jets might want a star wide receiver. The Bears traded Justin Fields. We also lost Noah Igbinoghene. There's a lot of other stuff that happened. Oh, yeah. And it looks like they're going to promote Al Harris to assistant head coach, which that
is cool.
I do like.
That is cool. They've been fantastic in the secondary when it comes to interceptions and some very good things since Al Harris has become their secondary coach. I'm really excited for him and his future, wherever it may be.
Such a serious segment, Kevin.
Sorry, I did not anticipate that.
I was looking forward to having just a nice, fun Monday.
Yeah, man, they opened up room. Cowboys are ready to make some moves, man.
You shut up. You don't think that at all. Coming up next.
Jeez.
I'm going to calm down. I'm going to take a minute. The Rangers' rotation is set. And could Jack Leiter possibly stay with the big club in the bullpen? Let's talk about it next. Calmly on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We talked about the release of Leighton Vander Esch. Now Todd Archer is adding that it is believed that today Leighton Vander Esch will announce his retirement, which I kind of figured if the Cowboys say that he failed a physical, they wanted to keep him around. This makes sense. A lot of scary injuries there, and I hope the rest of his life is awesome.
Look, man, when it comes to these guys, they're warriors. They go out there, they put their bodies on the line. They are connected to it. They see the money. Also, in addition, they want to play for a championship. That is a reality. The competition part of it is very important to them. But I think as a fan, and us as fans, we kind of do look at that. Like with Troy Aikman. Hey, man, maybe it is best that you just go ahead and step away now so that you can continue having a life that is going to be somewhat easier. So for Leighton Vander Esch, if that's the case, I would take advice of doctors and advisement of all the people that are in the know on that.
Now, you want to switch over to a team that we do know can win it all in the Texas Rangers.
Let's do it.
All right. Let's start by... Actually, this is not related to our direct topic, but I just want to play it anyway because, Bassick, you were there. Cut number 14. Just fire this off for the fun of it.
Well, there's a drive to right center. That could be the grand slam. He turns out of here. Sold-out crowd watching the youngster clear the bases with his 5th Cactus League home run.
Now, the thing that's fun about that is Wyatt Langford said that's the first grand slam he ever hit. And somebody asked him, does it count as spring training? And he goes, oh, it counts. And so
that's amazing to me how many home runs he hit his sophomore and junior year at Florida and then playing for Team USA. Like all the games he's played in and the power that he's shown over the last 2 years, I just can't believe that he's never had the bases loaded and hit a home run.
Yes.
But maybe he was saving them all for the majors.
Now,
maybe he's always hitting behind somebody that cleared the bases before he got up there.
Like Pete Alonso at Florida.
That might be the case again this year. For the Rangers, Chris Young said, this feels like a pretty definitive statement. Cody's in the rotation. We've had him on schedule. He's done great. He's one of our starting pitchers. All right. That feels about as definitive as you can get from the GM.
I was in the room when he said it. He made sure that Cody Bradford is in the rotation.
Do not question that. So the starters would then be, assuming everything, there's no injuries or anything like that, Nathan Eovaldi, John Gray, Andrew Heaney, Dane Dunning, and Cody Bradford.
And probably in that order, just because you're probably going to split up Heaney and Bradford. Not that I'm saying Heaney's better than Dunning, but it makes sense that with two lefties in the rotation, even though they throw the ball very different from different angles, that you don't want your lefties going back to back.
All right. Are you okay with Cody Bradford taking the 5? I know his last outing, was it Saturday or was it Sunday? Saturday was not particularly encouraging. But Cody Bradford had pitched well for most of the spring. It's just this last outing wasn't that great.
He gets, in my mind, 2 months regardless. And it's about 2 month time to go, all right, he was up, he was down, he was up, he was down. Or maybe he's just really good. Maybe he gets in there and for 2 months he's really good. But I don't see it being a season-long thing.
Okay.
I mean, this is a patch too, as we've discussed. Just get us to the back half of the season whenever the guys who, aren't healthy right now, but are known as really good pitchers can be healthy at that point.
Mike, was it Saturday where Bradford pitched?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't think he looked good. You can correct me if you think I'm off. I thought he's pitched very well the rest of the spring. This is Saturday, maybe not his best.
He battled. It's one of those games where he didn't have his best stuff, but he was able to limit the damage. In one inning, it was unlucky. His 5th inning, I believe, he got a fly ball to center that Evan Carter lost in the sun. And then the next hitter hit a little dinker into the outfield to right field for an RBI. So that was just you're just unlucky. But then the next guy hit a line drive right to Marcus Semien for a double play. So it was the first two guys, he gets somewhat weak contact. They get a triple and single out of it. And then the next guy hits a line drive, but it goes right to the second baseman for a double play. So like I said, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and he was unlucky to start off that inning and then lucky when the ball was hit right to his second baseman, which looked like a hit off of the bat. But I think with Cody Bradford, Corey, I'm not going to necessarily agree with you on it gets 2 months, just because I could see where the Rangers start doing a matchup possible. Like, you're facing a team that really doesn't have. Now, it's weird because he has better numbers against righties than lefties. So even though he is left-handed, he does a better job against righties than lefties because he's a fastball changeup guy. He's not a fastball breaking ball guy. So it's not extreme, but he is a little bit better against righties. But I'm wondering if Bruce Bochy, let's just say 2-3 times through the rotation, if Cody Bradford isn't doing a great job of giving you a good chance to win, I could see him start playing some sort of matchup thing where it's like, hey, Bradford's going to be the backup to Adrian Sampson. I'm just throwing out a name. I don't know if Adrian Sampson's going to be on the team, but maybe Sampson throws the first 3 innings and then Bradford throws the next 2 to 3 innings. And then it could be vice versa the next time where they're trying to play some sort of matchup situation until Max Scherzer at the end of May is ready to take the spot. And then you'd have to hope at that point, I hate saying this, it's just the reality of it, somebody's going to be hurt. You're probably not going through the first 2 months of the season.
Even if Bradford's pitching well, that you think they would do the matchup thing?
No.
Okay, all right.
But if the first, let's say 3 starts, you're just like, dang, it's just
gotcha.
It's not, we're not having a great chance to win here. Then I think Bochy, we saw how quick he was last year with, like, let's say Brock Burke. Think about how awesome Brock Burke was in 2022. Now, he wasn't here for that, Bochy, but we got midway through 2023, and Boch was kind of staying away from Brock Burke in some situations. Like, hey, why not bring in Brock Burke here? And so I think Boch he has confidence in you up to a point. But once you show an ability or lack of ability to do something, he moves on pretty quickly and then says, you're going to have to prove to me in this situation you can do it to get back the situation you started in.
Now, Corey, I can't remember if you said this on air or if this was just an off-air discussion we were having. Evan Grant tweeted out, Bochy says the Rangers have pretty much figured out the bullpen, though there is, quote, spirited discussion about one spot. And then he, of course, did not want to say what that bullpen would look like.
Evan didn't want to say that?
Bruce Bochy. Oh. Well, Evan did want to say, because he put out an article Saturday evening. I'll read the very first sentence. Here's a thought. Might the better long-term development move for Jack Leiter be to pitch in long relief in the Texas Rangers Major League bullpen rather than as a starter in the minors. And so I kind of wanted to chop that up.
Yeah.
He follows up with
I got questions.
3 innings Saturday in the game against Arizona. He took down Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll. So, like, realistic hitters.
That was the 7th inning.
But as we've taught, his first inning.
Yeah.
But as
I agreed with you. Just because his 8th and 9th inning, they put in some other guys that I wasn't sure who they were.
And that's the thing about spring training, and that's why I wanted to highlight those two, because I feel like people will be like, oh, yeah, no, I definitely know who those.
Really good job in that 7th against Barnhart was hitting 9th that game, and he's kind of their backup catcher. So he faced 3 guys that are going to be on the Diamondbacks team to start the year. And Marte and Corbin Carroll are all-stars pretty much.
And Bruce Bochy said we're not ruling anything out, which last year it could have meant a variety of things. With Evan Carter, that meant we'll see him soon. With Wyatt Langford, it sounds like they really did have that conversation. Or it could just mean, yeah, probably not. What do you think about this? And that's one of the reasons I brought this article up. I thought it was a bold idea that I had not particularly considered. What do you think about the idea of Jack Leiter in the bullpen as a long relief guy, as opposed to going back down to the minors and starting?
I don't like it.
Okay.
And here's why. You tell me. Ready? Second game of the year, John Gray has a strained elbow. Now he's built up to start right now. Jack Leiter getting close to, so that might be too quick. Who's our backup starter when injuries happen?
Would they go Arania then?
I don't know.
Or would they go Sampson?
I would rather, but if Sampson's in your pen, you lose that buildup. Now, Dane Dunning did a tremendous job of not being built up to start, and in the major leagues built himself up to start during the season.
True.
That is not easy to do. I would say with Jack Leiter, I watched him pitch on Saturday. I liked what I saw. I saw big league stuff, but he still needs more time to develop. So I would not throw him into the pen right now and say he's ready to be a successful major league bullpen pitcher. Now, as the season progresses, I need him starting in AAA. As the season progresses, if a spot opens up in the pen because of injury, you're going into the pen, and you will probably be used as more of a middle guy or long guy than a late inning guy. So I just am not for saying, well, we're not sure if you're ready or not. Let's just throw him in the pen. I think if you do that, you kind of give up on him ever being a starter. So if you're okay with Jack Leiter's never going to be a starter in the major leagues, for the most part, we're only going to use him in the pen, I'm okay with this. And I know it shouldn't be never, because if he has a really good year out of the pen for the Texas Rangers, the whole year in the bullpen, pitching 1 to 3 innings when he gets in, then you could come into spring training next year and go, let's build upon that, and you're going to be in the rotation. But I don't think it's a good idea right now. You're too deep. Bullpen guys have performed really well.
They have.
So who are we taking off of the bullpen? Because whoever you do, you lose them forever for the most part, because there's probably outs in the guys that you're going to take off. Diego Castillo.
Or Duffy.
Or I don't know. Like, they're going to look other places in that 24 to 48 hour window if they don't make the team, to see what other place they can go, where you can have one of those guys on your team, and then you can have Jack Leiter still in your organization. You just choose Jack Leiter because you're like, we're forcing him into the major leagues. That would be, to me, losing a veteran guy that you don't have to lose to start the year. And he can keep throwing 5 and 6 innings. Watching him the other day, he still needs to work on his fastball command.
Agreed.
He throws strikes. He was throwing strikes the other day. I liked him throwing strikes. But, to consistently throw the ball where he wants to, it still needs to be there. So his breaking ball was a little bit big. His curve ball, it has good shape. I like the break of it. It's just a big break, which is tougher to control.
Now, one of the things, Kennedy Landry, I just want to focus on one specific part of this. Kennedy Landry put out her prediction for the opening day roster, I believe yesterday, although it could have been Saturday. I wanted to focus in on the bullpen since we were just talking about this. Her projection for the bullpen right now would go Spores. Agreed?
Yeah, 100%.
He won the World Series for you, Kevin.
Fair, and he was in our showroom. I just wanted to make sure.
Too. A huge
Robertson?
100%.
Yeah.
Leclerc?
100.
Yes.
Burke?
100.
Yates?
100.
Duffy?
50-50.
50-50.
Okay.
52-48.
Okay. Church?
50-50, maybe even 45% because he has options.
Opening day roster?
Opening day roster.
No.
Okay. And Grant Anderson, who has clearly been putting a push on.
Okay.
And so those are the 8. One thing, a little bit of pride. Those are 7 of the 8 people that I said would be in the bullpen 2 weeks ago. I had Diego Castillo instead of Grant Anderson.
So they're losing. I don't know about Adrian Sampson's contract. Is he able to go to AAA, or are we just losing him for good now?
Because if that's the case, then that option is there. And that is one of the things that gets mentioned. And you brought this up, I don't know, months ago. One thing that sometimes works against people like Mark Church is you do have an option. Not to say that they don't deserve it, but you're like, hey, I can option you down. There's no problem. If it's Sampson, Castillo, you can come up with other people. They might be like, if you option me, I'm out. Or you can't option me, so I'm out. And that might have something to do with some of the decisions they get made.
Oh, it definitely does. I think it definitely does. I also wonder how in Chris Young is on potential other trades for starting pitching. If we know where it was with Cease, you already knew you had a partner to dance with. Like, they were willing to do it at this point in the season already. You kind of already knew that. I'm not saying that anybody else out there doesn't already have themselves in that position, but that's going to be tough. But you got to take that into consideration too. Is can a move be made before this thing gets rolling? I still think they're very far away from that. You're kind of keeping an eye on the rest of the market when it comes to higher tier starting pitching for sure.
10 days. Regular season starts in 10 days. And as Mike
9 or 10 or 11.
No,
one of those. Nobody really knows how many
10 days.
It could be any of those.
And just think about how fun, as Mike brought up earlier, that run's going to be in the Metroplex is Texas Rangers, Chicago Cubs, opening day. The very next day, Sweet 16 at the American Airlines Center. The Rangers will get back going again on Saturday, and then the Elite Eight once again from the American Airlines Center. That weekend is going to be incredible. That's also Easter weekend.
I'll tell you what, now that I know that I had it confused, I'm going to really try to get tickets to the Sweet 16 or the 30. Yeah,
Sweet 16.
Sweet 16, and then I probably won't go to the Elite Eight because I might be working a Ranger game that day. But it was so fun. 5 years ago, 2019. Yeah, 2019 was when it was at the AAC, and my kids had a blast. It was one of the best environments. Now, you had a local team, and hopefully there are local teams here again.
Houston's in that bracket, so is Texas A&M.
Yeah, so when Tech was there.
That's the closest local I can get you.
Like when Tech was there, that building that seats 20,000, 14,000 were Tech fans. That was really fun.
Yeah, and you can absolutely see that again. I have to imagine if Houston was there versus, Marquette or whatever, there'd be a lot of Cougars fans there. And maybe Cougars. I anticipated that question from you, Corey.
What are you doing?
Tell me what you weren't going to ask that.
You were talking about 30-year-old women who like to be at the bar and prowl on younger men.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, will Sunday afternoon's win change the trajectory of the Mavs season?
Forever. Oh.
Plus, Mike likes it. All of it coming at you next in the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan.
Chevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
And the Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Kleber looking in for Irving. Irving for the win! Oh my! A southpaw finish from Kyrie Irving! Just absurd!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Always asking the questions that matter. Like, do you think you know when you've made a child? Now, let's talk about the Dallas Mavericks. How clutch was that shot for Kyrie? Do you think this is going to change the trajectory of their season? Now, that might be too big of a statement. But when you look at how close the standings are, I just look at it from the perspective of they're tied with Sacramento and Phoenix, obviously, in that 6 through 8 right there. If they would have lost, now you're 8. You're only 2 games up on 9 and 10. But also, you just beat a quality opponent. And that might be the bigger deal, is the confidence you gain. So maybe it's the standings. Maybe it's Kyrie doing his thing. Or maybe it's just the confidence that you gain from beating a big-time, the defending champs right there.
I agree with everything you said. I don't know if it'll be the defining game that we look back and go, this is the reason the Mavs won the championship this year or made it to the conference finals. But it gives them this situation where you look at right now, if it ended today, you'd be in the play-in, but you'd at least be at home against Phoenix. And if you were to lose that game, hopefully you wouldn't, but if you were to lose that game, then you'd be at home against Golden State or the Lakers to try to make the 8th spot. So that was a big win. It gives you a little bit more separation from Golden State and LA because if there's enough games, if we're saying there's enough games to overtake New Orleans to get to the 5th spot, then there's enough games to follow the 10 spot. You're not going to fall past 10, but you look at it and you say, hey, you still have a chance to get the 5 or 6 seed. It gives you a better chance to not fall into that 9 or 10 situation where no team has ever gotten out of that.
Right.
So far in the 2 years that they've done this, the 7 and 8 seed have ended up making the real playoffs. So I like what I saw. I've been liking what I've been seeing from the Dallas Mavericks. Their effort level is very high.
Can we stop on that for just 1 second? I want to reset that for people listening because that is something that you say a lot. I'm not saying that is incorrect, but can you walk us through like what first locked you in on that and how it went from there? Because you bring up effort level a lot.
Because I think the Mavericks have decided as an organization, it's weird because you heard Denver yesterday. I'm just going off reports. Like they want the 1 seed. Right now they're a half game behind the Thunder. Like our goal is to get the 1 seed. We're not D'ing around here. We want to have the best record in the Western Conference. We want to put ourselves in the best position for success, and that would be home court throughout the Western Conference. And the Mavericks have seemed to have this attitude for the last few years. All you got to do is be one of the top 10 seeds and you got a chance. You're in the tournament. And it's like it's the silliest thing I've ever heard. And you can see how important it is to the top teams. And then you can see through their actions that when you don't put emphasis on the regular season, you see it in the actions of the players. And it seems like right now, ever since they went through that lull where they were playing some bad basketball, that they have had, after that Philadelphia game, if I have my timeline right, where they were like, who cares? The
Indiana game was rough.
Yes. It's like they've cared. It's like, wow, you guys are consistently caring. I don't know. Are they going to care next game? I don't know because
good point.
For multiple years now, they haven't cared. And then I hear, well, that's Jason Kidd. The regular season is just kind of practices for, like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why isn't Denver doing that? They actually won the championship. Why aren't they going through a practice session right now?
They're actively trying to get the number 1 seed.
The best teams that won a championship, they don't just go, well, it's just practice until we get to the postseason. Last year, they practiced themselves out of the playoffs before it even started. So to me, I feel like that's a good excuse for an organization. Well, yeah, so we lose 35 games. Well, it was because we were just practicing for 82 of them. Like, no, you need to take this seriously. And so far, the Mavericks recently has taken this seriously because I think they do look at Phoenix and Sacramento and New Orleans and go, dude, if we end up in the 8th spot, we have put ourselves in a crap position to make the real playoffs, and we've put ourselves in a crap position to possibly get out of the first round.
This game specifically, Kevin, for me, it's not the one that changes the trajectory, but maybe it's a moment that they believe in, and they go, hey, we've done this kind of thing before. When I say thing before is we played hard. We made sure we paid attention to lots of details in this game. There were some details that for about a 7-minute span felt like they didn't pay attention to, but we paid attention to a lot of the details of the hustle and being, in right position for box outs and all those things, and we punished them in the paint on both ends of the court. So we need to ensure that a lot of teams won't be able to handle that if we do it this way because we're built differently. But I think the trade really was the thing that changed the trajectory for this team.
That's a fair point.
Brought in 2 guys that are juiced up to be here. They're really excited to be part of it, and they're going to max out their effort on that end of it. So that's the biggest factor in the trajectory of it all. But man, beating that team, knowing you can do it, this is the first time, Kevin, this season I've gone, I know the Mavs can play with anybody.
Sure.
They can. Whenever they are actually doing what they did on Sunday.
A couple of things. First of all, somebody sent this in. I have to admit, I have not seen this yet, but from the 806, Tim McMahon is retweeting pictures of guys around the league trying to redo the Kyrie shot in practice.
I went outside. Me and my son tried to do it.
How did it go?
Well, I'm left-handed and didn't make it my 3 times.
Okay.
It's not easy.
You couldn't make 3 layups?
No, from 18 feet, I could average 100 points a game in the NBA All-Star game. Just let me dribble it, and they do, and then just lay it up with nobody blocking the shot, and I got 100 points in an NBA All-Star game.
I do have a question, and I hope this doesn't sound bad. I realize he's better known for his defense, but are you concerned at all about the rotational patterns and usage of Maxi Kleber? Because it feels like maybe we could start to scale that back just a little bit. I realize he's there for defense, but because of that, he gets a tremendous amount of really open looks.
They drew up a play, Kevin, out of a timeout for him in this game. They said, out of the time,
that should never happen.
Calling a timeout. Guys, give me the clipboard. I'm going to draw a play up. And Maxey was like, all right, guys. They said, we're passing it to you. And he was like, why? And then whenever he shot it, it missed everything. No, I don't want him in whenever he has to have the ball in his hands at any point.
I promise I'm not exaggerating this, and I realize he doesn't shoot the ball a ton. Corey, what do you think his field goal percentage is in the month of March?
11.
Field goal percentage?
Field goal percentage.
35%.
It is 11.1%.
Oh, my God.
And his 3-point percentage is 6.7%.
We've gone through this before.
That was a sarcastic guess.
Well, guess what? Your sarcasm was correct.
He gives up making baskets for Lent. We've done this before with him. He's like, I'm just not going to score.
And I'm not saying you take him off the court because I do see what he brings to it. But to Corey's point, the idea of drawing up an offensive play specifically for him is madness because he does not want to take that shot.
That was a waste of a timeout.
I don't know if I can see your point, Corey. I just think that he's so wide open. It's not that they drew up the play. They're just like, hey, we're getting double teamed. Nobody wants to guard this guy. It was kind of like the other night, Josh Giddey. They decided we're just going to dare him to shoot a 3-pointer. And then when he made a couple, is a horrible decision. But then like, let's just take Gafford out and play small ball. And I'm like, oh, God, Jason Kidd. But I think when it comes to Maxi Kleber, he's a valuable piece, to your point, for 10 to 20 minutes a night.
Yes.
But he's using him as a finishing 5, and I don't think that's going to change.
And I don't like that breakdown of the 10 to 20.
And I'm not pumped about it, but here's where I'll give Jason Kidd an excuse. Tim Hardaway has been playing horrible, and he can't play defense to save his life. He just either refuses to do it or is just really bad at it. I'm not sure which one.
Right now.
And then he can't make a basket, and you don't know when he's going to get out of the Joey Gallo slump. He will.
And he can't pass sometimes. Sorry.
Well, he can't out of bounds. He's really good at finding out of bounds. Like if you're trying to pass it out of bounds, he was A+ yesterday in that stretch where he's like, hey, there's old Derek Lively. What if I just throw this to Mark Cuban? I'm like, no, he's out of bounds. That's not a good pass. But I think that he's a little bit limited right now. I'll give Jason Kidd an excuse. PJ Washington can't make a shot to save his life.
That has been tough.
Tim Hardaway is playing bad basketball on a consistent basis now. And then you look at kind of where you're at and you're like, okay, so if Josh Green's hurt, Tim Hardaway Jr. can't make a basket to save his life and doesn't like to play defense, and then P.J. Washington, who's playing really hard. I'm not questioning P.J. Washington's effort.
But he's not making shots
I mean,
either.
he's getting open and can't make it, so I guess he's like, I'll just put Kleba out there. Kleba doesn't want to shoot the ball. It's just that the other team is like, hey, out of all of our options here, what if we just don't guard him? And then Kleba's like, crap. He's like, reluctantly, I have to shoot it. And whenever you're like, oh, crap, I have to shoot it, you're going to miss, according to his stats, over 90% of the time.
He is 1 of 15 from 3 this month. And I bet the vast majority of those were good
Wide
looks.
open.
They were looks that you're like, you get that look, you take that shot. And then you see the outcome and you're like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's not a shooter. He knows he's not a shooter.
That is
it's
fair.
just he's also not a roller. He can't do what Lively or Gafford does. So his spot on the court is stand at the three-point line, and if you're wide open, you have to take it, because if you don't take it, and sometimes he doesn't, and it really screws things up because he gets the ball with, let's say, 10 seconds on the shot clock. And then they're not coming out to guard him. They're not closing out on him. And he's like, I don't want to shoot it, guys. He knows that he can't make it. So he's like, I can't make it. I don't want to shoot it. And then he passes it to Luka with 6 on the shot clock as he's double teamed. And they're not going back to cover Kleba. So then Luka's like, crap, dude, like, we can't get a better look than that. You got to take that shot.
The Mavericks have won 5 of their last 6. You look ahead at the schedule, you really feel like they should win these next 3. I realize that is not a given, and don't misconstrue this. San Antonio has been playing better. I'm not saying that means they're not still one of the worst teams in the NBA, but they have been playing better. Wemby might be runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year, but you've got San Antonio. You've got the 2 straight home and away against Utah. These feel like 3 wins you need to run off, and then you're going to come up against the back-to-back Sacramento that...
You need one of those.
I mean, and you look at where they are in the standings, and this very much feels like it could be the difference between, do you have to play in that extra play-in tournament, or do you not?
Yeah, and I don't want to.
0-2 against Sacramento. Ooh. So if they lose one of them, Sacramento has the tiebreaker, and they probably will win one of them. They're both at home, but if you can get one of them, at least that gives you the opportunity to maybe have a better record at the end of the season. But if you lose both of them, it's going to be really tough with about 8 games left to make up that 2-game kind of losing streak and with not having a tiebreaker. But looking at the schedule, because I have it pulled up, they have the opportunity to win 10 more games. Mm-hmm. And that would get them to 49 wins. And I think I said 50.
I think that takes the 5 seed for you.
Maybe that gets you to 5 or 6. Usually, you have to get 50 wins to be a top 6 seed. If you go just look at the history of the NBA and the Western Conference, you need to have 50 wins to have a top 6 spot, but maybe 49 does it.
Yeah. I know last year was a very strange year for the Western Conference where you could have gotten in.
Because they beat the crap out of each other so much again. And
there's been seasons where all 8 teams had 50 wins. Like the 8 seed had a 50.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I can't remember what year it was, but that's just when the Western Conference is like that. Like,
and that was when the East was just like everybody had 20
before the play-ins.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have a team that was 36 and 46, and they were the 7 seed over
got a
there.
home game. I think 40. I think 49 gets it done to where you want to be. Absolutely. And by the way,
is this that point?
Oh no!
Oh dear!
Is this the point where you
dear!
choke?
Are you
saying
Corey,
the Mavericks are
okay?
going to choke?
Is this that point in the season?
Were you trying to say that?
What? That they're going to choke? No, that
cough
was just
it up.
Cough. Is this the point in the season where you start going, treat it like a playoff game, or treat it's a playoff environment? And
I mean, look, if you
not that San Antonio or Utah will be that, but Sacramento definitely feels
starting
that way.
with San Francisco. If you want to say, hey guys, you got these next 3 games, let's still try to win them. Obviously,
You mean Sacramento?
Yeah.
You said San Francisco.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was like,
Sacramento.
That's Golden State.
yeah.
Sacramento.
You do have Golden State on the schedule 2 more times.
You do, and you better win those games too. Is you start with that Sacramento run, and it feels like playoff.
Yeah,
all the
let's
rest
go
of
ahead
the way.
and get in that mentality now, boys.
Do you think they will? I know they can. Do you think they will?
I will say this: if Kyrie decides that it's time to think that way, the team will think that way. I think Kyrie is the one that has pulse on everybody else in that locker room.
So I'm going to go, I know it's not say your opinion and then pick a cowboy or something.
That is not how that goes at all.
Are you talking about combo platter?
Yeah. If they can make it to the 6th seed at the end of the year and it's against Minnesota, I think they go to the second round.
Oh.
Now, I don't know who's going to take Oklahoma City or Denver, if they're going to be 1 or 2. I don't think there's no way in the world I'm picking them unless Jokic gets hurt.
Yeah.
I'm picking Denver to win that series. But I look at it and I look at Minnesota and that Karl Anthony Towns injury and if he's going to come back, and the way Rudy Gobert has been taken advantage of his whole career in the playoffs, no matter how good of a regular season he's had. Anthony Edwards is great and trending towards superstar if he's not there already. But I just think if you can get to the 6th seed and you get to play Minnesota, I think you match up against them where you have your 2 big guys, you have the athleticism, you have Luka, who's better than anybody on the court, and you have Kyrie, who's playing at a very high level. In fact, yesterday, did they say something? This is the most games he's played in a row since 2016.
Kyrie,
I think they said during the telecast last night, however many games he's played in a row without missing a game is the most he's ever played in a row since 2016 in his career. So if he can stay healthy,
let's keep piling that number up.
Reddit right now, or last year, said he hadn't played more than 11 games in a row in 5 years. So that was last year. So, wow.
I mean, I don't know if I'm correct about that or not, but I remember whoever the bald guy was with Richard Jefferson said something like that.
Just think, if Dwight Powell hadn't fallen on his legs, maybe it'd be more, Maybe
we don't have to worry about that ever again.
That's what you
keep those goggles on and keep cheering.
That's what you
We've seen. Even Jason Kidd knows after playing him 48 minutes a night in the regular season, he sits him out in the playoffs.
Right now, we transition into some Mike Likes It.
Okay, so Mike Likes It. Where did I take this off of my board? Thanks a lot, Mike Bassick. Is NBA
Hold on.
rookie.
Did you lose what you wanted to talk about?
No, I know what I'm talking about.
Are you about to make up what you're about to talk about?
Kind of.
Okay.
I mean, you make up everything.
That is not what I was hoping your answer was going to be.
Most everything is made
it's
up.
It's the NBA rookie power rankings. And since I just took a shot at Dwight Powell unnecessarily, is
what else is new?
The NBA rookie power rankings. Obviously, it's Wembanyama. He's led his team to 6 wins this year. No, he's having a great year. Wembanyama is awesome. It hasn't led to them winning any more games. They're going to have the best odds along with 2 other teams for the number 1 pick again. But Wembanyama is the number 1.
He's awesome.
Rookie in the NBA. Now, cheating a little bit, but it does count because he got hurt, is second year Chet Holmgren, but first year of playing is number 2.
Okay.
Do
you think that should be allowed? I know that's not going to be the conversation we're having here.
No.
Okay.
Should Patrick Mahomes won MVP and Rookie of the Year?
No, he was in the league. Yeah.
Like, I guess he wasn't hurt, but he only played in 1 game his rookie year. So you don't go, well, he only played in 1 game. So since this is his first year to really be the quarterback, he's also a rookie. It's like, I'm sorry, man, your rookie year, you got hurt. We move on to the next year. It's your second year. It's your second year on your contract. They don't allow Oklahoma City to go, oh, man, congrats, Oak City. You get an extra year on Chet Holmgren because he didn't play his rookie year.
That's a good point.
Number 3, Derek Lively II. So I wanted to bring this up. Obviously, I didn't mean to really take a shot at Dwight Powell, but what a draft pick. And when you look at, it's interesting, when you look at this league and they're all Western Conference guys, this seems to happen every year. Like after the draft is over, like, oh, there's some good guys in the Eastern Conference. And then at the end of it, the best players end up still being in the Western Conference. And just think about Derek Lively right now and how valuable he is coming off the bench and that combination, because Chet Holmgren's another 7-footer you're going to have to deal with for 10 to 20 years. And Wembanyama is going to be another 7-footer that you're going to have to deal with for the next 10 to 20 years. And you have Jokic, who, Corey, you pointed out earlier, Lively did a great job, as good as you can do.
True.
And part of that is like, hey, somebody can do a great job on Luka Doncic. You know the next game, probably Luka's going to get his.
Sure.
And probably the next time Jokic plays Lively, he's going to get his. But it was just such a great draft pick. And I'm not saying if you redid the draft, he'd be the number 2 overall pick. I'm not saying that. You could look at it that way.
Because I feel like Brandon Miller would still be pretty high up there, right?
But I do think a lot of credit goes to Nico and the scouts who said, I know at Duke it didn't look right, but we really believe in this guy. And if you had to redo the draft, I do believe he'd probably be right around the 5th pick.
I could see that.
So I do think if you redid it today, he would go higher than number 12 in the pick in the draft. And then I think he would get close to being maybe the 5th pick in the draft.
Yeah, because I wonder about like how far Scoot fell. Jaime Jaquez is somebody that has obviously gone up the boards pretty well with the Heat. But Derek Lively would be pretty dang high up there. I think 4 or 5 is right.
Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of bring that up in the power rankings there. So now I move on and I move forward. You didn't get to this in Football Nuggets Gridiron Gravy.
Yes.
So Justin Fields is worthless in this league, huh?
Man. A 6th-round pick that could at best be a 4th rounder. Remember, we did the over-under 4th rounder, and I do not think Corey was like, no, so that doesn't take the lower. And I thought that was crazy, but here we are.
I know Brian Broaddus isn't a scout anymore. Luckily, he works here at 105.3 The Fan, and I know he says that trying to scout quarterbacks, especially in college, is one of the hardest things to do. And I saw this was through a football card situation. But this was amazing. Over the last 30 years of 1st-round picks. And this is why the Cowboys won't do this. So I get it. They probably know this, and it's not through football cards that they know it. Honestly, it might be. But
percentage is pretty low.
You have a 91% fail rate in taking a quarterback in the 1st round and then working out to be what is considered kind of a franchise quarterback. Now, Dak would qualify, but he's not a 1st-round pick.
Right.
But like when you look at taking it from the last 30 years of 1st-round quarterbacks, you only have about a 9% chance of getting the guy.
What do you think is the variable that matters the most in those failures? Because I always feel like you can't. There's a lot. Everybody can tell you work ethic's there, but you never really know how much. Like, I'm there for work versus I'm there for work and I'm really good at what I do. And so knowing the job and all that part, rather than just being the best athlete on the field like in high school and college, I think knowing the job is very important. The failure mark on that, I wonder if these guys, whenever they are scouting, when they're trying to do their work, there's what they're saying, man, we miss on this so much more. I think a lot of times when guys get to the NFL, have money, have people coming at them, have fame, have all these things, a lot of them don't know how to handle it and just focus on that. And that's what C.J. Stroud said that Tom Brady, that advice that he gave him was, you don't need to worry about making sure everybody in the stadium that's there to see you has a good time. You need to worry about winning each week. That's where you need to focus on that. So you let somebody else handle getting the tickets for your family.
Now, I don't know this, and I'm not saying this is a correct way. There's no correct way to do this, obviously. There's a 90% approximate fail rate in taking a quarterback in the 1st round. But you still got to take your shots because, like the Bears are saying, hey, Justin Fields isn't the guy. And you know what? They were confirmed by 31 teams. Nobody wanted the guy. Mm-hmm. They're like, we'll take him as a backup.
And just for the record, for people that are saying supposedly they turned down those better offers, not that much better. Or they don't. You didn't get
Justin Fields didn't have a no trade clause. They weren't like, hey man, to really help out Justin Fields, let's Pittsburgh him.
You didn't get a 2nd-round pick offer, and you're like, no.
Yeah, maybe they had a 5th.
Yeah, I believe that.
Maybe they turned down a 5th. I think that'd be stupid, to be honest. Now, maybe it was from, I'm just throwing out Minnesota Vikings. I'm throwing out a random team. Obviously, Minnesota's trying to trade up. To your point last week, they're trying to trade up to number 2. They're trying to get to Washington's pick. And maybe you're like, you know what? We'd rather trade him to Pittsburgh in the other conference and not trade him to an in-division team. So if he does work out in the low probability case that he works out, because literally people like Brian Broaddus all around the league are saying Justin Fields is not a starting quarterback and will probably never be a starting quarterback. And so they might have said, well, we're not trading him to Minnesota just in case.
Yeah.
We'll send him to Pittsburgh, take a little bit lower pick just so we don't really get burnt by this small possibility. Like Trey Lance. If San Francisco thought Trey Lance was any good at football, there's no way in the world they're trading him to the Dallas Cowboys. They're like, he is not good and he's never going to be good. That was San Francisco's decision, and nobody probably presented a better situation to San Francisco to trade Trey Lance, because they'd probably like, should we really trade him to Dallas? And they're like, we think he's pathetic. Trade him to Dallas. We got something for him. And I don't know. I hope Trey Lance ends up being way better than San Francisco thinks. But that was the case. But I just thought it was really interesting on how low Justin Fields is, on how low Mac Jones. I'd never loved him. I did like Fields out of college, but
I did too.
It's tough. There's so many people you like and so few end up working out. And then when somebody breaks it down over a 30-year period of first-round picks and you have such a low percentage of them being franchise-changing quarterbacks, and it wasn't, the person doing this wasn't based off of they win Super Bowls, they get to Super Bowls, or they're all pro. It's just like, no, like they're like a stabilizing good quarterback for their team. Because he had Dak, he did all of the picks, and you have like a low percentage of getting like just a pick right when it comes to, especially when he did like third round after, and it's like you have a 4% chance of picking a good quarterback. Because most of them are already picked as backup anyways.
Yeah.
You know?
And most teams aren't built to be good.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of teams suck. That's a big factor. And if you're on a team that's just bad, your chances of being a great quarterback are going to be limited, especially if your coaching stinks and all those things too.
So out of that 2021 5 first-round quarterback draft class, we are down to one guy, and it's Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Trevor Lawrence has been awesome, but he is considered, at least on his board, he had him as star with potential to still become better.
Okay.
But it wasn't like bust or anything, but he's like, all right, Zach Wilson, we know, bust. Trey Lance, bust.
But do you think
Justin Fields, bust. Mac Jones, bust.
Can you get more for Zach Wilson than you can for Trey Lance right now?
Oh my God, I don't think so.
What do you mean?
Who's giving up anything for Zach Wilson?
I mean, he was a former.
What would you trade for Zach Wilson?
I guess Moms did years ago. If that story's true, I don't know.
A 6th.
I'm done.
You would?
6th in front of Justin Fields.
I would rather have the kid Burns for NC State.
Play quarterback?
Maybe.
Man,
he has a good hook shot.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Right here.
I'm gonna go ask Broadus like if he's watching college basketball at all and how much college basketball they have to break down as a scout to be like, bring this kid in. He's 6'3" and 325 and can play.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got a good hook shot, dude, can he do it from both hands?
He's 275.
He is not. He's 10 pounds more than LeBron James. Like, let's just picture that. Picture that dude Burnsy and then LeBron next to each other and go, yeah, there's about a 10-pound difference there.
Coming up next, it's the tail of the tape with Corey Majors. No, I'm just kidding. It's the C block.
When a player changes your mind about them, next on the Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I don't want to spend too much time talking about my bracket, so I won't.
People get upset about that, though.
Yeah. Who is the player that once you heard them in an interview, it changed your mind about them? And I'll get into that in just a moment because Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton had Josh Donaldson on the other day. And I have some audio from the story.
Do you love him now?
I don't love him, but he changed my mind a little bit about it. I always thought he was a jerk. That being said, Kevin, over the weekend, I got a horse, and I named it Mayo, and sometimes mayonnaise. All right, so let's go back to the... You didn't like that joke?
You got a horse?
Never mind.
In Plano?
It was a joke.
That was just a setup for his joke. Did you hear his joke?
Yeah, he wants to name it mayonnaise.
No, it's named Mayo, and sometimes mayo-naise.
Mayonnaise.
Pretty good joke, huh?
Is it a white horse?
Oh, Mike, it's not a real horse.
White people do love mayonnaise.
It's not a real horse.
People love mayonnaise.
What did you think? A lot of white people like mayonnaise?
I can't have a horse, Mike. I'm deathly allergic to horses.
White, you like mayonnaise?
Nope.
Well, you just proved your point wrong.
Mayonnaise
That's
is
the exception
fantastic,
that proves
though.
the rule.
It's really good with some dill.
That's an aioli.
This is Josh Donaldson with Sean and RJ.
I don't know why. I was really hoping it was a horse that you were about to play.
There's no such thing as a talking horse.
What about Mr. Ed?
That's a human voice.
In a horse.
How did they get his mouth to do that, though? That was always like, how?
Peanut butter.
I thought it was like sugar cubes. Maybe it was peanut butter. Do you know the truth?
I don't.
I don't know. It was back when it was black and white television.
One of
Nobody
the
knows.
most historic moments in Rangers baseball history was whenever they won the World Series. Before that, the most important thing that had happened
Yeah, tell us.
Tell me about it.
was that they lost a World Series.
What?
But then just behind that was Rugi Odor punching out Bautista.
More important than when Neftali Feliz struck out A-Rod.
You're just slowing him down, Mike. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, I think that's number 4 on the list compared to Rugi's moment.
All right.
Is it?
I mean, hold on.
Making the World Series
Do they
for
have
the
a statue?
first time ever?
Do they have a statue of Neftali Feliz striking him out?
Yes.
Yeah, it's him and Benji Molina hugging each other.
But does everybody have shirts of that
Probably.
moment? Are there paintings? Are there murals of that
There's probably
moment?
more paintings of Rugi Odor punching Batista. I will give you that.
Yeah, more murals. That's what's important is the
Okay.
murals.
Okay.
Statues.
Live forever.
Statues are pretty
Murals
amazing.
can be painted over.
God, that Mike Modano statue is good. Ah, it's good. All right.
The stretcher one?
There's no stretch.
Stop talking about the time he got knocked out of the stretcher going into the ambulance.
When you watch that video, though, when you go back and watch it, you're like, how do I not remember this? And Mike's like, it's locked in forever.
I don't know how they let that happen, but he got a statue up, so let's focus on that.
From the 972, I bet Corey didn't really get a talking horse. I didn't get a horse at all. I was joking. Anyway, this is Josh Donaldson talking about the fight, the shot that was heard around the world, if you will.
I remember during the thing, I was trying to get after Rugi, and if you go look at the video, I'm trying to do this like jumping Superman punch at him. I don't know why it came to. I remember I was like pretending I was Barry Sanders going through like all the holes. And then I do this flying jump. And then as I jump, I'm going to raise my hand up. And somebody hits my right arm. And all of a sudden, you just see my hair and my head sticking up like I was like a dolphin coming out of water. and I see Rugi, and I'm like, uh-oh, he's got me lined up. And he's about to hit me. And thankfully, you know, I've done enough boxing training and stuff throughout my life that I had my head on a swivel and was able to kind of sway at the last second. And he just grazed me. And I was on top of him at that point, and I was able to grab him and take him down to the ground. But then 3 Rangers jumped on me immediately, and thankfully for Ian Desmond, because I was like, I'm definitely going to get kicked right now. I was like, if there's one guy that these guys probably want to kick, it's probably Batista or me. and so I'm down on the ground, and then Ian Desmond looked at me and was like, hey, bro, I got no issues with you. I wasn't here for this last year. Just stay here. I got you. And I'm like, thank God.
All right, there you go. So that is him.
That's how we knew Ian Desmond wasn't going to fit it.
And okay, I want to get to that point in just a moment too. I really do want to talk about that just a little bit.
I have some issues with his story.
What do you mean? The flying dolphin punch?
He did look like that. He did dolphin himself into the...
But his story also includes some magic things that happen that make him look awesome, right? I got some boxing training and I was ready to handle it, but then 3 Rangers came up on me. But, that's fine. Like, that's a neat little way to retell that story.
Have you watched it?
Not in like 5 years.
I mean, that did happen. Like he did go in for it and completely missed it. But Kevin, less than that.
It was very weird looking, and I guess I didn't know his arm was knocked down, but I'm like, why is he just leading with his head into everything?
He looked like he was trying to do a spearhead
It just looked
tackle.
Weird.
Like he had a unicorn horn on his forehead. He was just going to go right through.
I didn't remember Rugi threw a punch at him after he landed his dolphin entry into the fray.
It was a funny, a hilarious moment that we rewatched over and over because you wanted to see the hit. Because you don't see, even in boxing, you don't see a connected hit the way Rugi did that often. Like, as often as that was just one, bam, got him. When Josh Donaldson comes in, then you're like, but watch this over and over. It was fun. That being said, whenever I listened to this interview, and it wasn't just that moment, but he was self-deprecating in some of that, like these things are happening. He was funny and engaging, and it irritated the crap out of me. I mean, I'm sitting in the bathroom here on the 11th floor listening to that interview, and I was just furious that this dude is making me laugh while I'm interviewing him, or while he's being interviewed, and that frustrated me. I didn't think it was going to happen, but Josh Donaldson, who I always hated, like he was probably my most hated baseball player, just because he kind of looked that way. He kind of had that look about him, for one, that you're like, I just want to punch that dude. And then on top of that, he was part of that team. So that's like that guy right there just won me over. 877-881-1053. In history of sports, did you have an opinion on a player and then your opinion completely changed either after you met them or after you heard them in an interview or something along those lines? Because, Kevin, that also happened with Undertaker. I always made jokes about Undertaker, like this whole... Hey man, Undertaker, you can come up here anytime you want and try and still to this day.
Oh my gosh.
If you want some Undertaker, good luck. All right? That's all I'm saying. But then I heard him with Sean and RJ one morning, and I was laughing. I was like, this dude's fantastic. Undertaker is a great interview. And he's a wrestler, and so that's even weirder because he's like, he barely ever talks. Does he even talk on wrestling?
It changed.
Does he get up there and he's like, give me a microphone so I can ring the bell. Stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
Let me do the tombstone on you.
Let's just say yes for the purposes of this.
So yeah, man, like Undertaker, and also what ticks me off even more, now Sean and RJ have done interviews 2 times that have made me change my opinion on people. They've made people likable that I hated. So that irritates me even more. Because do I want to like Sean and RJ?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too, man. I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. So from the 469, AJ Przinsky, who played for the Rangers. A lot of people had bad thoughts on AJ Przinsky before he became a Ranger. And then he became a Ranger, and it turns out he's that guy that you want as your teammate, but you don't want to play against. He's an irritant when you're playing against him, but when he's on your team, it's like, oh, I got my guy. It's like Draymond. Like, you don't want to play against Draymond, but then when he's on your team, you're like, I'm pretty happy I got Draymond on my side tonight.
Yeah, I'm trying to think now for an interview. I could think of an interview I had with somebody or an interaction I had with somebody that made me like them less. And that is the Roy Williams that we have made reference to. There was just an interaction that we had with him and a child that made me think, okay, well, I do not care for you
What
anymore.
about Roy Williams, the receiver? Did he change your mind that day we hung out with him at Hero down there at Victory Plaza?
But I don't think I had like a super negative. It's not his fault that the Cowboys are fundamentally poor at team building. To go back to what we talked about earlier, that's not his fault.
From the 817, Kobe hated him, liked Shaq, but he retired and just became a dude and dad. I was enjoying the post-career self before the accident. I'll admit too, I felt very differently about Kobe Bryant after his career was over. Whenever I saw him doing other things, he was doing other stuff with life, and it was just very interesting to see. And I was starting to have a lot more respect for him.
And that's what I was going to say. How much easier does it make it when they're not competing, or I guess they're not competing at a high level anymore? Because you can give a delightful interview, but if you're still competing at a high level and beating down my team, I feel like I might not change my mind.
From the 806, where is that? Jason Kelsey is an Eagle, so I hate him. Then his podcast and media tour started, and he's my spirit animal. His podcast,
because he's retiring, yeah.
And his podcast with his brother, when their personalities start to shine, you're like, oh wow, this is really fun. It's really interesting. I enjoy listening to their podcast. It's a lot of fun. From the 817, hated Dion until he played for the Cowboys, the only jersey I have ever owned. Wow. And I guess that changes your mind on, well, now he's on my team.
Yes.
And so now he's wearing my laundry, and I root for the laundry.
No, that's
what
not
I've
the
always.
saying.
That's everybody roots for laundry more than they root for players. I wonder if that's changed now. If more people, because Kevin,
there's a lot of people who root for players.
Kevin, if Dirk had gone to another team, you weren't going to be rooting for Dirk, would you?
I think I probably would. It depends on if we drove him out, then yeah, I do think I would root for him.
Okay. From the 214, John Smoltz. Oh, never mind. I still hate him. Oh, that's rude. John Smoltz never did anything real. From the 903, Corey
it's the
Perry.
most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
Well, you know what?
Hold on.
Now that I think about that.
Let's play that one more time. Remember, this is what John Smoltz said when asked the question about why so many people thought or why he was against the Rangers throughout the playoffs and into the World Series.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
There's a lot of things that have been said about in baseball.
History
a lot of things
of baseball.
Corey Perry was a total not G-bag until he was on our team.
Yeah.
Oh, Frank Thomas from the 214 ran into him in Las Vegas airport. He agreed to take a pic with me, only then asked if he could take a pic with him and my wife. Oh, because
she's gonna like it too.
Because of the stuff that he's out there pushing for the people. Yeah. Somebody said Brian Broaddus. Before they were like, I'm not sure I like that guy. And then they got a chance to hear him on the station. They were like, man, he's phenomenal. I'm presuming.
I saw a couple votes for Eli Manning. Now that Eli Manning is gone away, do you find his personality, like on the Manning cast, they're pretty fun. And now that you don't have to see him and play against him and know that the only times he ever makes the playoffs, he's going to win the Super Bowl, he's like the anti-Cowboys. Does that make you feel any better?
I never had any feelings towards Eli Manning, good or bad, while he played. I just was like, okay, he's the quarterback on that team, is all I ever thought.
Even in 2007?
What happened then?
Well, we should have gone to the Super Bowl.
Is that Patrick Creighton?
Yeah.
Still, I didn't blame Eli for that. I just blamed the Cowboys on that one. I mean, they're the ones that screwed that game up. So I didn't. And again, I never got much of his personality, even when he was in New York. But I will say this, to the point of his personality after his career has completely changed my mindset on him. Whenever he was a player, I didn't think anything of him. Now I think he's really funny in a very dry way. I crack up at some of the things that he says about his brother. There are some guys like Dick Butkus. Career-wise, he was the exact same dude off the field as he was on the field. Like, nothing changed about that guy. Deion Sanders, I thought primetime was kind of a D-bag. Then I got to meet him, and he's amazingly cool to talk to.
Ooh, that's nice.
And that's a reality. If you've ever, like, there are some guys that, and I do still think that there are things that Deion can do where he, prima donnas you and he's divas you and everything. But I think that just like Michael Irvin, I had an opportunity one night, Kevin, when we were working at the newspaper together. You said, "Hey, you said I don't like Michael Irvin personally. Do you want to cover this story instead?" And I was like, "Dude," and he was like, "You love Michael Irvin." I was like, "I'm in." So I went and sat down with Michael Irvin. I intended to do like a 5-minute interview with him, and I ended up staying for 45 minutes just chatting with him. I was like, "This dude's an absolute blast to talk to." And it was just about all sorts of stuff, man. So it's always fun. So I appreciate that. A lot of texts coming in. Used to think Sean and RJ and Bobby were that way. Now I think Bobby's a nice guy. What about Sean and RJ though?
They're mean to him.
What did they ever do to you?
Maybe they're just saying they're mean to Bobby.
Lionel Messi for me. Hold on, what do you mean? Like you hated him before and now you love him?
Maybe you watched the Apple documentary about him or something.
Did that change people's mind?
I'm assuming. I could see the same thing for Tom Brady. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? And why was it that kid from Kent State? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
If you feel like
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Pass deflects to Modano. He's through center ice into the blue zone on the right wing. Into the slot. He shoots. He scores! Oh, what a play by Mike Modano. We told you about him at the beginning of the evening. And Mike Modano makes it 3-1 Dallas.
That was his 50th goal of the season in 93-94. Got to celebrate Mike Modano over the weekend. Weather delay be damned with the statue outside the American Airlines Center. Congratulations to Mike Modano. He's the best.
Weather's the worst.
That, at times, absolutely. Do you want to throw weather into Wanker of the weekend then?
Yeah, I killed some plans I had, some things I would have liked to have done this weekend, for sure.
Sorry about that, buddy. Now, to go along with that...
Fix the weather, Kevin.
I'll work on it. From the 903, Wanker of the weekend, the people sitting in front of me and my family at the Houston Rodeo, they were butthurt that I had on my World Series championship gear and kept mouthing off the whole time. What did they possibly say? Hey, we lost.
Yeah, again, we discussed this the other day when it comes to your favorite thing about defending the title. Everybody else has to shut up for a little bit. They have to. Like, you can't say anything. Oh, you want to talk about all the other ones? What about this one? This is the one that matters. And Houston fans, don't forget, whipped your ass on the way to it.
True.
So much so, I got a picture, Kevin.
Okay.
I have a picture on my desktop. Maybe it's in my screenshots folder.
Okay, Corey.
Of the Astros. Here it is. Bam. Of the Astros fans looking all sad. And their little.
Oh, the stupid astronaut fans.
Stupid astronaut
That's
fans.
my favorite.
I got that picture right there just because it's great to see that. So, Astros fans, don't be hurt. Y'all got your first World Series by cheating. That's fine. Y'all did it.
It's a fact.
That's a fact. Everybody knows it. Commissioner's just too scared to take it away from you.
Now, I don't know if this is fair or not. I will let you guys decide. Is this particular jersey swap included in Wanker of the Weekend?
Nope.
Did you take note
This is an amazing jersey
of the
swap.
Orlando Magic and Toronto Raptors game this weekend? The Orlando Magic won 111-96. There was a jersey swap between Grady Dick and Anthony Black. And they made sure to stand in an order where this is not just me. The Orlando Magic tweeted this out. Then, because of the response it received,
is there a more iconic
they
jersey
deleted
swap?
the tweet of the jersey exchange between them. Now, did they stand purposely so it said
Yes.
Anthony and then Grady?
Yes,
Why,
they
yes,
did.
I do believe they did. Does it look like Anthony Black is trying really hard not to laugh while he's doing this?
Yes.
Yes, I also believe that is true.
Grady Dick thought it was hilarious too. I think he's the one that set it up. I think he was telling Anthony Black, hey, we should probably do this.
How about that D, baby?
That's good.
And they made sure there was cameras around. Do you think they are wankers of the weekend, or do you think the cowards that are the Orlando Magic are the wankers of the weekend for caving the comments and deleting it? And they weren't necessarily like against that tweet comments. You could probably figure out they're hilarious
Was
comments.
it the comments or were people posting like other things too, Kevin?
Well, that also
It
happened.
just kind of ruined the engagement.
That, depending on who you are, I could see how that would ruin your engagement. For some, perhaps that made your engagement significantly better. I'm not entirely sure. But the Orlando Magic, they caved to social media pressure and they took down the jersey swap between Anthony Black and Grady Dick.
Boo.
Cowards.
So if anybody in the league is named Small or White, then we have to take those down. He can't do a jersey swap with those guys.
He can do the jersey swap. We just can't paste it or post it. Why did I say paste? Post. You can do the jersey swap.
Like if there's a player named like Steve Crooked or something like that.
Well,
Nobody's name.
Yeah, nobody's last name is Crooked.
Actually,
name a person you know with the last name Crooked.
Corey's about to help me out with that. You know what? You say that, but
I'm sure there is.
Exactly. But one of my other complaints for Wanker of the Weekend is
name the NBA basketball player you've heard of that's named.
Well, yeah, but would you have guessed the NCAA tournament committee would have screwed over Indiana State and prevented us from seeing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Not Kareem, but Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. This is somebody that I'm sure we've all been following all season. He kind of does wear goggles. They kind of look like the Dane Dunning style, like glasses / goggles. But Kareem, C-R-E-A-M, Abdul-Jabbar, and you know they wouldn't have let him do that jersey swap either.
Well, it says, doesn't it say Jabbar on the back?
That's a good point.
Abdul-Jabbar.
So I guess they would have. Is Avila Kareem has given him $30,000 to stay for his NIL collection, and they're hoping to offer him $75,000 to $90,000 next year for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as they're working on getting him a raise.
So Avila, like the face cream?
Yes, correct.
Stuff that's like
the guy that
natural
does
scented stuff.
CeraVe. Michael CeraVe.
Michael Sarah.
Just like that.
CeraVe. But are you sad that the NCAA tournament committee has prevented us from having Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Man.
The committee's always trying to screw us over, man.
They are, aren't they?
Well, them and Duke.
Well, at least they let A&M in. My son, who's followed A&M very closely, I'm like, dude, this has happened before, and they leave him out of the tournament.
Time.
Last year he was mad. He's like, a 7 seed. So this time they're a 9 seed, and they made it. So now they have to beat Nebraska.
That game's a pick 'em, and then they would most likely play Houston. But if they were to win those two, then they would play Friday night at the American Airlines Center.
Are you going to be there?
Next Friday night.
Would you
Hell
go?
yeah, because it could possibly be A&M against Duke.
My gosh.
They'll probably both lose.
Whoa.
My standing rule on this, if it's basketball, I root for Duke. If it's football, I root for A&M.
That is horrible. I'm going to root for A&M if that happens.
How often have they ever played in anything?
Yeah,
they played in a bowl game that hot
That's right.
in your face. They played
Johnny
that bowl
Manziel
game
came
with Johnny
back.
Manziel, and A&M was losing by 50 million points, and he was like, fine, I'll play. Put out the heater or whatever else and got in the field, and they got the job done.
That is not right. You have nothing to do with Duke.
You have nothing to do with Kansas City. You love the Chiefs.
Yeah, you haven't even been to Kansas City, bro.
Whose dad played
I'm a
for the
huge
Texas
Steelers
Rangers?
fan.
Ready? Whose dad played for the Texas Rangers?
Your dad.
Whose dad also played for the Texas Rangers?
Did they play at the same time?
Nope.
Then what difference does that make?
I'm exactly the same as Patrick Mahomes. We're both sons of former Texas Rangers relief pitchers.
You know, now that you make that case, Mike,
I've made the connection in your face. That is why I root for Patrick Mahomes.
I never thought about it that way until just
you
now.
Say you're the exact same as Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, we're sons of former Texas Ranger pitchers, and they're both relief pitchers.
Mike might be in better shape.
Yeah. You have no connection to Duke. Didn't you get a person pregnant at A&M?
Oh, my God.
Like, that's a huge connection.
Let my cream hydrate you.
Oh, my God.
That was over the top or under the belt.
Man,
the other.
You just set off a nuclear bomb. We were both sons of former Rangers.
You didn't get a Duke. You didn't go get somebody pregnant at Duke.
That is a fair
that you
point.
know of.
That is a...
Well, he only has 2 kids.
That's true.
That he knows of.
Man, that would be really stunning if somebody just told me now. That'd be messed up.
Dude, just think about this for a second, though. All right? Just think about it. You go to Duke on a visit, right? You're there. You meet a girl because she's like, it's my job to ensure
Who's Brandon's
that you come,
mom rooting for?
You come to this school, and then you have a wild night, and then you go back to high school, you know? And then you never know. You never meet that kid.
I'm going to be wearing my Aggie hat next Friday. I'm going to be doing everything. They just have to beat Houston, which seems like a tall task. But
seem like a tall
and they also
task.
have to beat Nebraska.
That is also true. All All right.
If this was football, they'd be in trouble because you'd have Andre Ware leading them to 96 points a game.
Now, I want to take you to a different NCAA basketball game. We are going to go to cut number 11. Mike, here's what's happening in this game. This is for the MAC championship. There's about 12 seconds left. Akron leads Kent State 60-59. Okay?
I saw the highlight.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
That poor kid. All right. So here's Kent State taking the lead and then making a very, very poor decision.
10 to shoot. Sullinger in the lane. No. Hornbeak puts it up and in. 6 seconds to go. Kent State a 1-point lead. And a foul on Rollins. And it'll be a 1-and-1 free throw for Akron. No. Why is Rollins fouling?
So Julius Rollins with Kent State now up 61-60 with 4.8 seconds left committed an intentional foul, which gave the 1-and-1 opportunity to the Zips from Akron. And golly, man, that's a tough one.
So you're saying don't go with Akron in my bracket here, Kevin? Is that what you're trying to say?
Did you pick Akron?
I don't think I did, but I'm just feeling like I shouldn't then. You agree?
I do agree that you should not make that selection.
All right, thanks. Look at this. My whole bracket's already taken care of today. Thanks, Kevin.
Is tomorrow's show just going to be all about your bracket?
It'll be Colorado and Colorado State, man. They both play. Well, they both don't play Tuesday, I guess. Maybe they do because it's Tuesday and
one
Wednesday.
One plays Tuesday, one plays Wednesday.
I mean, both Colorados make it into the fake tournament. And then they have to win that game to make it into the real tournament. It's kind of like it's the play-in, right?
I can see that.
Anybody that considers the play-in the real playoffs is lying to themselves. You have to make a real series to be in the real playoffs.
That's very fair. And then also I wanted to throw out there, by the way, I don't know if this is from somebody from the Jones family, and they said, for the 832, Kevin, you're the wanker of the weekend. Why are you angry? The Cowboys were the number 2 seed last season.
Yeah,
that's
dude.
Practically like winning the Super Bowl.
They had home field advantage in the first 2 rounds, guaranteed.
But they lost in the first round.
If you know what, the worst thing about it is playing the games. I've heard that from the owner, president, and general manager. If you didn't have to play the games, it'd be a perfect sport.
That's a pretty big part of it, though, don't you think?
Well, the dude's in the Hall of Fame. Am I supposed to argue with a dude in the Hall of Fame for building and constructing super teams?
Never.
He did it, man. He traded Herschel Walker for all the picks. Then he chose all of those guys.
Oh, you know that did not happen. You know that was Jimmy Johnson. Say it. Say you actually believe Jerry Jones was responsible for all of that.
The proof is in the pudding. Look how Jerry's done it after.
They haven't won.
Oh, well, then if that's the case, then I have to give Jimmy the credit, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Gosh, I can't believe after Jerry made all those unbelievably great moves,
he just
that then they stopped making all unbelievably great moves, and the only thing that changed was Jimmy Johnson leaving the organization. Sheesh.
And then also,
way to ruin my hopes and dreams of the Cowboys making a comeback.
Is the game clock from the Warriors-Lakers game on Saturday night the wanker of the weekend? The last 2 minutes took 20 minutes to play because of continued clock malfunctions.
Wow. Man, hold on. I'm sorry, Kevin. Somebody just reminded me I had a perfect bracket last year. Do you remember? My bracket was perfect.
I'm going to tell you, I have
totally
no clue
forgot about
who
that.
won the national championship.
Kid.
They did?
Yes, because I
Good
picked them.
for them. I didn't even. So they're going for back-to-back. Who did they play?
Oh, was it Miami?
Miami made the finals?
Or maybe Miami was in the Final Four?
See, this is. I can remember like from 1986 to 1996 pretty much, or even further than that. I don't remember who in the world did anything because it's just a weird time for college basketball. Is that the best players don't go to college basketball?
It was San Diego State.
With Kawhi Leonard?
No, it wasn't Kawhi Leonard.
Tony Gwynn? Steven Strasburg?
Yeah, it was Steven Strasburg.
Marshall Faulk? Did he go to San Diego State?
UConn beat Miami in the Final before
in San Diego State
there you
in
go.
the final.
Miami was
76-59.
That's right, because it was San Diego State against Florida Atlantic.
And you were shocked that I had picked San Diego State to get that far.
I was shocked.
Instead of being in Jared Sandler's bracket, I just spent $100 on 3 Wyatt Langford rookie cards.
It's not a bad investment right there. I've been told by some people that know that he could be the next Mike Trout.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, our countdown to opening day continues. It's a Monday show with
Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, and it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Wonderful, Higgy. How are you?
That is excellent to hear. I'm doing very well. We just caught the number on there. More than 7 million brackets have already been filled out via ESPN. What's the average number of brackets that y'all fill out? Corey is going to walk us game by game, I think, through his entire bracket tomorrow is what I'm hoping.
At noon.
Heck yes.
It's our noon segment.
I love
We
it.
find that most of our listeners are around noon o'clock, so we want to make sure they're getting the important
Yeah, they need to make sure that they get your information so that they can win money and take home the bracket challenge as well.
Exactly.
I usually probably do at least 2.
Yeah.
Somewhere between 2 to 4.
What are you doing, McNeese?
It's a good question.
Yeah. Find out tomorrow?
Around noon tomorrow.
All your questions will be answered.
Yeah, you too can know the answers.
What
to that
logic
question.
do you use for your picking? Is it like team
Man.
colors? Is it mascots?
Because, by the way, if McNeese can beat Gonzaga, that Kansas team is busted up. And are you predicting McNeese State to the Sweet 16?
Yeah, I'll tell you, this is what's interesting about they've got actually, this is funny because the coach there used to be at LSU and he got caught for some cheating things.
Oh dear.
But now we haven't had a good basketball team since he's left. So anyway, McNeese, they say they've got plenty of transfers. They've got NBA size. They shoot the three very well, but they don't rely on it. They won 30 games this year, and they had a couple of quality wins along the way too. So they're kind of one of those sneaky teams that people are kind of talking about. We'll see if they get through, but that's one of those programs where they have a bunch of renegade outlaw guys playing that were at other programs and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And so they've got it kind of figured out.
It's like the Replacements movie.
Yeah.
And you love that movie.
I do love that movie.
Hope we're not stepping on your toes for tomorrow.
And don't forget, I did have a perfect bracket last year. After each round, I would
the most
reveal who I picked.
unpredictable Final Four in history.
And they were, I was pretty. It was pretty impressive. Yeah, it was great on me last year. So we'll see how things go.
Move over, Ken Palm. Make a place for Corey Majors.
There we go.
Did Warren Buffett ever give you your $1 billion?
He was like, it's going to be like lump sum, but over time. And I was like, what does that even mean? Lump sum over time.
Classic Buffett. Were you guys probably not surprised given the news of the weekend or the news that we felt like for the past month or so, but Leighton Vander Esch officially retired today. Can't help but feel bad for the guy who loves all things football, and his body just couldn't hold up for him anymore.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing. I'm happy.
I agree with that.
Yeah. It'd be tough if you couldn't take yourself away and like your entire family was cringing, and you've made the bag. I think it was probably worth the risk for Leighton. You get the neck diagnosis. A lot of teams didn't really want to mess with him coming out of the drafts, but he went for it and he made it work. And I think as soon as you get enough cash where you're like, holy cow, we've done it, we can go get a ranch, the kids will never have to work, that's when you step away. You're just on a Walt White mission, basically, from Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
As soon as you get the 10 mil, Junior doesn't have to work, you're Dunsky, just without the meth, I believe. Be hard to pack on that much muscle with
maybe some better choices along the way, but for the most part, I get what you're saying.
No murder.
Worked for Lawrence Taylor.
And he main evented a WrestleMania. That's a fact. Look it up.
He was doing meth at WrestleMania?
I mean, I can't speak to that one way or another. I just know that he main evented WrestleMania. Let's go to cut number 3 if we can. Surely you saw it. By now you've heard it. But this shot was still freaking awesome.
Kleba looking in for Irving. Irving for the win! Oh my! A southpaw finish from Kyrie Irving! Just absurd!
Now, on social media today, Tim McMahon has been posting pictures and videos of players from other teams trying to do this in practice. Mike said that he and one of his kiddos went out in the driveway and tried to get it done. How difficult was that shot?
Unbelievable. I mean, it was just one of those things. Eric and I were doing BetQL. We were watching it in there. I thought, okay, he's not going to be able to get a shot off in time. It looked almost effortless the way he made it look so easy. You go with the left hand, just kind of a floater, and it just drops perfectly. Luka's reaction, Maxi's reaction, Jason Kidd's reaction, I think says it all. Just the shock, disbelief. Kyrie, you are an absolute magician.
Do you think Maxey was most shocked that somebody shot the ball?
That wasn't him?
Oh.
They didn't pass to him at late in the
He's like, hey,
clock.
I'm shooting 7% from 3 this month.
I think Maxey at this point, if he gets past the ball again for an open look, he's just going to baseball pass it right back to the guy and go, stop throwing me the ball. I can't shoot.
Now, Wolchuk, you look surprised by the very real statistics that I just gave you. For the month of March, Maxi Kleber is averaging a robust 11% shooting, 6.7% shooting from 3, and 1.2 points to go along with his 0.4 blocks and 1.2 assists. He does average 3 rebounds a game, though.
Thank God. Hustle, right?
And I know defense is
the
what you
rebounding,
look for.
the defense, and inbounds passing. That's what we need you for.
I think we're good here. He was struggling big time 2 years ago going to the playoffs.
Yeah, I thought so too.
He gave up making a basket for Lent. That was the
he did. He was not interested in shooting the ball at all.
Then he got hurt, and he was like 7-7 against the Jazz in one game.
All right, so you're thinking, good sign.
It's all part of the
Good plan, the master plan.
He wants to be even more open for the playoffs. I don't think you can.
I mean, hell, if I was sketching up a defense, I'd be like,
if you're Denver, how do you allow Luka to have that game-tying shot?
I don't know. I need to relook and see what
you talk about bad defense.
And it was immediate because as soon as Murray, I'm glad that you brought that up. As soon as Murray hit the 3, I thought, I might have said yes. I might have said a curse word and thought we were going to lose the game, that you were winning by like 11 points with 6 and change to go. I thought you were going to lose for sure right then.
You really thought that was 6 and change up 11 that we were going to win that game?
I did.
You were going to hang on?
Which is stupid looking back on it. I mean, we did win, but man, did the Mavericks like to make it close.
They were in milk the clock mode for the final 6.5 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
They thought they were Villanova versus Georgetown in 80 whatever that was.
4 quarters. North Carolina.
Dude, there's a
Dean
shot
Smith.
clock here.
Yeah.
This is going to be really tough to milk the 6 minutes off of here.
But they did get the win. How important was it to win? Not just from the standings perspective, but if you blow that lead to a top-level team, that feels like it could destroy your team. Or maybe you think that's too dramatic.
Just throw in the towel after that, man. Just be like, what are we even doing here?
You go back to last year's plan at the end of the season, right?
Tank.
That's impossible.
Tank
if
it
you
for
look at
Lively.
where Houston's at, you're making at least the play-in. It's impossible to not miss the playoffs.
Oh, not true. If you were to lose all of your remaining games, they were going a hot streak. You could. Now, is it highly improbable? Yes. Impossible? Mostly, but not yes. It could happen.
Yeah, that was that moment yesterday where it was kind of the similar. I know the games, very different games, but when Corey Seager hits the home run and Adolis hits the walk-off, it's like which one was most important? Because Luka's shot was so important to getting to the Kai shot, obviously. But it was 2 great moments from your 2 big-time studs. You're like, they showed up when I needed them the most.
And my opinion was, Gavin, when there's 5 seconds or less on the clock and you have an inbounds play, the ball shouldn't go to Luka. That's not enough time. He can't. He's not a quick decision maker. He needs that rhythm of dribbling. So if there's kind of like that 8 or more seconds, I'm like, fine, man, give it to Luka. He'll have his time to do whatever he needs. But we've seen it. If he has 3 seconds, he's going to catch it, step back, and heave it up from 30 to 40 feet.
Yeah, it's all he's
Kyrie
got.
has the opportunity in 3 seconds to create something different. I can't believe he created a left-handed hook shot to win.
Pretty outstanding.
But if there's 5 seconds to go, I need the ball going to Kyrie in those situations.
And to answer your question, Hagee, as a guy that grew up playing against an older brother and dad in the driveway constantly, didn't surprise me that much because that's what we had to do. Finish with either hand, quick shooting when they're not expecting it. I think Kyrie probably grew up trying to beat his dad for a long time. That's where he got that.
And if nothing else, you can give the credit to Bailey, the Dallas Mavericks emotional support animal, as they're the first team in the league to have an emotional support animal. So here we come.
Awesome.
Being progressive with that kind of stuff is...
That's on Mike, I think.
With having a dog?
No,
What
an
about-
emotional support animal.
horse.
Because you'd think that would be their mascot. I get what you're saying.
There is a
And
horse
you
in
guys
it.
were doing horse bits earlier.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, I was getting
It's a good callback.
Yeah,
I got a horse. His name's Mayo. Sometimes mayonnaise.
mayonnaise.
Thank you.
I know it's going to be tough to beat that. But what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking. I want to start out with a conversation about what about the people who are traumatized by dogs? Does it balance it out? You're being soothed, and I'm being sent into a childhood experience where
I really hope that is your opening segment.
Yeah, we have Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Higgs.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. I hope you change that segment to that.
I think it was always planned that way.
Okay. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodbye, Kevin.
Goodbye.
Confetti is everywhere.
You can hear Kevin, Corey.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an awesome day. General at your service. At ease, there's Brian Broaddus in his Epic Rangers hoodie. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, General. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing awesome. You look like a man that's ready for opening day in 10 days.
You know what? I'm ready.
Here's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control, another man that's ready for opening day and whatever gold the sports world has to dole out to us. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, we got Rangers baseball actually coming up at 3 o'clock on TV, so we'll be tracking it. We'll be keeping you up to date, talking about the champs throughout the day, and looking forward to that. But there's so much Cowboy news going on, isn't there?
Yeah,
Is there?
We had an official retirement.
Yes, we did. We had an official retirement. Let's start there. Leighton Vander Esch. I love the game of football so much. My body won't cooperate any longer.
Nope.
Cherished every moment of my career. It's been such a blessing to play the game for as long as I have. Posted it on IG. Been an honor to represent my family, my teammates, and the people of Dallas. There he goes, the Wolf Hunter. Well, he started hot, didn't he? He was on fire there with Jalen Smith.
He sure did.
And then, the injuries just got the best of him. But I would just consider it a blessing if I'm him to get out of the game walking, Brian.
Oh, no.
Not everybody can say that.
Yeah. It just kind of goes down the path, too, of the Cowboys and, unfortunately, the linebackers. The guys have played well for them for parts of their career, and then all of a sudden injuries take over. We look at, the Sean Lees of the world, that, how you draft him. I think Jalen Smith, the injuries probably robbed him of some opportunities. So, and now Leighton Vander Esch. So it makes you think going forward now, when you're looking at these players, is it absolutely worth it to draft a player that has a pre-existing injury history?
Not in the first round. That should have been a second-round player.
Yeah. See that, but maybe not even in the second round now. The way that you need these players, the way that this all works out, where you're looking talking about second contracts and things like that. That if you have a player who has a pre-existing injury and now you're dealing with that all the time, or other injuries, if the player's often hurt.
Well, especially when you're talking about spinal and neck issues.
Yeah.
I'm cool with just moving that tag off the board.
Yeah. That's where, sometimes we think, oh, well, here's the old Dallas Blue Star special.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's necessarily the best attitude to have right now.
I love the idea of moving them down to the third round, though. I mean, second round might be a little bit too rich still.
Well, you get in situations where you talk to teams around the league, it's like, where did you have this guy? Oh, he went on our board. Oh. Okay.
I mean, you can get talented players, and I would not be totally immune to going and fishing for one every now and then. They have had some horrible luck, really. After Brady James, it's been one after another that either, wasn't good enough or didn't want to play, like Rolando McClain didn't want to play. Bobby Carpenter stunk. Sean Lee couldn't stay healthy. Mm-hmm. Anthony Hitchens was solid but not good,
Bruce
so you let him walk.
Bruce Carter was
another ACL guy.
Yeah, coming out of college, he was rehabbing it when he got here. Overshown, hurt immediately. Yeah. Damone Clark, so far not good. So
another neck spinal guy.
I don't know how you fix it. You take Micah Parsons, ends up he's an edge.
Yeah.
It is, it's not the worst position to have bad luck on, but now you find yourself in a spot where if just anything had made sense or come together for you over the last 5 or 6 years, you would have a complete defense and you probably would have found yourself in the NFC title game. But I see this linebacker deal as the final piece that you want to put on a defense. Chief, you don't want to go flying headfirst into free agency or top 10 draft picks with it, but if you want a good defense, you got to be really good at that position still.
Yeah, 100% you do. And now the responsibilities for linebackers these days, if you're going to be an every down linebacker, there's a lot going on now. And so it takes these dudes a few years now to really get the feel for how to be a beast linebacker in the NFL. But it's certainly not something you want to invest first round assets in, because you've seen over the years you can get guys second, third, fourth round that end up being just as good as the first round kind of dudes. And with how long it's taking these guys to really get with the program at the position in the NFL, you're better off making that the free agency point to go cherry on top of what is already a really good defense. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's how you build it. I think the Cowboys have done it right, but maybe too much injury risk and not enough luck. Okay, the update on the Dak story here, reading in the morning news, they did a slight restructure here. They're just dipping a toe in with $5 million of the roster bonus. Creates $4 million in cap space. They also add two more voidable years to the end of this deal. So it appears they're just trying to compromise and get a little bit of money off the cap, but also pretty much bite the bullet and take their medicine this year with the bulk of his cap hit. He'll still be at 55.4, which is the third highest hit in the league. Right?
Was that dead money turn into $40 million next year on that?
Dak's deal?
Yeah.
I can find out for sure.
Yeah, I think I'm right about that. So, yeah, they kicked the can for a couple of years, but you're kind of wondering, okay, is there some other things they could have done? And they said, no, we'll just do the minimum for it right now and get a couple more voidable years. Yeah, it kicks money down the road, but you're going to be eating a lot of money down the road anyway. There's just no way around it. The way that and hey, it's part of the draft, it's part of the signing, it's part of the lack of getting a fifth year on Dak when they could have, with the contract and the contract's not being staggered. There's a lot of things going on, with this team when it comes to this. But unfortunately, though, they're the team that kind of had to sit out, and they're just waiting for this thing to draft here in about another month.
And hopefully that draft is awesome. And in the meantime, Tyron Smith going to the Jets, it becomes crystal clear the kind of business they want to do. They're operating in the single digits of millions.
Yeah.
This is going to be a very, very lean off season as while making some adjustments to give themselves a little bit of flexibility. They're giving themselves as little bit as possible. There's no reason to believe they're going to go spend a significant amount of money. It's going to be budget free agents. If you can't even afford $10 million a year for Tyron Smith coming off an all-pro year, it is going to be budget free agents and draft picks to fill out this team. And you keep your fingers crossed that you can do what Tampa did, which is after they went cheap with Tom Brady's retirement, they still managed to make the playoffs. So they consider that a successful year.
Oh, they'll have this team. I don't think will ever be bad because the one thing they can do is draft. Now they put themselves with some huge pressure about this draft coming up,
right? Because last year was not good.
But you talk about lack of flexibility in free agency. I don't think they have a lot of flexibility in the draft, to be honest with you either. I just feel like when you look at them, the first four picks probably are all going to be need picks. Yeah, and people say, oh, well, Brian, damn, they draft needs anyway. Teams do that. Well, some teams, when you drafted CeeDee Lamb, you were looking at defensive end.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, CeeDee Lamb was, they say, the blinking light on their board. I don't know if they could do the blinking light now. I think they have to sit there and say, okay, we're going to need a tackle. We're going to need a center. We're going to need a running back. We're going to need defensive tackle. We're going to need edges. They're looking at a lot of different things right now, but they're all needs for them.
I feel like they could help themselves so much by just deciding we don't need a tackle because we have Tyler Smith as our tackle, and we drafted him to be that the Tyron replacement years ago when we drafted him in the first round, and he's shown nothing to this point that he shouldn't be a tackle. He's a really, really dang good guard. Cool. But if you're going to feel like you have to draft a tackle and a center in this draft, then I think that's a nightmare way to go about it.
Well, their situation, the way they look at it is, they probably feel like that they'd have to replace two spots at it. I was talking to Todd Archer about this, and because I felt like that the way the draft was going to go was going to dictate where Tyler Smith was going to play.
Yeah.
If they draft a tackle in the first round, well, Tyler Smith, he's still my left guard.
Makes sense.
If they don't get the tackle they want, then now are they in that mode of like, well, we've got to kick him and let's play T.J. Bass at guard.
Or do you want Richards at tackle?
Yeah, we don't know how good Awesome Richards is.
Yeah,
we don't know how good Matt Waletzko is. That's the thing. We saw Udoga not be good. For some time, so we don't know. Now to them, they could say, "Listen, we'll play Awesome Richards at left tackle. We'll be just fine." But I think the draft predicates. I hope I'm using the right word. I hope that I see the draft determining where Tyler Smith is going to play.
Got it.
That's what I think.
Thread of that needle. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Salute to Big 77, who dominated for over a decade at left tackle for the Cowboys out of USC. I still remember going out to Valley Ranch the day after he was drafted, and he said he wanted to be a Hall of Famer, be the best tackle ever. And at the height of his powers, there was nobody better.
Yeah, young man too when he was drafted, like 20 years old.
Yep,
yeah,
yes, he was.
And he was at the time was a little bit of undersized too, weight wise. but the athletic ability, the length, the power that he played with at that weight, the movement, all those things, you just saw it on the tape, and he just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And unfortunately, there's another guy. He played a long time, but man, I mean, think of so much more that he could have done if injuries wouldn't have robbed him some of his opportunities.
Well, incredible win for the Mavs against the Nuggets. They up 191 with 4 minutes to go. They find themselves needing to come back and get the dubski in the final minute. Gafford and Lively combined for 22 and 14. Luka had 37 and 10. And, of course, Kyrie Irving with the highlight reel shot. Mavs now visit the Spurs. They have a home-and-home with Utah. Then they have 2 at Sacramento and 1 at Houston and Golden State. That is your next 7 games and a huge opportunity. There's no juggernauts here in these next 7, but some games against a couple of respectable basketball teams. The Mavs find themselves tied for 6th with the Kings right now, and the Pelicans are 2.5 games up. So it's looking like 6th might be the best case scenario unless they can get a winning streak, and that's what these next 7 games present the opportunity to do.
Maybe you can slingshot yourself to the 5 seed. I think that's probably best case scenario. But hey, if you get the 6, you avoid the play-in, big win. I mean, I think last night showed you why we were pumped and excited, especially after that Phoenix game, like this team can make a run. When they're locked in and you've got guys like Kyrie and Luka at the end of a game, with Luka making that 3, they get a defensive stop, and then here's a beautiful inbound, and Kyrie just doing something that maybe he's the only player on the planet can do. You have an opportunity come playoff time. They've just got to make sure they get in there and put themselves in the best possible position.
Man, and getting to the 6th seed would allow for you, if the playoffs started today, to play the Timberwolves instead of the Nuggets.
You'd feel
the Nuggets
good about
have
that.
leaped the Timberwolves to now be the 2 seed. And so it was for a while you were thinking, man, if you get out of the play-in, that's a beautiful deal, but you're the 6 and you're probably playing Denver. And I know we just beat Denver yesterday,
but
so
you don't
have
love
some
that
more
in a
confidence.
7-game
But
series.
you don't, I mean, you don't want to take on the Nuggets in round number 1. That is for sure. But as of today, if you're the 6th seed, you're playing the Timberwolves, and they've been awesome this year, but you'll take your chances with a team like that over the Nuggets for sure.
I think a lot of people would like Dallas over Minnesota or OKC in a 7-game series.
Yeah, they're gonna favor the veteran team, especially against playoff teams that haven't proven it. I guess I buy OKC a little bit more than Minnesota. But hey, maybe Minnesota's finally got this system figured out. They're zigging while everybody else is zagging, and Edwards is a hell of a talent. Big 12 put 8 teams in the tournament. Matchup of Houston and Texas A&M is looming in round 2. That could be fun. OU, one of the top 4 teams left out, and among a group of teams deciding an NIT invite, can kiss their backside. I don't know what to make of this move right here, but I know when the feeling of disappointment and but if you can rally like the teams that win the NIT are having fun, when they get
we got to watch North Texas do it last year. It was a blast. Now I get it. Like for us, North Texas, that's a big moment for the program. If you're some of these bigger schools, maybe you're accustomed to being in the NCAA tournament every year. But I'm with you, man. Like, why not play?
I just want to play.
I think this is unfortunate because it has such a great history. I don't think the game's being played at Madison Square Garden anymore. But you got teams like St. John's, Syracuse, and them turning their back on New York City for forever. Before there was a tournament, an NCAA tournament, there was the NIT.
Yes.
That was the big thing. And for those schools...
Yeah, man, do it for your forefathers.
To turn their backs on them, I think is an unfortunate. I think it's a bad look. New York's known for its basketball, and NIT and stuff, and you got New York schools that are kind of turning their backs. That doesn't fly with me.
I want to know who's making these decisions for the program. Is it one of these? Is it the athletic director? Is it the coach? Is it the players?
Rick Pitino's pissed off that they didn't get invited. So
he's a hothead. Well, just calm down, Rick. We want to hoop next week.
Maybe he's relieved. He didn't like coach. He was not having fun anyway, right?
Yeah, he hated.
Yeah,
his
but
team,
what losing does to him.
Yeah. Yes, it tears him up. Stars bounce back and beat the Kings over the weekend. Off another 2 nights and host the Coyotes on Wednesday.
Shout out to Madonna, man. That statue's badass. Getting the green.
It's good looking, dude. It's good looking.
It's awesome. And that was a special moment.
I don't know why it's so hard to get statues right, but whoever did that one should be commissioned for all of them.
Agreed.
Because he actually did it right, and it honored the person instead of made him look weird. Congrats to Scotty Scheffler, won a historic second consecutive Players' Championship.
Yeah, Wyndham Clark, though, man, you'll never see a putt hit more pure than the one he hit at 18. To have that thing lip out the way it did.
You okay?
I'm sorry. I was just reacting in real time, watching that putt rim out there.
Yeah.
I feel like you were really having a good time.
You were having a really good time. It was a great finish.
You're relieving.
And that's what you usually get with the Players Championship like that. So.
I never told you guys this, but watching Wyndham Clark lip out like that in a huge, huge moment is the height of pleasure for me.
You do love a good lip out.
What were you doing when golf was on yesterday?
I was BetQLing my balls off, reacting in real time to Scotty Scheffler going on a 15-hole run for the gosh dang ages that involved nothing in the way of a bogey. It was just birdie, par, birdie, 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 par, 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 birdie, birdie, par, par. Victory.
Yeah, we made a song out of it.
Let's add that up. What did you just? How many birdie, 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 par, par, par?
Hey,
you just throw an eagle in there
check the
somewhere?
tape. I don't know. Was there an eagle? He probably eagled on one of those things.
I thought you guys
were a 15-hole heater.
I thought you guys were just kind of just watching a lot of college hoop yesterday.
We were watching a lot of college hoops and, of course, the Mavs. But when you see what Scotty Scheffler's doing and the amount of money he's bringing in and holding it down for DFW.
Wait, I want to ask, are you giving golf tips over there? Golf betting tips?
I'm not giving tips. I'm really just relaying what happens in real time and just giving you the facts, Broadus.
That's
pretty much it.
It's an amazing show.
That's why we listen.
Glad to see you boys back on there.
That's why we listen.
I've been watchdogging the golf tournaments lately.
I just wondered what's going on over there.
Yeah, you do wonder a lot about what Chief has going on. Then you watchdog the hell out of him. Okay, we got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. NFL overreactions or not after the big week in free agency is next in the nation.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
RJ Choppy here by good friends over at QC Kinetics. Where's your pain? Is it your knees, your hips, your back? Don't let it sideline you any longer, and don't let them tell you that surgery is your only option. Call QC Kinetics, the future of pain relief. This is the science of using natural biologics from your own body that can bring you lasting relief. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. Trusted by patients all over America. Over 150 clinics nationwide. Emmett Smith raves about QC Kinetics. I've used them both the right side and the left side of my body. You could start to live big again in 2024. You can use your HSA or your FSA. You put them to work to get you the relief you need so badly. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. Advanced Regenerative Treatments, 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine, and Richardson. QC Kinetics. Free consultation, 972-972-8610. RJ Choppy here. Who loves great food, great atmospheres, great sports, and amazing drink specials? Me too. And you can get it at Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters and the place for the all-new $10.99 lunch menu. Amazing food deals every single Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They've got great drink specials all day, every day, because it is happy hour all day, every day of the week. Well drinks at $4. $5 Tito's all day, every day, only at Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm, all because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Learn smart changes for your home at a free AARP Home Fit workshop in Dallas. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
Upgrade the security of your home, business, or large commercial facility now with the latest technology from DFW Security. If your system is older than 5 years, it's time to upgrade. Get DFW Security, your local experts for over 30 years. DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
Lock in your rock bottom deal during Ford Truck Month at Rockwall Ford. Score a truckload of savings in our entire inventory of the most powerful Ford trucks all month long. Like a new 2023 Ford F-150 XLT. Finance at 1.9% APR plus $1,000 in special cash and no payments for 90 days. Don't let Ford Truck Month markdowns pass you by. Hurry in today to Shop the Rock and Save. Or shop our entire inventory online anytime at rockwallford.com. For offer details, call 469-887-1138.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running,
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to truckwreck.com. Here's the Woolly Bully with some NFL conversation.
Thank you very much. First week of free agency in the books. Let's do some overreactions or not. The first one, I think this one's pretty obvious, fellas. We saw what Justin Fields went for over the weekend. The Bears totally misread the market on Justin Fields. Not an overreaction or an overreaction. I'm going to go that one's not. They definitely butchered this one, boys.
Yeah, that's going to be not an overreaction. They completely missed the boat on this. And I don't know, maybe there was a time where they could have fetched. I think Diana Rossini of The Athletic was alluding to like there being a point in time where they could have fetched as good as a second-round pick or perhaps a third-round pick for him, but they waited too long. So there's no way around the fact that they botched it.
Yeah, a lesson to be learned. If you're going to move on from a guy, move on. Don't wait. Don't try and see do we really think this is our guy and all that and the other. No, if you're going to move on from a player, try and move on. Get as much as you can from the player. This was a botch the whole way. They could if they knew that there was no way they were going to keep this guy or wanted to keep this guy, try immediately to get this thing done.
Playing a little bocce ball out there in Chi-Town.
Yeah, they didn't.
Was there a report that could have got a lot more like at the end of the season or?
Yeah, well, I think it was like before free agency started. Yep. And then they kind of just held out because their asking price was too high. And and then basically all the other teams went and filled their quarterback needs, backup quarterback needs, and now they're kind of left with, well, this is what we're going to offer you, or else you can go ahead and keep them.
Unfortunately, the Denver Broncos with that trade they made for Russell Wilson messed everybody up. That's the one. All of a sudden you think of, wow, veteran quarterback going for this. Well, maybe a young guy quarterback. I know he's not proven, but maybe they didn't expect to get what the Broncos gave up, but they could have probably thought that they were going to get more value than they did, but they should have done it a lot quicker.
All right, how about Derrick Henry is going to put the Ravens over the top and into the Super Bowl? Overreaction or not?
I think he very well could, and I'll tell you what, the thing that does not show up, I think, in stats is the reputation of a guy, the physicality of a guy, and I think he will help get Lamar better looks just by being that threat. And you're going to have to commit bodies. You can't go small in the box against him. He's going to truck safety. Mm-hmm. So I think it can tip dynamics in their way and a significant factor if he stays healthy.
I will say that's an overreaction. I don't think any team's a Derrick Henry away from taking down Mahomes.
I feel like I agree with Eric on this one because to me, but I think it helps.
It helps.
It helps a lot. And teams already playing heavy box against the Ravens anyway.
And then Lamar picks them apart.
Yeah, but now you have somebody legitimately to hand the ball to.
Yeah.
I've watched Dobbins and guys like that. They've gotten much better at running back.
Yeah, no,
but
they absolutely have.
It might be numbers, but it's the type of personnel you need that's vastly different for both those guys. You go speed to contain Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that works against Henry. At least if he continues to be as effective as he's been.
No, but those guys both, like they say, to me, you look at the numbers, and you're right about the speed, but the numbers say either way. Loaded box for both those guys. Both guys have production against it. So I just, like I said, I think it's enough to put everybody on notice though. In the AFC.
But you guys are probably right in that they need to enhance their passing game more than they need to enhance their running game. If you want to take a significant step, it's going to be chunk plays in the passing game for all 32 teams if you want to get better.
Yeah, and I think they definitely are better. And I love the fit there with Derrick Henry in Baltimore, but it's just going to be such a tough task to knock off the Chiefs and Mahomes, who are also going to be better. You just got them at home in the AFC Championship game, and you couldn't do it. So I don't know that they're going to be able to be over the top just because of that addition and go to the Super Bowl. All right, next one here, courtesy of ESPN, overreactions or not. How about the Texans, who have had a tremendous offseason? They're a real threat now to the Chiefs in the AFC. Is that an overreaction or not?
I think you can put them right up there with, I guess the Bengals, still the Bills are going to get some love there. But, yeah, I think they are right there with obviously Baltimore as well. But I think the Texans have done a really, really nice job adding to what they already had. And I do think they are probably in that top 3 in the AFC in my mind.
So what do they add here really of substance? Is it Danielle Hunter, their main signing?
Danielle Hunter, and then, Danielle Hunter, I would
Joe
say,
Mixon
would be their big one. Yeah, Joe Mixon, Azeez Al-Shaair as a linebacker.
Okay.
They've got a little bit beefier, I think, in the interior of the defensive line with Autry. So I think they've added some things there that are going to go a long way. They've got some players. At premium positions, you have the quarterback, you've got your left tackle, you've got Stingley, your LSU guy over there, Broadus, who at the end of the season was really, really coming on. So it's like you've got some premium positions locked up. They had to fill some gaps in there. We'll see what they do in the draft, but I think the Texans have really helped themselves.
I'm going to say they're a year away still. Depending on what they get in the draft, this is a wide receiver loaded draft. Could they go 2 wide receivers and have one be on the all-rookie team and change my mind completely? Yes.
Yeah, they could. I think they are. I think the Texans are legit. I love the moves that they made. I think that is not an overreaction. And then last final one here, the Falcons, are they an actual contender now in the NFC with the addition of Kirk Cousins? Overreaction or not?
Overreaction. You just got a quarterback that can't do anything in the way of postseason winning. And he's going to change the tide of the Falcon franchise that is perpetually underachieving and coming up short in big moments. There's no chance they're contending.
I think they contend for the divisional title.
Yeah, I
think that's
they might be able to win the worst division in football.
That's exactly where you're at, and I think they'll find a way to win it earlier than it seems to go to the last 2 weeks of the season.
Who can get to 9 wins first?
Exactly. I think that Cousins I think he secures the division for them earlier, and then we'll see what goes on from there.
I'm with you. Ultimately, to be a Super Bowl contender, it's an overreaction, but yeah, I think they're a playoff team.
Yeah, you get no disagreement from me there, guys. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
My man called it an overreaction. Have you not been listening to G-Bag of the day, dog? Hold on, let me get my bomb in here. There we go. You got to get your board set right over for the weekend situation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
You have a good one?
Yeah, I had a fantastic weekend. Like always, they're too short. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Way too short.
Looking for that 3-day weekend here.
I have no energy on Saturdays for some reason. Like late in the afternoon, I finally get my legs to me. But during the day, I'm awful. Let's see, who's our winner so far? Oh, yeah, the playmaker, Michael Irvin.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he called the Falcons early. He stood on it, Eric.
Yes, he did.
The thing that really knocked the top off my head today, right up, blew my brain up, cracked my cranium, and fertilized my brain, was Kirk Cousins going to Atlanta. Let me tell you this. When I saw 8, the old 8, throwing to 8, the new 8, Kirk Cousins throwing the cow pit. 8-8, that's 88.
Yeah.
Sure.
8-8, that's 88.
Have something here. Watch this now.
Yeah.
Watch this season. Right now, I'm going to give you the early favorite. That early horse, NFC South winner, Atlanta Falcons, taking over Tampa Bay. Even if Tampa did sign back Baker Mayfield, they split last year with Tampa. They'll beat Tampa this year. I'm taking the Falcons to win the South. Take it right now if you're smart. I got to go take this right now. Talk to you later.
I gotta go take this.
That's so good.
Gosh, Mike, you are a legend.
I love the logic. I love the logic.
88, it's 88.
Fertilized the hell out of his brain.
Would you say, Dawson, give it like 35, 45 minutes?
I think so. Yeah.
Just don't hit it and then come record a video. Hey, didn't somebody ask last time if there was a real horse in there?
Yes, I did.
Oh, my God.
That's good production right there.
You are hilarious. You think he made a horse jump and say something when he said horse?
You never know. You know? Are we getting time for the Kentucky Derby? Are we getting close? Maybe he's hanging out of the stables?
I wouldn't put anything past the playmaker.
My Lord.
Who knows where he is?
But when he had the horse was on the schedule too, like he was down with it. As soon as Michael says horse, I need a yay. Right now. That's crazy. You guys
You're right. You're right.
You guys are hilarious.
Maybe I need to wait 45 minutes.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got here for you boys. Let me get some vibes. Sounds a little naked. All right. ESPN's Chris Hayes has a joke for Shaq. I was sitting on this one all last week. I got to get this off. He had a joke for Shaq in the key of Charles Barkley. Remember when Charles Barkley had a little joke for Shaq?
Mm-hmm.
Who's thinking about you right now? Nobody?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my man thought he can get away with it, too.
You wouldn't believe who just asked about you. You know who just asked about you, Shaq?
Who?
Nobody.
Nobody. He's using the Charles joke on you. You didn't see that coming? No, I didn't see that coming.
I did not see that one coming.
I did. I saw it coming. I saw it coming. Yeah, have fun. Too much. Have fun, because you're about to be working for ESPN Deportes tomorrow. You better learn
That's
Spanish.
all I got. Double love, Shaq. Double love.
Double love, Shaq.
Man, he's the best, dude. I'll tell you what, Shaq. I tell you.
Let's see what else we got for you boys. Oh, yeah, yesterday was a church day. Yeah. Shout out to the prayer warriors out there. Shout out to Reverend Ike for my money. Dr. Freddie Haynes for my mind. Got a combo situation right here in church. It's a wild testimony and a wild analogy. Listen to this pastor's analogy.
Skip a little bit, but I'm going to give you this. Somebody told me one time I don't have to preach it all at the same time. I could cut it like Subway and give you a 6-inch in the morning and a 6-inch at night. That's not my style. I'm going to shove this entire foot long down your throat.
Wow.
Oh, that was graphic.
Yeah.
Pastor.
Wow.
I was actually recently wondering, with the idea that Subway has the league lead in countrywide buildings, like they have a ton of those franchises. I was wondering, like, how many inches on average has every American consumed of Subway?
Well, now they got the foot-long churros and cookies. I mean, they're going all in on the foot-long game.
A lot more options there.
I went on a good Subway run back in the day. I had one that on the ground floor of my apartment building. Okay.
Oh, that's convenient.
And they had breakfast going, and that breakfast bread smelled good.
I like those flatbreads.
I would say I'm under 100 feet, though. Under 100 feet of Subway.
I'd probably co-sign that, but it's close. I had a lot of fake tuna from there for years.
It was cat food. Delicious.
Sorry about that, Lucius.
Yeah. Reckless endangerment of the truth right there. We don't know if the tuna fish is fake at Subway. By the way, we don't know that.
Allegedly.
We don't?
No.
Allegedly.
Hey, but do you remember when they had this tuna sub? Not the tuna sub, the seafood sub
Yeah.
at Subway? Yeah, I used to eat that, bro. Was it good? I used to eat the seafood sub at Subway, though. Yeah, with extra mayo and chips. Oh, my God.
That crab was a science experiment, bro.
Dude, I don't know what you were eating.
I don't know either.
Plastic.
It was so good. We had another church situation right here. Here's a little testimony service. The Lord's been, dealing with her.
1980 rolled around a decade later. It was Coke, and it was Southern Comfort, and it was a different man every night.
Oh, jeez. I appreciate the honesty.
Every night?
Wow.
All 7 of them?
Except on Tuesdays.
Just turn and burn?
Yeah.
Gosh.
She was treating these dudes like the running backs these days.
My life is a Laker cheerleader. Church combo. We had
one more. One more right here. The fan's very own Will Chambers. He has a meltdown because he's a Chicago Bears fan about the Justin Fields trade. This is at the bar or something.
I don't understand why you cannot hold on to him until training camp, until something happens to somebody, and you're going to get better than a 6th-round pick. What are we doing here? This is why I say it all the time. I am the only human being that is qualified to run this organization that is
Will is mourning the Bears trade.
Is that number 4?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You should get number 6 in honor of the Bears only getting a 6.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Because he's a Kentucky Wildcat.
I love you,
too.
Will.
He is. Yeah.
That's Wolchuk in Arizona most years as Cowboys free agency has started, and we're out in public getting updates. I love it. Is it the playmaker Michael Irvin, our champ? He likes the Falcons, by the way, 8-8. ESPN's Chris Haynes had a joke for Shaq. Church combo there, the foot-long hot dog, and then the lady bragging about the 80s. Real popular gal back in the day, apparently. Will Chambers ranting about Justin Fields' trade there. A lot of ways we could take this. I'm gonna go with the church combo platter myself. That one cracks me up there, Chief. How about you?
I'm gonna rock with the champ.
Lucius?
Yeah, I need your blessings. Let's go with the church combo.
Wolchuk?
With Will Chambers.
We're tied at we're 2-1, Brian.
Yeah, Will Chambers. Please.
Okay, we're tied at 2 then. Jump on to @GBagNation and vote. And we'll come back and announce the winner on the other side and then get into Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. But @GBagNation is the Twitter profile. Follow us when you get there. We'll follow you right back. Brian, where are you taking us next?
Yeah, I got a mock draft I want to walk you through. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Irvine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and congratulations to our G-Bag of the Day champion. Won in a very close vote off, but by a score of 60% to 40%, the church combo has got the job done.
Will got robbed. Poor Will, who is watching right now, and wanted to shout out all the Twolos. He said, if you want more of that incredible Bears analysis, he'll be out at Texas Live on Friday for all the madness. So you can go out and party with him at Texas Live.
Oh, March Madness watch party.
I stand corrected. I thought the poll was over. In a epic comeback victory, the Fields rant has done it. Congratulations to Will Chambers.
Shout out to you, Will.
Yo, we read numbers like Florida now.
That's right. Had a hanging chat in there.
Wait a minute. I didn't see these 6 we had over here in the corner.
It's time now, though, for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Before we get started, too, you know how much I love to cook and all that, right?
Yeah.
Everything I do with cooking. Just a reminder, this week is Black Restaurant Week. Ooh. The black entrepreneurs that own restaurants and stuff like that. It's the week. So if you're so inclined, get out and enjoy. A lot of good black owners of restaurants around the city. So check that out, man. There's a lot of them. You can go enjoy your food and help a lot of people that do a super job. I mean, there are a lot of great restaurants that we all need to be a part of.
Try something.
Yeah, go try something. So it's that restaurant week. So enjoy. All right, I did a mock draft. Well, I did a mock draft. Actually, this is from The Athletic, and this is from our guy, John Machota. And the reason I bring this up is because Johnny went and got us a pick in the third round. Dallas, as you know, does not have a pick in the fourth round. And we've been kind of kicking around the idea of how could Dallas find a way to obtain a pick? Could they get somebody to come up to their spot at 24 and maybe give them a third or fourth round pick and then work it from there? And I like what John did with this mock draft. But let me ask you guys this question. How important is it to you to get a fourth round pick? Do you feel like they absolutely have to get one, or are you okay just taking your draft picks, not moving around, just taking your players and moving on to the next round?
I would love to obtain one if the option were available, but I'm not going to make it be the end-all, be-all.
You're not trading away from somebody you don't want to?
I'm not going to move off a player if I love that player and I'm scared I'm going to miss out on him just to obtain the fourth.
Yeah, I think that's probably ends up being best-case scenario on the way the first round falls to you. I think you could trade down and still get a quality center. And if that's the case there, you end up getting a center and you pick up an extra pick. I think that's huge for this team.
Yeah, I think you can come down a handful of spots and get that 4. I like the idea of moving a player for a 4. You know, if you could trim a little payroll and get a little younger, that's the way I'd be trying to add picks right now.
I'll tell you what, I like what you're doing there too. I really do. If there's somebody that you say, hey, listen, we'll give you a 4 for that guy, that's just a kind of it's not always the cleanest way of doing things, but man, at least it kind of it's a nice way of figuring some things out.
We need to look at the roster, see where's there maybe a surplus, and see who we can get rid of.
Your surplus might be all gone right now.
I don't think you have a surplus anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, with all that, but we'll see. We'll see how that plays. But in this particular draft, this mock, he went down to Baltimore's spot at 30, and he did exactly what Dawson was talking about. He took a center here. I know we were all kind of talking about center. The thing about it now, Wooly Boy, I'll ask you the question because he took Graham Barton here, and that's the tackle guard center from Duke. Mm-hmm. Does it bother you at all that you have not seen him play center, and that's a projection right now? I mean, you could get tape of him playing his freshman year.
Yeah, he's had snaps there, but it's been a while. It's been a couple of years. No, it doesn't, because I think you see the athleticism. I love his play temperament. I think he's super smart. Graham Barton, to me, is one of my favorite players in the entire draft. He was one of the first players that I watched And so I know a lot of people, they've got Jackson Powers Johnson as the number one center, and I understand it. Maybe he's a little bit more athletic, and we've got the body of work recently where we've seen him play the position. Graham Barton might be my number one guy if we had seen him do it in his senior year. But I think his ability to play all 5 spots, which he's done during his time at Duke, is even more of a reason why if I were the Cowboys, I'd look into that because you can kind of plug him and play him, I think, anywhere. But no, I think he can play center and he can make that transition smoothly.
Yeah, I tend to lean towards, I like what you're saying about Barton, but I lean towards taking Frazier from West Virginia at that spot. And the only reason why is because I've seen Frazier play center. Sure. And I've seen him play at a very, very high level. When you start to talk about, you go back and watch the Texas game with those 2 inside, the 1 and the 3 that they have playing at Texas. I kind of feel like, to me, that he handled himself very, very well.
Okay.
So, but Graham Barton is a nice player, though. Again, I just haven't seen him. I just haven't seen him play that spot. Okay, in the second round, though, they addressed the offensive tackle situation, and I'm not on board on what they just did here with drafting Patrick Paul from the tackle from the University of Houston. I think he's more of a project. I don't think he's as good as the other ones on the board that I think. And now we'll see. We'll see what the situation, how wiped out it might be with that. But I just do not like the way that Patrick Paul, I don't think he's strong enough. I don't think he moves particularly well. I think he's laid off the ball. There's a lot of things about him that I'm not too excited about. I think he's more of a project. I think if you play him at left tackle, you're probably going to have some problems there.
Yeah.
But to me, I would have gone for a little bit more of maybe more of a sure guy there. I kind of feel like that Morgan, the tackle from Arizona, would have been a guy that I look at. We'll see what the situation is with Fisher from Notre Dame or somebody like that. But I would not have drafted Patrick Paul there. I don't
love Paul either, and that's why for me, skipping out on a tackle, even though I'm totally content with taking a center, but the second wave of these guys, they've all got some warts for me, and so I agree with you. Paul's also a guy. We worried about Tyler Smith and the penalties.
Very clutchy.
He'll get his hands on the outside, and I think that can be a problem. He's super inconsistent with his technique.
All right, well, they'll go to the third round here, and the reason, now I say this because the third round is they addressed the running back situation with Trey Benson.
Hell yeah.
Chief, if I told you that I would take Trey Benson in the second round instead of Patrick Paul, would you have a problem with that?
I wouldn't have a problem with it. Second round is when the door opens for really all positions, but running back being the main one where it's like, okay, yeah, now I feel comfortable, especially if you're telling me you're getting the best running back in the draft at a position where you definitely need it. I think that's no problem here.
Gavin, would you have a problem if I said, listen, if the pick came down between a runner and an offensive tackle that we're not sure that, now, if they draft him, they're probably sure the guy can play. But I don't think, to me, I would draft Benson. Would you have a problem taking a running back at 2?
In the second round, no. Yeah. I think even though I love their track record, I think by the time you get late to the second round, there are going to be no good tackles picked over. That's a project who's probably going to sit the bench. I think a running back could help you dominate offensively in his rookie year.
Chief, Wooly Bully, is there somebody, I mentioned they took like I said, they took Benson in the third round. You're not gonna fight me on that unless you like Brooks better. Would you?
No, I got Benson number 1. To me, he's my number 1 back.
Is your number 1 back?
And he would be my number 1 back even if Brooks wasn't hurt.
Okay, is there another position that we should have taken instead in the corner?
I like the corners. That could be there possibly in the second round. If you don't like any of the offensive linemen, I think corner is a sneaky need for this football team. Maybe an edge if one's there that slides, but like a TJ Tampa out of Iowa State would be an intriguing option for me there at 56.
Would you have considered Fisk from Florida State?
I absolutely would have taken Braden Fisk. That guy has some of the best tape that you will see from anybody in this class. I'd also have considered maybe Tavondre Sweat, but I've got Fisk over Sweat from Florida State.
Okay, so Fisk over Sweat. So do you think that Sweat from Texas could be there for you at 56?
I think he could be.
Okay, would you guys be interested in potentially a 360-pound one technique in the second round?
Absolutely.
Over a running back?
Yeah.
I would be fine with it over a running back, yeah. But I think a corner, Walchuk talking about the corner, I do think that's a sneaky need here. And I have huge desires to get Deron Bland back into the nickel spot. And so if you can give me a boundary corner in round number 2, a premium position, and you're not reaching for the guy, then that's better than anything. I can find my back in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I agree with that. And this defensive tackle position is more important. The one is more important than it's been in recent years because it allows you to stop the run while playing coverage.
Yeah.
And they're failing at finding one.
Yeah, that's the thing about it, too. The whole thing with Mozzie Smith is kind of throwing you sideways right now.
Mm-hmm.
Fisk can come in or step in, plug and
but
play.
You can't bury your head in the sand.
No,
like the Jason Garrett Cowboys would say, we're going to give this guy a chance. You can't give Mozzie another chance.
Yeah, okay. With the final 3rd round pick, it's pick 93, the pick you got for the trade, they took Jeremiah Trotter Jr., the linebacker from Clemson. I don't know if Mike Zimmer would take a linebacker that's 6 foot tall, even though he's played
with Coakley and
that win and had some success playing that way.
Not his preference.
I don't know if that's his preference right there. So to me, I would have a little bit more questions. To me, I would like a guy with a little bit more size if that's the case. I love the bloodlines. Of course, he drafted his dad, but I don't know if they would take a 6 foot linebacker with that 93rd pick. I think I would go another direction there if it was me. So that's it. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Broadus. Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Okay, when we come back, time for some NFL news of the day. Wolchuk, where are we going?
Yeah, we got quarterback news, free agent visits, and a potential college reunion. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat about Twin Peaks.
America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Go low, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby. It's hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day here on a glorious Monday in the Metroplex. Kind of chilly today. Looks beautiful out there, though, across downtown Dallas. Let's get some more NFL news for you. Here's Zach Wolchuk.
All right, the Cowboys news, if you missed it, we touched on most of it in the top of the show there. Leighton Vander Esch is retiring after the Cowboys released him last week. Unfortunately for the Wolf Hunter, he said, I love the game of football so much, my body just won't cooperate any longer. I cherished every moment of my NFL career, and it has been such a blessing to play the game for as long as I have played. This is another reason, and I get it, the quarterbacks are making a crazy amount of money now. And Leighton Vander Esch did come in, as we talked about, with injury risk. But in the game of football, you never know when your career is going to be cut short because of the violent game that they play. And that is why I will never take the side of the owners when it comes to these players taking less money. If they want to do it, awesome. If you want to take a team-friendly deal, kudos to you. But you need to go in there and maximize as much as you can of this small window to play and go ahead and earn your bread. Because you never know when that day's going to come where all of a sudden the body just says, hey, you can't do it anymore. And we've seen it happen a lot, especially with a lot of these linebackers here lately.
Yeah, almost $20 million guaranteed over the course of his NFL career for Leighton Vander Esch. So definitely a risk worth taking for him. He's bowing out at the appropriate time, no question about it. And salute to him, man. That rookie year was really awesome.
Yeah, man. So he was so phenomenal this rookie season. Cowboys also made the move to promote Al Harris to assistant head coach. So congratulations to Al. He was a guy we wondered, okay, he was definitely an in-house candidate to maybe be defensive coordinator. I think Aiden Dirty would have been their option if they weren't able to land Mike Zimmer, and then he ended up going and taking the gig in Seattle. But shout out to Al Harris, man. I know the players absolutely love him. Trayvon Diggs has been super supportive of him via social media. So shout out to Al.
Brian, I meant to ask you in the first hour, how is this job different than coordinator? What's this entail?
Yeah, I think it's more of a kind of the look. What do we always talk about? It's the theater of the mind.
The
kind
optics.
Of the optics.
Looks are everything.
Like it helps the resume for like head coaching gigs and stuff in the future.
Exactly. And, but he, as you mentioned, the players love him. And you remember Diggs, when the whole defensive coordinator thing went down, Diggs was immediately, it wasn't Joe Witt he was promoting, it was Al Harris. I mean, he went on the jump, and I think there's a lot of people there. A lot of people respect Al Harris because as a former player, played with a lot of toughness. He's a teacher. He doesn't take any guff from anybody about stuff. So
guff.
Yeah,
no guff.
I was going to say the S word, and I used the word.
It was a good
guff.
save on your part.
You can only do that on cable TV these days.
Yeah,
Brian.
I'm sorry about that. But anyway, that's. I think it was more about that, General. It's more of like I'm trying to kind of help you, and you're the next guy in line, kind of the thing.
I saw Trayvon Diggs. I'm trying to find the tweet now where Trayvon Diggs kind of
he couldn't catch a cold when he played, but he's an awesome teacher because they lead the leagues in picks. As a secondary. It was a great tweet. Trayvon's been very active. I was wondering if we would get some spiciness from LA Live because he's been going after Cameron and Mace a little bit with what they were saying about Trayvon Diggs and his relationship situation.
Oh, yeah, he's
possibly, I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah, basically Cam and Mace told him, chill out.
Yeah.
Relax. Because you don't want us to really cook you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably true. They seem like two guys I don't want to know.
100% true.
They'll find out.
It's 100% true. But yeah, Trayvon Diggs tweeted somebody's tweet where they announced that the Cowboys defense has had so many interceptions since Al Harris arrived, and he says, "Oh, it's funny because he couldn't catch a cold when he was playing, so he said he would just bat it down."
Yeah.
But his teachings are legendary.
Yeah.
But he did have that pick six of Matt Hasselbeck.
Oh.
When Hasselbeck went, "Hey, we want the ball. We're going to score." It was Al Harris who took that back to the house for a touchdown in the snow.
21 interceptions on the career for Al Harris. So I can, and he played for
21 years.
Yeah, he played for he played for like 15 years or so.
Hell of a career, man.
So 21 interceptions. I bet Trayvon Diggs is already close to that.
Yeah, I mean, him and Bland lead the league right now over the last 2 years. It's incredible what they've been able to do.
Diggs has 18.
Crazy, man. That's awesome. Hopefully he comes back and he just picks up where he left off after that injury. We did also mention Cowboys gave Dak a $5 million roster bonus that's been converted into a signing bonus to reduce his cap hit by $4 million to just over $55 million, as Todd Archer has reported. So that frees up a little bit of cap space for them, gives them a little bit of relief there. The quarterback stuff, though, has been crazy. You did have, of course, the Justin Fields trade that went down. A 6th-round pick is what the Bears get from the Steelers that can become a 4th-rounder. So now you've got the combination of Russell Wilson and Justin Fields making $4.5 million in Pittsburgh. That's the way to do it. If you're the Steelers, you're like, I don't know if either of these guys are even good, but we'll take a flyer, and all we're doing is paying them peanuts.
Who's the starter week 8?
I think it's going to be Fields. I think Fields eventually takes over that job, even though there are all rumors that there could be a long-term extension worked out with Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh. I don't know how Russ keeps fleecing these teams. Like, I get it. The stats looked better. I did not see a super improved Russell Wilson that I'd be just giving my franchise to. But who knows? Maybe Seattle ends up being a good fit, and they're able to unlock some stuff. But I think I'd rather gamble with Justin Fields than I would Russell Wilson. I don't think either will be the answer.
I saw Wolchuk's favorite guy, and I believe Bobby Belt's favorite guy, Marcus Mosher, on Twitter, put out a graphic that shows since 2022 quarterbacks that have the most sacks, fumbles, and interceptions.
Oh, they're 1-2. I bet, yeah.
Number 1 is Justin Fields. Number 2 is Russell Wilson.
Gosh, that's bad. That is not good.
So did Russell Wilson just play in a way that accentuated stats last year and wasn't actually good?
I mean, he was average. He was okay. But, yeah, to me, I mean, anytime, and look, watching the Broncos, it was like your eyes were bleeding. But they played they got so many national TV games last year, the first part of the season. It felt like every week we're watching them on a Monday night, a Sunday night, a Thursday night. And it's just one of those things where he just doesn't seem to read the field well anymore.
I do think he's capable of at least being above average, which Justin Fields so far has not demonstrated. Sure. I think Sean Payton is a control freak. I think Russell Wilson liked things his own way, and Sean Payton moved on from him because he didn't want to deal with it for another 5 years.
Yeah.
He's not. We don't want to pay elite money for average with a guy that I can't mold to, play the way that I want and is probably on decline. I think there are a lot of reasons, but for Pittsburgh, I think slightly above average quarterback play is going to be damn near special for them if they can continue to do what they've done.
Agreed. He's definitely an upgrade over what they were working with Kenny Pickett. That quarterback room looks better. And a good point from the 817. Like, they're probably not going to let Fields play until they know for sure he hasn't reached the requirement for that pick to move up to a 4, unless Russ just gets hurt or something. It's like, we're just going to wait it out. And then, okay, if Russell Wilson is not up to par for us, we'll give Fields an opportunity, but we'll wait till week 12 or whatever it might be to where we're going to keep this thing a 6th-round pick. That's smart business. Noah Igbinoghene.
Let me ask you this real quick, though.
I nailed that name, by the way.
You did, bro.
Good work, dude.
Do you feel like though that with Fields though you have a better chance of win because of his playing style?
Yeah, I think the mobility can unlock something else for that offense. Because you have Najee Harris, who has gone over 1,000 yards pretty quietly his first 3 years. I think the threat of Fields' legs, which I don't think Russ has anymore, is just a dynamic that will help that offense.
I know we always talk about that, a quarterback's ability to run and to do, the one thing that to like to say, the Steelers do have some skill guys. You mentioned the running back, George Pickens, Frymuth, the tight end. I mean, they've got some guys that you can throw the ball short to.
They'll draft Roman Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if playing with Russ is necessarily the best thing for winning games. I think maybe Fields, with more skill around him, we'll see what the offensive line leads to. That's never good.
Yeah,
but
it does seem like that.
I just kind of feel like his game translates better to what people are doing and winning with in the NFL.
I co-sign
nowadays.
Noah Igbinoghene, the corner that the Cowboys traded Kelvin Joseph for to Miami, who did have a return for a touchdown via special teams in the opener against the Giants. Otherwise, we didn't see anything from him, but he's joining the Exodus out to Washington to play with Dan Quinn. So he signed with the Commanders over the weekend. So congratulations to him. Very happy.
The Cowboy castoffs.
Yeah, they're all out there right now in Washington. L'Jarius Sneed of the Kansas City Chiefs at corner. There are apparently rumors Colts, Titans interested, but I did see Schefter went on Pat McAfee's show today, said He's been told there's been no talks between the Colts and the Chiefs about a L'Jarius Sneed trade because right now the asking price is too high, which it should be. I mean, if I'm the Chiefs, I don't want to move L'Jarius Sneed unless I'm getting that. That's one where, unlike the Bears, I'm not balking on what I want for Sneed. That dude's too good. Finding elite corners is too hard. I'm not trading you just to trade you. You got to make it worth it for me.
Yeah, we're going to need a hell of a trade. Otherwise, I'm just riding this thing out, man. I feel like L'Jarius Sneed is a player that I want. I want to keep him back, so we'll be patient in whatever ways we have to.
I'm going to watchdog you here.
Watchdog me.
How many first and second round corners do you have on your board?
This year, I think 2.
What, 2? You have 2 first round corners?
I have 2 first round corners
How
on
many
my board.
second round corners?
Let me pull my board up right now.
I didn't mean to watchdog.
No, you're watchdogging, but I'm ready for you. All right.
It's BBR season, man.
I do have quite a few second round cornerbacks this year. I've got 1, 2, 3. I think I have 5 second round corners.
So is that a Brazilian butt raise?
That's a big board report.
So that's 7 total 1 and 2s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, to me, like I said, I mean,
you'd take a second round pick for Sneed?
I would try and get a 1 because I know I have to pay him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's the problem.
I mean, they have drafted well. Look, they got McDuffie at the end of the first round.
You know, you were talking about Tampa.
DJ Tampa, he's a second round guy for me.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I just kind of wonder are there better corners, not better corners, but are there guys that you're like, I can have them for 4 or 5 years. I don't have to pay them right now, and I feel comfortable that these guys can be pretty damn good for me.
Sure.
So to me, why would you trade? It's the same thing with these offensive tackles.
Oh, like a team, like I'm not going to just
that's why
I'm going to be stubborn on my part and not give up the pick. I see what you're saying.
Right. I feel like that maybe there's some really deep positions in this draft, and maybe you won't have to do that.
Man, that was awesome to witness. Dawson, wasn't that cool?
Yeah.
It was just Broadus just going, hey, whip out that big board report. Let me see that right now. You have to be ready, dude. You have to be ready to do a big board report duel at any moment. This is BBR season, so you better stay strapped. Broadus's Excel spreadsheet is up, and thank God it is, because that old Dell laptop he has takes him about 4 hours to pull it up. So
my anxiety level went through the roof there for a second.
I know you did come through. I thought you were going to do the thing where you just return serve with questions to Broadus. He's like, well,
hold on, Dan, how many do you have?
How many corners do you have? Well, how many
you know
do
what
you
it
have?
is now? You're 2 into this. I don't give a damn how many he's got.
8.
Mine's better.
That's right. Walchuk's like, yeah, mine is better than yours. I need to give my big board
8,
report.
so we're around the same.
8 in the first 2 rounds.
Okay, so I'm 1 less than you. I see one guy not as high as you do. We also have, and this is a fun
You don't
story
like Rakestraw from Missouri. That's who you don't like.
Rakestraw I do have in the second round. I think it's the Penn State kid you like more than me, King.
I have in the third.
Okay, I have King in the third, too. Damn it, I thought he was the one. We got to go over this. We'll talk about this.
What do you have against white corners in DeJean from Iowa?
I got him in the first, but he's of safety for me.
In the first? He's got a bias towards them. He doesn't have a problem with them.
Safety.
We moving him to safety?
I don't think I'm alone. I think a lot of teams see him as a safety. He can play corner. He can play either for you. I love DeJean, but I think he's a first-round player. And his kick return ability knocks him up.
They decided he was a safety when they saw his headshot. They didn't even turn the tape on.
Gosh. Jerome Bettis Jr., his son is following in his father's footsteps. He committed to Notre Dame. He's going to go play with the Fighting Irish.
Is he a giant bus-like running back?
He's a big boy.
Running back?
I believe
he's a sprinter.
Sweet feet?
You know what? He's what we call a dancing bear. That's a dancing bear right there, Jerome Bettis Jr. I don't think he's quite as big as his son. I don't have his measurables right now pulled up on me. So let's see, he's a 3-star prospect, and I do believe he is a running back. The problem is the picture they put on him on this article, he's a kid. So I can't see like how big or fat he might be right now.
He'll just run the same speed as Estime.
He might be. But Autogaspe's not bad.
Oh, he's a wide receiver.
Not a bad player.
He's 6'2", 190. He's a wide out.
Okay, 6'2". So he's taller than Dad by 2 inches.
A little bit leaner.
Might want to interview the milkman.
He did get offers from like A&M, Ole Miss, Duke, Georgia Tech. So he had quite a lot of interest, but he decided to go to Notre Dame, which makes sense. Keep the family ties.
Milkman's no longer a threat these days. Now there is probably somebody you need to worry about threat wise, but I don't think it's the milkman.
I'm going to say, how about the Amazon guy?
Yeah, the Amazon guy.
Yeah. We need to interview him.
The package guy,
or
literally the package guy.
The package guy. Shout out to Peyton Manning. He's going to be part of NBC's Paris Olympics opening ceremony coverage. So look at Peyton.
Oh, because of the flag football?
Maybe. That could be a part of it.
I think he's just a rising broadcaster.
But NBC is going to have Mike Tirico, Peyton Manning, and they're going to be part of the broadcast coverage for your opening night in Paris as the Olympics are right around the corner. We're looking forward to that. But this is a story that is exciting.
Give me the World Cup. You can have
Over the
those-
Olympics?
Yeah, give me
I
that.
like both. I don't think we need to take shots in either. I think both are awesome events.
I'm taking shots at the Olympics, yes.
Oh, man, what is it about the Olympics? What they do to you?
Just don't
They're
watch.
just anonymous competitors.
From other
I think
countries that we have no idea about.
the Olympics can be great if you invest daily. Like it's Summer Olympics. You're on summer break as a kid. You have nothing to do but digest sports content. At that point, it's amazing. But I just don't have the time to get caught up on all of these sports. We got American sports to keep track
There's
of
a
now,
lot
which is
that's going
24/7, 365. It's hard to get invested in the Olympiads.
It's one of the most patriotic things I've ever heard, Dawson.
Hey, and I bleed red, white, and blue all at the same time, so it hurts me to say that.
On soccer.
Hey, we got soccer as part of the Summer Olympics.
No, but you couched it because you're too focused on American sports.
That's right.
Yeah, you just love America.
Damn right.
And that's part of what the Olympics are about. I mean, the Olympics are
Watchdogging him now.
Yeah, you should be.
Watchdogging his patriotism.
Yeah. Here's the final thing to note. Here's we have the NFL
Haul
news
your rear
today.
back to South Africa for all I care.
Dude, South Africa does not do great in the Olympics unless it's maybe swimming.
Well, okay, Wolchuk
Rugby?
is our
rugby, sure.
resident Caucasian
How
South
do I know
African.
the sports better than you?
You don't. I just didn't mention
Cricket.
rugby because nobody gives a damn about rugby in the Olympics.
Yeah, you didn't know about the Simba chips?
Yeah, go bleach
You
yourself
pipe down over
Brian.
there.
Simba chips.
You're getting a little too ahead of yourself, okay? Big head over there. Big head broadest.
Hey, BBR season will do that to the big
But
man.
this is one you're going to like. Oh, and by the way, North Texas and LSU, they're playing in the NIT round
Are they
one.
really?
Yeah.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Your Tigers
sit your
are
ass down over there.
NIT bound?
Let's go, Mean Green.
Wow, how the mighty have fallen. Will Wade's getting ready to
Kick
go on a
your
run.
ass in the first round of the NIT, defending NIT
I
champs.
would not doubt it.
But we want this reunion to happen. Jamar Chase has been teasing the idea of Justin Jefferson going to Cincinnati. We get the trio reunited.
go.
Chase, Jefferson, Burrow. Jefferson keeps saying, no, I don't want to accept any of these offers that the Vikings are throwing out there. So we'll see. I mean, I think that would be a lot of money to be putting into the wide receiver room.
Yeah, but if there's one team that you know is willing to dish out
That
money
would
to
be a
big name players,
blast,
it's the
man.
Cincinnati Bengals, dude.
Yes, that would be fun to have Jefferson, Chase, and Burrow all reunited together on the same NFL team.
Every NFL player knows when you're in a contract dispute with your own team and you want more money, you get Mike Brown of the Bengals involved.
Hey, when you got Burrow, he's more open-minded, but that had never been said before today. And there's your NFL news of the day.
Well done, Wolchuk. Once again, he's done it. Back of the old onion bag with a stunner from outside the box.
Let's go.
Baseball stuff, which previously undiscussed Ranger is lighting up Arizona. He's next in the nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's truck month over at Platinum Ford in Terrell. That's right, Gilchrist Automotive, proud to announce the all-new Platinum Ford store between I-20.
plumbing and electrical, it's A Number One Air. 1-800-NEW-HEAT. 1-800-NEW-HEAT or ANumber1air.com.
Some restrictions apply.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Rally House.
Time to play ball, Texas. Get ready for baseball season at Rally House with the latest and most popular Rangers gear. From the new 2024 jerseys to on-field headwear and the hottest fashion tees to the best in home decor. Gear up for baseball season at your local Rally House or online at rallyhouse.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on The Fan. We got some Texas Rangers news here for you. Some baseball stuff on your home of the World Series champs. How likely do you think a repeat is? And how many baseball teams would you think have a better chance at winning the World Series than these Texas Rangers? Your Texas Rangers. The truckwreck.com fan text. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here in the nation. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online, of course, to truckwreck.com. And the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids as well. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Everybody's good, right? We're all baseball excited. Wish we could still be out there. Absolutely. It's the final week of spring training, and surprise, they're back. Coming up this weekend for some games at the Globe and some final week shenanigans before they kick this thing off against the Cubs next Thursday.
Well, and it was awesome. We got videos of Corey Seager swinging, taking some BP out there with some against live pitching today, which was a blast.
Yeah, and Bochy saying he's feeling more and more likely that Seager is on the opening day roster.
Let's go.
Starting ready to rock.
Yeah, Corey Seager is, one of the few things that I wish we could have seen more of out there when we were in Surprise a couple of weeks ago. Cannot wait to see him. And if he is in the opening day lineup, you can't imagine how immaculate those vibes are going to be at the Globe. Okay, prospects standing out at spring training. Who is the Ranger that would obviously make the list? If you were just spitballing here, we'd say Bangford. Obviously, yeah. Wyatt Langford, one of the 2 Rookie of the Year candidates here on this Rangers team. And then if you didn't say that, you go to Mark Church, some other guys. We've talked about a lot of these dudes. Foscue, yeah. The young shortstop, the 18-year-old shortstop who's getting everybody geeked just by how, athletic he appears to be and explosive in every part of his game. Well, we go to a second baseman by the name of Cameron Cawley. And why are we talking about this guy?
Cam Cawley.
He has no name on the back of his jersey. I remember that.
Yeah.
Well, he was just on the part of the breakout series that they did and he crushed it.
I just remember, seriously, I couldn't find him. I didn't know who he was.
Oh, not many people did, but they're taking notice now.
I kept watching him like, this dude doesn't have a name on the back of his jersey. And I was like, who is this?
Yeah.
And I
Young
kept,
kid.
and then I was drinking too much, and I couldn't remember to ask somebody who that was.
Hey, why isn't there a name on your jersey, dude?
No, it's funny because seriously, I remember him making plays in the field, and then there were a couple times in the 2 games we watched, late at bats, him like barreling up the ball and hitting it hard somewhere, and I'm thinking, what is it? Just one of those late inning type of things, a guy getting in, but evidently he's doing pretty well.
That started the party, and now there's a name on the back of his jersey.
Okay.
And he's been one of the most dynamic players at spring training. Provided 2 of the Rangers' 5 hits over the weekend, drove in their lone run in a 4-1 loss to the Reds, tripled in a run against Julian Aguiar to give Texas a short-lived lead in that first inning, doubled off of him in the next at-bat.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So he might be getting fast-tracked. We can't develop pitchers, but we have an excess of infielders who are young and badass, and I think it's time to trade some for the pitching. Let's get some young pitchers.
Amen.
Aren't the Braves like redundant at pitcher? They got like more dudes in their farm system than we have in the big league club.
KMC did have a really good segment about this, and we did experience it with Colby Allard. Like the Rangers traded, I think it was Chris Morton to get Colby Allard a few years ago, and we're thinking we got one of the Rangers Braves pitchers is going to be great, and then Colby Allard no longer within the Rangers system. So there is kind of a track record, and then they traded the 2 this offseason, and both of those guys that they traded have since had to have Tommy John surgery. So it's almost like when you're trading with Danny Ainge when he was with the Celtics. Like if you're going to make a trade with the Braves for one of their pitchers, you got to wonder why are they willing to move on from them? What do they know that we don't know? Almost like there's something broken and it's probably not going to work out for you because the Braves are really good at developing pitching, but most likely they're keeping those guys.
Yeah, once you do that a couple of times to teams, they get real weary of it, and they're like, we're not going to do that. So I would say do your homework on your own and then come to them with the guy that you want, and don't let them talk you into anybody else, because they're better at evaluating pitchers than most teams, and better at developing them as well, better at identifying the traits that are going to spell success. They're having a hell of a time. A lot of organizations out there, though. Tampa, a lot of teams have minor league pitchers, and that would almost be my approach until we can get this thing figured out in our minor league system. Here's how the experts are looking at the Rangers. As the question is for you on the truckwreck.com fan text, how are you looking at them relative to repeating as champs? The 817 says MLB repeat champions, less than 5% chance the Rangers repeat. Wow, 1 in 20. Local product in the Brave system, says the 940. Bryce Elder from Decatur, Texas, all-star last year. Let's go get him. Sounds good to me. If they can survive the first 90 days, I believe they have a good team, says the 682. All right. Yeah, MLB.com, they got their panel of experts together, and they did like a World Series draft where we're going to draft teams that we think have the best chance of winning the World Series. And the Rangers, they went 6th. And I don't know.
Baltimore, in just no order. Baltimore, Houston, Atlanta, Dodgers. Who was the 5th?
I'm bringing up the list now.
Don't say the Yankees. I think the Yankees actually have better odds right now.
Okay. I don't know about
Garrett Cole now.
Dodgers, Braves, O's, Phillies.
Okay.
Should have probably seen them in the World Series last year.
Yeah.
Astros at 5.
There we go. Okay. Baltimore.
And the Texas Rangers coming in.
Yeah, I had the 2 in the American League. I had Baltimore and Houston, and then in the National, I had Atlanta and the Dodgers.
This is Will Leitch and Mike Petriello writing the story, and we'll give you the recap of what they were basing this off of. Petriello says, I'm waffling. I do know the Rangers are the champs. I also know they won 90 games, hardly dominating, and that it's been decades since we've had a repeat winner. There are injuries in the infield and the rotation. The bullpen's fine. If it sounds like I'm trying to talk myself out of this, I am. But I keep coming back to how strongly I feel about the lineup, where Josh Young, who hit 23 last year, is projected their 7th best hitter. How strong the defense looks, how excited I am about the possibility of Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. There's at least a possible version of this that has Max Scherzer and Jacob deGrom throwing playoff innings together too. They have to survive long enough for the rotation to start getting healthy, of course, and that's not easy in the AL. Got a pop-up ad in the middle of that sentence. But despite all the reasons telling me not to choose the Rangers, I can't look past all the things that I like. And that's what it comes down to me. I mean, the rotation is not that different of what they used for the majority of last year. No. Of course, you need Monty to come around, but that was just for the second half of the season. I don't get it. It's ridiculous levels of hating. If you look at the lineup, if you look at the defense, you look at the bullpen, Corey Seager, Wyatt Langford, and Evan Carter, and then the idea that, there's so many more playoff teams now. You don't have to be significantly over 85 games to get into the playoffs.
No, the Rangers won it as a wild card, right? I mean, they didn't even win their division. So I'm with you 100%. I think the offense is going to be better. There's no way your bullpen can be any worse, and they still managed to win the World Series.
Right.
And I think the starting pitching second half of the season has a chance to maybe be better once you get healthier. But, yeah, the first half of the season, I mean, you just don't have Martin Perez. And so you're subbing him out with, whoever ends up being your 5th guy, whether it's Jack Leiter or Bradford, and Leiter probably would be your number 1 fill-in if somebody got hurt. So to me, to say that, the pitching is the reason, the main reason is we just haven't seen a team repeat for 23 years. The odds of it are not high, but the Rangers have as good a chance as I think as anybody does.
Can I get some credit for Bochy and see why?
Yeah, that was the other thing, too. It's like, this isn't going to be the way the roster looks right now is not the way it's going to look necessarily by the time you get past the trade deadline. You've seen Chris Young go be extremely aggressive in getting some arms if needed. And so, I'm fully confident that he will do that again if he feels the need to, plus all the midseason reinforcements that they're planning to get this summer. So I'm still extremely fired up for what this team's going to be able to do with the offense and the defense, and then knowing that the bullpen is better than what it was last year.
Yeah.
Be really interesting to see what happens with Jordan Montgomery, but I think that's just a continuation of the disrespect that we've had to tolerate here as champions, and that's fine. I hope it puts a chip on the players' shoulders and they use it to go out there and dominate once again. And hell, if they don't win the World Series, that's fine, but I do expect a tremendous season from them.
I mean, you're the coach in the room here, but I like the idea. Bochy probably printed off these as hard copies and placed them in the locker.
Yeah,
for every player this morning.
Hell, Coach K did it, and he's one of the great basketball coaches of all time. So I imagine one of the great baseball managers of all time would have that in his toolkit as well.
Got to have a little bulletin board material from time to time for breakfast. Keep your team hungry. Another
Astros starting pitcher is heading to the injured list. Right-hander Jose Urquidy will begin the season on the IL with a forearm strain. That's troublesome for him. He's the fourth Astros starter to be placed on the IL this spring. Verlander, McCullers, Luis Garcia. Astros open the season March 28th against the Stankies. It's a bad luck offseason so far for the Astros. I think we probably saw all the evidence we needed last year in the ALCS. They're cursed. They can't even win in their home yard. Bunch of dudes getting hurt. Rob Manfred didn't want to keep them accountable, but apparently baseball God is. So we salute him.
Heck yeah, we do.
There it is. Another edition of Baseball Stuff is in the books here, G-Bag Nation. Time now for an edition of Best of the Weekend. Coming in hot out of a Monday, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Good, bad, and ugly from this weekend's college basketballs, plus America's culinary experience continues to evolve and improve next year in the nation.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with
and all about you. Let's cue the jingle.
Fellas, if you've been feeling tired and grumpy, have noticed lack of motivation and drive, you may have low T. Low testosterone levels can cause weight gain, loss of muscle mass, and so much more. I recommend the Low T Center. That's where you can get your levels tested. They make it quick and easy to get everything checked, and it's only $25. And with their on-site lab, you'll get results in about 25 minutes. Most insurance is accepted for treatment, so go to lowtcenter.com now to book your appointment online. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Best of the weekend's coming up at 3:40. No, that is now. It's and that was 3 minutes ago, actually.
Hell yeah. That's weed.
Coming up at 4 o'clock, Cowboys did some things with Dak's contract, and we say goodbye to a Hall of Famer. It'll be the C-Note coming up in about 16 minutes. Here's the Chief with your best of the weekend.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Everybody have a good one. I think Walchuk tried something for the very first time in his life this weekend that needs to be addressed here. But there was a lot of college basketball stuff going down here. Now it is the madness is underway. Championship week was pretty crazy. A lot of upsets, a lot of awesome stories. I think the best story coming out of it all is 5 days ago, Long Beach State and their head coach Dan Munson agreed to part ways after the season, and then they went ahead and went on a nice championship level run there and punched their ticket to the tournament.
Man, it was an incredible weekend. I love where basketball is right now for college because so many different teams have an opportunity. The fact that Houston's done what it's done, I think, with everything going on in college football that has people frustrated for one reason or another and so much change, I just think college basketball is great, and it's so cool that so many players from our region and schools in our region are now dominating. It's always been a football place, but I think Texas is a huge basketball state now, too. A lot of these players are from here.
Yeah, dude, and Big 12 is basketball town at this point. Like it's the dominance is real. You mentioned Houston. They come up short thanks to the Iowa State Cyclones in the Big 12 tourney, but Houston now I'm wondering should we be careful during our bracket situation in regards to Houston because Drake showed up to their party yesterday during Selection Sunday and they gave him a jersey and everything. We know the Drake curse is extremely real, and so I want to temper expectations for the Houston Cougars. I mean, before I saw this Drake video, I was going to pick them to win it all. And now
I heard that.
I'm having trouble getting them out of the first round.
Man, I agree with you there. I think that this is one where I would probably stay away now from Houston because they've got the Drake curse.
Walchuk's all about the Tar Heels right now.
North Carolina.
Even though NC State got it done.
Did Big Draco break his curse, though, with the Nuggets? Remember, he was going heavy on the Nuggets.
Okay, maybe there was a curse broken that I was.
Maybe Drake's okay now. Maybe he's safe.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I wasn't familiar with him breaking his curse. So if that's the case, then I'm back on the Houston Cougars train, man. Let's rock and roll.
Somebody had to defy it, and so the Nuggets did.
If you're that basketball team and they're like, "Hey, Drake wants to come visit you before the tournament," what are you saying?
Yeah,
No.
it's
I
tough,
would have said no.
No. Say no.
It's just a hard
I just don't
no.
want any of the added risk.
Yeah, but it's different.
Drake's
it's different.
Drake's going to come to your party and hang out.
Yeah, like what if this is years ago? This is Stevie Nicks brought us.
Before you saw her fall drunkenly off the
She
stage.
fell drunkenly off the stage. It's never been the same.
But before that, you'd have been like, hell yeah, let's get her on over here and damn the curses
what you
that
should
follow.
be worried more about is no team is there's been 4 teams. I mean, this is stuff what you do all day. You sit around, watch film, and then learn these things. Only 4 teams since 2000 have shot less than 36% on 3-point shots.
Wow.
And won the tournament. Houston's at 34.6.
Oh, that's tough.
They're so close.
You got to write them off
They're
after
just
that.
so close.
You got to write them off.
I'm saying if you want to bring Drake on board, great. We're already screwed anyway.
See, there you go. We got a guarantee. We got a guarantee here. We're going to meet Drake and hang out with him for the entire party, and he's going to be at all of our games.
Yeah.
If we say no, then we're not going to win the
first week.
championship, and we don't get this trip with Drake.
Yeah, I think you got to take the guarantee here.
Can you imagine the parties he's going to take you to after the games, bruh?
Right.
That might be better than the championship.
You hit it off with him. Next thing you know, you got a little buddy-buddy relationship situation. Every time Drake's in town, he's letting you know you got the invite. It's probably worth it.
Lucius, there's a lot of great Houston performers, right? Yeah. Why don't we hang in with those cats?
Okay, you say, Coach, I appreciate the Drake thing here. Can we pivot to somebody else?
Houston ties.
Drake got mob ties.
Yeah, but I'm like,
he's got mob ties
but
down there in Houston.
Drake ain't from Houston, right?
No,
he's from Canada.
No,
but
he's got mob
claims it.
ties down there in Houston.
Okay.
With Jay Prince.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I want to hang with Jay Prince. If he's in the mob, I'm in.
Well,
I want to learn.
Let's clip that.
I want to learn. Jeez.
If he's in the mob, I'm in.
My Lord.
I want to learn.
Oh, man, that's
I'm a
good
mobster.
stuff, Broadus.
Hey, if Drake shows up to my basketball game, though, he's got to get into the layup lines. Gotta have that happen a few times. I need layup lines. I want to see shooting drills. That's what I want to see with Drake.
He shot a three-pointer the other day, and it was like, didn't he miss, he didn't even hit the rim. I think it went under the basket.
You probably saw a Throwback Thursday clip from whenever he visited Kentucky some years ago now, and he was doing their layup line, their pregame warm-up stuff. He's wearing full gear.
Full gear.
Yeah, and he's airballing shots.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
That's from at least a few years.
And they still haven't recovered from that, have they?
No, Kentucky has been on an epic run of a masterpiece of dog S is what the last half decade has been for Kentucky.
Why don't our players help him out, stand under the basket, catch the ball like it's a pass and dunk it?
Oh, alley-oop that thing?
Yeah, like Drake's throwing you the alley-oop.
Yeah, that would have been something there.
Gotcha, bud.
Have their guys back. I did think one of the funnier things from the weekend as well, in one of the WAC championship situations where Grand Canyon is putting it on our UT Arlington bros.
There's another team.
And in the final 3 seconds with Grand Canyon already up by 10 points, this dude does a windmill dunk breakaway style, and the UTA player gets the ball and pegs him with it. You never really see the ball throwing land. Usually there's a miss there, but he just beamed this dude right in the back. Like, dude, don't disrespect us like that. This is you just dribble that out. You won by 10. Feel good about it. I don't know if there was a bad beat situation involved, but I did like seeing a UTA player just throw the ball and nail the back of the Grand Canyon player who windmill disrespectful dunked on him.
Who does Grand Canyon play in the first round? Do we know?
I'm picking them though. I know that. Martha is one of my brackets.
Yesterday, I knew.
So they playing Kansas? Maybe.
I don't think Grand Canyon's got Kansas.
They probably got a play-in game, don't they?
I think they.
They're in that thing because they won. Yeah, there was a lot of bid thieves this year. So there's some teams that get the guarantee, and that bumped out a handful of teams like Carter's Oklahoma Sooners, who decided against the NIT as well. Like, no, we're too good for that.
St. Mary's
12-5. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Game.
That's why we need to go. That's why we need to go to 128 teams or 144 teams.
Yeah, so Oklahoma and St. John's, they can make it.
I hope that money spends well because they ruined my tournament.
Did they really?
End of Durant.
Oh, that's true. They did.
Yeah. It's always been a field of 64. Everybody knows that. Okay. You don't need to be doing anything else.
Yeah.
Tough T words. You want to be including everybody and getting all these people involved. Tell them to be better. Okay. Then we actually have some tradition. That's what I'm here for, Brian. They ruined the sport.
All right.
All they're worried about is money.
I hear you, man.
I'm here for the basketball, the college basketball brain farts that take place in big moments, like Kent State did in the MAC
Michigan
championship
calling
game.
timeouts when they don't have them.
This is similar, dude. This is similar. This is a J.R. Smith level, Chris Webber level disaster for Kent State, who they're up 1. They just score in the final seconds of the game. They score to take a 1-point lead, and then the other team inbounds it, and Kent State up 1. Player just does the intentional foul on the Akron player, sends him to the line, and he gets to win the game that way. Kent State with the intentional foul up 1 in the final seconds of the game. That's part of what makes college basketball great, especially this time of year when the stakes are high and you just watch the reactions of these coaches. Like this dude, literally, he was doing like on both knees, like arms wide open, looking up into the heavens, like, why me, God? Why me, God? Why did my player just do the dumbest thing we've seen since Chris Webber? It was pretty amazing.
Panic. Yeah. My favorite brain farts in college are when the NBA announcers try to cover the college game and they're like trying to talk about guys they can't pronounce or talking about guys who were star players but have been hurt and haven't played in the last 2 weeks. There'll be some epic.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Well, listening to Charles Barkley do the
There you
analysis
go.
is
Charles and Kenny.
it's spectacular.
Oh, it's amazing.
Don't they give them some time off to get ready for this tournament though? Like, won't those guys
but
step
you think,
back?
how much work do you think they really
They
put
have to,
into
right? Don't they give them a little time off?
Chuck is known for his study habits, so you might be onto something there, Broadus. Bluebell, congratulations to ice cream fans around the world, except for Gavin Dawson. You might want to close your ears, but the headline reads, Bluebell releases dreamy new flavor inspired by gooey butter cake. And it's going to be
pretty damn good.
Cake batter ice cream based with a cream cheese swirl, pieces of gooey butter cake. This thing looks freaking fantastic. I love like anything that has the chunks of something in there, and obviously Cookies and Cream started this and they patented it and they're the one seed forever. But anytime you can wedge a cookie dough chunk or a brownie chunk, or in this case,
Like a Reese's cup.
gooey butter cake chunk, like
Hell yeah.
the answer is yes. Bluebell has done it again, ladies and gentlemen.
The only good news there is they put cream cheese in it, which prevented me from FOMO into running down to the grocery store right now and breaking my Lent pledge. But I was at Andy's yesterday, drive-through after training.
Dude,
We like to
there's
take
no
Abby.
way you said no.
I did. So Abby.
No, you didn't. It's the best dessert ever.
Abby wanted the triple chocolate, of course. I got her that. She was like, I really want to try the Thin Mint, the Girl
Oh,
Scout
my
cookie
gosh.
Thin Mint concrete, which is a new item.
one?
Oh,
Yes.
man.
No.
And so I asked for a sample of it. They said no, so I got her one of those too. And it sat there in the middle console, and I looked at it. I even touched the spoon and played with it. Not a single bite.
Dude, good for you.
I did, dude.
That is amazing mental willpower right there. That's incredible.
Dude.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, so she wasn't double fisting the ice creams?
She didn't like the Thin Mint one, which made it worse. I was sitting there like, oh my goodness.
Perfect opportunity for you.
We took it home, froze it, and gave it to the baby.
Okay.
Gave it to Remy. She's been.
Well, I did see Zaxby's. Now, I have not actually had Zaxby's, but they're introducing a Southern fried shrimp meal with Zach's Tail sauce. And I was thinking, okay, could this rival your Popeyes tackle box?
Well, only the Popeyes in Oxnard.
Okay, that one specific
They
one.
cracked the code, dude.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. They absolutely did.
We have no menu, and where's your mask?
What is the sauce that they are?
Zach's Tail sauce, which is their Zaxby's sauce mixed with cocktail sauce. It looks like a pink vodka sauce.
Zach's tail sauce is not something I want in my mouth.
Zach's Tail sauce.
Probably
Maybe somebody else's, but not Zach's.
Zach sauce mixed with cocktail sauce.
Hey, and shout out to Little Caesars and the
Probably
pepperoni crazy
tartar.
puffs. Haven't gotten to try them yet, but they are blowing up on the internet right now. These things look phenomenal. Just little like bite-size pizzas with pepperoni melted under the cheese. They look truly outstanding.
Right on, brother. Thank you so much for that report on the weekend. It was a terrific time indeed, and we'll be there again before too long. Okay, Cowboys did some things with Dak's deal. Okay, and we're going to say goodbye to a Hall of Famer as well. Take a look at all the top stories from Cowboys land. The C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening is next in the Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you, though, before we do anything else, because, you're probably about to get heading home, or maybe you're heading home already. Maybe you're heading to work. I don't know. But I do know.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time now for the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo in attendance, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can follow us all at G-Bag Nation, and once you get there, just check in the bio. You're going to see all of our X handles sitting right in there for you. Make it nice and easy. It's official. Tyron Smith is done in his Cowboys career. I think the topic is, did the Cowboys make the right decision in letting him go? I was surprised it was just 2 years and $20 million that got him away from the Cowboys. Surprised they're not even willing to go to $10 million for a great, but I think that defines just how tight they're operating this offseason. What do you think, Chief? Did they make the right decision?
I think they did. I mean, I was surprised to see that the guarantees, you initially get the news and it's Tyron Smith $20 million. You're like, okay, I know they weren't going to pay $20 million, nowhere close. And then you find out, well, it's mostly incentive based and it's $6.5 million guaranteed. So they were really hell bent on making sure Tyron Smith was not going to be back here. And I think they're a little bit late to the party on this. I think we've all been kind of out on the idea of you just can't depend on him, despite that the fact that he's still really, really good when he plays. And he was outstanding last year, especially as a pass protector. But you can't depend on him. And I think it's the right call because when they have him this whole time, they've had him, and like if you didn't know any better, you would think they thought they were going to get 16, 17 games out of him every year. There was no contingency plan. It's just, hey, if he's not there, oh my gosh, here's a Doga. Here's Cam Fleming or, whatever disaster guy that they've put out there. I don't think they have the ability to say, okay, we still have Tyron Smith, but we need an insurance policy involved. I don't think they have that ability. They needed to get him out of here and fully address the position with somebody that you can depend on for more than 5-6 games a season, which has been the case for the most part outside of this last year. And I think this last year, him playing 13 games is the outlier. I think the Jets would be throwing a party at the end of the year if they get 13 games out of him.
I think it's best case scenario.
Do you feel like, though, that they might have found something but too late by not practicing, or was that just sheer football luck?
Well, I can't speak to what they've done his entire career and then how much they completely changed it this past year. I mean, if this is a tenfold difference,
yeah, they were clear that they were not practicing him at all. That was clear.
Yeah, and
was that too late?
Yeah, could 100% it was too late.
Could they have extended his time with the Cowboys or maybe got more games? Or
well, perhaps if that was the secret sauce, then for the last half decade, if you could have been getting 13 games a year out of him just by not practicing him, then there's no question they should have been doing that the entire time. Yeah. But
I understand moving on. I wish they would have thought this sooner. That just not practicing was the right way to go.
But even then, there's still an occasion where you wake up and he's a Sunday scratch because
you're right.
He slept wrong last night.
But hey, they figured it out for 1 year.
Right.
They figured it out for 1 year.
And that's why I thought they would do it again, especially at this money level. I think it's going to be very difficult for your line to be as good as next year, but it's probably just consistent with my overall thesis that this is the Cowboys' version of a rebuild this year, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that depending on how they end up lining up with their starting five, they could be a better run-blocking offensive line. Tyron Smith is one of the best pass blockers, but he wasn't getting a whole lot of movement in the run game last year if you're looking to kind of like nitpick a little bit, but I do think it's a move that just seems like it makes sense for both parties. Tyron's been taking low-cost deals his entire career with the Cowboys. Thank you for doing that. And they clearly weren't willing to pay, and it seems like maybe nobody else in the league was either, than what the Jets were. So I hope it works out for the best. I mean, the dude is a future Hall of Famer. He's been amazing. But, yeah, I would have made this move 2 years ago because of the reliability concerns. The thing is with the contingency plan is they proved, hey, we are not willing to move Tyler Smith from guard to tackle if indeed Tyron's not available. And if you had done that, maybe we would have felt differently because Bass was definitely a worthy replacement at guard. But I think it's best to move on and get a clean slate with both sides.
Man, I wonder how dirty that MRI has to be if that's all he can get. At 33 years old, there has to be some very medically verifiable reasons that you can't trust him because, coming off of 13 or 14 games and, not playing, or not practicing, I think there would be a demand, especially with the lack of offensive linemen.
No doubt.
But yes, the league is convinced he's not going to stay healthy, just as the Cowboys know and have experienced for themselves. How much of a need now is tackle and guard? Like, how would you rank those two, Brian? Do you think it's a screaming need, or is there depth like at least satisfactory compared to what other teams are throwing out there?
Well, like we talked about earlier, if I don't get an offensive tackle I like in the first round or so, I can always move Tyler Smith out there. That would be my plan. I think they need center more myself. I mean, you're asking me Hoffman, TJ Bass. No, I can't. I mean, I'm watching this draft and I'm seeing like 5 or 6 guys that I think legitimately could help as centers. So I'm all about that. If to me, I know if I have to, I can move Tyler Smith. I know that, but like I said, I'm just kind of thinking center could be a bigger problem for me too.
Yeah, tackle is a much bigger need than guard, because I think they've got a guy in TJ Bass who is a starting caliber player, in my opinion. The thing is, you mentioned it there. I think that center stretches more so than tackle does past the first round.
Yes,
personally. So I think I could circle back and get a center in around 2 or 3. I might need to take my tackle at 24 if there's one there that I like.
See, and that would, to me, that would be the wrong way to go about it, because you can just, like, Tyler Smith should be your left tackle. You should get the best center you can possibly get instead of circling back and now, okay, we got a guy, we kind of like him. Get the best dang center you possibly can. Tyler Smith is already a solid left tackle. You drafted him to be Tyron Smith's replacement already.
I hear
and, like, I'm with you. TJ Bass as your left guard.
Yeah.
Like, give it a shot.
I don't think they knew how good that Tyler Smith could be as a guard.
That could be.
That's the problem.
And I'm with you 100%, but this is fair. It's a unique tackle draft where I think there are a lot of good guys, and if you get one of those dudes to slip to you at 24, he might be the best player on your board. And I'm not going to not take him because of Tyler Smith maybe playing tackle. You might be able to put yourself together with a really badass offensive line again. So I'm with you. I would have made that move too. But this year's draft just has me thinking a little bit differently. If there's one of those tackles there, I think I'm just going to say, screw it. Let's do this thing.
Yeah, I think you guys have framed it well. There's so many good options, and you can let the board decide which way you go. Yeah. I'm going to just be ready for a surprise, because when they took Tyler Smith, and he is a hell of a player that we thought was a tackle, is I guess for now a better guard. That came out of left field the morning of the draft. And I think it's important also to believe in this scouting department. If they throw something at you like a Micah Parsons or that Tyler Smith thing, their mistakes are very few and far between and almost non-existent when it comes to taking offensive linemen in the first round. Okay, what about Stephon Gilmore here? Considering what we know about how the Cowboys passed on this one and how cheap they were on the Zach Moss deal, do we need to just bury that discussion now? There's no way in hell they can afford this guy, right?
It depends on how far this thing goes again. If it turns into where he's got no options but except a veteran minimum type of a deal, and he's comfortable here, which, when talking to him, he was, he felt like he was. I kind of felt like that he was due like a 1-year, $12 million deal. He ain't getting close to that.
Mm-mm. So
it's going to be about it's going to come down to, if you take the veteran deal, you want to take it here, you want to take it somewhere else.
And he just had surgery, right? And he should be hopefully back and ready to go by the time training camp rolls around. But teams might be a little bit, all right, we got to wait and see how that recovers. I do think he could be a guy that goes after the draft before he's even signed.
Yeah,
he might be a veteran that waits.
I think people were watching him on tape and they were seeing a guy that was slowing down a little bit too.
So maybe that market has dipped very significantly.
I think so.
I mean, that's what I see, but he is so crafty and nifty and physical and smart that he makes up for that lack of speed. But when I looked on tape, or when I was watching the games, I thought, man, if I need corner, I'm only thinking $4 or $5 million a year for this guy, right? But is that still too much for the Cowboys?
Well, the Cowboys, it might be too much because, you signed Jordan Lewis back, which I didn't think they were going to get Jordan back. So you got Jordan to play the nickel. Diggs, we'll see how the health of him, and then Bland playing on the outside.
Yeah, in their mind, that's their starting corners.
That's
right
their
there.
starting corners, and this is a really deep draft, as Zach and I've been talking about. So and then they who knows what Eric Scott can do. I know that's a name I was going, who? Eric Scott?
Haven't they always use Jordan Lewis as like a piece of depth that they have in mind for roles? They're not going to seriously lock him in a slot, are they?
That's what he did last year.
Yeah.
He was your slot.
And that wasn't good enough, though. That was a backup plan after you had been hurt. That's not a going into the season plan.
Well, that's a going into the season plan, right? I mean, what would if you had to do it? If you brought Gilmore back, then that means Bland
I would have rather given that money and put it towards Gilmore. No disrespect to Jordan Lewis, than bringing back Lewis.
I think most people.
I mean, we were late in the season, and you had to have Stephon Gilmore go ahead and man up on DK Metcalf because he was kicking Deron Bland's ass. Stephon Gilmore can still play. I mean, I hear what you're saying in terms of him slowing down a little bit, but I think the craftiness in which he plays the position, he can still help you. And my goal would still be, like Eric and I have been talking about, I'd love to get Bland back inside if I could. If I had a choice, I'd kick him back inside and play the slot.
He's not a good player if he's not intercepting the ball. He's just average.
And Jordan Lewis finished the season really strong. He did. It's just consistency issues.
Yeah, I think if you go center in the first round, maybe you trade down a few spots to pick up an extra middle of the draft selection. You go center, you kick Tyler Smith out to left tackle. Now your offensive line is solidified. TJ Bass is your left guard, and you draft maybe one of these corners in round 2. Premium position. That wouldn't be a problem at all. And then you can kick Bland back into the nickel spot, and you have a young buck on the boundary that hopefully is as badass as Diggs and Bland have been for you.
Have you looked at the Michigan kid?
Love him.
The corner.
Sanders still?
Yeah, Sanders still.
Oh, man, that dude is a pest.
Yeah,
he is.
and you
physical as hell. I would draft him and start him
at nickel, right?
Yeah,
there you go. There are guys.
Inside.
There's guys when you start to talk about this draft. Melton's another one that I really like. There's some guys that could play slot only for you, and probably be better than what you're playing with right now.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways you could fix this or address it. I think what Wolchuk said a couple of minutes ago, I wanted to get your thoughts on, though, Brian. I would have rather spent the money on Gilmore than Lewis, right? And I agree with that. I don't know if you do, but if you're going to bring back Lewis, why wouldn't you bring back Gilmore? I could see letting Gilmore go and Tyron Smith go and Jordan Lewis go if you're saying, hey, we're kind of rebuilding here. But if you're doing that, why bring back Jordan Lewis? Did he finish that strong? Is his 8th year with the Cowboys now going to be so special that you just can't let him go? This is cap cut season, not hang on to guys that we've liked for nearly a decade.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like that Jordan Lewis, what this really might have come down to is Jordan Lewis was willing to make a deal.
Yeah, I imagine it was very little in the way of dollars.
I think it was like $1.5 million. I mean, it's a fully guaranteed salary, but it's under $2 million.
But he came with hat in hand and
went super cheap.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that makes sense then.
Yep.
Thank you, boys. Okay, finally here in the C note, 5 free agents the Cowboys could still sign comes from our friends Blogging the Boys. Connor Williams, a player while in Dallas you could argue was playing out of position. He's still available here. That kind of makes sense.
I'm going to pass on
after
that
going to the Dolphins and figuring out how to play center. Biotish has gone to the Commanders. What do you think, Chief, as our AFC East insider?
He was a really good player last year for the Dolphins, but he's coming off the ACL injury. I saw Louis Riddick on ESPN, I think it was last week, alluding to this might be one of those nightmare surgery recovery situations. I don't know where he actually stands physically right now. And that's just based on seeing the way Louis Riddick on ESPN was talking about him. But I could see him, perhaps after the draft, you didn't come away with a center that you feel good about because you had to get your tackle. Maybe he's a guy that you start kicking some tires on. But I think you got to figure out what the health timeline is for a guy like that off the ACL.
I think the experience there of him playing center, playing guard is great. I just don't think, to me, I would rather go for a younger guy and try and find a way to get a Travis Frederick type of a player. I think there's some guys in this draft that play really well laterally, secure down linemen, second-level players. Give me a guy that's a young guy that I could kind of work with, that I feel like that's not banged up. And I'm going to go that route, I think, instead of going Connor Williams.
Instead of making things so difficult, it's just like, okay, do we need a center? Yes. Is this one of the best center classes we've seen in a long time? Okay.
Take
then
draft
it's pretty easy, dude.
Right on. Well, there's 4 other guys on that list, but we are out of time. So maybe we'll address those a little bit later on in the broadcast. Well, Chuck, it's top 10 at 4:20 time. Where are you taking us?
Oh, man, in honor of St. Patty's Day yesterday, how hammered did you get? 877-881-1053, the top 10 booziest holidays in honor of St. Patrick. That's next.
All right, let's make leasing easy. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Soda. It's state-of-the-art. Here he is, Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. What is your favorite holiday to drink on? Which one do you happen to partake the most in? As it was St. Patrick's Day yesterday. Hope everybody had a fun day. I believe we still had the parade. I don't think that got rained out on Saturday. I don't know if anybody went and saw that.
Saw pictures.
Okay. I know our guy Joe, one of our sales guys out here, he DJs for that thing every year. So he was up and at 'em early before the sun was up, getting ready for that thing. So this was the first year, guys, since I turned 21, maybe before. I did not have anything to drink on St. Patrick's Day.
I'm proud of you, man.
I was sober as hell.
You're
a lot of that was because
now.
we did a BetQL show, and yes, I spent before and after that at the hospital.
Yeah.
Welcome to the party, pal.
That's how it was, and it was fine. I mean, I had a great day.
You know, okay, so growing up in the Northwest where you had very stormy, rainy St. Patrick Day, still it was 48 degrees, that wasn't the day that I thought of initially. For a long time growing up, it was always 4th of July, because once you get into July, now you're going to get a proper summer day, usually over 75 or 80 degrees. So those were like a huge, everybody is outside on the block, there's barbecue. It's like, hey, we're in our 45 days of good weather. We got to take advantage of this. And it was just epic. You know, that would be like the sundress month, you know, up there. Yeah. So there was just a lot of reasons. The Summertime song from Will Smith back in the day, that really resonated in the North, because you only got so much time of the good weather, and a lot of good things came with it. So it'd been 4th of July, but you know, since I moved down here, it's, you know, St. Patrick's Day with everything that goes down.
No, agreed, dude. I think here it's St. Patty's Day, it's Cinco de Mayo, you know, anything where it's going to be relatively nice weather and it's like a day event. You know, like the day boozing, I don't know, it's just so much better. Like New Year's, you're thinking, okay, it's well late into the night. I don't know. I like a sun up margarita, nice afternoon, perhaps some college basketball's on when it's St. Patty's Day. So, yeah, give me St. Patty's or Cinco de Mayo.
So text those in 877-881-1053. You bring up college basketball. And we touched on this a little bit briefly about the NIT, and you had like Oklahoma say thank you but no thank you, St. John's thank you but no thank you. A lot of these teams are, you know, Ole Miss, Indiana, Pitt said, look, we don't want to play in the NIT, we're opting out. Tom Crean, former Indiana basketball coach, went on a rant that went viral. Is he reaching? Is he preaching? G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Here's Crean on ESPN.
There's no question about it. I would want to coach. I would want to develop my team. You've got bigger staffs than you've ever had. There's plenty of time for the portal. There's plenty of time to talk to recruits. There's plenty of time to negotiate NIL deals. There's not plenty of time to play. There's not plenty of time to get your players on the floor and give them a chance to get better. There's not plenty of time for guys to continue to play that may never get to play again. And that, to me, is absolutely ridiculous. It's each coach's choice. I get it. But if you take away a chance to play the games, to put your team on the floor, let them opt out. All right, the bowl season has it all the time. Let it happen. Who cares? Give your players and coaches a chance to keep coaching and playing, and don't shortchange. If a guy doesn't want to play, go sit down. If a coach doesn't want to coach, go recruit. But there's got to be enough people to put 5, 6, 7 people on the floor and go play. Makes absolutely zero sense to me.
I love it. Great rant. 100% agree with everything there. I think these guys got their egos involved a little bit too much, and they're speaking with their frustration. They should have taken a deep breath.
Okay. I'm glad that you said that. Ego in the way here a little bit. So, you know, the internet these days, Tom Crean goes on this rant, and I loved what he said. I thought it was very passionate.
Oh, they play a little gotcha.
Yeah, Tom being a little bit of a hypocrite.
Tear his ass
He's high horsing it right now.
Yeah, when he was a head coach there at Indiana, they didn't get invited to the NCAA tournament, and they didn't get invited to the NIT, but they did get invited to the CBI. And you want your kids to play, Coach.
That's where he draws the line.
You want a chance to play. Well, Tom Crean in the Indiana Hoosiers said, no, we are not playing in the CBI back in 2014. Quote, we're Indiana. We don't play in the CBI.
There you go.
Directly from Tom Crean's mouth.
Hey, you need reps, buddy. You know, your players are seniors. This is their last chance to play. You're going to deny them that, whether it's the CBI or the NIT. I can see that. I think it plays. I think, and that just goes to how frustrated these guys get in the moment, and they do things that, days later, weeks later, they would not agree is the right move as a coach.
Man, I feel bad about this. I've never heard of the CBI.
College Basketball Invitational.
It was hot about 10 years ago.
I did not know we were doing CBIs. I thought it was just the regular March Madness.
Well, damn, dude.
And
North
then
Texas,
a little NIT.
We won the CBI, and then we won the NIT.
I was not familiar with
Eventually,
the CBI
we're going to win
deal.
the national championship in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, this is the maturation process
Climb
of
up
the
the
every
level.
I don't know if that'll happen. But, yeah, I did love the rant, though, overall. I do agree with what Tom Crean's saying, but I did think it was funny that he gets called out for being a hypocrite because we're Indiana. We don't play in the CBI.
It's awesome.
So if
I
Oklahoma
think that's a
said,
good line.
we don't play in the NIT. I mean, is it any different than what you said there, Coach? But I digress. All right, top 10 booziest holidays in honor of St. Patrick's Day. And Mardi Gras, one of the best boozy holidays from the 254.
That's it.
4th of July, chilling by the pool, cooking out from the 817.
Hot.
Another 817, nothing like drinking green beer and watching the Mavs dub like yesterday. Yes, of course, Kenny, we know you love your frozen margarita. 817 says favorite drinking holiday, Monday, followed by Tuesday, then Wednesday, then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. You, sir, are an alcoholic, and I do love you. Cinco de Mayo getting some love, 4th of July. We got some Memorial Day being shouted out as well. Brian, you, do you drink on any said holiday, or is it only for World Series championships?
I'm a parade guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're not like
I'm a parade
you don't go crazy for Mardi Gras?
Oh, I loved Mardi Gras.
But not for the drinking, just the food.
No, both.
Okay.
Back in the day. But yeah, I'm very boozy for parades, very boozy for bet payoffs at baseball games.
Mm-hmm.
Those are kind of like my boozy days.
Okay. I probably would say throughout my life, New Year's Eve has been my
New
most
Year's Eve was a
drunken
big one
holiday.
for me too.
Yeah. Now, as I got older, I was like, damn, there's so much good college football on New Year's Day that maybe I'll try and take it a little easy, but it just never worked. Like, as soon as I started,
I was boozy.
I can't stop.
Snowball.
Boozy into the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah,
At 11 a.m.
You just keep it going.
Yeah.
My New Year's memories are just a blur. It feels like I started drinking at noon.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's midnight. I'm at somebody's house. I need to get home.
Yeah.
It's just like, it was always a train wreck.
Lucius, do you have a booziest holiday?
Yeah, for my family, it's Thanksgiving.
Oh,
yeah, we get lit on Thanksgiving.
I did
sure.
see.
Is that wine? Is that
Everything. The whole smorgasbord is there, brother.
Heck yeah.
Absolutely.
I did see the night before Thanksgiving is one of the most popular drinking nights of the entire year because
100%.
everybody's off that day.
Yeah.
And then you get a lot of people
back in town, hometown,
families.
I've seen people do the Christmas night boozy thing.
Okay.
A lot of getting together and playing games.
Yeah.
And
no, well,
boozing it up.
both make the top 10. So number 10, booziest holiday according to average number of drinks consumed in America is Thanksgiving. 10 is Thanksgiving. 9, and they do go, just the winter holidays because we do want to be respectful to Hanukkah and, Kwanzaa and everything. But mainly Christmas would be that one.
Sure.
And I'm saying that as a Jewish man.
Yes, you are.
At number 9. Number 8 is Labor Day. Booziest holiday.
It's funny. Somebody just texted in. They love getting hammered on Labor Day. I don't know. Labor Day, last party of the summer kind of vibe, I guess.
Good weather there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's not too hot.
Okay,
Isn't
what about
that a
Easter?
Monday though? Aren't you going to work the next day?
That's what I was thinking.
Like
If
that's
you're
when
doing it right, though, if you're a Labor Day booze guy, I think you're off that next day. You get ahead of it.
That would be smart.
It's a double Labor Day.
Yeah,
for
because
me.
Labor Day's the same way, right? Isn't Labor Day and Memorial Day are both Mondays?
Yeah.
Monday
Usually,
holidays.
yeah.
And that's usually the last non-TD Tuesday of
It
the
is.
calendar year as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of people like to take some quiet time.
Yeah, we do have like back to back. It is Labor Day and then Memorial Day is next up. What about Easter? Because I can't speak to this, but I know Passover, which always usually coincides with Easter.
I don't think that's.
I think I've done.
the day of the Lord.
I think I'm. Yeah.
That should be like the least.
I'm about to do my 30th straight dry Easter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe.
Because 214 just said Easter. He is drunk.
That's the dude that said he gets drunk Monday, Tuesday,
Same
Wednesday.
guy?
Same guy.
I mean, maybe it's big in some families. I would have loved to have been in that family, but it was always like one glass of wine at most at Easter.
Okay, so
that's
it
a
is
kid's holiday.
It is the total opposite for Passover Seder's. And Brian, I don't know if you got to partake in any of the Passover
Yes,
Seder's.
I did.
But you are, I mean, if
That's
you do
salt
it
water
correctly,
and all
you're
that.
supposed to have like 8 glasses of wine throughout the entire Seder as we go through.
As you read.
Yeah, like Passover is, if you do it how it should be done, you get hammered with the family.
That's pretty hilarious.
As we celebrate, Moses.
It is funny
rescuing the Jews from Egypt.
So you're reading and you're getting drunker and drunker, and by the end,
every reading
you take down a glass of wine.
Yeah,
and
every time every time they stop reading, you drink.
You drink it.
Is this popcorn style? Do you like call on somebody to start taking over after you?
A lot of families do it like that.
Yeah, you pass around. Yeah,
I used to love doing the popcorn reading.
Yeah,
and then you zero in on that one guy that's struggling, and everybody just keeps peppering him.
The best
is Passover like passing a giant bottle of wine?
So what Passover was when the plague, so the killing of the firstborn son. Okay. And when the Jewish families, painted right in front of the house, so God knew to pass over those houses, and so technically it was like the Egyptian firstborn sons were just slain. So that's for Passover or Pesach, which is in Judaism what it's referred to.
Something you'd want to drink through, I can imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Next up, we've got Cinco de Mayo or Cinco de Drinko.
Yeah, dude.
That's a good one.
It's so terrific. It's so good.
We need to be out for that. We need to be out for that one.
Yeah, we need to.
I might be boozy on that one. If we
should do a Cinco de Mayo remote show.
Yeah, if we do one of those, I'll get back at it and have some fun.
That would be blast.
Maybe perhaps a March Madness.
Well, maybe.
Hey, we need to
maybe
get
we'll
out
be
there.
on remote for March Madness.
Let's make that happen. Number 5 is Halloween. I can't remember. I mean, a Halloween party.
Party. I mean,
but actual day of Halloween, I don't remember really boozing too much.
Unless Halloween landed on a Saturday.
Handing out candy?
No, so. it's a big like 20-somethings party night.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
100%.
Our girlfriends are going to dress up super sexy, and we're going to have a time.
Number 4 is 4th of July.
Yeah.
Just hot, man.
Yeah. For us here, but like if it wasn't for the heat here, there's no question it would be right around that Cinco de Mayo, St. Patty's Day 1 seed of drinking days.
Yeah, I mean, we go to the lake and all that. You're just melting inside it all day.
Your beer can't stay cold. There's not a cooler that can keep it cold enough. What about is opening day tailgating a holiday? Well, check the 254 is curious.
Yeah, opening day.
Hey, by the way, we got a
floating holiday,
no doubt
for that.
Number 3.
If you want to get together before we do radio, I'd happy to meet you out there.
For pregame?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down.
Opening day pregame?
We can make that happen.
Maybe so.
Oof, that's going to be a marathon situation.
We can pregame at Texas Live beforehand.
Yeah, I would.
won't even send a
I'd get there at 9:40 again, hand me a shiner, and away we go.
Hey, I'm on board.
817 says, go trick-or-treating in Prosper. They pass out shots at every house. That sounds like a party.
Oh.
Number 3 is St. Patty's Day.
And they don't card you.
No, they do.
That's right.
2 is New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised St. Patty's Day didn't end up being number 1 here, but it's very close. 3 St. Patrick's Day, 2 New Year's Eve, but number 1, most boozy holiday is indeed Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
Seems like everybody's now
takes
getting
5
into
years
Mardi
off your
Gras.
life if you do it right.
Hell yeah.
That's pretty amazing, though, because it's not, I mean, I don't know how much nationally that gets celebrated. It's obviously, it's
Fat
everything.
Fat Tuesdays could be you can make Fat Tuesday a great party wherever you're at. Seriously.
I believe
get a bunch of food, bunch of friends. You can do it right,
Yeah.
Because the next day you're going into Lent. Like Dawson, you're not getting any cookies or ice cream or any of that stuff. So you totally go after it on that Tuesday.
Yeah, I went huge. Had a lot of sugar wafers, got a pizza. So that's Fat Tuesday.
Yeah.
So when does Lent end? Is that on Easter or is that on a Friday?
I think
is that on a Good Friday?
the 29th of March, I think, is where we're at.
I need a proper hamburger. I've been eating my hamburgers with no buns, like I'm on the Atkins diet.
Good for you.
Wow, bro.
But I'll tell you what.
Boring.
Get a lettuce wrap going?
That's good, dude.
Okay,
so good.
The Costco frozen patties are just outstanding burgers. Yeah. I don't know why, but I've tried a lot of different. I've tried a lot of different patties over the years. The take home patty, and the frozen ones sitting there in that plastic tube. They're not thin. They're a third of a pound or a quarter pound, whichever one you want.
Pre-made?
No, but they thaw out in like 45 minutes in some warm water, and then just bam, frying pan with SPG. Dude, they're some of the best burgers in town right now. I think
crust them up.
I think I could.
Probably better with a bun.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that day, and we'll be out there next Thursday at the Globe for opening day. We cannot wait. And that is an amazing holiday.
Opening day is great.
If you disagree, you've never been to an opening day party. That's all I got to say. Okay, coming up next, it's a Rim Sesh, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Well, Kyrie, Wemby, and Zion all deserve our attention, as well as an epic NBA butt cracking. Took place this weekend next year in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday.
place to hear sports.
Swing and a miss. Struck it now.
With lots of this mixed in. Thanks for listening and sharing some laughs, Tolos, on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. What a glorious day for the Mavericks yesterday. Hope you enjoyed it. Talk more hoops here with Eric Chiafalo. It is here's Eric.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride. Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavericks beat the defending champion Denver Nuggets in Kyrie Irving left-handed buzzer beater fashion.
Kleba looking in for Irving. Irving for the win. Oh my! A southpaw finish from Kyrie Irving. Just absurd.
Absolutely absurd. Walchuk and I watching together in real time, doing BetQL radio network shows and reacting very excitedly for the entire country to hear our Dallas bias. I saw this from Tim McMahon. Kyrie's jaw-dropping southpaw buzzer beater was the second longest hook shot in the NBA this season. The longest, per the NBA's play-by-play data, is a Kyrie Irving alley-oop pass that accidentally banked in the bucket. So Kyrie has the top 2 longest hook shots of the season, and yesterday's was extremely important.
I've heard that was his 7th buzzer beater for his career. Didn't it seem like he would have more than 7 in his career?
Buzzer beaters?
Buzzer beaters.
I think those are more rare.
It's a surprising, I think, how rare they are, especially when you talk about like a game-winning buzzer beater, because sometimes you'll get it ties the game or whatever.
Right.
But having a game-winning buzzer beater, I think, is a heck of a lot more rare than we would give it credit for.
7's a high number then in that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would think so. I mean, I would love. Can anybody who can the fastest? A little homework research project here for Walchuk. He's going to take ownership of this. Let's look at all-time game-winning buzzer beaters just to get a feel for how often this happens. For our superstars. I do have a great question.
Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan award?
Jordan had 9.
Jordan had 9. Kobe with 8. Joe Johnson with 8.
I stand corrected.
LeBron 7. Paul Pierce 7. Wade with 5.
These are all packing them in.
These are all game winning buzzer beaters.
Game-winning.
Kyrie easily has most per game played.
Does he have 7? Does he? I mean, I think we should. I think Broadus over here ball sacking us. I don't think Kyrie's got even 7.
I don't think Kyrie's got 7. I think that was the second one he's ever had in his career.
Oh, I thought last night I heard Richard Jefferson say that was, or the guy that was with him said that was his 7th. I thought
must have said second. I think your hearing's
second.
Crusty.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. Then I thought he heard 7.
No,
dude, it's okay. We all get a mulligan.
I was kind of jumping up and down when he was doing it, so probably didn't hear it correctly.
Other point of clarification.
Second. Okay.
Got 2. Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
To me, that's more of a runner or a floater. It's not a traditional hook.
Okay, I don't know that it's the full traditional hook, but I leaned when I saw it. I immediately went like, "Oh my gosh, he pulled a left-handed Kareem out of his rear end." Like I looked at it as more of a hook than a floater, but I've seen people describe it as a floater.
I described it as a floater too, but it did have some sky hook to it. Though. The sky hook flow.
Whatever it was jaw-dropping in its impressiveness. And the fact that for most dudes, that would just be the most lucky shot ever. And for a guy like Kyrie who works on the left stuff so much, it's, it just seems like that's the dude who actually works on crap like that.
This
Special
is pretty
player.
cool, though. So since Kyrie's become a Maverick, there have been 2 buzzer beaters that he's been involved in. Both of them were with Maxi Kleba. So last year, they had a buzzer beater against the Lakers. Kyrie assisted Maxi. Maxi hit the buzzer beater game winner.
Top of the key, I believe.
And then, of course, yesterday, Maxi assisting Kyrie.
He's amazing. I think if he was 6'7", he might make a run at being the GOAT. Just how skilled he is and how athletic he is. He's a great rebounder. I think he's and it hurts me to say this, but when he made that shot last night, I thought, man, that's going to help his trade value this summer.
Whenever I was driving in today thinking through what we were going to discuss, I thought about the idea of him, because you mentioned that last week, just continuing to build himself up as an asset. Yeah. And he certainly is that. He's been playing plenty. He's been staying out of the headlines for anything other than reasons like this, where he's hitting game winners left-handed over the Joker, which is pretty dang impressive. But him doing stuff like this absolutely, I think, helps him as an asset. And we'll see. Maybe they don't have to trade him, but it's not a bad thing to get to the summer and get a ton in return for Kyrie.
I've seen enough to think they're not going to get top 10 defense with this model, and that's what you need.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, they got some dang good defense yesterday, which is is being talked about a little bit less because of how great that buzzer beater shot was, but they played some really, really nice defense yesterday. They were physical. They were getting the rebounds. They were doing all the things that Denver had done to them the first two times they'd matched up this year. Now, post-trade, all of a sudden you have a little bit more size. You have a little bit more maturation and development out of Derek Lively, was playing his balls off yesterday. I mean, there was a lot to like about that game, not being just dynamo from the three-point line. Like, you could easily, if you're starting to put together reasons why on the front end, okay, Mavericks win this game, they beat the Nuggets, gosh, they probably were just lighting it up from everywhere, but not really the case, dude. They were playing some legit defense. It got weird there at the end, where for the final 6 minutes or so of the game, the Mavericks were trying to just milk the clock, I guess, and Denver was like, okay, we'll go ahead and we'll go on a huge run here and actually take the lead thanks to Jamal Murray and a three-point splasher, and then Luka answers, and then Jamal can't answer, and then Kyrie does put the final kibosh on the game. So all around, it was fantastic, dominating in the paint. Congratulations to the Mavericks and for Kyrie. Wemby had a day yesterday. Historic performance. Overtime win versus the Nets. Wemby, 33 points, 15 boards, 7 assists, 7 blocks. He did it extremely efficiently as well. And now, Wembanyama already has more career blocks than almost 82% of all active NBA players.
Dang.
He is blocking, I mean, it seems like he's getting 5 blocks every night, dude. Like, since the All-Star break, he's been 4.6 blocks a night. Second to that is Rudy Gobert at 2.7.
Yeah, that's a historic number.
Yeah.
From years gone by when everybody attacked the paint relentlessly. That's, Mutombo, Theo Ratliff. I'm thinking back into the early 2000s, so the great shot blockers in this league before the three-point revolution. Like, anything over 2.5 or 3 is just almost unheard of these days.
And then he's accompanying that with 15 boards, 7 assists, and 33 points. You're like, my gosh, dude.
That's your new guy, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's a new GOAT.
He's living up.
Soon.
Yeah. He's living up to all the insane expectations that were placed upon him coming in. He's absolutely crushing it. Another guy that's trying to live up to the expectations that we had on him coming in is Zion, and the Pelicans are doing a really nice job right now. Sneaky Pelicans might be nothing to fool with come playoff time. He's reportedly lost. Zion has 25 pounds since the in-season tournament. Windhorse reporting, I've got people in New Orleans telling me that since December, when the in-season tournament happened, that Zion Williamson has lost 25 or more pounds and his performance has been excellent. The last part is inarguable. His performance has been excellent, and the Pelicans have been playing some good basketball, and you can understand why that's the case. If he's dropped 25 pounds and you see some earlier in the season pictures of Zion compared to over the weekend, and it's a much leaner version. That is for dang sure.
Yeah, he's focused right now and playing well, moving well. It's fun to watch him. He's a very unique player.
And here is some sound from the Bulls, the Chicago Bulls broadcast over the weekend. They got butt cracked in a huge way.
Oh, no.
Here it is.
Gotcha.
Hit me with it.
It is out on the internet. Adrian Wojnarowski reporting that Derrick Rose is retiring after 15 seasons.
How about that? Wow. Think about the Bulls' impact we've had already tonight. Dennis Rodman coming in, and now Derrick Rose after 15 seasons in the NBA, and of course the #1 pick by the Bulls in 2008.
He, of course, did not, Derrick Rose, retire yesterday. and he's still happily a member of the Memphis Grizzlies.
Had a fake Woj situation.
Had a fake Woj situation, and my dude just ran with it right there.
You're trying to keep up with the game, and you're like, hey, I know. I'm going to have Twitter open during the game so I don't miss anything.
Yep.
You look down for 4 seconds, you break news, next thing you
David
know.
did the sounder.
Ball sack.
Yeah, he was very excited.
It's happened to all of us from time to time, but I do believe now, in this era, I am now unball sackable. Giafalo.
Yeah, no, those are famous last words.
Mark my words.
Tomorrow he'll get ball sacked.
No, but you can't be multitasking and trying to break news, because that's where you're left vulnerable, and all of a sudden you're calling an NBA game and you're trying to report Woj news, and then you just fall right into the butt crack.
Well, I've been working hard not to get ball sacked on this, but I believe Rico Dowdle's agency has just put out that he is re-signing with the Cowboys.
All right.
Huge.
So Rico's our vet.
Rico's our veteran running back.
Breaking news. Rico and Deuce Vaughn, baby.
Let's go.
Man, if they trot that pairing out, you know it's a tank season in disguise.
Hell yeah.
Okay, we got to run. Although I think Rico could have a big year if he stayed healthy. We got to run. Hour 4 of the nation coming up next here on a beautiful Monday in the Metroplex. How about back to some more football, Chief? Where are we going?
An epic Dak rant from right inside this building, and let's make fun of RG3 for turning into Emmanuel Acho right in front of our eyeballs.
You're going to love that Dak rant, by the way, but I want to.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's the fourth and penultimate hour of the broadcast. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Football's finest with the Chief is coming up in just a moment. I'll have a message from Tyron Smith, Brian.
The word you used?
Yes.
What'd you use?
Penultimate.
What does it mean?
Second to last, I believe.
Second to last.
Yeah. Like the semifinals, the penultimate game. Then you get to the final.
Oh, okay. Never knew that one.
Cowboy Nation, message from Big 77 here, guys.
Bye.
Wow, Brian.
One word?
No, he was a man of few words.
Okay.
Good save.
Nice job.
No,
This is a sad kind of an emotional moment, dude. Read the damn room.
Golly.
I'm just telling you.
We are hurting.
You're paraphrasing.
Okay.
You know how bad we all wanted to get to watch Tyron play 4 or 5 games next year in
What
a Cowboy
the hell
uniform?
are you doing? You shut up over there.
Those were going to be important
How
games.
many interviews have you guys done with Tyron Smith?
You did one in training camp last year.
How many years you been at the station?
7.
Yeah. 14.
Yeah.
How many times have you talked to Tyron Smith?
I
In
don't
14 years.
He is a man of few words.
Not
On air, probably a half dozen.
Get out of here.
Yeah. You've been on the team since 2011, right?
I don't.
Couple on the phone, couple in Oxnard, couple I forget about. You know?
And he had fun with us last year.
Yeah.
I think we got him to talk maybe more than he'd ever talk.
Yeah.
Where was I?
He's a Hall of Famer.
You excuse
You know how
yourself.
your guy Joe does?
Yeah, I
Who
know.
cares if he doesn't say anything? He's a Hall of Famer. Put him on the show.
You said,
okay,
you know
Joe.
what? There's only room for you
Done.
here, Tyron. You're taking up half the table. I'm going to get up and move.
Anyway, Tyron, when speaking, a man of few words.
He says.
But when
bye.
when writing, he has a chance to formulate his thoughts. This is a version of Tyron communicating we have never seen. What do you guys expect going in?
I expect.
Yes, Brian's hating over here.
I'm not hating.
Eric.
I expect. Oh, settle down over there, Wolchuk. I'm not hating. I actually only think about 98.6% of what he's about to write there is from ChatGPT.
Okay. All right.
Okay, actually, that's probably right on. Yeah. He probably did put that in.
ChatGPT pretty fire. I've been using it.
It
at the
does an
house.
excellent job.
Yeah.
If you need a farewell message, crank one out.
If you need to hype
on
something up and you're like, I don't know how to hype, I just want to tell it like it is, ask ChatGPT to write you a hype for any topic, dude, and they're going to blow
Crush
away the
it.
audience. Anyway, Cowboy Nation, humbly, I don't even know where to begin, says Tyron Smith. 13 years sure is a long time to sum up in one short letter to thousands of people who have made my time in Dallas so memorable. Make that millions, Smith. It's been a long and wild ride filled with plenty of ups and downs, but Cowboy Nation,
Let's ride. Oh.
Let's ride. You all have been there through it all. In 2011, as a young kid out of USC, I was blessed to be given the opportunity to play for the Cowboys. Since the day I was selected, it's been my sole priority to give this organization, my teammates, and of course the fans everything I had. I loved being a Cowboy and establishing relationships over the years with people that will always be a part of my life. The O-line room in Dallas will forever hold a special place in my heart. Inside those 4 walls, traditions were made and teammates became brothers. I learned so much from y'all, and you have no idea how much I appreciate the many ways you've helped me grow, not just as a player, but as a 20-year-old boy to the man I am today.
Oh, yeah, Tyron.
Yeah.
To the Jones family.
Oh.
We still got more.
Kiss my ass. Your doctor sucked. No, to the Jones family. He didn't trust the doctors, I don't think. Thanks for the amazing opportunity to play for the Cowboys and the life-changing experience that my family and I will forever be grateful for. I will never forget the feeling of running out of the tunnel at AT&T Stadium or the roar of the crowd after a big play. Cowboy Nation, thank you for everything. While I'm excited for this next chapter of my football career, part of my heart will forever be left in Texas. Until we meet again. ... Tyron Smith.
And that was those last few words before the ... are the words that were not from ChatGPT.
I really want to see if we can put this into ChatGPT, like Tyron Smith goodbye letter, and see how much of it is actually similar. The problem is there's a whole sign-up process you have to do with this. So give me a little bit. I'll get it signed up.
No, I got signed up. I got the ChatGPT 4 as well. I got the latest and greatest.
Then just take his entire goodbye letter and copy and paste it into ChatGPT, and it should spit out to you a percentage of which came from them.
Only certain words will appear as red.
I mean, it'd be hilarious if it's 75%.
It would be really good.
He's a quiet man. He's shy. You don't think he could be a wordsmith?
I absolutely think he could.
He's a Smith, but
and that was a good
Woods,
letter.
man.
I'm just joking around. I don't think there was much more than 5 or 10% of that thing that was ChatGPT. I mean that.
Okay, how about we ask it to, what is this? Write a resignation letter from Cowboys tackle Tyron Smith. It's pretty good.
Did he use you all or y'all?
He did use y'all.
Okay, so I think maybe this was him.
Well, I don't know because he's a California guy.
Y'all.
Yeah, he's lived here long enough. He's probably picked up the lingo.
Yeah. All righty. Well, that was the Tyron Smith news. We have passed it along to you. It is time now for Eric Chiafalo to deliver the rest of the day's football news with football's finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Chase Young, the loafing pass rusher in a huge playoff game of the San Francisco 49ers. Now gets to do some loafing in probably games that are much less important for the New Orleans Saints. As he has just agreed to a deal with them. So the Niners go a different route with some of their pass rush. Leonard Floyd, a part of those plans. Chase Young, not. And I guess their hope that is, next year they can circle back and get some level of compensatory pick for him. Because remember, they traded a 3rd-round pick for Chase Young to the Commanders in the middle of the season. And we'll get to those Commanders here in just a second because RG3 is, he's getting himself in a little bit of trouble with some of these sports takes. But Kirk Cousins will be number 18. Bit of a shocker there in Atlanta.
Man, maybe Drake London's, or it was
Kyle Pitts. He just said he wanted targets.
Sorry, yeah, that was it. It seemed like an easy
Kirk was like, whoa. I can't promise anything in the way of targets,
maybe
bro.
if he changes his number to 18, he'll have more like postseason and primetime success. Like,
I saw him talking about it. He said he was willing to change. I don't think this is a situation where like either player was locked in. They were hoping to get a bag from one another.
Okay.
Was my read on the situation. Like, I don't really marry 8. If you want 8, how much you willing to give?
Yeah.
Type of deal.
Not
And they were like,
willing
no,
to give.
I don't know. It's not that important.
I think he was 12 in Washington when he first
So
got
not
there.
everybody's Shohei. Is that what you're saying here?
Not everybody's Shohei. But now I guess Michael Irvin needs to walk back the 8 to 88 is 8 to 8 is 88 because now it's 8 to 18.
Yeah, see, that has to
not as high on the Falcons.
That probably changes his thoughts on the Falcons in a huge way.
Well, I don't know. We'll have to see what Mike might have to say. You go 1-8 to 8. It's meant to be. They're like 2 peas in a pod. They're essentially one. Who knows what Mike could come up with after this latest performance.
But you got that fertilizer in your brain, too, over there.
That's right. The cranium's been cracked.
I like that. Well, the Cowboys obviously convert the $5 million roster bonus due to quarterback Dak Prescott on Sunday into a signing bonus that creates $4 million in salary cap space for this year so they can sign guys like allegedly Rico Dowdle back to the team.
Brought back Rico.
Which is news here over the last few minutes. The move reduces the salary cap number for Dak this year from about 60 to about 55 million. And they add 2 extra void years to the deal. Dak had to agree to that kind of stuff, so it sounds like they're playing along, and people like Michael Gelkin of the Dallas Morning News are hinting at, hey, like there's some dialogue here. Dak and the Cowboys coming together, trying to come up with the best situation for team and player, and so Gelkin is kind of hinting at this is good as they work towards a new extension. So we'll see how true that ends up being, but the news of them converting roster bonuses into signing bonuses and pushing more cap to next year fired up our very own Kevin Hageland of the KNC Masterpiece Baseball Show a Record. Hagee laid it out pretty nicely on just how bad the Cowboys have botched the Dak Prescott contracts over the years and why it's inevitable they'll probably do it again.
The Cowboys have bungled Dak Prescott's contract numerous times. Hey, you know what? We think he's pretty good after the very first year. Okay, great. He makes nothing for the next 3 years. Do you want to push all our chips into the middle of the table because we have a systematic advantage over most teams in the NFL because our quarterback costs nothing? I don't know. Let's wait it out and see what happens. No, but you don't get it. You have 3 years. You got to strike now. I don't know. Let's wait. Okay, we get to the last year. Do you think we should now? Do you want to go now? I don't know, but what's our future with Dak Prescott? Who cares? He costs nothing right now. Go all in. I don't know. Let's wait out and see. Well, that's stupid. Do you want to give him a contract extension then? No, because then we would be flattening out that money over several years. How about we just franchise him tag? Well, then you can't save anything on your cap right now or in the future, so that's a bad idea. Let's see what happens. Okay, well, here's how much money he wants in future years, $32 million a year. Ooh, that's a lot. Let's see what happens. Okay, he played 5 games. The team did terrible. He got hurt. Let's give him $40 million. You look at every single step of the way with the Dak Prescott deal. It doesn't matter if you love Dak, don't like him, or anywhere in between. The Dallas Cowboys have done the wrong thing every time. Every time.
In your opinion.
I love Baskey in there just because Baskey being a bleep hole is always funny. But I do believe we have a new drop in there. And Walchuk does a nice... He held that note for a while on the I don't know.
He's right, though. He was preaching right there. Hagee was in his bag. And he's right. And you know what? It's not really just even with Dak. It's kind of just with a lot of these contracts. Yeah, I mean, they let Ezekiel Elliott take advantage of them, too.
I'll say this, though, too. That agent ain't easy to work with.
No, he's one of the best.
And that's why. I mean, and you can make offers. You could say, hey, we'll counter this. I don't know, man. That guy switching from one agency to another, if you remember, all his clients end up getting franchise tags. He wasn't interested at all at dealing with anybody at that point in time, worrying about having to give the money maybe back to his old agency. Did they make a mistake not getting the 5th year? Yeah, should have gone a little bit quicker. Yeah. I don't, to me, as much problems as I do have with the front office and things they do, I think this agent did them absolutely no favors. And I think that's one of the big reasons why they're in the situation they're in right now. And good for him. The agent made it very difficult.
Yeah, he did.
But this was one of those that I don't think it's a one-way street here. I think the agent absolutely.
I agree. The Cowboys are still the bigger problem, I think, in this from a fan's perspective.
I'm not wiping my hands of this. I'm just saying, though,
in this case, it's both ways.
Sometimes when you're starting to deal with a star quarterback, you have a really good relationship with the people that you're dealing with.
I don't know.
I would say the Cowboys need to stop caving, though. The problem is that all the agents know they're going to break.
Okay.
I just wanted to do that.
He was just doing Hagee.
I was curious to know. I was going to learn.
No, I don't actually disagree with anything you just said.
But usually, like you say, Todd France, and he's doing his job for Dak. He clearly is doing his job for Dak. But man, I don't think he was dealing above board with the Cowboys on this. I don't. I think there was some shadiness going on here, and I feel like that, to me, the Cowboys got punished for that.
Wow. Well said. Robert Griffin III is telling Caleb Williams that he should pull an Eli Manning and tell the Bears, I ain't coming, because he thinks that it's better for, like, I'm not going to fully just crap on that initial thinking there, sure. But he's saying you tell the Bears you're not going to go there because Washington is the place you want to go.
See,
to build up your
same color scheme as USC
and your legacy.
Chicago's roster is really not bad right now. When you look at a lot of number 1 overall picks, he's not going into a terrible situation like a ton have gone into.
Who's the gentleman that suggested this?
Robert Griffin III.
Okay,
we should be watchdogging
He's using
him.
his Washington homerism here,
I can see him homering
him over.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
What you really do is you say, I'm not going anywhere until at least pick 3. I'm not going to either of these places. I'm not going to Arizona either. Who has pick 3?
New England.
Okay, I
don't really want to go there.
I want to go to Minnesota.
I'm at least open-minded to New England because they don't have a decades-long history of screwing things up. I think
they're about 5 years away from
the Giants at 6.
There's winning culture and there's losing culture. I'd be a lot more interested in the Giants, and I think losing is in the halls in Washington and Chicago. And
that's true. They have not ever had a quarterback.
It's going to take a great GM, coach, and quarterback. I can only do so much. My career could be over in 3 years if I go to the wrong place. I could be extended and be a 2-time champion without even having the defense to worry about me if I go to the right organization.
For sure.
There's a huge difference here.
But the right organization is never the Commanders.
Yeah.
Like what RG3 just did in suggesting that it's the worst advice you could ever be given.
So I think as a player,
any industry,
you just find the best team that you want to go to and you say, I'm not going anywhere else.
Yeah. I don't necessarily hate the idea from from RG3 about wanting to bail on the Bears for sure.
How do you think the Cowboys
no track record
would attack the draft if it were free agency? Like if we did this. This wasn't a draft. Now everybody's put out there and it's fair game. If Minnesota wants to come get him, if to your point the Giants, now it's a bidding war for Caleb Williams. The Cowboys sitting out.
Yeah, they feel good about their guy.
They're like, we don't have the money.
They got their guy.
Space. They'd be screwed.
I don't think they would spend big on an unknown like that. I think they would continue to sit out and look for values. I don't know. That'd be a fascinating.
I wonder the
way
team
of
that would
looking
pay
at
the
things.
most. Maybe it would be Washington. They do have a ton of cap space.
So would the Bears take Dak for the pick? Says the 580. I highly doubt that. Good question though. Anything else, Chief, before we head out?
I think we're good here.
Thank you, sir. Football's finest most every afternoon at 5 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. When we come back, we'll hit the expressway. We did have a Cowboy retirement. We have signings. And we have a draft choice that has been taken from a Cowboys rival as punishment. Details on that and more coming up next in the Nation.
More G-Bag Nation